asekwa na ife oji abụ anyị si akwụ na enye ego bụ ka mbọsị ọzọ. Since I was born, but now
and there it is. There it is right there. Here I am, there you are, and here we are. So here we are. And by the way, that last clip, the one that were beating drums, MC Oloman is a bunch of merry men. If you want me to drop that from the opening sequence, let me know in the comment section. It seems somewhat passe. It seems somewhat out of sequence now. Events, of course, that was our battle songs for the elections, but the elections have now come and gone. So it seems somewhat passe, but it's such a catchy little tune. I'm a bit reticent to drop it because I think the audience delight in it. So if you want me to drop that that last clip in the opening sequence, let me know in the comment section, and I will do just that. But then you have to come up with something to replace it. But as I said, good day to you. Good to have you around, and good to see you. Good to see you. Always a delight in your company. Always a pleasure, never a chore. Always a pleasure, never a chore. So a pleasure to have you in my company again, and a pleasure to be in your company as well. So why don't you just pull up a seat, do the usual protocol first, click on the like button just as soon as you are coming in, surprise us. Are you already with the breaking news? ECOWAS delegation arrives in Niger, meets coup plotters. Anything short of those coup plotters stepping down is not anything that can be counted as a victory, but I will be touching on that space. So plenty to go through. But as I said, lean back, kick back, take it easy, relax into it. The usual protocol, click on the like button first before you kick back, lean back, or take it easy. Click on the like button. Let's surprise me with that like space today. You know, it makes somewhat for depressing viewing, I have to say to you. Sometimes you have such a crowd in here, but then when you look over to this like button, it just tugs at you a little bit. So let it be a delightful little like space today. So click on the like button. Click on subscribe if you haven't done that already. Pardon me. Click on subscribe if you haven't done that already. The hyperlink that says StreamYard, that's your invitation to come and join us on the screen. So now let me spend a little bit of time on that hyperlink that says StreamYard. We're so keen, I won't say desperate because we're never desperate, but we're so keen to have new voices join the conversation. And you all know why? Because it freshens it up, it enriches it, it gives us a different perspective from the one that we back and forth with. So if you're that new voice, look at all of the voices that we've been discovering in recent times. Jide, people like We Winning, RD, you know, so all of these delightful voices, very knowledgeable, extremely intelligent, well-educated. So, you know, the sort of crowd, the sort of expectations that you have of this space. So if you're of that sort of kind of being, we're desperately wanting to, we're not desperate, but you know what I mean anyway. We want the place to continuously be refreshed, and the only thing that freshes it up is delightful new voices that come to join us. We had Opetor TV, who's joined us recently. He's starting to show up with a bit more frequency, establishing that voice and personality. So all of that. So that's why we canvas for new voices always. So if you are that new voice, there was a time that we had a glut of new voices almost every single day. And it came to the point that we were doing the voice of the day. So you be that voice of the day today by clicking on this hyperlink that says Somebody said, it says, hi, woman, replace Pade Dojobo with Asari Dokubo video, turn by turn. Yes, I could clip that actually. Yes, that's an idea, isn't it? I could clip that and make that. But would that not be rubbing people the wrong way or off, though? Because we already offend so many people, Would that not be rubbing people up the wrong way? But yes, you're doing as he usually does with that, as he always does, the welcoming super chat. So we have not been seeing sufficient enough activities in the super space. So if you are inclined to do it, then continue to do it. Join Ayo and Alexander Gomez and Prince Daddy, who seems to be the only three voices that I ever mention anytime I want to mention the supers. But really, so that's at your discretion, of course. But what I'm really pushing you towards is the hyperlink that says StreamYard. So click on that to come join us. And then, of course, the invitation to buy your host cups of coffee. That's always ever pinned in the comment section. But please continue to ignore that, which is what you've always done. But what are we looking at today? You're not going to get any prizes. So for guessing what the main theme is going to be today, there's only really, there's two news really headlining the news cycle today. But there's only really one that can emerge as the headline for the day. Imagine for the headline for the day. So let's remove Ayo for a micro moment. So imagine as the headline for the day. Ganduje emerges APC National Chairman, Ajibola Secretary. And there it is. So there it is. How many times have we said on this platform that this is the sequence of events? And especially because Ganduje contributed so much to the emergence of Tinubu as the president, it would be a travesty, if he did not get any, not just a slot, but a slot befitting of his contribution to that journey to Aso Rock. And a lot of people will say this certainly fits the bill. Ganduje emerges APC National Chairman, Ajibola Secretary. So we spend quite a bit of time there to find out exactly what is in play. So we spend that time there to find out exactly what is in play, only to then spend time in this space as well. So now, as early as yesterday, there was this supposed alleged memo that was leaked and got to the hand of the obedient space via David Udeyin, which he was flashing around. I think whoever sent me that memo by David Udeyin, please resend it because it can be part of this narrative as well. So he's put out that supposed alleged memo that was leaked to him that the Nigerian forces were massing at the Sokoto border to launch into Niamey, the Benin capital. So he circulated widely that what's now purporting now to be fake news, or what's not even purporting, or what's now imagined now to be fake news. And it is fake news only because, Coup, we have not received orders for military intervention in Niger, DHQ. So DHQ, acronym for Defense Headquarters, of course, and there it is right there. So that guy now, because if that memo that David Udeyin had been circulating, if it had been real, that would be a treasonable act on his part. That would be a treasonable act on his part. And if that memo is not real, which the defense headquarters is now telling us is not, it's still a grave and egregious act of criminality on his part. So what consequences from that today is Tinubu asked West UK to pipe gas from Nigeria to Europe, help tackle insecurity. So now the next big space for the Nigeria, actually, let's have this and get it out of the way. President Tinubu seeks stronger economic defense and bilateral cooperation with the United Kingdom. UK Foreign Secretary assures of enduring partnership. Our president at official ABAT has called on the government of the United Kingdom to deepen its partnership with Nigeria and Africa by investing more across sectors to see the African continent attain more sustainable and broad-based prosperity. But really, okay, I was going to say, is this another cap in hand sort of a thing? But they need gas, we've got it, so I think it's a business deal. Tinubu made the call on Wednesday when he received the United Kingdom Secretary of Foreign Affairs, Commonwealth and Development Affairs, Right Honorable James Cleverly, MP, in his office, calling on the United Kingdom to commit more to win-win development partnerships for Nigeria and Africa. The Nigerian leader recalled the history of decades of deep symbiotic connection and economic ties between the continent and the United Kingdom, adding that the United Kingdom government must work with Nigeria and the rest of Africa to create a competitive, technologically advanced economy that will cater for the needs of all citizens. I am happy to know that the United Kingdom is ready to work with us in Nigeria and Africa. The United Kingdom must do more for the continent. We have not developed a competitive economy, the president said. Addressing the pressing issue of energy transition and the opportunity for economic growth in Africa and Nigeria, President Tinubu charged the Foreign Secretary on the imperatives of the West and the United Kingdom in particular in mobilizing investment to pipe gas from Nigeria to Europe. So you see this piping of gas from Nigeria to Europe, that's all wrapped up in the narrative that is going on in Niger, by the way, because it will take too long. Oh God, somebody is sending some news now that I wonder, we'll see if that is true, but you know, so now there are two routes that Nigeria can use to pipe gas to Europe. They can do it by land or they can do it by sea. So by sea, it will take at least 2 decades, if not 3 decades, you know, because they have to go through the Atlantic Ocean with a series of pipes and the technology and the engineering and all of that. So not only will it take a couple of decades, it's exponentially more expensive to do it that way. The best, quickest, and cheapest route is to do it by land. So now to do it by land, of course, between Nigeria and Europe, there are a series of countries, and immediately between Nigeria and Europe is Niger Republic, and that is the conduit path that gas pipeline has to pass through. So now that gas pipeline has to pass through Niger Republic and then through Mali, etc., etc. But then, of course, these are all of the spaces now that Russia is establishing a power base. So now, who now supplies Europe with gas? Russia. So you see, it's all convoluted and all mixed up. Whilst addressing the pressing issue of energy transition and the opportunity for economic growth in Africa and Nigeria, President Tinubu charged the Foreign Secretary on the imperatives of the West and the United Kingdom, in particular, in mobilizing investment to pipe gas from Nigeria to Europe. The Western Economic Program should be able to help Nigeria pipe our gas to Europe, since gas is acceptable as alternative clean energy. You must help us with the finance and facilitate the investment we require. So there's no compulsion to help you. But you know, a lot of the activities going on around Nigeria as well is all wrapped around Nigeria. By the way, just to establish, let's actually see. Let's just let's go on Google for a moment. Google, where are you? Largest gas deposit. Right. Let's see. So just to establish the importance of that gas to our economy. Okay. Let me just share this with you for a moment. So this is the, and by the way, this is from Wikipedia. This is just a quick search. So I'll do a deeper search maybe later. But in terms of gas deposit, Nigeria has one of the top 10 gas deposits in the world. So, and a lot of the gas in Russia already locked down. The Americans control the gas in Iran. Qatar, difficult. The United States has gas. Turkmenistan, they have gas too. The gas in Saudi Arabia already accounted for. The gas in China already for domestic use. The United Arab Emirates, they have gas already documented. So the people in play now are number 9 and number 10, which is Venezuela and Nigeria. But Nigeria ever so more in play because it is virgin land. So Nigeria very much in play in that gas space. So let's get back to it. Yes, let me pick it up from here. I am let's see. Let me go up a paragraph. Yes, calling on the United Kingdom to come. Okay. I am happy to know that the United Kingdom is. I think we've done that. Let me pick it up from the succeeding paragraph. Whilst addressing the pressing issue of energy transition and the opportunity for economic growth in Africa and Nigeria, President Tinubu charged the Foreign Secretary on the imperative of the West and the United Kingdom, in particular, in mobilizing investments to pipe gas from Nigeria to Europe. The Western Economic Program should be able to help Nigeria pipe our gas to Europe, since gas is acceptable as an alternative clean energy. You must help us with finance and facilitate the investment we require. On democracy, peace, and stability in West Africa, President Tinubu noted that security would remain a challenge as long as there are unstable governments in the sub-region. So that's speaking to the Niger Republic space. He used the opportunity of the visit to decry the situation in Niger, the Sahel region, and the Horn of Africa, where terrorists are finding comfort, asking the government of the United Kingdom to support Nigeria to secure West Africa. We need a dynamic partnership on security and economic development because we don't want terrorists to make Africa and our sub-region their nest, President Tinubu told the Foreign Secretary. In his remark, Right Honorable Cleverly congratulated the president on his election victory and the steps he has taken so far to reform the economy. He saluted President Tinubu for taking bold and decisive actions on fuel subsidy removal and multiple exchange on the currency, whatever. He told President Tinubu about his meeting in Lagos with entrepreneurs, technologists, and young people in their creative sector, saying that his home government remains a strategic long-term partner to Nigeria. So there it is. I think that's this is from a jury. I think this is a jury now coming out. This is the debutante press release of a jury. I want to commend you for the decisions you have taken to reform your economy. Your economic reforms are bold, and the actions taken have been decisive. Despite the initial pains, these decisions these decisions will lead to economic prosperity for Nigerians. The Foreign Secretary further said he was in Nigeria to promote bilateral and economic partnership. I am keen on encouraging more UK investments into Nigeria. We took bold and important decisions so far that will reform you took bold and important decisions so far that will reform your economy and open it more for foreign investments. Nigeria has a population of very young, educated, and thoughtful people. With their energy and talents, along with your resources, Nigeria can be a net exporter of energy and agricultural products. The United Kingdom will remain a strategic long-term partner and multi-decade partner of Nigeria and Africa. On the political situation in Niger Republic, the UK Foreign Secretary offered his government support for the decision of ECOWAS and the leadership of President Tinubu in promoting democracy and stability. For us, our national interest is to see a peaceful and prosperous African continent because peace and security go hand in hand. So this is now, I only read it to the end to see, this is the debutante press release by Aduri Ngelela. So there he is, special advisor to the president, media and publicity. So there he is. That's his debutante thing. So Still staying with that space, ECOWAS versus Nigeria. Russia may attempt coup in Nigeria. ECOWAS versus Niger. Russia may attempt coup in Nigeria. This is Deji Adeyanju talking the usual brainless nonsense that we now know him for. Deji Adeyanju, a political commentator, has urged the economic community of West African state ECOWAS to be swift and decisive in its actions against Niger Republic. Adeyanju warned that Russia may attempt a coup in Nigeria if ECOWAS fails to take swift and decisive action against the Niger Republic. He challenged the Western world to allow Africa to manage its challenges. Tweeting, Adeyanju wrote, ECOWAS' response to the coup in Niger must be swift and decisive. If not, Russia will attempt a coup in Nigeria very soon. Africa should be allowed to manage its affairs on its own. The idea of having new colonial masters in the 21st century is not only disgusting but annoying. There are reports of ECOWAS mobilizing to invade Niger Republic following the ousting of President Bazoum by coup plotters. So a high-powered delegation, and by the way, as much as I disparaged him just now, what the Adeyanju said, there's some element of veracity to it. That is in the mix as well. That is in the mix as well. But what we would like to see, though, is for this to come to fruition. What we would like to see is for this now next headline to yield some result. So what we would like to see is for this next headline to yield some result. Niger coup, Tinubu dispatches envoy to Niamey, urges robust dialogue. So a robust dialogue, whatever, do they need pay enough? Do they need buy enough? But ultimately, they cannot remain in situation. Thankfully, they've not yet killed the president. The chairman of the chairman of the ECOWAS Authority of Heads of State and Government, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, has dispatched a delegation to Niger Republic with a mandate to expeditiously resolve the current political impasse in the country. According to a statement signed by Ajuri Ngalela, this guy now is just going wild, special advisor to the president, media and publicity, the action was in line with the resolution reached at the end of the extraordinary summit of ECOWAS held last weekend in Abuja. So the 7 days notice is nearly up. So we didn't give them an additional 7 days is really the question. The delegation headed by former Nigerian head you know, a lot of people have been suggesting really that Buhari should be the person that is sent on this mission. Is really something that Buhari can resolve. The delegation, headed by former Nigerian head of state, General Abdulsalami Abubakar, retired, left for Niamey on Thursday, following a briefing by President Tinubu at the State House in Abuja. The former Nigerian head of state is joined in the delegation by the Sultan of Sokoto. Oh, wow. So they're throwing it all in before they start to throw the bombs. They're throwing it all in before they start to throw the bombs. This is just what it is. The former Nigerian head of state is joined by the former Nigerian head of state is joined in the delegation by the Sultan of Sokoto, Alhaji Muhammad Saad Abubakar III, and the president of ECOWAS, H.E. Omar Aliu Touare. They are all called Touare over there. It's a funny thing. The president has also sent a separate delegation led by Ambassador Babangana Kingibe to engage with the leaders of Libya and Algeria on the Niger crisis. So it looks as though that might well be a pincer movement right there. That might well be a pincer movement. Let's see. Because I'm pretty certain I'm pretty certain that those countries actually surround. Let's just say. So that might well be that's what they call a pincer movement. If they come at you from all sides, that they call that a pincer. A pincer movement. Let's see. Oh, okay. Let's have a look at this. Okay, so that's Niger right there, and they are bordered by Algeria, Libya, Chad, Nigeria, and Mali. So hence why that delegation has been sent. So that explains that. That explains that. Where were we? What story were we on? All right. Yes, the president has also sent a separate delegation led by Ambassador Babagana Kingibe to engage with the leaders of Libya and Algeria on the Niger crisis. Briefing the two delegations, Tinubu charged them to engage all stakeholders robustly with a view to doing whatever it takes to ensure a conclusive and amicable resolution of the situation in Niger for the purposes of African peace and development, rather than a move to adopt the geopolitical position of other nations. We don't want to hold brief for anybody. Our concern is democracy and peace of the region, the president said. Speaking after the meeting, General Abdul Salami Abubakar, retired, said the delegation would meet the coup plotters in Niger to present the demands of the ECOWAS leadership. Both leaders of the two missions expressed optimism on the outcome of the assignment. So you have to understand that the Sultan of Sokoto is the leader of the Muslims, not just in Nigeria, but in the entirety of the Sahel, certainly in that space as well. So he being part of that delegation is quite a potent move. But which side will he be on is really the question. Would he be on the side of the coup plotters, or, because we have to say that. So we have to ask if he's going to be on the side of the coup plotters or not. But still within that space, U.S. national security advisors meet Tinubu over regional stability and Niger coup. So everybody gathering in that space. Let me see. And then, yes. Let me see. Are we having this one as well? Yes, we'll have this one as well. We'll probably read this one after the care guides. We read this one as we wait for the room. Yes, the room is actually starting to populate. But we'll read this one after the care guides. But let's go to the care guides just for that micro break. And of course, we want to see that like button. We want to hit 100 likes today. I'm sure you can do it, so do it.
You don't come home. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù yé o. Ilé sọ́dí àkẹ́kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Bobby master kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Chifu wẹ́lá tí kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mùdé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùdóde ojàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́ọ̀dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petro Sodana ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petro Sodunke ẹyẹ rẹ ó dilé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run méjìkọ. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And there it is right there. Ikuko Neru Agbeshe, may death have nothing to do with us. So I'll make this the last readout, so I'm not holding the panelists for too long. So this now is in response to that David Hundeyin alleged leaked memo that he was telling us that they were amassing troops in Sokoto in preparedness at a launch into Niger Republic. It says, Coup, we have not received order from military intervention in Niger DHQ, Defense Headquarters. The Defense Headquarters, DHQ, has said the Armed Forces of Nigeria is yet to receive any order from the appropriate authority to commence military action against the military junta in the neighboring Republic of Niger. Acting Director, Defense Information, Brigadier General Tukur Gusar, made the clarification in Abuja on Wednesday in response to the ECOWAS ultimatum to the military junta in Niger to restore ousted President Mohamed Bazoum. Military option was the last option to be taken in case every other option fails to reverse the situation and return the government of Republic of Niger to constitutional order. At the moment, ECOWAS Committee of Chiefs of Defense Staff is currently holding an extraordinary meeting in Abuja to discuss the political situation in Republic of Niger and submit their plans to the Committee of Heads of State and Government of ECOWAS for consideration. The Armed Forces of Nigeria cannot proceed on any operation in any of the member states of ECOWAS without the mandate from the Authority of Heads of State and Government, he said. So this now, a direct response to that David Hundeyin, whatever it is that he was doing. So with us at the moment, hopefully a few more people to join us. Solomon joins us from Abuja. Good to have you, Solo. Bishop joins us, I suppose, somewhere in his car. Good to have you, Bishop. Samuel joins us. Good to have you, Samuel. Of course, Thomas is here. Good to have you, Thomas. There is Solly from Amsterdam. Good to have you, Solly. And Isaac Black joins us, location unknown, and Ajanle Koko somewhere in America. So there it is, and there it is. So there it is. Good to have you, gentlemen. Still plenty of spaces for whoever wants to hop on. We're still eagerly awaiting that new voice of the day to come and join us. But as we await the new voice of the day to come and join us, let's go to one of the voices that you already delight with or delight in. Let's kick it off with Solomon. So Solomon, are you ready?
Yeah, I'm ready, old man. Good evening, everybody.
All right, brilliant. Good to have you, Solomon. So good to have you, Solomon. So actually, what is making the news where you are? So what are you looking at in the news?
This headline, this Gandhi's Gandhi emerged as the APC national chairman is still one of the things. Another thing again is the peace mission, the Sultan of Sokoto and Abubakar, is it the former head of state, what is his name, Abu Salami, so, and the other ECOWAS man, they went for the dialogue meeting they went to at Niger. Yeah, it's one of the things making headline. Then this subsidy hardship, Nigerian army rises the army rises soldiers monthly allowance from 1,000 to whooping 1,002. It's really not making sense. I don't understand.
We happened on that storyline yesterday. You know that's not a salary increase. That's an increase in their allowance, and that's a 20% increase, by the way.
But it's not. This thing shouldn't be. If they are giving NYSC if they are giving coppers something like this, they will still be giving. It's not making sense. How will these people work? So they need to do better. They need to do better and stop the.
Who is calling you? Who is the babe? Who is calling you?
It's my other phone. Then another one again is is the Dele Alake saying he will support any senator that will propose the regulation of social media. Is another
yes, I saw that. Who sent it to me? Were you the one that sent it to me?
yeah, I was the one that sent it to you.
Oh,
And
yes.
another one again is Mietala begging for appointment.
Yes, yes, now because they contributed to Tinubu. Everybody wants their payoff, and there's only so much payouts to go.
Yeah. It's really, really, really funny. It's very funny. But yeah, let's talk about the headlines you have here. So, yeah.
Yes, kick it off with Ganduje becoming now the new chairman of the APC. Did this surprise you, and do you think it's a good fit for that post?
Apart from being being fit for that post, another thing again is the political strategy that they are supposed to look into. Like, I think I spoke with an elder, and the person was like, "This, if Ganduje should emerge as the chairman of APC from the northwest, is going to really be bad for for that party, because I think he said the person was like, he should this party, the chairmanship should go to the north central and not northwest, because northwest, like, they are holding major positions in this administration, and it's not going to be good for them. But well, this is politics. They would know how they would align and then make sure that maybe there will not be any lapses. But it would have been advisable they try and look into their strategy, as look into this kind of decision of giving this guy. I know they need to compensate him, but there should still be other things they would put into consideration before giving him this thing.
The original compensation for Ganduje was meant to be a ministerial position, and a plum one at that. So that was the original plan. But then in between that plan, all of that storylines, they went and resuscitated that Gandola tape, and they are going after him off the back of that in Kano State. So once that is going on, they couldn't then slot him into the ministerial list because it will create so much controversy there. But being the chairman of the party is a private affair, so that's still big enough of a position to compensate him. But then it's an APC matter. So even though the PDP are already crying about it,
yeah. So well, like I said earlier, it is a party thing. They would know how to still talk within themselves there, and so that it will not bring dispute and it will not lead to the next election being bad to them not experiencing worst, as in like losing support of the people that already work for it, especially from the North Central. North Central really contributed. If not from North Central, with the way some should I use the word elites in the North Central, how they stood up for Tinubu, the likes of George Akume, he was not in power again, but he was able to deliver, to work in Benue too, and and some other persons too. So they would need to do inner caucus discussion. They will need to engage in inner caucus discussion, and so that they will be pleased with this Ganduje's emergence. And well, I hope it doesn't cause any problem in the party.
With this now, Tinubu has not only seized, and by the way, he's only 2 months in government. We have to continue to remind ourselves of that. With this now, Tinubu has not only fully seized charge of the country, he has also now fully seized charge of the APC party. He kicked out Abdullahi Adamu and Omishore. So now, if there's ever a Tinubu boy, it is Ganduje. So he's put his boy in charge of the party, and then he's retired all of the people in the parastatals to reappoint his own people in there. The army chief is person, the navy chief is person, the chief of our staff is person, everybody is person. So he has taken total charge of the country.
Of course, you will give it to him the way. And the one thing again is, I feel he listens, because the other day, okay, well, we'll get to the Niger talk, I will talk about that. And yeah, he's taking charge. he's taking charge, even though there was pressure on him when he came in by first with the removing of the subsidy or whatever, because he would have provided the palliatives that would just ease the people, not just coming at us. But I know it was pressure because of the likes of Obi have already said they will remove it and all that. He thought he was going to use that to calm the people and calm the especially the oppositions. So he should just continue, and we should try and improve more. But one thing, like I said here, he listens that, and his people their ears are down. There is this thing we treated here, and the next day they turned. I think the 8,000 naira stuff, they said it will not hold again. They will look for. They are about to, I think, introduce another way of tackling that one, and so on. That kind of way, him listening is good, and he's in control politically and in the administration. That politically, I mean, like in the political party now, he has upper hand. Even I think even than the way Buhari was when Buhari was the president and in APC.
You see, the thing is, over the last 2 months, Tinubu has established in visual, practical demonstration that is a consummate politician. So we've seen all the masterstroke politicking. So now, is he able to administer the country to the same level that he's able to politic? That's really the thing. So if he's able to administer the country to that same level, then maybe he might do okay.
Yeah. But one thing you should if he's listening, or if these people are listening, he should calm down in spitting out or in spilling out certain things. For instance, the way he said they are giving Niger 7 days, that if they don't restore the Bazoum, the former the president that they've just arrested or something like that.
It will come to regret that statement.
Yeah, so he should just calm down in just saying certain things. He should be diplomatic in saying things. He should, first of all, I think when this word that you should think before you talk, it implies here he should stick to it. He should think before he talks. He should consult before he comes out.
That is strike 2, isn't it? At his inauguration, he did the fuel subsidy is gone, which led to a whole series of palaver that culminated in people taking to the streets. So that was strike 1. And then this one now, 7 days notice, and I'm sure he pushed that. So that's now strike 2. So it needs to be a bit more reticent, a bit more presidential in the way, you know. Is it somewhat a bit Agbero-ish in some of his pronouncements sometimes?
Yeah. And but the good thing about him, one of the good thing about him, is that when he says all these things, and I think he looks into the criticism, the way they criticize him, and he will now retrace his step and come back. That is a good one. Unlike Buhari, where if Buhari don't even
maybe not make the mistake in the first place. You know, because it was a bit rushed with the fuel subsidy is gone. His reverse position on the 8,000 naira palliative, we don't know where that is, where they are regarding that at the moment. And then this 7-day ultimatum, it may ultimately prove to be a misstep, because those 7 days are up this weekend, by the way.
Yeah. You know, like I said earlier, this man is, forget he's the president. He's pressured. There's pressure on him. Oh man, there's pressure on this man. So I think there is pressure. There's nothing anybody want to say that there is pressure. This man is pressured. So that is why you see him, but he needs to just calm down. He needs to calm down. And we Nigerians, it's just that they are still this INEC, whatever that they are talking about. The Nigerians are not ready to just calm down, and let's stop the hypocrisy in the government. Not certain people trying to say because the election did not go their way, they are trying to just talk anyhow and keep on bringing up heat and all that. So everybody needs to calm down. Let's see how this.
There'll be no calming down until we get the verdicts. That's just the thing. But
that's what I want to say now. That let's just see what the what they will say in court and what the result will be, then we'll know what's up. Then, but after anything that comes out, the outcome of this result, Nigerians should just calm down. Let's just stop this criticism that we're doing. Any little thing we criticize this, we criticize that. If they should rule in favor of Tinubu, the country should continue. We should move on, and we should start providing. We should start bringing up solutions that would help us move forward, and not being opposition forever. Just we bring head together, and so that I would support this man and stop pressuring him, because it is the masses that are pressuring this man. I'm telling you the truth.
I'm not sure that I fully agree with you, Solomon, because I feel that the government has to continually be under pressure in order to ensure performance. So if they are heavily criticized, then they watch their steps even more so. But let me take you to, go on.
Okay. Yeah, what I wanted to say is, for instance, now look at it was we can't take it out that it was pressure that made this man make that blunder, or should I use the word blunder, on his inauguration day. It was pressure to please the people. There is how you would have offended people, that you feel like people will feel offended, and you want to just as you just want them to just calm down, to calm the tension down, and you say certain things that you think they will even buy the idea, but instead to even give them a yardstick to criticize you more. So that is why I say it's more of pressure from other opposition.
All right, let me take you to this next headline. So this situation in the Niger Republic is going to be ultimately not only Tinubu's biggest international test yet, is also going to define how the international space sees his administration. So the Niger Republic, the 7 days notice, so he has now sent high-powered delegations all over Africa. So he sent them to Libya and Algeria. And when we looked at the map, we could see why, because those are the ones that bother, that have borders with the Niger Republic from the north. And then he's also now sent a team, a really high-powered Abdusalami Abubakar and the Sultan of Sokoto, to go and frontally step down the coup plotters. So ultimately, even though we like to come here and say, oh, go and nuke them, ultimately, the best solution to this really will be a negotiated settlement to step down these coup plotters.
Yeah. See, like I was saying, he listens, he tries, like they are really trying. His people, they are really on ground listening, and they are really trying, because this move he made now is a diplomatic move. It's the best move. We can't go into war with Niger. Nigeria can't go, even if we can crush them, but it will not be reasonable for Nigeria to do so, because even said, like yesterday, I saw something, and I saw something, and somebody confirmed it to me. For instance, Niger now, them saying, because yesterday Nigeria they disconnected their electricity, and somebody like, so we've been giving these people light, certain moves Buhari has been making. I got to see that it was just a diplomatic move. It's not really about him having his people in Niger. It was for the good of the both countries. We are one people. Even in Europe, I believe they do like that they help each other like that. So what am I saying?
We are not really helping them. Do you know why we supply them electricity?
I want to give you the reason, because because they don't have dam. They can't build dam, because if they build dam, the water ways that like most of, like especially I think in the north, the water that flows from the Lake Chad and all that, it helps in sustaining the country. So them not building dam is not like they can't afford to do it, but for our own good. So it is a way of helping us and helping them too. But most people that are ignorant, that don't know these things, we say that they are using our resources to take care of those people. Like I got to find out that recently that there are lots of things Nigeria. Look at the other day, like 2 days after the coup was carried out, the number of trailers that were at our border there, that could not come in, and they are bringing in food, even though we can produce in Nigeria, that we have farms in Nigeria, but these people, they have other things they are doing for us, and we too are doing for them. So him doing this thing now is a diplomatic, and it is the best move. We don't need war. And with the way the Russians and the West are just pushing these people, trying to use them to fight proxy war, is not what we don't need. That these military men, they should be reasonable. They should talk. We need to talk. They can be diplomatic about this, and they will settle this thing amicably, and there will be peace in West Africa. Because West Africa is one of the regions in Africa that that there are minerals that will be beneficial to the world, to Africans, and to Africa, and to the world at large. So we need to be diplomatic, like he has started, as he has just done. He should continue like that, and it's a good thing sending the Sultan and the former general to
no.
go there.
I was especially impressed that the Sultan was on that list, because the Sultan, like I was saying in my opening phase, the Sultan of Sokoto is not only the religious leader of Nigerians, but the whole of that Sahel region. So he's and also, by the way, the former emir of Kano, he has a religious hold on the swathe of that Sahel region. So if he's not able to step them down, then we're in big trouble.
You mean Sanusi? He's the Khalifa of the Sahel.
Yes, he's the Khalifa of
Yeah. So you see how everything is, and I just developed likeness for the North. The way I will tell you, these people, if they are very reasonable people. I won't lie to you, they are reasonable people, because and how their relationship is widespread. You know, this even this Sultan's thing, his relationship still extends, I think, down to Morocco. So you see, they are taking good advantage of their relationship, and I believe these military guys in Niger are going to listen. They need to calm down. This Burkina Faso guy, what is his name? What is the other one? The Malian, yeah, they should calm down, and let's agree on something. Let there be peace in West Africa, because we can't afford to, all these ones they are doing now. They can't afford to stand it. They will not stand it. So they should please calm down and listen. It's a good move that he has made. Yeah, one man.
All right, let me take you to this next headline, and then after that, I'll go on to Solly, who may or may not be with us for too much longer. So I did not read this one out, but you mentioned it as part of the news that you were looking at, and I looked at it as well earlier on. I'll support any Senate proposal to regulate social media. So this is Dele Alake. We thought we had moved past that space, so let me quickly rush through it and then give us a brief commentary on it, and then we go on to Solly. Ministerial nominee Dele Alake says he will support any proposal by the Senate to regulate social media in Nigeria. Alake, who is tipped as a potential Minister of Information, disclosed this while fielding questions during ministerial screenings before the Senate on Wednesday. The downside of social media is that it is detrimental to the good and decent society. What I will support is the strengthening of regulations, Mr. Alake said. There are laws that guide our conduct in every area of human endeavor, but the application of these laws has been short. I will recommend the strengthening of our regulations and applications of these laws. The laws must be tested so we can know the proficiency of those regulations. I will support anything that comes from these hallowed chambers that promotes that course of action, Mr. Alake added. Debates on social media regulation have generated much criticism from Nigerians who fear the government could deploy regulations to censor citizens and the press. Under former President Muhammadu Buhari's regime, the anti-social media bill faced vehement opposition from the citizenry, but it has continued to be a recurring issue in national discourse. As the candidate of the All Progressive Congress in the 2023 presidential election, Tinubu said he no longer monitors trending events on social media due to the abuse and hostile reception he got from Nigerians. I don't read, that should say, social media anymore. They abuse the hell out of me. If I read it, I will have high blood pressure and I get angry, so I don't read it. If I want to hear anything, my children or any of my workers will inform me about what the people are saying, he said. So is this an attempt to shut down the obedient space, Solomon?
This thing would have been good or would be good, but the thing there is, this social media helps in digging out certain news that the government will just come and twist, because the mainstream media, they don't really give us firsthand the right informations. But this social media, we get firsthand. Like I can't remember when last I tuned to Arise to watch the news or anything. Yeah, any of the channels to watch news. But on social media, I get updated. I know what is going on. I know what's up in the country. And you see, that is the advantage. And I even get the proper one even before this social media, this new mainstream gets the news. The thing has already come online and you see it. But the thing there now, I know the reason why they would, but some people still spread fake news too with it. Like yesterday, David Day saying that they've assembled soldiers in Sokoto that would be going to Niger. Like, you see, it's still bad. So they need to is good in a way, but they should do it they should be rational in doing it, not just fighting against the people that needs it, as in like people that, should I use the word, customers of the year, and them being the regulators, they should, and the mainstream media, they should try and give us first hand or proper news. But those ones is going to be very hard for us to get. So in this whole thing, the only person I support is this guy Ajuri, him saying that
what did you make of that appointment? What did you make of his appointment?
Yeah, it's a good one. It's a very good one. Even with what he said yesterday in the interview I watched, it was like they would start that any public office holder, is it any public, I think, yeah, that tries to engage in abusive words and online with anybody online, that they would sanction that, but they would query that person, something like that. So that one is a very good move. Somebody like Abike that always blasts people. I think that is for somebody like her and some other persons that are in this administration, that will be working in this administration. They will be very reasonable and responsible and stop disgracing our country, because they are holding positions that are meant to be respected. So regulating this social media, they should be rational about it. I don't know how I would say it, but they should really be rational about it, not just trying to oppress the masses with the regulation, like what they did in Twitter. They should do it in a way that it will be reasonable. Yeah.
All right, brilliant. Well said. So people are applauding you. Simeon, it says, that's my man, Eze. Kudos. So kudos to Eze. So, Solomon, I was going to go to Solly first, but Solly, let me go to Ogbeni first, then come to you after him. Ogbeni, you're up next, and really the story of the day: Ganduje emerges APC national chairman, Ajibola secretary. So, is that sufficient enough to compensate him for all the efforts that he made towards the emergence of this government?
Good evening, everyone. Good evening from Sultan. Oma. Good evening. Sorry, I've not been able to show up for some days now on the program.
It's the time, isn't it? The time doesn't suit most people.
Yes, this school is about to resume, so we are working. Yeah. So yes, congratulations to Ganduje. For me, this is internal affairs of a political party, I don't expect much from non-members like us. We are not member of APC. We can only analyze things from outside. But when it comes to the internal politics of their party, we have little to say. That's the way I see it. So for me, congrats to Ganduje. If Tinubu had not said to Ganduje with something tangible like this, I would have said he is an ingrate, because Ganduje really tried in terms of the emergence of Tinubu as the president of Nigeria. Sometimes you see Ganduje dozing off behind Tinubu during campaign, and you could see how tired the guy was. But so when I checked the ministerial list and I couldn't find him there, I knew that there was something probably bigger that awaited him. Like I was even expecting ambassadorial position for him, maybe one of these Islamic nation or a nation in the West. But so congratulations to him. There's nothing much he's going to do as national chairman than to just be there cutting cake from politicians and then organizing programs. Tinubu is the leader of the party.
Do you think the role is sufficient enough to satisfy Ganduje's contribution? Do you think the punishment fits the crime, so to say?
I think Ganduje picked this position. I think he picked the position. I'm not sure.
And why did you think he wasn't given a ministerial slot as well? So both of that, yeah.
I think the noise will be too much because he had a lot of baggages, particularly from Kano State. And since Tinubu is trying to settle with Konkoso, and I don't know where exactly they are trying in that space, but I think they are strategizing against the next election. Tinubu wanted Konkoso and Wike on his side against the next election, and that's what I'm thinking. So because of that, you won't find Ganduje in that cabinet. Ganduje would rather be building the party within the party system or structure than to be in the front line in terms of public rendering public services. That will expose him the more, and that will make him more vulnerable, to people attacking him from that side. Don't forget that he has the FCC case and all sorts of cases. Even in Kano State, they're going to charge him to court. He's going to answer his case. Femi Falana and others, they've resurrected his case on Gandola. And so he has a lot of baggages. I think the best for him is just to stay low within the party structure, to use, try to build the party and then follow.
Were you surprised that you did not see Kwakwanso's name on the ministerial list? We saw Yemsin Wike's name, and there was a time that Kwakwanso was consistently in and out of Aso Rock Villa, and a lot of speculation. Even Galadima, he was traversing the media spaces, trying to make that alliance. Are you surprised that you didn't see his name on the ministerial list?
No, I'm not. See, let me tell you what I think. I think they all picked what they wanted. I don't know what Ganduje Konkoso wanted, but I think they all picked what they wanted, and then Tinubu also look at where to fix them. That's for me personally. So I'm not sure Konkoso wanted the ministerial position. Konkoso is, for me, bigger than that position for now. So he's bigger than that position. I'll be expecting Konkoso in I don't even know yet. Maybe ambassadorial position to somewhere like US or UK or somewhere very good, which he could project all what he has as a potential. But I don't see him as a minister. Don't forget, he has been minister since Jonathan's time. In fact, I think even up to Obasanjo, right? No, Jonathan. So I don't expect him to pick ministerial position. Even Wike, although I love Wike's selection, but I didn't expect also that Wike would pick ministerial position, and I wanted to believe that he wanted other position, but probably Tinubu told him that was the best I can offer you. Don't forget that Tinubu has once told him that I don't owe you anything. So I believe Tinubu just felt, okay, the best I can give you is ministerial position.
All right, let me take you to this next headline. I'm not sure that we've had commentaries from you since this broke out. Maybe we have, I don't know. But the situation in Niger. So, Tinubu and the ECOWAS leaders, they seem to have boxed themselves into a sort of how did that disappear? Tinubu and the ECOWAS leaders, they seem to have boxed themselves into some sort of a position, given this 7 days ultimatum. So those 7 days due to a lapse probably by this weekend. So high-powered emissaries to first Niger Republic are led by Abdul Salame Abubakar, the former military head of state, and then more importantly, the Sultan of Sokoto. So if anybody is able to, you only need to add Buhari to that list, and then that will be almost a direct instruction to those people. So those ones are negotiating. Emissaries sent to Algeria and Libya as well, the two countries bordering these people from the north, as that military option continues to be a potent threat towards them. So what are you making then of these dispatches as the 7 day is about to elapse?
Woma, you see, I learned somebody saying, "Oh, Tinubu is obviously under pressure. It is about pressure and this and that." I don't believe that. I don't agree with that because I've studied war. I've studied generals during war. That's leaders during war, seen seas of countries, and I've seen how they do react. When things like this happen. I remember when Russia invaded Ukraine. I remember United States of America, all of them, the first thing they did was they gave ultimatum. But today, they are talking of negotiation, right? They've used Turkey, they've used France to reach out to Russia. At the same time, they are still hitting hard and they are sending more weapons to Ukraine. Don't forget. So they are fighting from both fronts. That's how general behave. You don't use one without using the other. Why you try to press hard, then at the same time you try diplomatic means. What that gives you eventually is that it makes you to have strength when you come to negotiation table. It makes you, because when they look at the left, they see your military the military drilling, and they see the military near their border, and they are coming to the round table to talk. So it's different from when you are not mobilizing at all and they know this one is just coming from talk and shit chat. But when they know that you're ready, if negotiation breaks out, then we continue. Just like Ukraine is the best example you can pick in this contemporary era. The Americans and the West generally, in terms of Ukraine, they supported Ukraine with all the weapons. They supported Ukraine in anything. They went to United Nations to talk. You will see their generals talking every day. They are devoting millions of dollars to support Ukraine. UK, US, Switzerland, all of them, they are supporting Ukraine. But at the same time, they are sending France to Russia. They are wooing China to go to Russia. They are wooing India to go to Russia. They are telling Turkey to talk to Putin. That's why the fact that they also come to this thing and still go hard on Putin. That's how you fight war. You don't fight it by saying, "Oh, okay, we are only sending diplomatic." So for me, on that basis, I don't think it's pressure. And don't forget, Tinubu is not acting alone. He's acting for the ECOWAS leadership. So it's not whatever you see him talking to say, coming out to say. Tinubu is representing a group of leaders. And by the way, see, before you can really, I don't know if we've been able to analyze this on this platform. Before you can really analyze the issue in Niger, Mali, Mauritania, Burkina Faso, Guinea, and all those ASIs, even Chad and Central African Republic, before you can analyze those issues, and you need to be well informed about the movement of far leftist people, and I don't want to say terrorism now, of the far leftists from the Sahel down to Savannah. It has a checkered history.
Well, for fundamentalists, you mean?
Yes, fundamentalists. Thank you. That's what I want to say. From Sahel coming down to Savannah. And don't forget that the northern part of Nigeria, the northern part of Benin Republic, Togo, and the northern part of Ghana, and the major part of Burkina Faso, right? And then the major part of the northern part, which is major part of Mali, happen to fall within that line where you find not fluidity, but you find the connection between the Sahel and the savannah. So what has been happening in this as is now. Before I go there, don't forget that all these countries are francophone countries. Don't forget that they are francophone countries now. So there have been this push in history over years, over time, against most time the West, which is the France. And don't forget that the kind of colonialism France did in that axis was not indirect rule that we enjoyed in West Africa. I won't say we enjoyed, that we had in West Africa. In their own case, France did what they call assimilation. So assimilation is that you rob them off of their identity completely, and then you just took over their system, their identity, their culture, their everything you took over from them. Even when you left them and you gave them independence, you still control them almost directly. You control their economy. They have their reserve and everything with you. You still control their leadership and everything. Now, that system alone breeds fundamentalists. Even when you don't assimilate their religion, but it breeds from the so it's fundamentalism. So if the ECOWAS is not really pushing back at this time around, all this madness that is sweeping that region, the Sahel region, will start affecting the people in the savannah. Now, look at it from this angle. If Tinubu, because I've read from some areas, some quarters, where they say, oh, Tinubu should just face internal problem. What's his problem with Niger? And I laughed. Because many people are not, don't let me say many people that express such opinion are not well informed and well read about these issues. If they are well read and well informed, they will understand that there is a serious economy and cultural ties between Nigeria and Niger. The River Niger that is giving us dam and electricity in Nigeria, we know that we have been able to diversify to an extent, but if you remove the dam on the River Niger today, Nigeria is going to run into a problem. Those River Niger run through Mali, Niger, and part of Benin Republic before it gets to Nigeria. Whatever happens to it in Niger and Mali, Nigeria is in trouble. Whatever happens to it in Benin Republic, Nigeria is in trouble. Don't forget, sometimes from Chad, they will
hold on 1 second, Benny. Tracy, make sure your microphone is switched on so that your device can connect properly. Not necessarily your camera, but your microphone. Carry on, Benny.
So don't forget, sometimes in Chad, they release water into River Benue and it caused a lot of flooding in Nigeria. That happened every 3 years. That's the same thing with Niger. So the ties we have in Niger is beyond just mere, why is Buhari building rail system to Niger? I'm not saying that is right. I'm not saying that should be priority. But I think people should be better informed about the kind of ties we have with these countries. You can't isolate yourself, because we are in the savannah.
For strategic reasons, should that country really not just be a protectorate of Nigeria? So that we somewhat remotely own it in some form and control it remotely.
Woma, Niger cannot be a protectorate of Nigeria or an annexion to Nigeria. The reason is because you're adding problem to yourself. You are creating another Libya. If you do that, in fact, you create another Mali. Do you know why? Go and look at the map. The whole almost 60% of Mali, all right, from the Mali part bordering Mauritania, Niger, and Algeria, right? They fall within the Sahel. But you know the Bamako, which is the Mali headquarters, fall within the region of Savannah, and that has been giving them trouble to date. So if you now create your own and you are now merging Niger, for instance, with Nigeria, let's say not geographically, let's say politically, do you know what that fetches you? Then you now have massive land and massive fundamentalists being part of your country. To be a very trouble for Nigeria. But this is where I'm even going. See, the ties Nigeria had with Niger It's like cement twins. It's not something you just cut and you just say, we don't need them. See, I remember in the 90s, there was serious trouble in the Niger and Chad. Those guys started evading. They started coming to Nigeria. I don't know if you can remember those days. We used to see them in the street of Lagos. They trekked down to Lagos. We used to see them, Nigerians, all those Fulani guys, they can't speak English. They only speak either Fufude or French. We used to see them in the street of Abuja. We used to see them even in Mayado Ekiti, everywhere. We used to see them because there was trouble. And what was the trouble back then? It wasn't political. It was famine and drought in the country. And they started coming down. So you could imagine if there's any trouble in Niger, you could imagine the kind of casualty that will be migrating down to Nigeria. Now, I've heard some people saying, why don't you deal with your border? That is the border issue. Why don't you be? I said, no. See, when you are dealing with border, don't forget that I said culturally and religion, and in terms of religion, there's no border between Nigeria and Niger. There could be border geographically, there could be border politically, but culturally and in terms of religious. I served in Borno Adamawa Aziz. I know people back then that, these people have so many wives. You see, wife number 1 will be from Chad, wife number 2 will be from Cameroon, and they have Nigerian. And you see their family cross-setting and coming to visit each other. There's a place in Adamawa, it's just stone thrown to Cameroon. So and they speak the same language. That's how this thing is. So in Niger, they speak Fufude, and in your own Sokoto, Castina, all those Azis, they speak the same Fufude. So they see them as brothers. So even if you put border there, culturally, it's just like Northern Ireland and Ireland Republic. UK is still battling with that thing. Yes, UK puts their border, but there are a lot of concessions UK has given the Azis, where you can still easily cross from Republic of Ireland to the Northern Ireland. Why? Because they are all Irish men. But because a part accepted to join UK and another part said we want to be on our own as a country, won't still make you to have a border in the real sense. Because culturally, there's no border. And in terms of a lot of things, religion, a lot of things, there's no border. Language, there's no border.
Bunny, let me stop you there for a minute.
Okay. Yes.
I believe that governance is all about geographical protection. If you're talking about culture, there's no border, then I don't see how maybe let's go to Europe, Serbia, Ukraine, people that have almost the same kind of culture, but different country, and they're minding their business. Nobody here is saying that Nigeria shouldn't meddle in Ukraine's business or whatever, or go to war, do whatever. The problem here is if Nigeria let them do whatever they're doing in their country, we won't have any issue, because now the electricity of what that you signed a treaty with Niger Republic in the 90s, you have already broken that treaty, which is an act of war already. So what made you think that making that doing that thing on its own wouldn't actually make Niger, cause the Niger River, make some kind of problem for the Niger River already? So I don't understand what you're saying.
Now, I've not even gotten to where you're going, and I didn't even get what you have just said. So let me summarize what you have said. So
let me summarize it. It's not an act of war, by the way. Cutting electricity from them, that's an act of business. But the reason why we give Niger Republic electricity is because we're then able to dam the Niger River at Kanji to be able to electrify ourselves. So they are not, they've agreed not to dam it upstream. So we dam it at our end, but then we provide them with electricity. So what this is now saying is that by breaking now that agreement, can they not just go and dam it at their end and then prevent us from getting electricity? But it's not an act of war as it describes it, but I think that's what he's saying.
Yeah, but you see, I don't like analyzing on rumor. You see, all those they cut electricity and coal, they are still rumor as far as I'm concerned. And I don't like uh, spending too much time on rumor, except if government says we have done this, then I can start analyzing it. That's for me. Yeah, as far as I'm concerned, a lot of things, a lot of news they carry on social media. If you pay too much attention to it, you realize that you become so uninformed, even more than a 2-year-old baby. Because
Benny, what is
you
rumor?
just, sir,
What is rumor?
That
the
they
rumor
cut
is that
electricity
Nigeria has
to
cut
Niger. Yeah.
electricity of Niger.
That is what Nigerian said.
Which part of
That,
Nigeria? You see, Nigerians
that is
also
what,
are on social media. Don't forget.
no,
And
not social. Officially.
okay, can you help us to put one here, sir? And let's read it.
Well,
So
look it up. But I heard on the news on Al Jazeera. That's what they said. But Nigeria is denying it.
so it's a rumor. You see the point?
No, it's not rumor. No, Nigeria will lie now. What are you talking? Are you saying
But the Nigerians would not.
Uh-uh.
The Nigerians would not.
Nigeria? We know that Nigeria is on their neck now.
So
Neck now.
Baba Jale Koko, so you don't know there are propagandists presently in Niger that they are doing everything to get legitimacy for this present government.
Just as early as yesterday, they told us that the Russians were giving them free weapons. So it's a propaganda war as well as
it's a propaganda war. There are propagandists. They're everywhere. If you even their media shows that people are rejoicing, people are happy, people are this, and it's a lie. If you go to France TV, you see people that are protesting against the government, but you won't find
but that would also be a lie. So it's propaganda, isn't it?
You see the propaganda against propaganda. That's what I'm saying. So, but to now narrow it to what you see only on the part of the Nigerians, that's what I'm just trying to tell Babajale Koko. If Nigeria is denying it, then why will I not believe my own country and believe the Nigerian? So that's
okay,
right.
go back to your train of thought. So we have an impasse here. So an ultimatum has been set, and it looks as though those people are not ready to yield. Emissaries have been sent to try and douse the tension. But how do you see this ultimately playing out, especially when that ultimatum elapses? So pick it up from there.
So for me, something close to this has happened in many countries. If we go back to history, it's not today. What may happen eventually is they will negotiate. They would first and foremost, what ECOWAS is doing is what all Nigerians should support, except if you are a sadist or a fascist, because not supporting whatever ECOWAS is doing is disloyal and unpatriotic to your nation. Because see, whatever happened in Niger,
hello, Ogbeni.
Let me. All right.
Ogbeni, let me.
Babajale can allow me to just land.
Yeah,
no, you are saying something that is. I mean, I don't know where it's coming from. So if Nigeria in cooperation with some other West African country are saying, okay, we will forcefully take you out if you don't reinstate the president within 7 days. So if I, as a Nigerian, I said that is not the best approach, it should not be resolved militarily. So that means I'm not patriotic to Nigeria. Is that what you are saying?
So this is what I'm saying. If you are well informed in that space, you will understand that there are strategies in war. First is you go hard. You don't come like a weakling. When you go hard, and I've explained it here today.
You are not
when you go hard, just like and I use example of US where you are staying,
Penny, you are not answering the question.
No, I have to paint a background. Your question is not a yes or no question. If it's a yes or no question, I would have given you yes or no.
But
But it
it's
demands
say
explanation.
that, oh, I am not patriotic for supporting Nigeria going to war with
No,
Nigeria.
you are not patriotic. No. That's not my. You can try and replay this tape again. I understand what I'm saying. I'm not saying you are not unpatriotic, not supporting Nigeria. What I'm saying is this. I said whatever ECOWAS. Don't you see? We mix ECOWAS and Nigeria together, and is the same
Who is
thing.
the
The
leader
way
of
you
ECOWAS?
see,
Who is leading ECOWAS?
Tinubu is the leader of ECOWAS.
Oh, who is
Nigerian president is the leader of ECOWAS.
who
So
is responsible 70% or 80% of ECOWAS funding and standing and
they all have equal
leadership?
they all
Hold on.
have equal
Leadership.
representation and
Leadership.
equal.
Who is
Wait, sir. If you've ever tried to pick ECOWAS treaty before and read, you will know that each member state has equal representation and equal voting rights on the leadership of ECOWAS. You see, many times we talk from a very uninformed perspective, and that's why you see me sometimes when I don't like going too hard, but my own is this: if all of us were equal, you may have 300 population, I may have 100 population, but we're all equal as ECOWAS. If we come together and we feel this is the position we are taking, and we say, Mr. Sharma, you have to lead us in this position. What I'm saying is this: see, it's a collective decision, and if you understand the history,
let me ask you a question. Let me ask you
all right, ask him that question. Let him
let me ask
respond,
you a question.
and then let him carry on with his monologue. Yeah.
No, one man, let us interrogate. We have to.
Oh, okay. Carry on.
So, if Nigeria today said, "Okay, I'm not taking up military. I'm not taking up military incursion as a solution to this thing. I want to go as much as it can take diplomatically to resolve this thing." What do you think other countries in West Africa would do if Nigeria said, "Look, I'm not interested. I don't want to do military. I cannot force this guy out forcefully," even though they've all agreed? What do you think is going to happen?
Baba Dalekuk,
What will they do?
Obviously, you don't know how ECOWAS work. See,
oh no! Hold on.
No, you don't know how it works.
Don't say I don't know how ECOWAS works.
Okay, tell me how they make their decision. Can you tell me how they make their decision?
Okay, now let's say the what do you call it? The assembly of ECOWAS have reached decision now that okay, yeah, this is our.
So how do they make that decision in the assembly?
Hold on now. Don't let us go through that process.
But that was the process they went through, and they
hold
came
on
out.
now. Hold on. We don't need to go through.
If you're having problem with the decision making, you need to start from there. To be honest.
Yeah. No. Hold on. I don't want to go through those process. All right. Let's say they have reached a decision, and now they're bringing it to the head of government that okay, this is our decision, and Nigeria as a country said okay, inclusion of military solution. We don't want to go through that route. What do you think they will have done different? Even though they have all agreed, all the head of state of West Africa have agreed to that decision of the assembly, and Nigeria state is saying inclusion of military incursion to flush out this guy, we are not part of it. What would they have done? Nigeria is just a single nation. You said they are equal membership.
Nigeria has no veto power in ECOWAS.
No. Yeah, no, I'm not saying equal. Forget about equal. If Nigeria is not participating, what would they have done?
What's the wider point? Give him the wider point so he can address it.
The wider point is that Nigeria is the backbone of that organization, financially, operation-wise, everything. If Nigerian step out of this thing, that is going to be the end of Nigeria. Declare support for this military junta. That is going to stay. They can't do anything otherwise. anything contrary to where Nigerians stand. That is my point. So this
Can I
issue of
answer
saying,
now?
oh, they are equal, this thing, Nigeria is the backbone of ECOWAS. Nigerians step out, ECOWAS is nothing. It's Nigerian military they rely on for this operation. No other military on the ground.
One man, Babajani Koko, and Ogbeni. I want to support Ajani Koko on this. Nigeria is actually the backbone of ECOWAS, and every operation, especially militarily, that has ever been done in ECOWAS, Nigeria has carried the heavy burden of actually pushing it through. We have spent billions and billions of dollars over anything that is military that is around ECOWAS in Liberia, in Sierra Leone, in the Gambia, in Guinea, whatever it is, whether it is diplomat. In fact, the headquarters of ECOWAS is just around AYA in Abuja. And in fact, Nigeria is doing the funding. If you go and see how ECOWAS is being funded, in fact, the staff that they have, Nigeria is paying up to 70% of whatever they need to do any mission and all the policies. So naturally, it's just the way the US has soft power over different voting blocks in the United Nations, and at the end of the day, it ends up that it is the agenda of the United States that always have wins at the end of the day. So these things, and they happen. What Ajali Koko is saying is actually what I believe to be true, and any discerning eye would understand that yes, that is the case. Nigeria actually pushes the policies of ECOWAS, and it is the posturing of ECOWAS that you guys really need to look at, not all those grammar that is written on the documents. They have their place, but at the end of the day, the power is there. There is hard power and there is soft power. I believe in on this platform, a lot of people should understand the mechanisms of power that are at play. It's just not a one-dimensional thing. And I believe Ajali Koko is right. So let me just yield the floor for Ogbeni to finish his thoughts.
Before you yield back to Ogbeni, how are you suggesting that ECOWAS is postured?
Now, depending on who is in power in Nigeria and the kind of foreign, our foreign policy, ECOWAS usually, just adapts Nigeria's foreign policy. That has been the case at least since the 90s, because it is only Nigeria and the whole of this sub-region that has demonstrated the will, the power, and the ability and capacity, to push policies through. And it's experimental probability. What you have done before and you have the capacity of doing it, naturally people will yield on in terms of the population, the resources. It's only Nigeria that can look at a country in West Africa that has the surplus to engage in military activities. It's Nigeria that's going to do the heavy lifting. Whatever it is. None of these countries, hardly do any other West African country have up to 20,000 troops. Nigeria has almost 140,000, so a lot to spare. How much is the budget of any other West African country? And anything that has to do with military, it's about real money, a lot of money that all these countries cannot even shoulder. So what are we talking about at the end of the day? It is he who pays the piper that dictates the tune. That's just it. Nothing too technical about this.
All right, brilliant. Back to you, Ogbeni.
You see, we analyze things we don't really know. That's my problem. Now, I asked Babajale Koko one question. How do ECOWAS make decisions? And he so much believe in his almighty Nigeria that, if Nigerians say no, then everybody will back down. It doesn't work that way, sir, with due respect. Now, in ECOWAS, there's a principle they call principle of consensus. You can Google and find out little about this, or call some lawyers ECOWAS decision, most times, what they do is they start to persuade each other by that principle of consensus. They ensure that they reach an agreement that is acceptable to all parties before you see them coming out and their chairman speaking. They don't do the way you do in the normal domestic parliament, where everybody will canvass his argument and then you now come out and talk. It's called principle of consensus. Principle of consensus is this: they reason together and ensure that if all these things is agreeable. Do you think the Nigerian head of state will just go there and say, oh, no, I want to go to war? or no, I'm not going to war. No, they put their cards on the table. They try to analyze history of that place over time. They try to understand what exactly is the issue. Then what are our strategies? So their strategies could be, let's go hard on them first. Let's mobilize first. Then send envoy to start emissaries to start negotiating. But let's keep our own mobilized on ground. That is by the principle of consensus. So the fact that Nigeria has maybe 45 to 55% of stake, not even stake in terms of budgetary and in terms of military. Then when you mention that military and say, oh, they've been having military intervention and Nigeria is shouldering it, that is just an aspect of ECOWAS. That's not exactly what even ECOWAS is even built for. It's just because of the military interventions over the years that made ECOMO to come up. They have their council of ministers, they have many technical committees and experts. They have consultation with stakeholders and all things they do, and they have their legal framework that set ECOWAS up. So don't see ECOWAS as if, oh, because I learned something, the last speaker said, oh, because their secretariat in Abuja. I know where it is in Asokoro, but because secretariat of AU is in Addis Ababa, does it make Ethiopia the leading light in Africa or in Addis
And I
Ababa?
think it's more like before
So
Brexit, saying England is the one controlling EU and making the decisions of European unions.
Well, maybe more like that. Although EU headquarters, I think, is in Brussels. You now say, okay, they are the one controlling. No, it doesn't work that way. So that's the first point I want to make. Then then let me go back to the point I've been making before Dadeko. So my point is this: I'm not saying that I said you will be very unpatriotic if you don't follow and support what ECOWAS is doing presently. And what ECOWAS is doing is this. You see, all this military intervention, we all had it in Africa in the 60s. What has it led to? All the Israel and others, they all came and they all told us that the civilians were not doing it well. They could do it better. And people came out and they were all rejoicing. In Togo, same thing. In Ivory Coast, the same thing. In Ghana, the same thing. They killed those politicians. And then they started this issue of the West is bad, East is best, Asia is best, and all those nonsense rhetoric they brought to us in the 60s. Till today, we are still suffering because of military intervention in Africa. So if it happened in Mali, they put sanctions and tried diplomatic move. It's not working. It happened in Burkina Faso. They tried that. They tried to put diplomatic. It's not working. It happened in Niger. And you are saying, oh, they should have just tried diplomatic. No. Do you try the same thing?
Let him carry on. Let him land. Carry on, Obeni. Yeah.
Okay, so my point is this: do you keep trying the same thing that is not achieving results? And I believe this will be probably one of the things they discuss in their meeting and say, look, we tried Burkina Faso, we tried Mali, we tried this place. But remember, Central African Republic, when it happened, France didn't negotiate with anybody. France just came upon them, here raid and everything, and they restored the government they wanted to restore. So this time around, what do you think we can do as ECOWAS? Push hard instead of all these sanctions. That could be what they discuss in the meeting. So if we are not properly informed and we don't have access to the intelligence information and the military, each of the countries you see will get report from their home military to understand what exactly is the EU there and what exactly is the strength of this country we're going to. So for me to analyze all these things, it will be too simplistic of us to just analyze it here and think, oh, we have the best solution. And also, it will be unpatriotic of us not to support ECOWAS at this stage. That's just my point in that area.
Ogwani, would you like to see bombs rain on Niamey, the capital city of Niger Republic? Because usually during the time of war, countries rally together. So if we are now seeing visuals of Nigerian fighter jets raining bombs on Niamey, then would that be the thing that would galvanize us and pull us together as a nation? Are you a warmonger? Would you like us to go and nuke them, those rascally Tuaregs?
Well, I won't, and I think it depends on what the Nigerians want. I'm not talking of the propaganda they are peddling on the TV station and others. What do the Nigerians really want? It depends on that. So I'm not a warmonger. I don't believe in war. And you see, there's an aggressor here, and I keep saying it. The militaries are the aggressor. The military are the aggressor. There is a democratic government in place in that state, in that country. And the military came to power. The junta, you chased them out from the power. You arrested the president. And don't forget, the first thing you said is nothing must happen to that president. They said, okay, nothing will happen to the president. But you are the aggressor. Because you believe, the few military officers believe they are acting for everybody in Niger. So if the Nigerians are saying no to the government, if majority of them is saying no to this government, there's nothing you can do. If you try diplomatic means, see, there is something one of these generals during there was one general that said, you use violence to achieve peace. You see, the relative peace you have in the world today was as a result of violence, to the extent that nations now had their borders and they start respecting their sovereignty. So sometimes when you fear violence, you chicken out eventually among the community of nations. But sometimes, and that is why you see when they are rating countries, they rate you sometimes by your military power, by your military strength. The reason is because they know the extent to which you can unleash violence and defend yourself. So for me, it depends on what the Nigerians want. I don't pray that it happened, because if it happened, see, Nigeria will suffer. Because the casualty, I just mentioned 90s, when they started coming to us because of famine or drought. And there are a lot of bilateral agreements we have with all these countries. If they start having casualty and IDPs, and we must open our border, that's just the reality. So I don't think there should be, and I expect our military and the military across ECOWAS to assess the situation very well so that they can manage that situation. But if the only way for them to restore democratic system in that country is by violence, they will surely go for it. It's not about what me and you is coming to say here or are coming to say here. They will go for it because we need democracy to stabilize in Africa. We don't need military junta. I know there are a lot of many sides.
You know, Gwenny, this is something that has to be. Gwenny, this is something that has to be resolved fairly quickly. Because the longer these people are in situation, the more rested they are into the longer they are there, the more difficult they will be to shift.
Yeah, and I think that's why ECOWAS is moving fast and hard on them. See, mobilizing. I saw what David Dudain put out, and then something came to my mind. Sorry for digressing to that David Dudain space. You know, one thing that came to my mind is that this guy has just done what Snow Biden did. An American, after that guy, and they declared that guy wanted. You don't bring out official secret and you think you are doing investigative journalism. That is, and that's being unpatriotic and disloyal, and that's the thing I'm talking about.
That's a treasonable act right there. That's a treasonable act.
That's a treasonable act. It's official secret.
Hello. What is treasonable for reporting that troops are getting prepared to
leaking military secrets?
Ajani Coco.
What are you people talking about? What is secret?
If it was US, would that person see daylight again? Yes or no?
You won't see daylight.
Baba,
you know, Nigerians, we live in the West.
What is
but
secret?
We still want our own space to stay in the darkness.
Are massing along the borderline. Is that secret? People cannot.
Yes, it's official secret.
Was it public?
Do you see it in the official news?
Hold on, gentlemen. I don't understand this kind of argument. So for us that don't believe in war against our neighboring country, so you think that's not a good news for us?
Whether it's good for you or not, it's a breach of
It's putting the lives of Nigerian troops at risk.
What is putting their life at risk? it is a good news for us so that we can raise our voice publicly.
They were
against
quietly
the
they were
administration
quietly
so
they
that
were
it can
quietly
push.
mobilizing and is notified the Nigerians.
Okay,
What
Ajale
he
It's
said
like
is
literally
notifying
their
Ajale
Nigerian
strategies,
or
he
or
committed a
reporting.
crime. He committed a crime,
Okay,
but you are
hold
saying
on.
that because
You
it's to
guys,
your
hold
benefit,
on. You don't
it
know.
doesn't
You don't
matter.
know how. You don't know
So
how
you are
media
encouraging
Please,
more
can
operates.
we
people
not
to commit
flog this
crime.
issue and let
You are
Ogbeni
encouraging more
just
people to
continue
commit
with
crime.
what he was saying and
That's
land
what you
his
are
You
doing.
point?
you
You are
guys
encouraging more
trying
people
to
to commit crime,
trying to stifle
but you are
the
encouraging more people to
media
commit crime.
from operating freely. When we are in a
But you are
democracy,
encouraging people to commit crime.
what do you mean by crime? Which crime?
I don't
He
know
has
why
not
You are
committed any
encouraging
crime.
He
crime.
has
Ajale Koko, let me
committed a
come in.
crime.
It
It's
doesn't
a,
That
matter
thing
whether
is a
it's good
breach
for
of
you or
official
not.
secret.
It's not
which crime?
who
It's a breach of
classifies it.
official secret.
Let me
Please,
Don't
let's
start
carry
let me
on
pose
now,
a quick
guys. Let
question.
Ogbeni land his
I,
point.
I,
He's
I,
doing
I,
so
I want
well.
to get it.
You know the penalty for what he did is the ultimate penalty. That what
It
that
is.
guy did.
Is
Yes.
death.
No, hold on. What? Let me get it. Let me get the report. Maybe I'm listening to different things. Are you saying what he reported in the news is a crime? Is that what you guys are saying?
Which of the
Yes.
news?
Oh, so
Which of the
it's a
news?
crime
Yes.
Which
as a
of the
press.
news? Which of the news?
So no, what did he actually? What did he actually do?
Let
It
me
was
tell
a
you what
secret.
he
It
did.
was a secret
You
mobilization
see,
of the government.
it's very clear that Babadanleko is not even aware of what he did. See,
Okay, tell me.
He knows
they are
it's a lie. It is in the
mobilizing,
US. He knows what will
troops.
happen. He
No,
just
hold
wants
on.
to.
Don't heckle. Go on.
Now, Nigerian government is through ECOWAS, through Nigerian government is mobilizing troops to the border of Niger, which is Sokoto. They are doing this thing secretly. It's not open. They didn't make it a news. And then the letter for the deployment was marked official secret. Go and check it. And this guy captured that letter and published it. And then annexed his comment to it to say secretly, you see that letter, and annexed to it to say that secretly the Nigerian government is mobilizing already. Don't you see sedition there to start with?
Oh,
Sorry,
Do you know the
Woman, can
meaning
I
of
ask you a
sedition?
question?
hold on, you people. I don't get it.
Let me
How
ask
was
one
he able?
question,
Nigerians,
Ajale
How
Koko.
was
One
it?
question.
Hold on, you guys. As if you are not in a democracy, as if you don't know how
no, but
press
that
operates.
cool.
Hold on,
Democracy
let me land, man.
democracy doesn't make somebody mad.
Ajale Koko,
Let me
let me
land.
ask you. Let me ask you a question.
Let me land.
Oh, yeah. No,
before you ask
you
me.
land. Okay, go on.
Let me land. So this guy was able to secure this letter. How was he able to secure this letter? From the military, right? And he published it that, look, Nigeria is secretly organizing to take up war against a neighboring state.
Yes.
When the president have not even taken approval from the Congress. Must the president go to war? Hold on.
Ajale Koko, don't open up that space because it could go on forever. But
No.
make
Let
a
me
comment
land.
and
Yeah. It's not
okay,
going
go
on
on.
forever. Let me land.
All right. Okay, go on.
In a democracy, before the president go to war, he must take approval from the Congress. So he's doing this thing secretly and want to plunge us into a war with our neighboring country that will cost us so much. We are going to use they are going to fund this war with taxpayers' money. Who is winning? Who is losing? Who is carrying out what is right? Has it followed the right procedure with the representative of the people to take up this war? I mean, you guys, I don't get it.
Ogbeni, please explain to Babajale Koko. Is there any portion of our constitution that says the executive, the president must seek the permission of the legislature before you declare war as the chief in command?
Yes. That is yes. But you see,
a lot of people doesn't know how democracy operates. A lot of people doesn't know how democracy operates.
Ogbeni, please let me explain. Is there any portion of the constitution that says that?
Secrecy of running the state. The secrecy of running the
can
state.
Can you guys show me in the constitution? I would really love to. I would really love to
Ogbeni is a lawyer now, so he would know.
But
So
that's why I'm asking Ogbeni.
Yeah.
So that
Yeah.
at least you will do.
I don't know who is the one who is asking me that question, please.
This is Adewale.
Okay, Mr. Adewale. See, Mr. Adewale, see. If Nigeria is going to
Secrecy
war,
of running the state in
Baba Daleko,
democracy
let me talk now.
should
It's
not
my
be
space now.
allowed.
Baba Daleko, let me talk now. Is my
Go
space.
ahead.
Carry on.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So, see, if Nigeria is going to war as a Nigeria, you need to go to National Assembly, the Senate, to get approval in that war. There are exceptions to it too. But this time around, Nigeria is not going to war as Nigeria. ECOWAS. Don't forget that Nigeria has troops that are part of ECOWAS already.
If you don't mind, my brother,
They are
is
even
it possible to show me that portion in the Constitution? Not, it may not be
I
today,
will look for
maybe
it.
tomorrow,
I'll
and
look for it
show
and
me
show
where
you.
it's written in the Constitution.
For Nigeria to declare war, that's Nigeria, not ECOWAS now. For
Because the
Nigeria to
last
declare,
time in Apples in America, it was more or less like a courtesy call to the legislature, and for
no,
them to be able
in
to
Nigeria,
approve.
you need
And that's
approval.
why I'm not so sure about Nigeria. That's why I wanted to be,
I will show you
enlightened on that one.
the approval. I think is even Senate also. So that's to declare war. The CNC will declare war, but it needs approval. But there's another clause to it. If I can remember, I think there's another clause that it can first declare and then go back to them within 30 days to get ratification. But I'll go and look at that. But the exception in this one is Nigeria is not officially declared war against any country. It's the troop of ECOWAS that will be going for this war if I thought they are going. It's not Nigeria that is going war. That's the difference Baba Jaleko don't understand. Secondly, Baba Jaleko don't also understand the fact that all the defense he has made for Udain here, they're not defense to treason and sedition.
Sorry, Ogbeni. Is the deployment of Nigerian troops under an international mandate, is that still subjected to parliamentary approval?
It's not. That's where I'm going. It's not. You dispatch. Presently we have our military in Guinea now. The last time was it Guinea or Liberia? When Tinubu went, he went to see them now. I think Guinea. We have our troop presently there. Do you hear them going to National Assembly to get that? We have our troop in so many spaces, even within Africa. I think somewhere in Sierra Leone, we still have our troop there. Do you see them going to get that? It is only when Nigeria is declaring war. And that's why I said, let's try and find a difference between Nigeria and this ECOWAS. And all this, because we are big border, people think it's only our resources. It's not so. See, the fight we went to Liberia and Sierra Leone to fight, till date, do you know they are still paying? They pay natural resources to your country. If you don't know that, get that fact now. So everybody will still pay towards whatever they want to achieve in ECOWAS. It's not as if Nigeria will just carry everything in there.
Resources to who?
To Nigeria government.
Who
you don't know?
Who
Liberia, no, not ECOWAS as a body. Members, are they not members of ECOWAS? They are members of ECOWAS. Is not just one now. ECOWAS has members. I think they used to be 15. So they've sacked some of them. So they all contribute. Everybody has his budget towards ECOWAS, and everybody contribute towards ECOMOG too. And if you can't meet your quota, there's a way you pay also to country that is matching up for you. So it's not it's a give or take thing. And this is one of the things that make you giant in a sub-region. It's one of the things that make you America is not just America. And let me draw your attention a bit to slow biting, because you know Nigeria, we like living we live in the West where everything is working, but we want our country to remain a jungle. We don't want standard in the West to come over to our this thing. And it's very saddening. There is a man called Edward Joseph Snow Biden. I know you will know that man very well. That man is an American, right? Do you know what that man did? That man cannot enter America till today. Why? Because they've declared him wanted. I don't even know if they convicted him already in absentia. And then
is he not in Russia now?
He's in Russia. Do you know what the man did? Because the man is a former computer intelligence consultant to maybe FBI or so. He whistleblow and leaked highly classified information from the National Security Agency, the NSA of US in 2013. He leaked it. And that is why today they are still looking for that guy for treason and sedition in America. To date, what's the difference between what that guy did and what Udain just did? And we are trying to distinguish.
Different.
What's the difference?
Somebody leaked
highly classified information.
Hold on.
Okay, tell me the difference.
try to mix things up to confuse people.
Okay, tell us the difference. Tell us the difference.
The difference is that he is working for Secret Service.
Okay.
And he's not supposed to do what he did.
Yeah.
What
Let me
what he did is purely espionage. Hold on. So a media is doing its job, investigative journalist.
To release official secrets.
Hold on, man. Hold on. He carried out if investigative journalism. It got hold of information that is very important to the national stability of this country, and he published it. And you guys said he has done something wrong.
You don't just publish
to us that don't support the war. He's a great
classified
guy.
information.
He has gone
somebody is
patriotic because he's trying to save life. He's a patriotic Nigerian. Guys,
let me say
war,
something.
and look at that guy as unpatriotic, but to us that doesn't support war, is a patriotic Nigerian trying to give us information that what they are doing secret behind the scene. What Nigeria is doing secret behind the scene without the knowledge of Nigerian people is criminality. If you guys don't know,
calm down now. See,
hold on, everybody. Hold on. Ajale Koko, you say what Nigeria is doing behind the scenes. Is military movement meant to be to the knowledge of the general public?
when Great Britain is going to Iraq, were you Britain not informed?
They did not televise. They did not televise military movement.
Did you guys debate it in your parliament? Was there no demonstration all over Europe or in America?
Yeah, but this is an ECOWAS movement. I think Ogbeni just explained that this is an ECOWAS movement.
I have a question for you.
All right.
Woma, I have a question for you.
Ask that question and then we get back to
that document that was published, is it for confidential purpose or top secret?
It's marked secret now. I have it here.
It's marked secret.
Yes.
That is against the law.
It is
because once
that's to tell you, even
if
the soldiers
hold on. If you work with government official and there's a document that is marked to be confidential, you can still be pardoned. You can still look at you like, well, maybe careless with it. But if it is secret or top secret, Donald Trump was indicted because he mishandled secret document like this.
Do you guys? I'm sorry. Do you guys understand what it means to swear an oath?
So
because people are misunderstanding so many things.
If he published purposely, the publication itself is going to be liable. If I'm lying, please, Ogbeni, please.
I'm not lying.
If the publication will be liable, the person that published it, that actually put his name on top of that essay, he will be also liable. So what Babajale is saying is not correct. Because I asked that question, is it marked top secret or secret? If it is secret, it is not meant for public. The letter that was published, what is this called? Sanwo-Olu's letter, was merely a confidential letter, not a secret. That's why someone could easily sneak into the press. And I bet you if they're able to trace who leaked that memo, they will punish that person. But
now
I don't think
you're getting to the point of who they're supposed to punish. There's something about swearing an oath.
So, but if this document, because I'm driving now, I can't really pinch it and see it for real. But if it is marked top secret, nobody. Journalists at times will come across. Journalists will come across some vital documents like this. They know the weight of those information, but they would not have enough, how should I put now, to publish it, because once they are not clear to publish it, they themselves know that they are going to be liable. And that liability is going to be so weighty. So they will weigh it, whether they should do it or not to do it. So if something like this is marked secret or top secret, and you ended up publishing it, my brother. It's more than, it's beyond espionage. You are completely an
It's
enemy of the
treason
state.
now. It's treason. It's treason.
And sedition.
One man, please,
Yes.
can we stop this interjection and let Ogbeni really land?
Oh,
Let him land where he's going to, so we can move
Why are
on
you saying we
smoothly.
should not interject? What is there?
No, the
When
interjection is coming too
when it's
much,
my turn,
and
hold
we
on
are.
now. That is the beauty of the show. When
Yeah,
somebody
but
is saying
bit by
something
bit, usually when
that
somebody is really into it, the way Ogbeni is
hold
into
on,
it.
when is pushing his own side of the issue, and the other side feel what is pushing is not right, we have the right to push back, and that is what I'm doing. I'm not interrupting. Interjection
I'm not saying
is
you're
not
interrupting,
interrupt.
sir. You push back, a
So
lot of people come in, then he would have lost his.
it's because what I am pushing does not align with where you stand,
It's not
and that
about
is why
where I
you talking
stand.
like this.
It's not
You
about
stand
where I
for the
stand,
war.
Baba. I'm
You
just
guys stand for
enjoying.
the war.
He's giving us, he's shedding more light
We,
into that
it,
situation, and it makes a lot of sense to a lot of people as well.
yeah,
So
he
I didn't say
was
don't
making
interject, but when you interject, a
comparison
lot of people
of,
want to interject. Since you've
hold on,
interjected,
he
now see how
was
many
making
people have spoken.
comparison of
Okay, I'm sorry, sir. No
issues
problem.
that are not the same. They are totally different issues, and it was modeling them up, and I said no, they are two different issues. One was a professional that was in charge of is a secret service agent, and he leaked the secret. That one is different from a media, from a press guy that is doing his job. I pick up information for the national interest of
It
the
will still
country,
be
and he
liable.
published.
If it will still be liable, the journalists that pick it up will also be liable.
All right, gentlemen, let's get back to Ogbeni so that he can bring it home
One man.
because he was in the flow. Yes, go on.
One man, you see,
Yeah.
sometimes we try to show as if we really understand something here. Now, the defense I've seen about Daniel Koko push so hard now, and I think also by Des is that, like Des rightly said, because they've signed and swear there's an oath. I can't remember that oath, the official secret oath. There's one oath that because they are all under that oath, that is why they should be held liable. So the person that should be held liable now should be something is making noise.
Yes, I'm wondering where that's coming from. If you are not in play, can you mute yourself? If you're not in play,
sounding like something from Asai Dokubo end.
Yeah, it sounds like Asari Kubo sending Christmas
one man.
messages
It is
me.
me.
All right. Did you want to come in?
Please, I just want to ask something so that Ogbeni can finish it. No, I just want to ask a question. Okay, so many American references, so many people talking about the United States and Edward Snowden and things like that. So what I just wanted to ask is, can any one of them give me one or two examples of somebody who was operating within the American media space that has been brought to book for publishing any secret information of the United States government? Because a lot of these things about the rights of the media is possible. Just an example or two would be okay from Ogbeni or the people who are supporting him.
Okay, I'll give you an instance, and that's why I love the question you asked. There's a man called Julian Assange. I hope we all remember that guy. He's the owner, he's the founder of WikiLeaks. Why do you think they declared that guy wanted in the US? They declared that guy wanted because he published many classified military documents.
Yeah, sorry, Benny. That guy is not a United States citizen, so he's not protected.
You don't understand that. Is he working for them? You said I should give you an example of somebody not working for them, but that they declare wanted.
Benny, I even have a good example
in UK,
for you.
I'm coming. In UK, they've granted the guys. They've approved the guys.
Solly has given up and left, but carry on. Yeah.
Okay, they've granted. See, US needed that guy. He said, "Oh, he's not a citizen of US, but he stayed in UK." Do you know what UK did?
UK granted the, what do you call that thing? The deportation. They've approved the guy's deportation. Sometimes in 2020, it was pretty Patel then. He was the Home Secretary. They approved the guy's deportation back to the US. And this guy didn't work with any intelligence agent or anything. He's just a journalist that is doing his own thing. But because he broke into diplomatic cables and public classified military documents, US said, no, you have become a terrorist to US. Whenever you hire him,
He is not an American citizen. Is he an American citizen?
Oh, yes. I have an example I can give you right now. In December,
I would love to hear
sorry,
it.
before you give example. You see, I don't like we are just shifting goalposts and it won't have an end. I like narrowing our conversation. The question you simply ask is that we should give you somebody who is not working with intelligence agent at all and is just a journalist and publish classified documents, and then they are going for his head. And I give an example.
Yeah,
of
but
Julian
I did make mention of the First Amendment rights of United States citizens.
Oh, it must be United States.
Yes.
Okay, let that person give you another example. That's the best example I can have.
You know, in America, before a journalist can go to press, they will first of all clear with the subject matters. And if the subject matter decided not to show forth, they will go to the press. But that is subject to the editorial agreement that says, you know what, let's go to the press. Sometimes around December, I don't know if you guys are familiar with this chief correspondent of CNN at the Pentagon. That one old woman like that, I forgot her name. It was no knowledge then that this woman was privy to some information that she was not cleared. She didn't go to the media and publish or make reference to it, but she was just privy to that information that she was not cleared to be privy to. Guess what the CNN did? They retired her instead of her getting a jail time or whatever. Because she's already a target as the enemy of the country because you've seen information that you are not supposed to see. So they retired her from.
But that's not the same thing anyway. That's not the same thing anyway.
And I
You
just
see,
preface
as much as
that by
Ajani
giving.
Koko,
Hold on.
is in the
I preface
minority
that.
here today, does not mean that what he's saying is not right. As far as the United States
I preface my
operates.
example by telling you what they usually do before they
Yeah,
go
but
to
it's
press.
not the same. It's not the same. She was just privy to an information she was not supposed to be privy to.
Even that
And what I asked was about a journalist specifically finding
let me ask you a
information
question.
and then publishing it and then going to prison for that. I
can I
just
ask you a
wanted an
question?
example
They
direct to
have
my
a
question.
special
And
court
if that does
they even
not,
have a
if
special
that does
court
not
for that.
exist, I can just close. I can just close it here.
No, Soli,
all right. I'm keen for Ogbeni to bring it home, but I address what Hassan said and then bring it
it's
home.
Hassan.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
Hassan. The question. Let me ask you a short question so that then I'll round up. The question I want to ask you is this: Asange that I just mentioned now, if he gets to US, do you think it's not covered by the US Constitution? Do you think he will be tried without enjoying the right under the US Constitution?
Yes, I don't think he will be the same as that. Okay, wait, we are not in a courtroom. Just let's talk, okay?
Okay, let me tell you. If you can't answer that, let me tell
just
you.
listen to me. When you talk, I can't answer it, and just give me the chance to answer it. One man is
but
not
you
a
said you
judge. He
can't
doesn't have
answer
a
it now.
gavel.
No, give
No,
him
you
a
don't
moment,
want. I
Ogbeni.
did not say. Give me a moment. Let me answer you.
Okay. You can answer.
Okay, so there is no way that you have the same rights and privileges as a United States citizen. It does not work that way. And the fact that Edward Snowden is being hunted by the United States.
He lost connection. No, I that wasn't my doing. But I carry on, Ogbeni. I think you know. Hassan come back. But yeah, carry on.
It's actually very. I sent you something because I know the space very well. There's a very big difference between when you are in some sort of a military or whatever. You have to you sign a contract and you swear an oath, and that specifically, they have its own law. There's a military law or whatever organization you are. They have
Yeah,
their own
yes, we
law,
know
and there's a
about oath
civilian
and
law.
all those things. Go and
So
join
no,
Let's
no,
Get Real
no.
Procedure.
I'm trying to tell you something. When that happens, it differentiates you from other people. So you cannot just do whatever you want. That is what it is basically. But what David Huday is doing is more of a freedom of expression and the right of journalism. So you can't say he's actually wrong. There's no place in the courts or you can take him to and you win that case. I can guarantee you 100%.
All right. From your legal experience, so from his legal experience, back to you, Ogbeni.
One man,
Have
you
we lost
see.
Ogbeni? Yeah.
No,
Just bring
this
it
is just
home. Yeah.
guarantee what
Yeah.
guess is guarantee what doesn't know that. So my
Yes.
this. Now, my point is this. This is still
Sorry,
fixated in the
my network is just so poor. I'm in one rural area here in Bruno, so sorry. But you can continue, Ogbeni. I'll just come in when it's my time to speak anyway.
Okay,
all right.
thanks, Hassan. Now, one thing Des is fixating on is the example of Snowden that I gave. He didn't look at Julian Assange, that he's not military, doesn't sign anything he's talking about. He won't want to look at that because that doesn't really favor the point he's canvassing. So my point is this: see, the person that want an example of a citizen of America. See, American Constitution is not applicable only to citizens of America. I want you to understand that point. American Constitution is applicable to residents of America. There is a difference between citizen and resident. The moment you put your foot on American soil, American Constitution is applicable to you. You enjoy all rights of
That's a
fundamental rights
big lie. Come on.
in America. Who is saying it's a lie?
No, just carry on. I'm
Go
keen
and
for
commit
that.
Carry on,
murder as
Ogbeni,
if it
No,
not
please.
apply to you.
I'm
The
keen for that space
fundamental
to wrap
human
up.
rights, the fundamental human rights in America and freedom of press is applicable to resident of America and not only citizen of America. Go and check. You see, we sometimes we do some. I don't know. I don't know.
You're
Let me go
right.
there.
You're right. Yeah, go ahead. You're right.
Please, let him land. We've been
Yeah.
on. Yeah, let him land. Just let him land.
There's a difference between citizenship in America and resident of America. In UK, all laws in UK is applicable to resident of UK, not citizen of UK. There are people who are not citizen. Somebody like me, not yet a citizen of UK. I'm just a resident here, and the laws are applicable to me. So what's he saying? So American Constitution, the fundamental human right, they believe is applicable to every human being, and freedom of press is part of it. So yet they believe that there's an extent you should go. See, freedom of press is not freedom for madness. I keep saying it. There are extent to where you should go, and that is why for me, I love what Alake is saying. But the only thing is, for me, you don't need to regulate media. What I think, like, you don't need to
Do you think what Alake is saying is some sort of a covert stifling of the obedience space?
Okay, so my no, I don't think so. You see, one man, we like taking this obedience space too serious, as if government policy is all about them. We have Nigerians to run better than obedient. So don't let us see. Social media has been used to do a lot of havoc in Nigeria. I'm telling you, beyond obedient.
But
The obedient,
to be honest,
let me give you an example of the
sorry.
areas you see them looking at. For instance, in Nigeria, people have committed suicide because some people on social media published their nude picture. We all know. We are here. A lot of marriages, particularly of the celebrities in Nigeria, they've broken it up because of social media. They expose their privacy, they expose this and that. A lot of people have entered depression because our mental health facility is not okay. Nobody is doing statistics on that and get that. And a lot of state secret information, like this David Duverne thing, has been revealed. So there are a lot of things social media is doing in Nigeria that we need to now be careful. Now, where am I going? I don't support what Alake, and it depends on what Alake means by regulation. I don't think you should be regulating social media. It's not even what you can really
Well,
regulate.
for you to say you don't know why he says that, Ben, let me tell you. Let me chip in something quickly before you continue. You see, there is a lot of things going on social media that is really misleading, and with the state of that country now, I'm telling you, if they don't curb it, it will cause a lot of havoc. You can continue.
Okay. So for me, beyond OB and other, this thing I've done a lot of havoc. Not even only in Nigeria, even in outer space, in other places, all these things are happening. So it depends on what Allah mean by regulating. For me, I won't say they should be regulating like the communist states like China and others do. I would rather say that the appropriate authorities should start paying close watch and attention on media. And when I say close watch and attention, a lot of things flies on media that if you make one or two examples of all these guys, they will start trying as much as possible to be cautious and careful in what they peddle outside there. Look at their licensing to an extent to which you can do defamation action, libel slander, all these actions. Ensure that they are working, criminal defamation, and all these things. Ensure they are working. Let me tell you, I don't see any reason why by now, within the space of Nigerian police force, there should be a special department now on criminal defamation on social media issues by now. So that if I have any issue, if you don't just cancel me, see what is happening presently in that guy in UK here, that because he made a comment, NatWest, a bank, just closed his account.
Oh yes. Well, yeah. I remember. Yeah.
What's his name?
Farage. Niger Farage. Yeah.
You don't know Farage. See what is happening. A lot of heads are rolling because of that guy now. Because I express my opinion on media, you don't use that to start vilifying me. You don't use that to canceling me in the world, and that's what that guy is doing. So if they're pressing hard against you using media against someone in the UK, why not in Nigeria, in a developing nation where people just peddle false news here and there, and we just laugh over it and it's gone? Do you know how many uninformed people that believe all these things? That's my point. So the law of marriages are broken, a lot of people committing suicide, a lot of things happen on media. We expose a lot. See, one of my neighbors, was it 2 years ago, what happened to that girl? They had their grandma in the house, and somebody now saying, no, I think it was last year, there was a video of a girl of one private secondary school in Lagos also that they said they took to Dubai also, and she was twerking and then I think slept with some of the guys.
Yeah, slept with the boys and
back then. That video went viral on media, and somebody sent it to their grandma, one of my neighbor, their grandma's WhatsApp. And then their grandma sent it to this my friend. And immediately she saw it, she deleted that thing immediately and told the grandma to delete. The grandma didn't delete that message, or I think it was downloaded. The grandma deleted, but it was already downloaded into grandma's phone. Do you know that in less than a week or a month, there's a special force, there's a special group within the UK police that is what they do. Child nudity, pornography, and all these things. That's what they go after. And they storm on their house and started checking their gadgets and everything because they have intelligence information that there's a child pornography and everything going around. Unfortunately for her, the grandma phone was where they found that thing already downloaded in that phone, and they are still on that case to date. So where am I going? Where I'm going is this: social media is what in this space now in the UK they have a special department on all these. If you social media bully, social media this thing, the moment you report, they give you attention, they pay attention to it. The person in criminal life, they charge the person to court. So people are being careful of what you just put on social media. But we are here to start doing that in Nigeria, and that's what I think Alake is talking about. But if what he's talking about is the regulation,
let him land, Prince. Yeah. Go on.
If what he's talking about is regulation like the communist state, I don't believe that should happen in Nigerian space.
Yeah. Come in, Prince.
Yeah, thanks, format. I didn't mean to interject. Just try and let him know when it's done. Should kind of make a comment. Um, yeah, great submission by Benny, of course. But I would not support any government that try to shut down the voice of the people. Right. Yeah, we may think Tinubu and Dilaleke, they're good right now. To the next tyrannical government comes about. This is a really sensitive area when it comes to the freedom of speech of the citizens. Uh, to what extent are they going to start going after people's private conversation that has nothing to do with the government? And I truly understand there's abuse on all sides. And I think Ogbeni know that for sure. There's no way he's going to stand there and say what the um, Department of Justice, the FBI, and these other agencies. You heard about the Twitter files. You know the abuse, the uncharted abuse of the Biden administration and many other agencies in the United States. They are abusing left and right American citizens when it comes to the need to express themselves. To the point that in the recent fight that came out that the Facebook and Twitter thinks about the Biden administration as being a stakeholder in information that needs to be exposed to the public, meaning that the Biden administration can call to Facebook or Twitter before Elon Musk took over and try to stifle people's voice because they have a dissenting opinion. Okay. What is going? You mentioned Farage. That's an abuse of power. Also, I'm not sure exactly what date for his bank account to be closed. Okay. There's no way we're going to be saying all this shenanigan. Um, um, no, what do you call it? Cases against Trump is legitimate. So, but let's keep it to the people. Um, in explaining what David Ordain, I guess that's the way his last name is pronounced. I'm not a fan of his, but at this point in time, I'm not sure if the law really covers him or exclude him from the law that you explain. He's a journalist, he's a private citizen. But if there's a law in Nigeria of course, he has a right, he has a professional obligation to, I guess, himself or the media institution of journalism to be careful when it comes to sensitive information by the state because its action can lead to death or killings of some innocent citizens. I understand that, including the military. So that's where it goes. But obviously, he's not a military guy and is able to get access to military document, highly classified or sensitive information, and he published it. Is doing at this point in time we can say is doing the citizen or the Nigerian state a favor, shooting cases of war that the people don't support, they don't want to go into because you know what war leads to. Okay. So at this point in time, I'm not sure if the law is clear about if he's guilty or what he did was wrong. And in reference to Julian Assange, as far as I know, was a Swiss citizen. Maybe he's been to America before, but that doesn't make him the jurisdiction of America does not really um, um, control what he did. He's a free citizen. He's not an American citizen, so he's free to publish anything, I believe, about any country that he desires, apart from the country where he's a citizen or he resides. Do you have a comment about that?
Can I say? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not sure if we've lost Ogbeni. We may well have. Yeah, we've lost him. He only said he was going to be with us for a minute. Are you there? Oh, all right. Yeah.
So no. Yes, I agree. I agree with the Prince.
Yeah.
I agree with yes, I agree with Prince that which I think I just made my point too, because I said I won't support media regulation, that's social media regulation, and I said, how do you even regulate it? It's a difficult thing to regulate. It's global, so I can sit in UK and be publishing whatever I'm publishing in social media into Nigerian social media space. So I don't know how you want to regulate me, but my own is this: I said they should keep watch on it. We have all these laws on ground already. Law of criminal defamation is on ground. civil defamation, normal libel and slander and co. And what I'm just saying is this. Since social media is a big thing, even presently, we have our president, which were not the case before social media came. We have our president now having essay on social media, right? We have our governors now having essay on social media because it's a big deal. Everybody understand the impact now. If you are in any public space now, or you are a public figure, if you don't have somebody dedicated to your social media, you'll be in trouble because you need to be correcting narratives about you in that media space, and you need to be correcting people's perception about you. If that is the case, what I'm just proposing is that our law enforcement agents also should take this thing serious. There should be a department dedicated to this. If there's any complaint coming from social media, don't just take it for. There was a girl in was it Lagos, the one that they brought out a nude picture that committed suicide. Same on social media, but everybody just saw it and everybody laugh and that. There are a lot of on this same this is our platform. We have said before, aside Dokubo's hold videos, so people bringing it out and then connecting one to two and say, oh, this is what he's saying again. And a lot of things like that happen in Nigeria. A lot of we know celebrities, they broke the marriage breaking because of all these social media things and co. And what I visit police station, I work with police a lot. See, there are some crime police don't really take serious in Nigeria. Rape is one of it. And I keep saying it. Why would police rape? Police will tell you, why did you even dress like this? Ah, sister. See, even you.
Yeah, so why did you go to the guy's
why did you go
house?
to his house? See how you even dress, come police station. No, you will talk to you, then rape you. You now be wondering that are these people mad? These are crimes that in saner space they take so serious. The mere fact that you're even alleging it alone, the way police will deal with the accused person. So same thing with social media. If you go to an average police station in Nigeria and you say, somebody defame you on the police will first laugh, like particularly if you are not a rich person, say which reputation you get that they are defaming you, which they can cancel you for there. Go sit for us now.
Can I ask you a question?
No. I'm keen to get to her because Ogbeni has been held hostage for such a while. Ask him that question, and then after his response, I'm going to go to Hassan only because he's joining us from the deeper parts of Borno State, and his connections is very poor. So I want to document him before he loses connection completely. But I'll ask Ogbeni the question. Ogbeni respond, and then we go to Hassan.
Based on what you said, actually I disagree with principle. I'm not going to go into that, but based on what you said, so don't you think that social media should be regulated to the fact that if I say something, so now let's say I don't know you, but I publish something that's not true about you, and you go ahead and report to the police and they didn't do anything. So based on that, don't you think it should be regulated where, I mean, this should be something that's going on, like if I say something or people reported me, the DSS or whatever security architecture that we have already, they should be able to look into this information to whatever people are reporting to them. And I think you I actually agree with the regulation, but you saying that you don't know how they will do that, what do you mean? And the fact that if somebody says something that's wrong about you, that's something to be regulated, that I have the right to report them or I have the right to sue them. So what do you why are you thinking that there's no way to regulate it?
Okay, so there is difference between regulation and keeping watch on something. Now, let me give you an example of regulation. For instance, in China, you can't open Facebook page within the Chinese space. It's outlawed, right? If you're going to open even Instagram, you have to get permission to open Instagram, right? Now, there's censorship.
That's not true, though.
Well, that's what they made us to believe, that you can. And I also know
no, that's because
they
there's
have
no
their own
access to
Facebook.
those.
All right,
They have their own
let him
kind of
just respond. I'm keen to move on.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, and they told us that they have their own app like WhatsApp. So if you want to use, you use that app. I've used that app before to buy things on Alibaba. So they communicate more on that app, and we're told that that app is being censored. That's regulation.
Right,
Second thing,
WeChat.
yes, it's censored in China. Second thing, for instance, TikTok in China, they told us that there is this algorithm they use in China. The content you get in US is not what you get in China. That there's a way they filter it to the extent that it is what they want you to get in Chinese space that you get in Chinese space. Now, there are some social media groups also in China where you need to get license and permission to operate them or to float them in their space. Whether these things are not completely true, what I know is that they are not completely false. Chinese, being a communist state, does not leave social media to work the same way it works in the United States of America. That's one thing we can never argue. And that the Chinese government do censor what is on their social media. That's another thing we can't argue. Now, that is what is called, you are censoring it, you are monitoring it, you're regulating it. You want to know what is happening there. Sometimes they do shut down. I remember when Hong Kong had EU, and then the EU, I think the case were being spread within Hong Kong. What Chinese government also did was that they shut down either Facebook or one of these media. They shut it down so that people don't have access to it at all. So that particular EU will not escalate, really. That's regulation of the media space. So now, what's the difference between that and keeping watch on something? Keeping watch on it is this. Keeping watch is that you're not regulating what is going on there. But when there's an issue there, you take it serious. If somebody is coming to report to you that somebody has defamed my character on the social media, you don't just wish it away. You take it serious. In fact, you have either hard dog or a standing body, public body, to deal with that issue on time. So when people understand that you have given that particular space a very serious attention, people are getting very careful. Let me give you an instance in Ekiti State, in my own state. In Ekiti State, when Kayode Fayemi got to the space to be the governor of Ekiti State, the wife introduced one particular, through the House of Assembly, a law. And what is the policy? The policy is this: if they convict you for rape in Ekiti, in fact, the moment they charge you for rape in Ekiti, they will publish you. They will publish you in the newspaper. The state government is a standing policy. They must publish your face, and they will publish that you are being charged. The moment they convict you, they will publish your face again that this person has been convicted. Now, they are not using that to regulate anything. What they are just using that to do is deterrent. They are keeping watch in that space. They are giving rape a very close watch, a special attention, by which you know that the moment you won't even want to get close to that offense at all. Even if it's your family that is getting close to you, you start warning them, because you know that government has given it a special attention and is being on a very keen watch. That's what I want the government to do to the media space, and not to regulate it the way it's done in the Chinese communist states.
All right, brother.
Regulating doesn't mean it to get to the way China handles their social network. Like what you are saying about jailing and putting their pictures on dailies, that happens in the China Islands. Even if you throw a litter of paper, if they catch you, they're going to post you. Your picture is going to be on all the dailies. And I think they've started already. A girl just got 3 years imprisonment for what she said about maybe another bad mouse or something. Few days.
Oh, they jailed that girl.
They give her 3 years, man. And I think that needs to come in Nigeria, because a lot of the people just come to social media to think they can post things because they are jobless. They will just post a lot of things that you just think these things are not helping matters. These are not the things you should be posting. She's got 3 years now.
You're right. I don't know the Jada girl. Now, wow.
Yeah, she got 3 years.
All right, brilliant. All right, brilliant. So thank you, Ogbeni. So thank you, Ogbeni. Let's move on from Ogbeni, who has been excellent, so excellent that people didn't want him to stop talking. But let's move on from Ogbeni and go to Dewale, see if he's ready. Dewale, are you there? All right, let's come to you then, D. So let's come to you, D. I think we may have labeled this space totally out of sequence, but let me bring you in off the back of this clip which somebody sent in. So this is clips coming out of Niger Republic, and this is how they are telling us the citizens are reacting to the situation as it's developing.
Allah is serious to you. Allah is serious to you.
I'm not sure what they were saying, but certainly I'm sure they were not wishing him a Merry Christmas. So, thoughts on that space? Are they going on there? Are they?
Yeah, it's just like what Ogbedi has been saying. Like the guy, this is the result of the guy going ahead publishing that. So all that falls now on Nigeria, not to ECOWAS, and that is why they've called Tinubu Ebola. Tinubu is a Ebola. You know, these are the things we are saying. When you leak information like that, it costs a lot of things. If they didn't see that and they see ECOWAS truck, they would think it's ECOWAS. But now it seems like it's Bola Tinubu that is the ECOWAS president that is sending Nigerian army towards it. All that might be agreement between ECOWAS and Nigeria. And Ogbeni has really explained a lot of things, and it really enlightened me in a lot of things that I don't even understand about that situation. And that was why I was really angered with people trying to stop him, interjecting too much, you know. So these are the results, and this is where this is going. I don't think Niger can undo what is coming to them. If it comes to them, fine. A lot of people don't want war, but I don't even think the war will get to far back down the southwest and all those places. I doubt it. But obviously, with the way things are, it won't. I don't think dialogue can solve this matter at this point. That's the way
You
I
don't
see
think
it.
you don't think dialogue can? Is it
I
because
don't,
of
I
that
don't think dialogue can solve it. Yeah.
that time, that 7-day notice? Is it
Yeah, if
because of
there was
that?
a dialogue to come up within these 7 days, I think the 7 days should end. Is it not in 2 days now?
Yes.
Yeah. So I think they should have getting to somewhere, maybe have a meeting, maybe like tomorrow. But if they are not having that meeting, that 7-day clocks, I don't think this matter will be resolved. And the other countries like Burkina Faso, Mali saying they will join them. To me, they don't. Even if only Nigerian army face those people, they can't. I don't think they can stand it, to be honest. So I don't see dialogue. I don't see in any way. I don't think they will resolve this with dialogue. I don't think they will resolve with dialogue. That's the way I say it.
All right, brilliant. Let me take you to this space then. I'll support any Senate proposal to regulate social media. That is Dele Alake. So I'm seeing a lot of comments in the comment section. People saying that if this was under the Buhari administration, when they were trying to regulate the social media space, we were just launching abuse at them. Is this double standards now the sort of support that this seems to be getting?
No, when they say regulate, it means a lot of things. They can regulate it and stifle people's voice. But if they are regulating it that, okay, you can still go to your Instagram, post your pictures, post educative stuff, edifying things. You can post your religious stuff and all those things. But to be honest, I go on social media these days and you will even see importance of why people have posted what they've posted and the drama that post will cause alone. There are a lot of things going on in Nigeria with the state of that country now. If that, to be honest, some bloggers are intentionally just posting things that will irritate people more about the government of the day. No government and none of us that are on this platform are listening will be in on Tinubu's shoes and accept that as well. If there is a way to regulate it, I think it's necessary. And I think a lot of bloggers, if they are listening, they should be using their platform to educate people, to bring calm to the nation, not to agitate people and make people get more angry with what is going on. Try and educate people. Now there's palliative, oh, you can go to your governor, go to this, try and direct people what they don't know. And that's why I keep saying on the platform, like, I think the federal government itself needs to create a body. I don't know. I think there is a body like that usually that everybody in way to at least educate people the more and shed more light to their morals.
Excuse me, sorry. One man, please let me interject. He did not answer your question, right? He just gaslighted and just skipped from one topic to another. The
So
question
what's the
is:
question? What asked the question?
Are you maintaining different standards when it was
That's not
Buhari's
me. I think
time?
that
No,
means you're
no,
not
no,
listening.
no, no. I was listening. I was listening very
You're
attentively
not
to know that
listening.
you did not answer the question. You just
You're
gaslighted
not
it.
listening
Let
because
me
I answered
rephrase
the
it.
way I
Okay,
even
answer
One
it
man, take
again.
control.
Answer it
Yeah,
again.
let me answer
answer
it.
it
All
again
right.
in clear terms.
Okay, answer it again.
You are
Yeah.
not
Let me
saying
answer it
anything
again.
different. Mhm.
Wait, we understand what he said though. I did.
Exactly.
Okay.
Buhari time, they are trying to
What's
stifle.
the difference between Buhari's and trying to regulate the media and that of
That's why I'm referring to the post on social media lately. If you look at this post on social media lately,
there
that's
is
why I
nothing
refer.
that is
Nobody, hold
significantly
on now.
different in the social media space
There is
from
difference.
Buhari's
There is a
moment
lot
till
of
now.
difference.
No,
There's a
no,
lot
there
of
isn't.
okay.
May I
Okay,
help you, Adewale?
tell me why. Tell me why there isn't. Tell me why
Why me?
there.
I think there is
Tell
a
me why there
difference.
is. Where there is,
Buhari's
that is, yeah.
government, Buhari's government is trying to shut people down, but I don't think this is what this government is trying to do.
That's
And
convenient.
it's
No,
convenient because if that,
hold on. Why is it not what this government is trying to do?
yeah,
It's subject to the same sort of abuse that we were concerned about under Buhari. So
no, like in Buhari time, it's hard to come out to talk about Buhari and condemn the government and abuse them.
under Buhari's time, they were trying to use it to moderate fake news, which is what Dele Alake is claiming they are trying to do now. So
Yeah,
it's the same
that is where
narrative.
I'm going to, and that's what I was saying initially. I've said Buhari time there is more of like trying to shut people up. This, I think they are trying to just censor what comes on. Not that people can still come out and express yourself. You can express yourself, but if you
I
go on social
see.
media now, on
Wait, but
TikTok,
that's
and
not
everything in
So
regulation.
you
Nigeria,
are
hold
You're
on
giving
now.
this
confusing
government
these
the benefit
things.
of the doubt, and you were not giving that. So it's about talking from the both sides of the mouth, right? Isn't it?
It's not talking from
Okay,
both
no
sides of the
problem. You
mouth.
can continue. No, I'm okay now.
I
I'm
put
okay now. You have
myself.
the floor.
Wait,
Go
can
ahead.
I say something real quick? Can I say?
Can I
I
help
think
you there, Adewale? Let me answer Azan, please.
No. Hold on. Let
Okay.
Oriola go first. Yeah, Oriola.
okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think we're confusing these things. Regulation does not mean that it doesn't mean it's just on the user side alone. Regulation means that that's a guideline that everybody has to follow. So it's not based on just the user. This might also be with the social media owner. Like there's a step
Exactly.
they have to follow. So that's what regulation is. We are confusing it. Like they want to censor people. They want to tell people what to say. That's
Yeah,
not what regulation
we
is trying
get
to do.
you. But
Hold on, everybody. We are not confusing it, Oriola. We all know what regulation means. What regulation? Because we saw it when the Buhari space, like Mohammed, when he shut down Twitter. What they are going to do is they are going to make it difficult for the operators of those social media platforms to operate within the Nigerian space.
No. I disagree with you. That's not what regulation is.
No, don't worry about what you think or don't think. This is what we saw play out under the Buhari administration.
It doesn't matter what you saw play out. That's because there's no regulation in place. That's why they did what they did. If there's regulation in place and you're out of the boundary of what the regulation is, then they have the right to do what they did, because there's
in
never
China,
a regulation.
in China is regulated. In Dubai,
China is not
hold on. Let me land. Hold on, let me land.
Sorry,
hold on now.
It's different from regulation.
Uriola, sorry, hold on. The world regulation is used in China.
Sorry, Warpeace. What is used to control the narrative? Uriola?
That's not regulation. That's being
no. Can you hold on? Answer the that wasn't the question. If a government wants to control the narrative, what tool would they use?
Well, they can use whatever they use. They use the power they have.
They use regulations. They use regulation. You don't understand these things clearly.
Man. Okay. 1 minute. Let me ask you this question. Nigeria have maybe electricity. Let's use electricity for example. There's a regulation in place where if you whoever is going to be in power, maybe distribution.
What does regulation mean? What does regulation mean?
No, it's a standard that you have to follow. Regulation, they call
it's a set of rules.
One man, you took the question and the answer away from my mouth. Uriola, sorry. In every country that any social media is being banned or controlled, the word regulation is the word they use. Dubai, China, Russia is called regulation. It's not called ban. In Dubai, you cannot use WhatsApp, or you cannot do video call with WhatsApp. It's being regulated. In China, it's same. In some other countries, same. So if the Nigerian government is saying now, or Tinubu government is saying now they want to regulate it, it's not different from Buhari government that was saying they want to ban Twitter or regulate Twitter.
So you're confusing it. That's what I
said. No.
Exactly.
Hold on. Hold on. Uriola, listen, let me go to the last point. Tinubu, because we have Twitter now and TikTok, that's why we are attacking Twitter and TikTok. Tinubu used Facebook during Jonathan time 2015 against Jonathan. Or you guys didn't watch Facebook? Why didn't Jonathan regulate Facebook at that time? So it won't be fair for us to be giving benefit of that to
exactly what I said. You're looking at it in the user side. You forget that this company as well. When they regulate these things, it's not only about the user; it's also about the provider. They regulate every single thing that if you're the provider of
you
this,
need to censor the
guideline you have to follow. And if you're users, I feel like we're just like mixing them together. And the country
you're the one that is confused. Yeah, continue. But you're the one that is confused. But
I'm not confused.
You are. You don't get the concept.
Just because I don't agree with your point of view doesn't mean that I'm confused.
You're not
listening to what I said.
No, I did listen to what you said. But
no, you don't.
No, hold on. Listen
to
this.
You believe what you believe. That's what it is.
No, I know what I know is more the thing.
Exactly. You know what you know, but that doesn't mean it's right.
Well, it probably is in this instance. If the government wants to control the way that people use social media, they're not going to go after the end users. They're going to go after the platforms that provide the space for people to use. And the way that they will control what people put on social media is through regulations that they apply to those platforms. So they will say that an example will be what they deem constitutes fake news is not permissible within their geographical space. So now they give that to the social media platforms, and then that gray area then on what constitutes fake news. If they feel that it's been violated, they penalize the social media provider heavily, and they will de-platform the end user. So it's a control thing. Regulation is for control of the end users, not the provider.
Very well, correct.
Oh, okay. So if they find if they find the provider, that's not control. So if they find them for not putting in place the right guideline. So you don't think they're penalize?
No,
Does
it's
that
not.
mean that they're only
No. It's for
penalizing the users?
violation. And did you not even listen?
I listened to what you said.
If they provide a set of guidelines, if that
Yeah,
guideline is
that's a regulation. The guideline is a regulation,
no,
but it doesn't mean that they're
all right.
suppressing. They're not
All right.
suppressing the users.
May I
All right.
interject, please?
No, let's get back to DOJ. I want to leave that space. DOJ, carry on.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
my own thing to it is I think they want to create guidelines on what people can post, because if you look at Nigeria, there are some bloggers, they are actually determined to work against the government. Everything they post, some are even fake news. The government has to come out to say, oh, debunk it, that is fake news. The government has to come out to say this is fake news. And even to individuals. And the problem with social media in Nigeria is a lot of people are jobless and everybody wants to make crews and create nonsense content. And I like the way the judiciary has been handled. There is a guy in Oyo State in Ibadan that was just released on bail, that was using a little girl, and the girl was talking about his private
Yeah,
parts and
I
all
saw
this.
that. Yes.
All those things, they need to come. And a lot of it, there are some bloggers, to be honest, it's like they are working against the government. Everything the government do that is right, they don't post it. It's everything they think is wrong, they post it, and the way they will even caption, and you see a lot of obedience on that. And no government, you can't be creating issues where there is no issue for the government that is trying to adjust things. So if government think at this point in time, and the government can see that they are a lot of people are utilizing this platform to even make ends meet for themselves, to help their family, build house for their parents, doing content creators. So I don't think they want to shut it down. I just think they want to regulate it, and there will be guidelines, and for the social media network to know, okay, these are this and this, things like this, don't accept it. Don't let people post it. So I don't see anything that is bad in it. And I think it was obvious during Buhari time, and which was what I said earlier, that Buhari's regime was just trying to shut people down. They don't want people to complain. How many times have they arrested Rufai ever since? How many times has Rufai abused people in government? Have you never seen Rufai come to his own station to complain about police harassing him or DSS coming to his house or anything happening to him? No, but I don't think they want to shut people up from responding or protesting or saying their what they want or where they think they are not happy with the government, but they want to control this fake news and how people come out to bash people and defamation of character of people. People don't even have evidence, they will just come out and talk nonsense just because they for likes and just comments. And that's the way I say it. So if people think, oh, it's double standard, I think you are just putting sentiment, probably an obedient or you're an obese supporter, and you just want to think, oh, because it's the same thing with Buhari, because they are in both parties. I think it's totally different. And if you look at it again, this Tinubu social media guy came which other day, he said there is no politician, they won't allow any politician to come on social media to talk to Nigerians anyhow. All the social medias that are working against Tinubu, the way they posted that news was different. They posted the news as if the guy was referring to Nigerians, but it was actually supporting Nigerians. So there's a lot of things going on that social media. Tinubu himself has Instagram, he uses Twitter. Most of these politicians use all this medium as well, and they see all these things going on, and they have people that are close to them that see what is going on there. So if they are trying, I think Nigeria actually need, because I think too much joblessness, and like Kulata said yesterday, that poverty, they've used poverty to batter Nigerian youth, and most of them don't have common sense anymore. People just post all sort of nonsense just for likes and comment. Thank you.
One man. Sorry. Let me just come in before we close this space. I
Yes,
just
I
want
was actually
to.
coming to you. So yeah, carry
Yes,
on. Yeah.
I just want to go back to the main question. It's about double standards, isn't it? Like in Nigeria, we really need to confront our demons. You see, this thing of ethnic sentiments and giving your kinsman the benefit of the doubt. I'm not saying that it is a peculiar thing to the Southwesterners now that Tinubu is in government. No, when Buhari was there, it was the same sentiment in the North too. So what we really need to do is to confront these things and understand that, yeah, okay, now I know, where it pinches in the shoe. This is the way like today, everybody is trying to, accommodate this policy, no matter how raw it is, because there was no details from the government yet. People are still trying to say, okay, Tinubu's approach is different than that of Buhari, and all what people have been saying were just ramblings and grabbing at straws, because there is nothing fundamentally different from Tinubu is just there. He's just been there for like 70 days. Nothing has changed significantly in Nigeria's social media space. And if you did not accord Buhari that benefit of the doubt, at least try to be consistent. And for people who are in the north too, this is something that all of us as Nigerians need to confront. That said, let me leave this space now, because in the future, we really have to look at presidents as Nigeria's presidents, not our own, ethnic group or regional presidents.
It's
If
not
we
about
really
ethnic.
want this
can I
country to
add
move on.
Listen to what
No,
I'm
I'm not
saying.
talking to you.
For
Please,
example,
please,
let me
please.
give you an
Let
example.
me just finish. Let
I'm
me
not
just finish.
I'm not disparaging your
Don't,
words.
Can I
It's
don't.
add
I
to
exactly
let
what
your
you
you
point.
said?
guys finish. Please, let me finish.
Yeah, hold on, Hassan. Let
Please,
Hassan finish,
please,
and then you
please,
can push back. Yeah, go on.
please bury that ethnic, that burning fire, that
It's not about
desire in you
ethnic.
to
Come
just
on, man.
interject. No, Joe, let me
You
just
don't,
finish.
you don't
Come
even
on,
know
come
me.
on. No, please,
What
please,
are you
please
talking
stay.
about?
All right,
Let me
How I
finish.
see things is my
Stop
opinion. If that is your
interjecting.
opinion, that
Let
is your
me
opinion.
finish.
let
Don't
him
now
finish.
categorizing.
All right, sorry, carry on, Hassan.
Sorry. Okay. It is tiring sometimes when I come here. Where is Simba today? Because I would have loved to meet him today. Anyway, you see, it's about Nigeria and forging, forward. I believe nothing has changed significantly, and I have listened when you raised the question. Almost three people tried to, answer it, but it was just like they start to talk and then they deviate and go back into, and they are talking of completely different things. But all of our leaders previously, all these sentiments have been existing. If Obi were to be president today, I am sure that a lot of people who are now giving Tinubu the benefit of the doubt will not give Obi that same benefit of the doubt. But let's not think in terms of individuals or our own regions or tribes. Let's think more as Nigerians. The moment a person is sworn in and given that mandate, let us all afford that person the benefit of the doubt. That is the way we move forward. Let me leave it at that.
Do you think double standards is being applied here? Yes.
Yes,
yes.
of course,
Do you think,
of
do you
course,
think
and
double standards is being applied?
yes, I think so, absolutely. But I'm not even interested more around this space. This just kind of sheds light on Nigeria's approach to anything that is national. This is supposed to be a national problem, but because Buhari, he was Buhari, people will oppose him. Now it is Tinubu, and people are agreeing with him. And don't be surprised. So when you turn the coin the other way, in other parts of Nigeria, they will look at Tinubu the same way people here have been looking at Buhari as a dictator and that and this and this. There are a lot of adjectives to qualify Tinubu with this action. But I just believe for Nigeria to move forward, yes, then we all need to be consistent. Our loyalties should be on Nigeria so that our compass will be steady and we would know where we are going, and we can anchor our ships where we ought to go.
All right, take us to the Niger Republic space, which I think you're keen
to
share.
I need to chip in something.
No, don't chip in. No, don't chip in anything.
I need to chip. Somebody can't come and
hold
call me
on,
double
hold
standard.
on.
They want me to reply to it.
It wasn't speaking to you specifically. It was
Yeah,
speaking
but
to the wider.
I need to chip in.
No, please. I just want to move on. Apologies, D, but yeah.
One man, you can't say apologies. I will just leave. This is what it means.
If
Other
leave,
people
you
can't
can.
respond. I can respond. What's the point of saying
One man, give D that chance to speak to respond.
One man, let's move on.
Yeah.
Let's move on.
now?
Yeah, let him speak.
It's going to spiral out of control.
Yeah,
but
it's not spiraling out anything.
Let him respond, and
they
it
should
will
not
end there.
hijack this from you. Continue.
Let him respond, and it will end there.
Just be the way you want.
All right, I'll go with what
one
Patrick
man.
said.
Don't worry. Let him respond, but just one person. Just one person. Just one person, so that we can move
Did
on.
I tell you what to do on your platform?
All right. Hold on, everybody. You can make a comment, D, But I have to say that what Hassan was saying was not at you; it was at the wider Nigerian
A
space.
lot of people
So
are saying it's double standard based on my view to it,
No, it's
and I
not
want to
based on
respond
your
to you,
no,
but you
view.
not
don't want
just
me
your,
to respond
Let's
to it.
move on.
not
I'm
just
not
your
responding to
view.
anybody. I just want to make a point to prove what I'm
All
saying.
right, make that point and then we move on.
Jesus, you don't give other people stress like this one, man, and it's obvious.
No, I want to
Anyway, I
move
will
on
just say what
now.
I need to say.
Well, he gave his best.
If you look at when Buhari came out to say he wants to regulate, it was almost immediately after is it NSAS? Not like it was not from the beginning of his regime. He was not saying anything about regulating social media and all those things. It's when they saw the effect of how they've used social media against them. And this Tinubu regime, I want to believe they've learned from that one. Secondly, with what is going on presently, I don't think there is anything bad for a government. Everybody are in different Western world, and they can see how the government do their things there. But because it's Nigeria and because I'm Yoruba, oh, I'm supporting Tinubu, I see what is going on social media. What is my business with Tinubu? Am I related to Tinubu? If Tinubu does anything that is wrong, I would say it's doing so. But I think there's a lot of things going on social media, and I've said it earlier. There's nobody with us here that experienced EdSARS that is in Tinubu's shoes that won't want to take such measures. And I don't see like they want to stifle people's voice because a lot of media talk against Tinubu. We've not seen anything happen to them. If it was Buhari's time, I think they would have probably got arrested or something. And I don't see it that way. So it's not double standard. That is my opinion. People cannot say, "Oh, yeah, it's double standard." When it was Tinubu, it was different. You need to look at things how they happen serially. Buhari didn't
All
start from
right.
the beginning like this. It was towards the end.
All right. All right. Thank you. But
And
just two things.
that's why I don't even come to the platform sometimes because somebody wants to talk, and if it's other people, you allow them to talk.
No,
Why can't I just sit there
all
something?
right, all right. That's enough of that. Please.
Mm-hmm.
No. Just two things. It wasn't it wasn't NSAS. It was when Buhari made the comment. I would treat them in the language that they will understand. That was what led to, and then Twitter then took it up that it was threatening and whatnot or whatever, and that was when they put the ban on Twitter. So that was that space. So it's nothing to do with NSAS. And to the Tinubu space, Tinubu himself, he said that he stopped watching social media because of the level of abuse that he was getting. So you cannot distance that from now this stance that Dele Alake is making. So it's quite similar, and that's why people are suggesting double standards. But let's move on, Hassan, and let's go to Niger Republic.
And thank you. Look, guys, sorry if anybody is offended, but that's just I just wanted us to talk about it a
I'm
little
not
bit.
offended. I'm only offended
Okay,
with one
so
man because this has happened
regarding
several
Niger,
times, and I've
and
realized it, and
the
that's why
approach,
sometimes
when
I don't come
Settle
to
down,
I
D
don't
now.
come to
the
talk
heads of
All
anymore.
right, settle down, D. All right, sorry, carry on, Hassan.
when Tinubu met with the heads of states in ECOWAS, and then because when they finished that meeting, part of the resolution was that each minister of defense was given an instruction to go and get ready in case there is going to be a military action. Now, I am not in support of a direct military confrontation. I'm not in support of that because I have seen how quickly, when you involve, warfare, how quickly things can spiral out of control. You are going to be dealing with a lot of variables that you may not have anticipated before you start. And we live in a very fragile region of the earth. People are so, destitute, poor, already they are facing, a lot of problems from, climate change, poverty, diseases, Niger is not a particularly, there's nothing for us to gain by, attacking Niger. And it's not as if it's weakness, because I have had, the discussions on this platform. It's not weakness.
No, they're an existential threat to us. There's an open border between us and Niger Republic, And a lot of people feel that a lot of the insurgencies that we are experiencing in Nigeria comes out of that space. So we have a president in place that is somewhat of a civilized man. So now he's been replaced now by these characters that we don't know their quantity. We don't know who is orchestrating them. So they are an existential threat to us. And we must step them down, these characters.
You see, one man, I would say this. I really love the way the president is approaching it. You will not understand international affairs if you look at too much at the technicalities. What you need to look at more is each country's capacity, economy, military strength, and how you can leverage on these two also matters, because if you are very good in how you position yourself diplomatically, you can get things done. So hard power, last resort. Soft power, usually that should be your starting point. And now in this case with Niger, I like the fact that the president is, using a carrot and stick approach. Okay, you dangle the carrots, and if they do not work, you whip them. That also needs to happen. Now, I stop in my own thinking that the kind of whipping we are going to do for Niger should stop at economic sanctions, because we can really, sanction these people to the point that we will get them on their knees to do what we want them to do without necessarily, going there militarily, because it is not in our interest. It is not in Nigeria's interest to attack Niger as it is right now. It will be in France's interest and the Americans' interest, because America has a base there. France is mining uranium. Now, I don't want my country to be a vassal of the West. I want us to have an independent, foreign policy that is for the benefit of Nigerians.
Let me insert this, Hassan. Even if it's to France's benefit and the Americans' benefit, but and also it will be to our benefit as well, because they're right next door to us. If we are able to surgically remove this element and reinstate democracy in that space, our stock in the international space, our cachet, it will shoot up exponentially.
At what cost?
Yes.
At the cost of removing, at the cost of removing criminals who are holding a whole country to
us.
What do you mean at what cost?
At the cost of at the cost of the life of soldiers.
Is that not usually the cost of international diplomacy?
No, yeah, at the cost of the lives of soldiers, we have enough. At the cost of destabilization,
we have sufficient enough to take care of Niger Republic.
No, one man stop looking at it like the wrong way. Yes, one man. Okay, go ahead. It's Hassan, but go ahead.
At the cost, at the cost of losing the lives of our soldiers that are already spread thin, at the cost of money that we don't have to fund our systems now, because that's an issue. We can't fund our system. That's why there's problem and there's crisis. It's coming at that cost. It's coming at the cost of forcing a democracy on the people that don't want it. We have wanted democracy. We fought. We died. No foreign body came to die here on the soil of Nigeria. We fought for democracy. We wanted it. We died for it. So if there's an issue in our territory, we are going to fight it, because we knew the price we paid for it. You understand? These people, this is about their 8th republic. They don't want democracy, and that's what the West is doing in the Middle East. It's not everybody that wants democracy. So don't force it on. Look at the way they are celebrating and happy on the streets.
No. We're not. Hold on. We're not looking at that, because those are sponsored celebrations. But
okay.
Yes. Yeah, but
one man, that is wrong. That is wrong. They love jubilation since a week now. They love jubilation in the street. So they are paying people, almost all the country jubilating in a different section at the same time, collectively. No, that is wrong.
One man
is wrong. No, you don't have the right. You don't. I know your show, but you don't have the right to say that.
Yeah. Let's get back to Hassan. So let's get back to Hassan. Hassan,
okay.
Those are choreographed celebrations.
Yeah, okay. This is what I would say regarding that. One man, you are not entirely right. Okay. What I have been able to know, the fact that I stay very where I am is not very far from Niger, is that majority of people of Niger, I would even put it at 70%, are celebrating that the junta, has outset, the government, but but they are people who really do not understand their own priorities. I know it is not my place, to make judgment of a sovereign country and its people, but from my own, point of view, right from here, from Nigeria, I'm looking at it like, okay, these military juntas that take over these countries, it's not as if, the problem with Mali, Burkina Faso, now Niger and Sudan, you see elements of, a new scramble for Africa. Different factions of the East is pushing aside, the West is pushing aside, and they clash. Now, we in Nigeria have always maintained some sort of independence. We are not wholly committed to the West, and we are not wholly committed to the East. Now, by this strong action on another sovereign country, we would have, sworn our allegiance to, being a vassal of the West. But what I'm trying to say here is about the people of Niger themselves. They are liking the fact that, these politicians have been pushed away. There is a lot of trauma of people in sub-Saharan Africa from uh, successive governments and them not fulfilling their mandates, and not having irresponsible people get into positions of leadership, whether they're military or civilian or whatever. They just end up stealing people's money and running away to it to one Western country and finish it. Now, what these militaries are doing is that you hear their rhetorics. They are all just about rhetorics. I don't like the military that are in these countries, but they are doing something and they're doing it quite well. Their rhetorics is anti-Western. What they say is down with France. They are the ones that have made you people poor. They're the ones that, that sentiment of pushing away responsibility. They don't want to take the responsibility, even though when they get into office, even the politicians and even the soldiers, they're pointing to them. Okay, it is France, it is America, it is this, it is that. But when you look at the statistics, the jihadist attacks, the insecurity problem that they have in all those parts of the Sahel, it doesn't stop just because a military man takes over. In fact, their military efficiency and curbing attacks, guarding their nation, nothing changes just because somebody wearing a khaki comes into power. I mean, you're only as strong as how trained your soldiers are and the kind of equipment that they have to prosecute this kind of new warfare that has just come into our part of the world and is terrorizing a lot of countries in Sahel, because the jihadis, the way they fight is different, and it requires a lot of resources. You need a lot of intelligence. You have to have some level of advanced equipment to really monitor these things before you can really engage them and engage them well. So if for me, I didn't really welcome the idea of rushing and giving a 7-day ultimatum. I think it's a blunder, because now Tinubu's hand, you know, he has to do something. He has already played his hand and given himself just 1 week. This posturing of wanting to do and show that you are powerful, it shouldn't be about that. I think if we give some a little bit of time to work on these things. There are a lot of ways through mediation, through diplomacy, that we can work out these things. We can make it in such a way that we would have the military go, but in such a way that Bazoum may not necessarily come back. Because I don't see, as things are right now, how these military guys will just surrender like that and just go. They are going to fight to the death, and that does not really go any well for us.
Hassan, what do you think is propelling these people? Is it ideology or money? Because what we have, I'm not sure if you can see if you can see your screen or not, but what we have is the Sultan of Sokoto arriving there, being met by the now head of state, we'll have to call him, And then, of course, he was accompanied by Abdul Salami Abubakar. So they're now there, and it looks as though a convivial atmosphere. But if you look at this guy, there's nothing that says ideology about this element. I mean, it's just like
It's
where are the dollars and
opportunism.
can I get my shares?
It's opportunism. That's the truth. It's opportunism. Everybody wants a taste at power, and this guy, he got the chance to do this because he foiled a coup early in Bazoum's presidency. There was a move, to actually topple that government in its infancy. Now he was the one that masterminded, putting down that coup. This Abdurrahman Chiani. So Bazoum actually gave him a high level of trust, and being him that he is the presidential guard, head of the presidential guard, he had access to him practically all the time. Now he used that as an opportunity, and the growing anti-Western sentiment. I mean, the economic crunch and the hunger that is going all over the world right now, and the cost of living crisis. It's everywhere in the world. Obviously, countries like Niger will feel it harder than people like us. So there are economic elements, and put to the fact that that country is is in the Sahara Desert, where their volume of rainfall has been consistently going down for the past 2-3 decades, and everywhere is just just a thick Sahara arid. So nothing grows any longer, and there is real poverty. And now there is a jihadist insurgency all around their borders. A lot of things converge to create this hellish life that if you are in the army, things can get so bad in a country where the army will see an opportunity that easily they can sell a narrative to the citizens that, okay, this politician that is on the seat today, that is the cause of your problem. Meanwhile, this problem have been developing for decades. Now, it is very difficult to have a nuanced discussion with the average man. I'm not trying to say that some people are more, but a democracy usually works where you have enlightened citizens, people who engage the process, who have some level of understanding of their civic duty and how they can interact with the process for it to work. But if we tell ourselves the truth, a lot of our people in Africa do not really bloody care what is happening. They just know that democracy, you go and get your ballot box and you choose one politician with one big tummy and drop your vote and pray to God that he does what he says he's going to. What do
This is
even
the
our
problem,
politicians say?
Sorry to interrupt you. I said this is the problem. First, you said you don't buy the idea of Tinubu giving them 7 days ultimatum. I'm not sure that's his own decision on himself. And knowing that Niger is our neighbor, giving them 7 days ultimatum might propel this guy to say, okay, let's sit down and dialogue. If this guy didn't make any sign of, I want to dialogue with you, obviously they will ECOWAS and Tinubu, they will make their decision. And secondly, people are saying, a lot of people are happy. Fine, if people believe a government of the day is bad and the military take over, they will be happy. Give them 2 years and let's see how Niger will be. Let the military rule them and let's see if they will be happy. You see, we need to understand what coup means. And there is no democratic government all over the world that will support a military coup taking over a democratic government in any country. It's just the way
I'm not in any way against any of the things that you've said. My only wish
that's what I'm
is
saying.
that
So we need to understand that some decisions are making. We are not with these people. We don't even really see what's going on. We can only talk from what we assume and what we see and the news we hear. Sometimes that
we are with them anyway from here too. We are with them because I was in Difa last week before the coup. Difa is Nigeria's border with Niger in Borno State. No, in Borno, Difa is just you just cross one tiny stream and you are in Niger. You cross it back and you are
but what
back
I'm
in
saying, I
Nigeria.
mean the guys in play now, like the guy in control in Niger, they're not in
Okay.
you're not in their meeting. You don't know, you don't even know if they are communicating. We don't even know this Sultan of Sokoto that go to see this guy, whether it's Tinubu that sent him there. We don't know these things. We don't know it. So we can only
Yes, that's true. Yes, that's true. That's the whole
We
reason
know
for
that
having
one.
a platform like this now. It's just commentary. Yeah, it's just commentary at the end of the day now. All of us, is it not just commentary? Who is going to, it's just that. Anyway, what I'm
Hold on, Hassan. Let me append something to what DOG just said. So the Sultan of Sokoto and Abubakar Abdul Salami are there. They were sent by the presidency. But how significant is the Sultan of Sokoto being part of that party? Because he's a religious leader whose influence cascades through the Sahels, and they are under his authority somewhat too. So if Buhari was in that mix, I will almost be certain that they will gather all their AK-47s and take it off their hand. But how significant is Sultan of Sokoto being part of that party in terms of the respect that we expect that? Yeah.
very, very significant. You see, some parts of Niger, some parts, not all, some, have been, traditionally under his influence, but not anymore anyway. But that's his tool of power, has reverence among a lot of people there, and that will make that his negotiation position will be.
Sorry, Hassan, who calls Ramadan for them? Does the Sultan call Ramadan for them?
No. They have their government. The French authorities do not leave anything out for any tradition. They are very strict with how they influence their laws. So all French West Africa, they do not rely on anything. They have cut all ties anyway, just from you. So they use all their French laws to do all these things anyway. But the Sultan going there and Abdul Salami Abubakar, I think that covers that, because even Buhari, he'll do nothing more than what Abdul Salam and the Sultan will do. I mean, Abdul Salam is a general, a former president too. He has more experience in these things than, in fact, Abdul Salam was one of the person that is being suspected of, removing Tanja Momodu. I think it was around 2013 or 12 that the guy refused to, relinquish power. He did his 2 terms and he refused to go. And he, imposed himself on Niger. And Abdul Salam went into Niger that day, tried to negotiate with the guy. It was abortive. So before Abdul Salam left Niger that day, it was alleged that Abdul Salam actually asked some military guys to just take over, and they took over. And that guy is still in prison, or he died in prison, something like that. But these are people who understand that space, and that's why I'm happy that they are doing this now. The only thing that I'm afraid of is where for it to reach a kinetic level. I don't hope for that. I don't wish that we get that. I hope that there will be some kind of solution that will not require the use of force in any shape or form. And what is it that realistically we're going to get? I mean, maybe the people of Niger need to understand in the long run that the military are just selling propaganda to them, because, if you want to control people, you have to give them a narrative. You have to create an enemy for them to hate, to look at, to channel their frustration to. While they're looking at that place, then you can have your way. It's a power game. And these guys that are trying to tackle this, they understand it very, very well. So fingers crossed. I hope, inshallah, this will be resolved amicably, and let then those military guys find a way to go. And even if it's not Bazoum, somebody else should come in.
I don't think it's going to be Bazoum anymore. If they are going to negotiate them down, they will want to insist that Bazoum has to go with them. And maybe what they will negotiate is a fresh elections without Bazoum. But there is the narrative that this opens a window of opportunity for Nigeria to show its might within that West African space, because we've never had the opportunity to show our might within that West African space. So a couple of just tasty little bombs on the presidential palace, just to as a correctional measure.
I'm not in support of that. I'm not in support of that. If we can have fifth columnists within the Niger army, to do another counter coup, yeah, fine. It's Niger guns versus Niger guns. fine. We can do that. We can support them. Like
Hassan, sorry,
we can still
can I interject?
yeah.
Sorry, can you tell me the government they have in Myanmar right now?
Nyame.
Boma.
Yeah, it
Yeah.
Abdurrahman Chiani, the head of the presidential guard, is now in charge of Niger fully. It's a military
No,
government.
not Niger. No, I'm talking about Niger. I'm talking about, the country called Buma, or their new name is Myanmar.
Myanmar. Yeah, it's a military government. Yeah, that
So why in America
Answer Suchi
twice? I said that twice.
Yeah,
Go
she's
plug
still
it
in prison, isn't
now.
she?
Yeah. So why is it American not going there gun blazing, or why or think Asia don't have their military unit too? Why are they not intervene with military power? Sovereignty. Why didn't you go there and walk into the sovereignty and march them out?
Nothing to gain.
Nothing to
Who
gain.
told you?
Yeah.
Who told you? Who told you? Do you know the resources Myanmar have? America is one of the highest. No, hold on. Let me lecture you, Patrick. America is one of the highest purchasers of their gas, gold, and which other chemical again they get there highly, only in Asia.
Okay, that means this guy is favoring them then.
So what are you talking about? So why must we march soldier to Niger? We should use diplomacy. And like you just said, Hassan, I agree with you. In Nigeria, we love fire brigade approach. Tinubu was very, very quick to stick 7 days. As a true leader, you don't put 7 days because you don't know how things return. You might overturn it in 2 days. You might overturn it in 24 days.
Tinubu did not put 7 days. ECOWAS put 7 days.
But he's the chairman of ECOWAS. Like, is he Ibosi father?
He's not the Lord and Master of ECOWAS.
He is the chairman for ECOWAS, one man. Don't be changing, moving the goalposts.
The chairman.
That's what I was about to say. He didn't make the decision.
Chairing other presidents, though. It's not chairing senior boys. It's not chairing school prefects. So he cannot enforce himself on them.
Right.
Even though he's chairman, Patrick, Patrick, hold on. Please stop all this. We're not kids here. Hold on. We understand the meaning. We understand the meaning of chairman. He takes responsibility. He made the announcement. The 7 of them came out and made the announcement at the same time. He made the announcement. So we hold that.
What is bad in him giving a consult for 7 days?
One voice,
You
but
think
after
you
a
want to
closed door
consult
meeting,
military people as well? You see, these things are strategical, and the circumstance around the decisions they make. Now we see Sultan of Sokoto, Salam Abubakar there. They can't just go there on their own accord. It must be from Tinubu that's analyzed, okay, go and talk to this guy. Maybe that 7 days is just to at least make a move. They can't just chicken out and say, oh, we want to come and talk to you. They have to show that we support democratic government.
Hold on. Okay, Patrick, hold on. I understand what everybody's saying from everybody's point, and everybody's right from their own point. But what I'm saying is this: that's 7 days they announced as Tinubu is the head of the chairman of the ECOWAS, including all the ECOWAS body. That was a fire brigade approach. You don't just rush into. Hold on, please. Hold on, please. Hold on.
I agree with you on that.
Hold on now. You don't even know, like I said, you listen to my when I was talking, don't listen from the middle. I said you don't even know if you can overturn that situation within 24 hours or within 3 days or 24 days. Hold on now. Let me land now, DOG. Please now. We're just talking there.
For them to make a
hold on.
He asked you to let him land, so let him land.
Let me land now. Because you don't know the situation on ground, you don't know what.
I'm just anyway. Talk.
Okay, Joji, carry on, Joji, carry on. Thank you, carry on.
Goodness me. All right. Let's get back to Hassan, but let Hassan have the space just to express himself. It's getting a bit rowdy. Hassan,
I'd like to say something though.
Yeah. Let Hassan. Let him round off his thoughts, and then you come after him, Oriola. And then I want to take Hassan to the social media space. But Hassan. Yes,
Okay.
round off your thoughts, and then let Oriola have a moment, and then I'll take you to social media.
Okay. As far as this Niger thing is concerned, I am with the people who think Tinubu was too hasty, to put himself to cap it off with a week. He shouldn't have just said that week, because now he puts himself in a position where if the negotiations do not work, he will have to act. Now, if there's some sort of delay, he would have to do something, and God forbid anything goes wrong, because if by mistake, because our soldiers may just be posturing on their border and they want to take a preemptive action, and if any of our soldiers is hurt, then all of us will be. Because believe you me, if they make the first move and one of our soldiers is dead, the next day all of us will be like, all the people in Niger do not deserve to live anymore. No, I'm just a hyperbolic statement. I do not mean it that way, but you can get what can go wrong, because all our sentiments, emotion will just go into it. You don't want that to happen, and that is why you need to give yourself some sort of wiggle room, to navigate this. If you guys remember what happened with Yaya Jame, what Nigeria actually did that time was, it was similar, but he had more time. I think they gave him like almost 3 weeks, and there was going up and down. I think even Tinubu went to Yaya Jame, and these things that they take time sometimes. And when the military actually, mobilized, it was just a show of force. Before they got there, he had already left the country, and there was no resistance, when the ECOWAS army went into that country. Now, I would have loved that this should have been the case for Niger, and I'm still optimistic that they are going to find a way to adapt to things, and at some point it's going to work. And let's just hope that it doesn't reach military confrontation in any shape or form. I am not for that. I don't wish that. That is
You,
for
you,
that
you you
space.
know, there's a part of me that actually wants Nigeria to show its dominance in that space, but
One man,
and it's an yeah.
one man. You're too brutal. Oh. Now, wow.
No,
Don't you
it's
think
One
not
that
man is
brutal.
right,
Oh.
but they might
this
show their
the
strength not by starting a war, by handling it and settling it to is showing their strength. And people are talking as if, oh, they've made that 7 days ultimatum without having an aftermath plan after that. These guys that we are talking about, they are not baby dolls. When they give that ultimatum, they must have the next move. They know what their next move is. Thank you.
But one
yeah,
man, sorry, let me just chip
but
in
that is
this.
the problem now.
Hey,
One
Hassan,
man is concerned. Nah, you want to come in?
Hassan, I'm
Yeah.
trying to ask you a question. I see, do you know
Okay.
what I see there with these two actions? They call the ultimatum of
Yes.
7 days and the negotiation. I see the ultimatum of
Mm.
7 days as ECOWAS position. I see the
Mm-hmm.
negotiation as a Nigerian position. At the point where ECOWAS was
Mm-hmm.
taking that decision, it was a majority decision. And Tinubu has no
Mm.
choice than to align. Now, these
Mm.
delegations that are going there at the Nigerian position.
Mm.
You
Yeah,
understand what I'm
it
saying?
could be.
So
It could
Tinubu
be
has
the
to play
case.
that politics. He has to play that politics and
Mm.
balance it. Let me agree with
Mm.
ECOWAS, but these are my neighbors. I cannot afford a crisis in Niger. I said this yesterday. Look at Libya.
Yes, I'm
Look at
with you
how
on
far
that.
they are.
I'm with you
Look
on
at
that.
how far they are to us. And look at the
Mm.
effect of the
Yet
crisis in Libya on us. Now you have a
we are
Niger.
still feeling
Look
it.
at that man. Look at that man sitting beside Absalam Abaka. It looks like
Mm.
our general from Sokoto or Kaduna. The Niger people
Mm-hmm.
look like us. If they come in
Yeah.
as guerrilla soldiers, we won't be able to differentiate them from our people.
Mm.
And that would be very dangerous. So I'm sure Tinubu
Mm.
has, and the rest have looked at that and say, okay, ECOWAS, take your position. We know we are going to be the one that will suffer. Ghana is far away now. So they
Yes,
are
they
not
are
going to
far
have any
away.
effect on them. So we are close to
Mm-hmm.
Niger. We are going to
Mm.
negotiate within now and 7 days, and we are going
Mm.
to agree. Now, ECOWAS
Mm.
delegation it is Debbie son from Chad, and that's just
Yeah.
a weak delegation. This was a man who came in through Coup, and is going to
Yeah.
negotiate with another country to say, oh, get off, we don't want Coup. That's stupid. That's ECOWAS position. But
Mm.
Nigeria is sending a
Mm-hmm.
military man who handed over to a civilian government and a
Yes.
traditional leader. They are making a statement that
Yes.
Tinubu is not a dummy. I think he's taking a
Yeah.
very strong position and it's very
Yes.
clear what
You
he
are very
wants.
right. And I
Yeah.
think that what
Yeah.
put
You are
that
very right. I agree.
Tinubu
I
No,
agree with
D,
was
that.
please. No, D, please. Let's Hassan round it up, and then I want to move on.
I'm not
Yeah. Yeah.
I agree with that. I agree with what you just said. I think that might actually be the case. But we don't really know the details. However, we're seeing the way it is being played. I would hope, and I'll keep my fingers crossed, that that is actually our approach to it, because only the president and the people who are helping him to actualize what he's trying to actualize know the facts of the matter as it stands now. But I would hope that that should be the case. But the problem that, because you have talked about differentiating our own primary interest as Nigeria and then the interest of ECOWAS as a body. I think the problem with ECOWAS in the first instance is that they are not in the position, ECOWAS is not in the position to take that kind of hardline stance while they know they are not the ones that are going to do the heavy lifting. One. Two, ECOWAS has not been consistent. You see, if you are against military coups, you should also be against civilian coups. This guy, Alassane Ouattara, that Laurent Gbagbo of Cote d'Ivoire, was ousted. Laurent Gbagbo refused to go. Alassane Ouattara came in, did his 8 years, somehow manipulated the constitution, and now he's doing a third term. Now ECOWAS looked away because that is a coup. That is a civilian coup, because just because you are president, then you overrule the constitution, manipulate it to such a point that you keep yourself perpetually in power. Then that is not democracy as it is. There should be, term limits, and that is why it's a country is functional. But ECOWAS would look away from people like Alassane Ouattara, and then suddenly they want to form heroes with the blood of Nigerian soldiers. God forbid they'll never reach their aim. That since they turned their eye on Alassane Ouattara, Nigeria is in every right to turn our eyes on Niger if it's not in our interest to intervene. And thank God the president is looking at it from that angle, and I hope this will all come out better, and the people of Niger will be safe, and all of us too will be safe. One man, what is it that you want? What space you want us to go through?
I want to take you to the Senate, but I'll let Oriola have a moment, and then not to the Senate or to the social media, but I'll let Oriola have a moment. Oriola, you wanted to say something?
Yeah, I was. I think Patrick kind of like summarizes actually what my thinking. That he actually kind of summarized it, but I also have another point of view that okay, this guy he planned a coup, and he took over the government. But they were saying they don't like the Westerners, but they're moving towards the Russians. But he's not asking the Westerners to leave their country. I just feel like there's so much stuff, gray area, that is complicated in a way, the way I'm looking at it. That but I don't think that's the topic for tonight. I think you already spoke about that yesterday, I believe. But
yes,
I think there's so much gray area in that part. Like, if he's confidence in himself that he doesn't like the Westerner, he should. They have base there. Just tell them to leave. But I don't. So there's so many things that is confusing, and I think that as Africans, we don't learn from the past mistakes, because similar things have been happening so many times, and we kind of like we fell for it. And I think it's the same type of thing that's going on now. Like, this will go by and the same thing will still happen. Like, they will never get anything done. So I just think that there's so much gray area, and I think ECOWAS and the president, they're doing, good job in a way. We hope everything turn out to be good move. But just like I'm saying, I think there's so many gray areas, and I think siding with one and not the other is is very complicated. That's what I think.
All right, brilliant,
All right.
excellent, excellently put. So if you want to address that, address it. But I want,
okay.
I want
So
to, yeah.
Let me address it. Then we'll just leave the space. It's just Oriola. I
Yeah.
don't think there's anything complicated. It's just about power. That's just it. These military guys are after power. They see the politicians enjoying motorcades, having fine wives, 4 wives, enjoying life, sending their children to school. They also want a taste of the pie. That is just it. The Western and Eastern thing is what you feed to the masses. Give them a narrative, just sell the narrative to them. It's about power at the end of the day. All of them, if France or the West will now, strengthen their position, they will keep quiet. But it's not about France or Russia at the end of the day. It's about gaining power. Now, before you make an attempt to gain power, social and economic conditions will have to favor you. You have to do that your calculations, but you also need, you cannot tell the masses that I want to get power for power's sake. Now you have to give them something to, and that is just it. Some insurgency here, economic recession there. Uh, the sins of the politicians pass to there, and it's just that it's a power play. But it's well. It will be well, inshallah. Nigeria will be well.
One
All
man,
right.
one man,
Yes.
one man. Sorry, I want to do that duty. So let me just give my own assertion a little bit before I jump out,
No.
please.
All right.
I'm leaving the screen. I'm leaving the panel. I want to in everything, not just
all right.
not just only on your talking point. I just give little. Anyway,
Hold on. Can you do your daddy duties and come back? Because the thing has been so chopped up. There's no flow to it.
Okay, all right. Do your thing. If I need to come back, I will message you personally. I have to leave the
All right. Thank you for that. It's just been so chopped up the whole session now. Let me take you to this space. Let me take you to this space, Hassan. So now, the one thing that a lot of people will say is that the social media in Nigeria is running amok. About 2 years or so ago, there was this Nigerian actress called Etinosa, and then she got drunk in her apartment, and then she was on this Instagram live thing with some online personality. It was a live streaming. And then slowly she started to take off her clothes, and slowly, maybe she was drugged up as well, to the point that she was completely naked, all being viewed globally around the world. So of course, the regret came latterly. So all of these things, and then just the volume of abuse, you've all seen just the tirade of abuse. So the social media space is running amok, and the government wants to regulate it. So the government wanted to regulate it under Buhari. But then a lot of people, they used the free speech narrative that they were trying to stifle it then. But now this new administration now, they are willing to toe that same line. Are you on board that the social media is so wild and out of control that necessarily some regulation has to be in place? Hassan. After all that build up, Hassan.
Nigeria at the panel.
Nigeria at the panel.
They'll switch off their lights.
I think it may have been interrupted by a personal matter. Do you want to pick that up then, Patrick?
No, there seems to be noise where I am, so.
All right. Let's Ajanle Koko pick that up then. Ajanle Koko, let's hear from you.
Yeah. Greetings to our listeners around the world. Click on the like button. And let's click on the like button so that it can help the YouTube algorithm of this platform. I don't know how many people already click on the click the like button already. One man, how many people?
Only about 20, not enough.
We have
one man. I did not leave the platform. Sorry, Ajali Koko. It's just that my mic will just mute, and I will try to unmute it, and then it will not unmute in time.
Okay. So how many?
Sorry, Ajali Koko.
Yeah, no. You still have the floor. So how many like we have now out of?
Only about 20. Even though I've been like Tinubu, I've danced for it, I've begged for it. Like Tinubu, but I think you have to plead with our obedient contingent. I think they're the ones that are putting COVID,
so 10 of us on the platform, and how many over there at the comment?
I have done the needful.
Okay, everybody, please click on the like button. So that
we want to hit 100 today. We want to hit 100. Yeah,
100 at least. Yeah. Okay, Hassan, you have the floor.
Yes. Okay. One man, you see, all the time with this discussion about the social media and regulating it. You know what it is that I like the idea of regulating it, but I have seen Nigerian regulation at work, and I'm not completely on board with it because there is this tendency of and the regulation of Nigeria is not so much what creeps into it. It's not so much even about government or tribe. Religious narratives, extreme religious narratives will be foisted on everybody else. If it is a Christian dominated area, now anything you post, you are against Jesus. If it is Islamic dominated area, you have to be very careful too, because everything would just be, and people would, I hope that that should not be the case, but I know the way the Hausa film industry was regulated. Now people don't watch Hausa film any longer because when they got the space to regulate one part of it, and the next they came for another till it was really, the movies were just like you watching something that is lifeless, meaningless, because it was not reflecting the real thing that was happening in the society. I don't think a lot of people are watching it now. People watch Indian films more than they watch the Hausa films. The Hausa films, they came up so well, they got good reception, and then they are now just gone to the gutters. And it is that regulatory agency in Kano that caused all this, is stifled creativity. So that is my own objection with that our kind of regulation. However, because I believe that if a society must progress, then you have to give people some degree of freedom. Now, that freedom, creativity, and some sort of responsible rebellion, it is what gives birth to new ideas that is going to help society. My hope is that if we can create laws, that will go with our civil court, such that all Nigerians will be represented. Let's have some level of moral, religious, and core cultural things that we want to you know and then security too, security and core cultural things that we want to protect, and then fashion our, because we don't have to copy, because I see the majority of people, we don't have to copy from any nation. We don't have to copy the Chinese model nor the Western model. It has to be a Nigerian model for it to work.
Sorry, Hassan, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Do you think, we have an agreed moral value within the Nigerian space? Do you think we are all of one clear understanding of a national moral value?
No, I think there are intersection. There is a place where there are a lot of intersections, and there are sweet spots. But there, if you draw a Venn diagram, of course, there is going to be white places outside in that cycle where there is so much ideological and moral divide. But I think we are more closer than we are different. So it's just about putting one and minusing one. If it was not possible, this country would have not survived. But I think it's a work in progress, because one man really look at Nigeria very well, and the very vehicle that pushes a culture or whatever it is that you call about your country, it's in the language. Now in Nigeria, you go to northern Nigeria, people are speaking Hausa. You go to the western Nigeria, people are speaking Yoruba. You go to the eastern Nigeria, people are speaking Igbo. Now that is not the fundamental Nigerian way of thinking or mentality. If you want to find Nigeria within the languages that are being spoken in Nigeria, now pidgin you go speak. That is where you find, I think there's a convergence of, the northern psyche, the southern psyche, and the eastern psyche, all in one, subculture of, because when you are speaking in pidgin English, suddenly you feel your brain has switched up a little bit. You are now thinking more like the average Nigerian. When you're implementing things more like the average Nigerian than when you're speaking in your native tongue. I don't know whether this is applicable to all people, but I know for the majority, because there are a lot of studies that demonstrated this. Now, I think that
Question:
where you
How
find
many
Nigeria,
Nigerians?
yeah, I will get there. I will get there.
How many Nigerians actually
So
speak
I
pidgin?
think,
Because I cannot.
no, I'll get there. I'll
Yeah,
get
you're
there.
not
Sorry,
a
I
Nigerian,
don't want to lose
Oriola.
my chain of thoughts.
You're an American, but
Yes.
carry on.
So
Carry on.
so
Yes.
so
No,
yeah.
I'm not.
So one man, if you are looking for Nigeria, if you are looking for Nigeria, I mean the average of the moral, cultural, religious, civil, whatever it is, you have to find it in pidgin English. you have to find it in Pidgin English. Now, what is happening with Pidgin English is that I think it's evolving, and it is obviously growing with the population of Nigeria, because when you go to a lot of these African countries, they are now adapting Pidgin English. And in Nigeria itself, all urban centers, you do well, to speak Pidgin English, because if you speak Pidgin English, nobody will even try to take advantage of you if you speak it well. Like, they know, say your eye don't open, nothing will you never see. You get what I mean? But you can't, they speak grammar, they talk through your nose. Oh boy, you go collect. But anyway,
Somebody like me, I can't survive in Nigeria. I don't
no,
think they
no,
will
na lie,
destroy
na
me.
lie, na lie. It's just that your own has been so long that you've not been speaking it, so and such that it's like you are singing. It's like you are singing now when you are speaking your Pidgin English, but you speak it very well. It's just that you are singing when you are speaking it.
You know why you know why I asked you that question, Hassan. Now you
Yes.
know the when you said Kannywood had been regulated out of relevance, and the
Mm,
Kannywood that I know, they're always is always been conservative anyway. A properly dressed a young lady who doesn't show any cleavage or any real body parts, really essentially singing,
mm,
and then some boy behind some fruit tree trying to get her
mm,
attention. That's usually the backdrop of the Kanye. Very
mm,
banal, very conservative, very serene.
mm,
So if they are
mm,
able to regulate that out of existence, then if you come to the South, where the actresses barely wear any clothes, the language is oftentimes vulgar, and the
mm,
conduct is always lewd.
mm,
So where is the convergence then between those two chasms?
mm. I don't know. I don't think that what will happen in the South will be the same thing that happened in the North. you know uh there are extremes to every idea, but I think with regulation, like I know the biggest thing is that what I think would happen with the movies in the South is that uh if there is any tint to Christianity, then different denominations will now begin to sponsor different productions and will now begin to push their narratives, because I see the element of every Nigerian movie, the one that they speak English, they call it Nigerian film, but I don't want to say anything. Let me just keep quiet. But all those movies, at the end of the day, you see elements of Christianity. To God be the glory, and where all the juju, what our great grandfathers had, all everything. If they use it, at the end of the day, it is one pastor that will come with one book and say he defeated that person, and the African is always evil in that narrative. I don't know who the people, but that will get worse. I think that will get worse, and things like that.
Good point. Good point.
So that will get worse, and the church will now have backing from the law, to start targeting these people. And who is going to come to your rescue when they go to court? In the court, where the judge will just put his wig and say, okay, the law kaza kaza, law number YY, and go and change it, the idea of regulating social media is good if we do it around mental health, around things like that, and protecting our culture and our identity. So it has to be a uniquely Nigerian. I don't want to see us go and copying and pasting what America did, or what the UK did, or what China did, or whatever whoever did. I want to see us do our own thing so that it will work. You cannot just go and bring something from another country, and then just because they did it in one Uyibo country, you want it to come and work in Nigeria. No, it's not going to work that way. That's just the way I see it, one man.
Oh, all right, brilliant. And finally, I'm briefly on this space. Ganduje emerges as APC national chairman. So a lot of people saw this coming, but is this a square peg in a square hole? Is this something that was inevitable?
Brilliant political move, I would say. And at the end of the day, with Tinubu and Ganduje, this is about rewarding loyalty, isn't it? And this is no longer a Nigerian matter. It is an APC matter. And, Ganduje needed protection. That is just the reality. And he is going to now get the guarantee of getting it, because, the NNPP government is really after him in Kano. But I think it's okay as far as Nigerian standards are. He's okay. I'm not. I will cut him some slack now. I don't want to trouble myself with Nigeria's problem, especially with people putting stuff in dollars into their pockets. And obviously, they are politically connected, so nothing is going to happen to them. It's not as if we don't know these things. Ganduje was just caught. Others have, stolen more than him, but no evidence, so they did not do it. Hear no evil, see no evil.
Yes, yes. Were you surprised that Kwakwanso did not get anything after all of his endless visits to the villa?
It was not an endless visit. He was invited there. I believe we would see the game in clearer terms. I don't think the president is naive enough to discard of Konkosu. If you really look at, and I've been trying to listen to all the echo chambers from the Ganduje camp and the Konkosia camp. Okay, the people at the bottom in Ganduje camp are rejoicing. The people in Kanduje camp are saying, okay, go and rejoice in whatever thing you're doing, but Kanu is ours, and that is the base. But at the upper level of people who are following the Gandujia and the Konkosia movement, there is some level of silence. They're not pointing fingers at each other at the topmost level. There is something that is not yet ripe for all of us to see. And I believe in time we would see that. Because I don't think Tinubu just discarded Konkosu. There is a plan on ground. And he knows it. They know it. We don't yet know what it's going to be like.
All right, finally, before I move on to Ajanle Koko, they suddenly, mysteriously, the excellent, elegant image of the former emir of Kano suddenly reappears at the State House in Kano State. So they've now hung, so Tinubu's picture is to the left, the governor's picture is Abbas to the center, and emir of Kano, his picture now being reinstated. So are we about to see the return of Lamido Sanusi as the emir of Kano? And then what will happen to the chopping off of that emirate that Ganduje carried out?
I wouldn't mind him returning. Let me tell you the truth. I wouldn't mind. I like the guy. I like him very much. Yeah. So I wouldn't mind him returning to that place, and because for the sake of the heritage of the people of Kano. And a lot of us too that have been observing and we've been admiring them from far. We want to see Kano be restored to its former glory, and the way to do that is to reunite all those emirates and bring him back to power. I don't think that is a fluke. It's just a way of telling those that are occupying those positions that just know that when we get the opportunity, we are coming for you. So, or we are already planning it, because the reason they gave was intentional. They put it there, they recorded it, they released it. It is intentional. There is no way. This is not an accident. It is intentional, and I would hope that he gets back there. I mean, he was removed by Fiat, and I think he's going to be put back by Fiat too. All those laws that they did, those laws can be amended, discarded, whatever, and it can easily be reverted to status quo. The kind of power we give our executive governors in Nigeria, one man, I don't think is appropriate. It is too much that a governor has that kind of power. I think it's too much, and they are destroying some traditional institutions. The powers are too much.
Yes, I agree. A governor should not have the power to step down an emir or an oba. It's just it's upside down, isn't it? It's the oba that should be stepping down the governor, not the other way around. You
see, even if he does not step him down, at least they should have their independent, jurisdictions, and one is not capable of, throwing out the other. The emir and the oba are under local government chairman.
Imagine that.
Not even, under local government chairman. Not even. It's the soldiers really did us shake it.
You know that Sanusi was never even meant to be the emir of Kano. He was actually foisted there because of they wanted when they were trying to push Goodluck Jonathan out. Because when Ado Bayero died and the kingmakers went into council, the name they came back with was actually Ado Bayero's son. He was meant to succeed his father, but then they pushed them back again. to go and
Mm-hmm.
because they wanted Sanusi in there to push the
Mm-hmm.
Buhari narrative. So he should not have been the emir even in the first instance. Did
I
you know
don't think
that?
it's it. No, yeah, I know. It was Kwankwaso now. He was governor then, and he
Okay.
was leading part of the rebellion against the former president Goodluck Jonathan, and yeah, destiny. Some things, the timing, the way the things happened. I believe is his destiny to become to succeed his grandfather. He succeeded his grandfather, and like his grandfather, he was deposed too. Maybe he will do better than his grandfather and regain his his throne. That is left to see.
You,
But
you,
even at
you,
that, he had
you,
achieved great things.
you know they wanted to banish him to Nasarawa. It was El Rufai that rescued him and escaped him to Lagos.
Yeah, they did banish him. At least traditionally, if you are removed from power, from the throne, you have been automatically banished, and you are not supposed to come back into Kanu. And now it is Nasarawa that they usually go, but Kanu Sanusi, being the learned person that he is, he came back. He came into Kanu at some point. He sent his lawyers, and they went to court with Kanu state government, and he won that even though he is no longer the king, he has a right to come into Kano as a Nigerian citizen, and he won. I think they took it up to the Supreme Court. It's not that people were not following the case, but I followed it, and he won. He's somebody who is very learned, and I like some of his. He's against the Almajiri thing. He is
Yes.
for educating the girl child.
Yes.
He is for a lot of progressive ideas. He wants to adapt. He believes Nigeria should adapt, the Islamic interpretation that people in Malaysia, Indonesia, have. It is very moderate. Like they do not, cling to some these extreme ideas that stunt the growth of a society that we have unfortunately found ourselves here in northern Nigeria, especially with the Almajiri thing and things like that, and
You,
the
you,
aversion to Western education and things like that. We need more people like him in reality.
Hassan, it really surprised me that the relationship between the emir and Ganduje, it went the way it went because Ganduje by instinct is a progressive, and the emir is a futurist. Ganduje is a PhD, and the emir is an intellectual. So there seems to be a natural synergy there, and I think directionally they want the same things. But I think it was the arrogance of Lamido Sanusi that Ganduje just could not stomach.
That is true. That is true. But one thing with these privileged people, I have friends who are princes, first class princes, and like somebody who was like Sunusi, he is a privileged person all his life. He doesn't know lack. He has never lacked anything. When he goes to the UK, or wherever he goes to do his things, he gets first class treatment everywhere else in the world. They have access to all the money, all the stuff. So the way they grow up is usually not the way people like Ganduje grew up, who had to walk his way through every ladder. Now, just because somebody is a prince does not mean, and he comes from, a very important family like his, does not mean that he is immune to the kind of vices and things that, ordinary people have. Now, Sanusi's problem as a human being is that he tends to be carried away sometimes by his intellectuality, and sometimes he is not humble. If you notice him, even while as CBN governor, he is somebody who attacks ideas that are contrary to his, and he attacks it well. But what happened between him and Ganduje was more political and power tussle, because I think they had when Ganduje, rebelled from Konkoso and was doing his thing, Sanusi, who got to where he was by virtue of Konkoso being governor at that material time. I think I don't know what happened. Maybe he began to despise Ganduje because he did a lot of things that were very, very wrong against Ganduje that time. As governor, he disrespected him in certain ways. And there were rumors that during the election when Ganduje was trying to, go for the second term, Sanusi was against it. Somehow, I think he said something, somehow. Whatever it is, I think he put himself out there. He made the first wrong move, and Ganduje, did what he did, and the rest is now history, isn't it? But I think he would have learned his lesson now.
Those are my two favorite. Those are my two favorite people from Kano State, by the way. Ganduje, who I rate highly, and because he's a super brain and very witty. I almost rate him as highly as I rate Kashim Shettima, but I don't think I rate any Northerner as much as I rate Kashim Shettima. Yes, and the Emir, of course. I mean, you only have to listen to him speak. Erudite, intelligent, urbane, charming, engaging, all of the things you want to see in a king.
Yeah, very, 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 I think, progressive and Islamic liberal, because there is liberalism even in Islam. A lot of people do not know that. So when they talk of liberalism independent of Islam, I just look at them and smile, and they assume that the default Islamic, position is conservatism, which is not the case. Even within Islam, you can be liberal, and I will fall to that divide, and that is why I like Sanusi very, very much. I hope and pray that he comes back to his throne and he can implement Islamic liberal policies. That we really need. We really need messiahs, not even one person, many messiahs here where we are right now in northern Nigeria. We really need messiahs, and Sanusi is one of those people who fits that bill, because he already, he is a malam, he is a preacher. He can transform into a preacher. He knows the Quran, he knows the Hadith. He went to school. He's a first class graduate in Islamic Sharia and all those things. There's nothing you're going to tell him.
He went to Khartoum, didn't he? He went to Khartoum.
Yeah. Yes. And he understands both sides of the divide and has a very good brain, and can really bring things together to make sense. And when he goes for something, he really goes for it. Yeah.
All right, brilliant. So Hassan, make sure it's not that long. Just hang around.
Okay.
But make sure it's not that long before you come and join us again. Let me take the conversation in the direction of Ajanle Koko, who has been waiting patiently. So Ajanle Koko, hopefully you are still there, and this sleep has not taken you from us, Ajanle Koko.
Yes, I'm here, one man. What's up?
Yeah, so I was with Abdullahi Ganduje with a son, and it is one of those things because of all of the noise coming out of the Kwakwanso camp in Kano State around the dollar pocketing thing. They've even appointed, I think, Femi Falana to pursue that case. So for him to be on the ministerial list, it would have been too much controversy, and all of the headlines would have been about that. So they removed him from that, only to now land him on in this job. Do you think this is a good fit? Abdullahi Ganduje emerges as APC national chairman.
Well, thank you, one man. And once again, let me urge our our listeners around the world, click on the like button if you haven't done so. Share and subscribe as well. Because when you click on the like button, you help the YouTube algorithm of this platform, and that serves the purpose for us to come back, and for new people new people that will get
discover
to know,
yes,
new people that will get to know about the platform, to really come on board as well, to share their thoughts on what is going on in Nigeria. So do it if you haven't done so, and thank you so much while the program continues. So, one man, Ganduje, as the face of the party, is not good. We all have the video of him stocking dollar into his agbada or babariga. You want to talk it? You want to talk about? Babariga. You want to call it rather? So, for somebody who is widely known as a corrupt person, to be the face of the party is not good. That's number one. Then number two, for Tinubu to give that position to the southwest, to the northwest, to me, I think it's not fair as well. It seems to me that it's giving too much to the northwest than any other part of Nigeria, because already all the northwest is having the highest nominee for the ministerial appointment, and well, I think the northwest people, I believe they put pressure on him to give them that position, because I think they know how to play the politics well. That what might have been responsible for that. They know how to play the politics well, openly and behind the scene. But the North Central that was having what are they giving to North Central that is losing this chairmanship position in return? I don't know. I think it should have been given to North Central. That will have the balancing will have been better. But now you have Northwest having more position among the, more ministerial nominee than any other geopolitical zone in the country, and they having the chairmanship of the party as well, at the expense of North Central, who was occupying the position before. So, but it's their party. They want to run it the way they like. I believe Tinubu is having Ganduje there because Ganduje is his pally. Is trying to control the party in totality. He got it now because Ganduje being his man that followed him around to everywhere during his campaign, during the time that he was facing those serious challenges with regard to currency exchange. Ganduje and El Rufai and maybe another governor took up the courage to take the federal government to challenge the federal government Naira exchange, or what do I call it now?
Naira swap, yes.
Naira swap. They took the courage to take the federal government to court. That it's illegal, and they won. They won the ruling at the High Court that the old note should still be accepted as legal tender alongside the new note. So he worked hard for Tinubu. So maybe that is why he's giving him this highest position in the party.
Do you think this position is tantamount, if not even higher than a ministerial position? This chairmanship that.
Well, as the chairman of the party is the number one, is above every other person as far as that party is concerned. Even the president, he is above the president. Just if we really want to separate governance from the administration and the operation of the party, he is the one that will give every candidate of the party that certificate to be the nominee of the party. So he is a very, very strong position. Everybody in that party will look up to him for one favor or the other when it comes to the management and the management of the party. So whether they like it, anybody in the party now, in the ministerial appointment or whatsoever, governor, everything, they will come to seek his favor when election is coming, particularly when they're trying to organize the primary of the party across the state. His own approval will take your name to the INEC. If his approval is not there, if it doesn't go through him, it's going to be regarded, your nomination is going to be regarded as null and void. So that guy is the number one, is the most powerful person in that party today, even more than the president. But it's just that Nigeria, the way they run their own thing, they model things up. The president, they want to see him as, because he's our president, so let's give him. No. The management of, the governance is different from the management of the party. The party platform takes you to the position of government. So the chairman, you have to be answerable to him. The chairman of the party, in a true democracy, the chairman of the party will direct the president how to run the government because they campaign on the basis of the manifesto of the party, and they have to deliver that manifesto, every element of that manifesto, to the people of that country that voted them in power. So Ganduje is occupying the most strategic position, the most important position in that party. So Tinubu has finally taken control of the party. Now, he wasn't in control of the party before now. But now he has taken the control of the party. He's in firm control of the party. He's in firm control of the government of Nigeria. So everything is working good for him. And it's time for him to deliver on both sides. But Ganduje, Ganduje, as far as I'm concerned, he didn't demonstrate why should Ganduje be given such most important position in the party when he did not demonstrate that he had the capacity of managing the party at the state level? He couldn't bring people together at the state level when he was the governor. Under his leadership of the party at the state, because, the way Nigerians operate their own, governor control the party in the state. Under his leadership, what do you call this guy? Shakarau left. A lot of people left the party for NMPP. So what are they saying in Ganduje to occupy that position, a position that, the management of the people across the country, people in that party across the country, is the number one and most important job of the chairman. How can he manage people well to avoid crisis within the party and position the party to Nigerian people as a reliable party that is worthy to be voted in power? So Ganduje doesn't have that quality as far as I'm concerned. He doesn't have the quality of, managing people well. He lost Ghana. It was because of his bad leadership in Kano that he couldn't win Kano. If he has managed Shekara well, Shekara remain in Kano, and other people that went with that went to NMPP to Kwankwaso, if those people had not left, maybe he would have delivered Kano. He would have retained, APC would have retained the governorship position, and maybe he would have delivered APC. He might not been able to deliver APC due to Kwankwaso, but at least he will have retained the governorship position. What do you call it? The little guy from Kaduna, he lost worse than Ganduje in the presidential. He only won, Bola Tinubu only won one local government in Kano. Presidential election in Kano. In Kaduna. Sorry, in Kaduna. He won only one local government. But when it comes to the governor, the little man deliver. APC, he delivered Kaduna for APC. Ganduje couldn't do it. He lost governorship position, and he lost the presidential in Kano. That's to tell you it, and it was due to his poor management of people within the party. So now, for him to occupy such most important position in the party, I don't know what I don't know how he will drive the party and position the party well before Nigerian people. So, to me, I think Tinubu made a mistake for having Ganduje to be chairman of the party. If he had given him maybe the FTC manager, or he has given him maybe ministerial appointment, that would have been better than to be the face of the party. One of the worst corrupt, somebody will have the video taking bribe to be the face of the party. That is not good. So, but it's their party. They can manage it the way it's now left for Nigeria to read meaning to it different way they like. But the way my own interpretation to his leadership is what I've expressed so far. Woman, it's not the right person for the job. It's not good to be the face of the party, as far as I'm concerned.
All right, but like you said, he was following Tinubu all over the place during the campaign. He put in a shift during that campaign, and he fought that Naira swap space alongside El Rufai and everything. So out of all of the people that Tinubu could have and would have abandoned, it would be very difficult for him to abandon Ganduje. So now, with the Kano State space reigniting that dollar clip narrative, very difficult for him to be on the ministerial list, because if his name was on that ministerial list, it would have been meat and drink for the opposition. They would have not gotten away from there. So he could not put him on the ministerial list, but he still needed to give him something sufficient that is commensurate with his contribution to the to the bringing about his government, because Ganduje certainly and El Rufai, if you remove Ganduje and El Rufai, I suspect that Tinubu will struggle to be president. But the chairmanship of the party, that's a big position. Maybe the minister of the FCT is what you're suggesting.
Yeah, minister of FTC. And I believe he had given him ministerial, that would have been better. And why should Matawale make the list of minister and Ganduje cannot make the list of the minister? Matawale is even more corrupt than Ganduje. It didn't deliver nothing in his own state. Ganduje did a lot in Kano. It's part of the fact that it's corrupt, a lot of people still saw what they can still see a lot of things, infrastructure and some other things that he put in place. I might be wrong, but
I think you're right. Even
yeah,
Jafar vouches for his competence, and Jafar is a Kwakwanso man.
yes. So if Matawale can make up the lead, why can't Ganduje? Matawale is worst. So I don't know. For him to be the face of the party, I think it's not good. And for him to take that position from Nasarawa State, North Central, and give it to Northwest, that is not fair to those people as well. So Northwest is grabbing all the most more ministerial nominee than other parts, and now the most important position in the party in their hand again. So
Do you see an element of rewarding there? Because a lot of the appointments somewhat they mirror the voting patterns that came at the election. Most of Tinubu's vote, 30% of his votes came from the Northwest. And the body of his team now, they are coming from the Northwest too. So
I agree with the way you share those ministerial positions according to the way each zone deliver to him. I agree with that. 9 to Northwest, 8 to Southwest, and and to the lowest Southeast. I agree with the way he shared those numbers. But for the chairmanship position, I think it's not fair to the North Central people. That is their position. It shouldn't be taken away from them. They should be carried along in the scheme of things. And in the real sense of it, they deliver more state than Northwest in presidential. They deliver more state. It's only that Northwest have more number, I guess. I stand to be corrected. But, North Central, and that is what Buhari did too. When they took the ministerial appointment away from that lady from Ogun State, the
Kemi Adeosun,
and they went to give it to somebody in Kebbi. I mean, where that lady came from? That is our own slot in Ogun State. Why should we take our own position away from us and you gave it to another state from the north? It's wrong. I don't know the way politicians reason. I don't know the way they do their things. But to me, I think it's not fair to the people of Nasarawa State. If one of them have lost the position, let's say the former chairman have not done well, have done something wrong. Yeah, take him down. Fine, it's politics. Take another person from the state to replace him, so that to carry along the people of the state. Now, what's the people of the state having now? From the head to bottom. That is what he has done to them. Well, that's my own. That's the way I see it. I might be wrong. It's their party. Let them run it the way they like. One more. That's my opinion.
All right. Ajahn Lekoko, I want to take you to this headline. It wasn't actually it wasn't any of the ones that we're discussing, but it's just off the back of. It was one of the things that people sent to me. But it was one of the. It's just somebody was commenting on it that Two Obedience made the Tinubu ministerial list. So this is this guy that we were eulogizing about yesterday. Ministerial nominee under fire as tweets where he tackled Tinubu resurfaces. So this is that Bosun Tijani that we were talking about. It says some old tweets where Bosun Tijani, a ministerial nominee, criticized President Bola Tinubu has resurfaced. The 46-year-old Nigerian British entrepreneur's name is amongst the 19 sent to the Senate on Wednesday. Tijani, who holds a bachelor's degree in economics and a diploma in computer sciences from University of Jos Plateau State, is the so it goes on to give us CV. It says, reply to a tweet some 4 years ago. The nominee had said, it is becoming the norm. Tinubu fed them that rubbish narrative with his serving power a la carte wisdom. Go invest your time and money into your business if you want to propagate such rubbish narrative. So this is him slamming Tinubu barely 4 years ago, and people are now resurfacing it. Is there anything in another tweet? Tijani expressed dissatisfaction with Tinubu's engagement and activities. So it says they are hiding fuel and naira. We are putting them to shame regardless. So and then what does he say? It says he did, but I doubt he enjoyed a cordial relationship with him throughout the 8 years. And he mentioned it in the same video. OO is, I don't know who OO is. OO's point of needing Buhari is correct, but no one is certain how influential Buhari will be in the coming election. He isn't a typical president. Buhari has been a stubborn president, and it would be easy to believe that beyond supporting his election, Tinubu has had little influence on his performance. So they are digging out narratives of this guy running negative commentaries on Tinubu. I'm not sure that there's sufficient enough in that. Do you want to comment on that, or should we just go to the Republic?
Who are those people bringing all this?
The usual quarters now. Our Kenimani, the Kenimani is of our social media.
Well, job on social media.
Job on social media.
Social media warrior. Well, people disagree and agree, so it doesn't matter. This is 4 years ago, so and Tinubu, I think, seeing the best in him, and his resume says that clearly that the guy is a person that should be put to use for the good of the country. So the president has chosen him. It doesn't really matter as far as I'm concerned. So let him assume office, and let us see how he can contribute to the development of the country. That is what really matters. Tomorrow, it might be Obi that will be given an assignment by Tinubu, and will you guys say that Obi should not take it? It might not be ministerial appointment. I'm not talking of. He must send in on a mission for to international conference, or to represent Nigeria for one international engagement. Would you say Obi should not go? No. If it gives Obi an assignment, Obi is not serving Tinubu, he's serving Nigeria. So let us forget about this, what this guy have written against him. Yes, he didn't see what is good in him that time. He criticized him. It doesn't matter. He has given him the job. Let him go. Let the past be the past be past, and let us move forward. Let us look for the better future. So that's my take, one man.
Can I add real quick?
Yeah, go on now, Riola.
Yeah, I actually think it's actually good that he's going after people that have different opinion than he's, because does people want him to just take a yes man, people that would just say yes whatever he says? I think it's very good the fact that he looked beyond that. People that can actually debate, they can debate him. That's what we need. We don't need people that would just like fall to his feet and whatever he says is a go. So they can bring it up, but it's actually good. He doesn't care that somebody have different opinion than he has. So he looked beyond that and he go after them, which is what I think is very good about that. So I personally doesn't think anything is wrong with him going or choosing him. I think it's actually good for us.
Yes, I don't think he would have been aware of the tweets as well. It was only a minor little criticism, so I don't think that is anything that resonated especially deeply. But Ajale Koko, take us to the Niger Republic space and the emissaries that Tinubu is sending as he prepares to the bombs if the emissaries don't work. So the Sultan of Sokoto and Abdul Salami Abubakar. So they're in Niger Republic now trying to settle matters. So hopefully this works out, but if it doesn't, then that ultimatum runs out in a couple of days. What's your expectation as the clock ticks?
Well, one man, I don't think those guys, those military junta, will back down. They've made their case clear that they are not going to yield to the call by ECOWAS to reinstate the president and to allow democratic order back in place. They have made it clear. Constitution has been suspended. Government appointees and this thing have been terminated. So they are strengthening their position in power. So, but something is telling me that Tinubu might not take the routes of military option. I don't think that Sultan of Sokoto will support him to take military action against that country, and neither will Abubakar will support it. I might be wrong. I'm just saying it. So, but what is the way out? How can he? What is the real problem? Maybe through the Sadwana and this thing, I can explain to them, and they will go to Tinubu and let Tinubu know the real problem that is really going on. Because they will tell us something in the public, but what is going on behind the scene as to why they took over, they might not express it in totality in the public. What has the past president done wrong to the interest of their country that they don't want to reveal? Maybe they will reveal it to Nigeria. To what do you call it? The Sadowna and General Abubakar, and we take it to the president. That might change his mind. So say, okay, let us take it easy. Let's go diplomatic. Let me talk to my colleagues and let us take it easy. But look, 5 countries, ECOWAS, as far as they are concerned, I think they are divided now because we have 5 countries supporting these guys: Mali, Guinea, Burkina Faso,
Guinea-Bissau.
Guinea-Bissau, and so those Chad. I don't think Chad is totally in support of military coup because the leader in Chad too, he's a military man as well. So, and those countries that are supporting have opened their border. They said they will continue to trade with them. They will continue to do things with them. They still open their border with them. And Nigeria, from the northern side, said ECOWAS decision is not binding on them. They are going to support those guys. They have their border open. So people are still trading and moving in and out between the 2 countries. So
Tinubu has sent Babagana Kingibe to Algeria and Libya to try and block them off at that end.
Those people will not yield to Nigerian pressure. They will not yield. They won't. Because what do you call the name of this guy? The military guy, I mean, Niger is not an enemy nation to them. Neither is Niger an enemy nation to us as well. But the danger is if war should break out there and all governmental structure is destroyed, military structure is destroyed, we have a lot of Islamic jihadists in that part of West Africa, in that Sahel area. There are many. Even the Niger we are talking about, some part of the country is not even governable. Those people are in charge. They are in charge of some part of those country of that country. So we're really going to we are really going to. I mean, if we are really going to feel the heat more than any other part of West African country. If that place, if we go there, dismantle, and that place is no more governable and anarchy setting, and jihadis started guerrilla war against our military, we will feel the heat more than any other part of any other country in that in that West African region. So let's see what is going to happen. You said they have sent MI3 to Algeria and this thing.
And Libya.
And Libya. Libya is not even... Nigeria and Libya are never friends. We should know that. We've never been friends. So, and, you know, Niger is not their enemy. So I don't know why Libya want to be Nigerian friend now. We've never been friends. We never share the same political position. Never in history. We are always at odds at each other. So I don't know, but let's see what these two great men will achieve. Maybe they will be able to persuade them, but I don't think so. Those guys are firm. They reinstated it over and over that they are not reinstating the president. His term is gone, and you know they are in control, and they will continue. They will stand up and defend their country. That is what they are saying. That is what they are saying. So, but Tinubu, maybe he's playing along to maybe at a point, maybe we come out clear to say, look, we want to pursue diplomatic means. Maybe he's just playing along now. So I believe if northern leaders come together collectively and say to Tinubu, look, we share borderline with these people. We have historical, how do I say it, a long time ties together. We share family ties together. And already our people in Nigeria across northern part have suffered displacement and from attack from the terrorists for over 10 years in Nigeria. We want peace. We don't want a situation where terrorists, this fight will energize these terrorists along the Sahel, and they will see Nigeria as enemy, and they will say, let us go and fight. And the only way to fight is to go and hit vulnerable targets. Who are the vulnerable targets? Poor people living in their villages and town across the borderline, and then, inflict mayhem on Nigeria. And before we know it, we are in the world of social media. We will come here and we will start to talk bad about Tinubu. We will go all high up against him, that he invited the problem. So that is the way I see it. I think he has to listen to, right now, he has to listen to northern leaders, traditional leaders on the way forward, because they share the border with those people. So it's just like you have, it's just like you have the Republic of Benin that share that historical tie with Yoruba people, that side of the Republic of Benin. And such this kind of incident that happened in Niger happened in the Republic of Benin. We say, oh, we want to take up arms. And the Yoruba Obas in that part of say, we don't want war. What do you think Yoruba people in Nigeria, how would they feel? If they said we don't want war, if you bring war here, then a lot of our people might be killed. We don't want it. I bet you one man, all over Yoruba land, people will be saying, this government should stop this nonsense. Listen to the people. That is what we'll be saying. We won't be saying this. So I will want to advise him to listen to northern leaders, the traditional leaders, and to listen to them. Let them guide him on the way forward, because they share long-time historical ties, religious ties, and family ties with these people. So that's my suggestion I can give. Abubakar, the Emir of Sokoto, and other emirs, I think they have to come collectively together and put their position to the president. I think that might help and go a long way in preventing war with our neighbor. So that's my take on that one, man.
All right, brilliant. And a short commentary on the social media space. I will support any Senate proposal to regulate social media. Dele Alake.
You see, Nigerian politicians are very funny. When they are in position, they want to have they want to control everything. They want to have everything under their control, and nobody should challenge them. So if they want to do this, what do you call it? This reform on social media, is it regulation? I think they can do it in line with our culture, our cultural value, tradition, and do it in such a way that it won't stifle the the it won't stifle opposition voices against their government. We know that Black people are very, very selfish and very, very controlled. When we are in government or in charge of government, we don't want anybody to challenge us. We want to control people. We like to be dictatorial. So this thing that is saying that I think it's just want to have a situation where people will not, where they will stifle the voices of opposition against them, and particularly our own voices on the social media. No, we shouldn't allow it. They should come out clearly. I will support them if they want to regulate it alongside our culture, tradition, so that what we see, particularly in some of our movies, it's unbelievable. You see them even having sex and doing all this nonsense. What is that? What is the one they call something Niger, or what did they call it? One man, are you there?
Insta Niger. Is it Insta Niger?
Big Brother Niger.
Big Brother Niger. How can we
Big
allow?
brother, how come you know about these things? They were like,
No,
I follow the one in America because it's more of a social experiment. But the one in Nigeria is the concept is what I'm not sure of. I don't follow the one in Nigeria. I don't. I just know that it's common, very common among the teenagers and the youth.
Yes, I don't follow the one in Nigeria too, but I just see them. I see them on the social medias, on the social pages, or the personalities from there, but I've never watched it ever.
How can we watch? How can we allow such thing to happen? It does have no relationship with our way of life. It destroyed the psyche of our children. Those are the things that they should focus on now. How can they regulate it? How can they do something that will, prepare our children well for the future? What
Coco, can I interject if you don't? If you land?
Yes.
Thanks. I think we already have I'm not sure what the body is called in Nigeria that oversees media content. Don't we have that already?
I think we do. NCC.
Is that right? NCC. Okay. So what? Yeah, I think the program we're talking about is, what is it called again? The Nigerian. The show you're talking about. I never seen an episode before, but I've heard some horrendous things about it, like sexual nudity or actually having sex on the show, and well, that's up to the government and the people or the private sector when it comes to media. There's such a large disconnect. Okay, so I don't think they're monitoring what is going on. Really, such a show in Nigeria, it's an aberration to the highest level, I would say. But where you live in the United States, they have worse things. In fact, you have the option to turn on the television or not. And I bet you know what is going on in the schools in the United States, even in the United Kingdom, because that's even worse. What they're actually directly teaching the children is worse than what you will see on television. At least they have parental guidance on what to watch. But in America where you live, where one man lives, they are shoving it down the throat of these little kids. And I think you know what I mean. And of course, with the advent of the internet, it's open season for all this filth. Open season for all this filth. So it will be nice if nothing is too late, I guess, for the Tinubu's government or the federal government to really step in and do something about it. See, it was the voice of I think the public citizens when it came to Davido's um, um, video, and it's not his own direct video, that people had they had what do you call it, a contention about it, about certain things said, or the image of the Islamic religion being used in the background of the video. And what we get in the southern part of Nigeria, I don't think it goes all the way to the north. I don't know what they watch a big Niger show in the north. Who knows? But they're more conservative and they're more likely to voice their opinion. But the degradation is really going on in the southern part of Nigeria, I would say. And on the issue about black people being tyrannical, when they get power. I believe that, but at the same time, what you accusing the Nigeria black people of, the same thing is going on in America. You wouldn't believe that the censorship and the need to use power and agencies to punish people that have dissenting opinion is perversive around the world now. Thanks.
Yes, it's a real global situation. I think we'll be seeing a lot of crackdowns on social media as time goes on globally.
Look, well, in the West, we have the government institution that work very well. We have, particularly in America, we have the court system, the judiciary that work far 1 million better than our work in Nigeria. So you can still fight for your right and 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 get a redress. But reverse is the case in Nigeria. So when they are saying, "Oh, we want to, what do you call it? We want to regulate social media." What do you want to regulate in social media? Because when you say you want to regulate it, what do you want to? How would the regulation look like? You can't just say we know the meaning of regulation, how they have done it in other countries like China, like this. It is totally beating down of the people. People cannot express any form of opposition against the state. You can't express your mind. You'll be picked up. That is what we have seen done in other parts of the world where they have done this thing. So the same thing you want to bring to us in Nigeria, this is a diverse country. Want to try.
Baba, can I say something?
So we have to sometimes when some of these our leaders, selfish leaders, are trying to do something for their own selfish interest and not the interest of the country, we should be able to challenge them. What is calling for is not for the interest of the country, but for them to have a grip, control of the government, dictatorial rule, and stifle the voices of opposition against them. That is it. That is what it's calling for. And it's shameful that him, as a veteran in journalism, all because he's in power now. If we were to be the other way around, that they are the opposition to the government in power, he will not call for it. He will never call for it. And as a matter of fact, when Jonathan was the president of this country, these people were given that freedom of expression, and that was what helped APC to power, because they were able to use the media, the social media, and the media very well against Jonathan government. That was the power they used to bring that Jonathan government. So because they are in power now, they don't want others to use such power of the media against them. So they rather call for regulation so that they can, dictatorially govern the country. Shameful for Dele Alake, shameful for him. I repeat once again.
May I add?
I will support a situation where we will look into what is going on in our society concerning our culture, tradition, all this value that relate to us that we're losing out fastly particularly on the social media. What can we do? How can we regulate that on social media so that, social media will not be used to destroy us as people, to destroy our culture, to destroy our value, to destroy what we stand for as people? That is what I believe that you look into, not for not to stifle the voices of opposition. That's my take, Mama.
But they'll never.
Can I add real
Brilliant.
quick?
Yeah, add Oriola, and then from you we go to Adewale. Yes, Oriola, let's
Yeah,
hear from you.
I want to add. Then also I want to ask Aja question. So here's what I want to add. Do we realize that a regulation is being implemented based on the law of the land? So currently, I don't believe Nigeria has a law for social media. There's no law created. I believe that there was a senator that actually put one at the forefront, but because of the noise from the citizen, it looks like they just put it aside. So regulation cannot come up without a law in place already. So I think we should know that there will be a law for a social media before a regulation take place, which is the guidance of how they implement it. So that's one. Number two, I think that you said a lot about what you don't like about social media. So let me ask you, what do you think should be done? Because it looks like you complain about everything, the fact that they want to regulate it, which they can't regulate it without a law in place. So what would you think should be done? Please, thank you.
I think you heard me well. I have said if there's going to be regulation or law that you say, as you said, where they have to pass law before regulation. So if anything like that is even going to happen, it should be focused on what social media is being used against our value as people.
But it's not just social media; it's the movies, the music videos,
Yeah,
the DSTV is all
yeah.
corrupt.
Oh yes. So all those. Thank you, my brother. So all those areas where you have like this something like that I was mentioning, where they have sex freely and people watch it, and all these children going wild and crazy.
MTV base, I would say that's almost even worse.
But don't you want to be like Westerners? Because we are
Why
contradicting
not?
ourselves. A lot of us want to be Westerner. At the same time, you want to keep your culture. So you have to pick one. If you want to keep your culture, let's do that. I'm in support of that. And if you want to be Westernized, then go. You can be two-faced. You have to choose one.
Why can't we build up a culture and present it to the world? If you look at what the Koreans are doing, the
Thank
South
you. I
Koreans,
agree with you 100%.
they're showing.
But we can't be at the same time be talking at the side with the side of our mouth that we want the way Westerners are doing. We want modernized women. We want those are not our culture. If we want our culture and we want to export it to everywhere, then we stick with that. We can't talk at this because a lot of Nigerian young people, they think America has the same law as Nigeria, which is not the fact. So we have to pick one. Please, let's pick one, and we should all agree to that. So I agree with what he's saying. We just have to pick one.
Sorry, real quick. We don't have to pick one. That's a false narrative. We don't have to pick one. We can pick and choose what fits our society or culture. Okay.
We take the good, we leave the bad. We don't. But what we're doing now, we're taking the bad and leaving everything good.
What's good to you might not be good to, or might be bad to somebody else. That's what I'm saying. Our culture does not saying we should keep our culture does not mean that some of our culture is not related to what Western people practice.
But by
So you
good,
have to understand that sometimes we have some things that is similar, like family values. A lot of conservatives that live in the Western world, they have similar things just like us.
do,
So I'm
do you
just
know
saying
most
that we
of
have
our
to keep to one instead of like to trying to be in between.
Do you know most of our popular musicians right now, the Davido, the Burna Boy, all these people, none of them promote African culture. If you check out how they
That's
dress,
what I'm
how
saying.
they
You're
speak,
getting
everything.
it. Yeah.
So
They don't dress.
by
Me and
taking
you
from the
don't dress
Westerners,
like us. We dress like Westerners.
so by taking from learning from the Westerners, it's not by copying everything. It just what about the Western promotion, the way they promote their thing?
See,
Everybody will
guys,
like it.
that's the reason why the Chinese understand these things much deeper than the rest of us. Okay, the Chinese are
Please
quick.
don't bring China. That's
Of,
like
of course I can. Of course I can bring it
auditory,
in.
man. We don't want that. We don't want what they're practicing.
Well, let me finish what I'm saying. My point is that, the reason why they didn't want the overwhelming Western influence in their culture, that's why they prevented such platforms as Facebook and Twitter from operating in their domain. And they introduced theirs, WeChat and whatnot. But
But do you know the
but at the
Chinese?
same time, they see so much value in the Western world that they need to emulate, from technology to science and name it all.
Do
But
you know?
but they,
Do you know the
right,
Chinese? They promote their traditional way of life they were living 1,000 years ago. Those are some of their biggest movies and biggest TV shows. What they were doing in ancient days, and they promote everything about it good.
you're
You
right.
see their sky god, the sky goddesses, everything
You're
about
right,
it is
and
good.
that's why
But in
the
Nigeria,
Chinese.
every single thing about us is promoted as bad in the movie industry.
What,
Everything single thing about us is promoted as
do you,
bad.
do you know the Chinese influences Hollywood and other private movie producers to change certain um, um, parts of a movie that's maybe anti-China or the communist government or their culture, and guess what happens? Uh, Hollywood and the rest, they acquiesce. See,
Yeah,
because
because they need their market. They need their money. So I know what you're saying. That's correct. Well,
But that, does that
they need
mean
their money, so they have to like abide by their rules.
we
So
no,
should
well,
be
that's what we need
doing?
as well.
they need the
But we
money,
can't.
but also they listen. They are very very protective of their culture. That's the
They
point here.
respect their culture. They respect
Yeah,
themselves and their
but
culture.
does
We
Nigeria
do
have a
not.
culture?
What do
We
you
have
mean?
culture now.
What do you
You
mean
know
with
you
that?
don't.
Yes,
If
we
you
do.
want Nigeria to be because you're so Nigeria has people inside Nigeria that has culture. Nigeria has their it's not a culture. So you have to understand that as well.
In
So
Ni- in Niger in
there's different
Nigeria,
layer to this.
you see.
Is
Let me
No,
give you an
no,
Nigeria does
example.
not have
okay,
a
no,
single.
that's
Let me
not
give you an
true.
example.
We have
Well,
overwhelming.
Chinese that you're talking about, they have a single culture.
No, that's a lie too.
They have a dominant. Listen, they have a
I agree.
dominant. They
I
have
agree.
a
Dominance.
dominant ethnicity, and that is what majority practice. And when you're in Nigeria, you don't have that.
That's
You
not
have
true.
so
That's not
many
true. We
Nigeria
have we
ethnicities.
have
Nigeria has a
overlapping
conservative
we
culture.
have overlapping values, or we have shared values with other cultures generally. So
Example,
don't say that.
please. Give me example.
We
Over
have a
over. Give
we have
me.
a
Does the
conservative
South
culture.
and the North do they have the same similar values?
It's more so conservative. We both North and South is more so
Which
conservative.
one? Which give example of
North,
what is similar?
if you compare us to the Westerners, Nigeria is a conservative country. In the way we dress, in the way we act, in many things, we are conservative people. So
And all Nigerians dress the same way.
once you see,
The way you're looking at it, it's like you're looking at it like this is just a simple thing, but
if
it's
you
not
see,
simple.
if
This
you
is
see
a
the music
very
videos, if you see the music videos these bad boys are producing, there's nobody on Nigeria can go on the street and dress like that.
You didn't get me. Are you okay? Which my hand do you give to?
What is this?
You
So
Sorry, that wasn't meant for the public audience. I think that Ajay Koko
I
was
was
having a
wondering
private
that what is
moment.
going on.
No, Ajay Koko. I think in his personal life as he is here, he doesn't take nonsense. He doesn't take
Yeah,
nonsense from
we know
anybody.
them. They're like teacher, our former teachers. Even in their dream, they are still disciplining you.
I think somebody is about to be dished a correctional slap there. A
Uh-uh.
correctional slap is going the way.
You know, you can take Nigeria, you can take them to anywhere in the world. You can't take that Niger stuff out of them. Anyway.
All right, back to where you were.
These boys with their music videos and their movies and everything is destroying the image of Africa, destroying the black man image, and destroying everything. The respect we're getting.
It's not.
If you
I don't
compare it,
agree with your point of view.
if you compare somebody like Davido to Fela or the musicians of those days, the morals is completely different. This man, any woman he see, he
What's
wants to
different there,
impregnate.
man?
Any
The
woman
way we look
these
at things
guys see, they want to
sometimes is
impregnate.
so like.
They smoking weed,
So
smoking Igbo.
Fela didn't do that. So Fela didn't do that, right?
How many times do you see him smoking Igbo?
Fela never smoked that.
Was he not smoking ordinary cigarettes?
Oh,
And that is
his
legal in
kids
Nigeria.
even said it. It does. Come on, man. Okay,
Whenever you saw him in
so
public,
is
he will
cigarette
be
good?
smoking
Is
cigarettes.
cigarette a good thing?
It's legal.
So just because, but marijuana is legal now.
How
It's
many
legal in some part of the countries.
How many self-respecting people do you see smoking Igbo?
A lot of
But
people.
a lot of self-respecting
People smoke it, man.
Tell me how many politicians you know
See,
that
I'm
smoke.
not saying that is a good
Igbo.
thing or we should just copy and paste like every single thing we do. But you have to realize that it's not even just Africa. Like if you look around the world, they like the westernized or the westerner, like the way they live their life. A lot of people want to be like them, like you see
But
the music video.
you see,
So but when it comes to us, it's us that we have to regulate what we want us to keep as values. It's us that we have to regulate that. We
you
have
see the
to.
thing. You see when black people take up something, we tend to take the bad, all of the bad, and carry it as a badge of honor, and then leave the good.
No,
And
no,
like I
no. I
say,
don't go
look
there,
at
man.
K-pop. Look at the music that the Koreans are producing. That if they were speaking in English, the Koreans, the music would be the number one in the world.
Wait.
They would have even beaten them.
Do you know
Beaten the
that their
Westerners.
cities? Do you know like the city? What's their biggest cities? I think they have about two. I forget the name now. If you actually, so there's different documentary on it.
Seoul
They,
and
Seoul and there's another one.
uh-huh.
They actually like if you come to the urban area, they actually live like Westerners. They dance to the same music. They even make some English music. They make hip hop music just like that. But the thing is, because it's just not the entire population, they have other aspects. Just like if you look at Nigeria, for example, like the Yorubas, they make like Yoruba movies, and now they're accepting it. And if you look at the Igbo, I'm not familiar, but I know the Hausa. When you look at their movies, there's always like they use their language, so it's accepting. So there's some minor people that stick to like speaking English and they want to be like the Western world. Just it's everywhere. Japan, every single
It's not
country is
about
like that. They
it's not
copy the
about speaking
Westerners.
English or not. It's a key word we're missing here, and that is self-respect. Do you respect your culture? Do you respect your women? Do you
But do you
respect
guys
yourself?
teach this?
They don't do
You
that.
don't teach this. You're
In
saying it as
Nigeria,
if like this kid would just they burn them and they would just come up with everything acceptable. Like this is what we want. No, you don't even your government doesn't even use your language to communicate. They don't.
that's the problem.
They don't they don't praise your culture. A lot of people, like if you look at all of them, they send their children abroad where English is what it is. Like the thing that we practice, that we do over there, it's not even related to our tradition.
Okay,
It's
see,
not
I'm
our
sorry.
culture.
So quickly,
So
let me
we
button
can't
real
blame
quick.
anyone. We can't
See
really blame
what
anyone.
you're saying about sending kids to. I mean, who sends more of their children around the world than the Chinese? Okay, so sending kids to study abroad is not a bad thing. See, in life is what you do with what you have. See, I believe.
Wait. What you just said now is not correct. They send them out. Majority of the time, they send them out when they're adult. Maybe they're coming for college, so they already know their culture. And some of them, so if you look abroad sometime some schools they have like so for example, I know in New York there's a Japanese school, and if you go to that private school where a lot of people will send their young kids here, they actually speak in Japanese. They learn English as well, but their culture is there because that school is mainly for the foreign students, like people from that
Okay, well, see,
side.
see that.
So
Okay, so hold on one
don't
second.
just say that other
What you see, if you know something, it is fine. Not because you're incorrect, but that's not, you make it sound like that's the generality of everything. No, I'm talking about Chinese people in China sending their children to the West to learn. Okay, they do that all the
but
time.
what
It's
I'm
not you.
saying to you is most of the time they're already grown. They're now little kids. That's
But
what I'm
I mean,
telling you.
I'm talking about sending them to university. At least they got to be 18 or 17 years old. What do you
Yeah,
mean, little
so
kid?
they're already accustomed with their culture. They already
Okay,
know
and the
all of that.
Nigerian people send their kids, for example, across the world to school. Also, they don't know their culture. They don't know anything.
Well, majority of them watch like the Western TV channels. They want to be like them. The videos that you watch, not they don't really watch like the local channels.
But
They want
Well,
do you
no,
know all of that thing?
that is
All of that
fine. If
thing
you're
is
talking about
because
today,
the government, the religious leaders, and all these other actors are not promoting morals in our society
even
anymore.
their first language is their country, is their traditional language. They go to school, they use their traditional language. In Nigeria, it's not the same. If
see,
I
what you're talking about here, it comes down to having a policy or a way, a well-defined, ideology, for example, or the way you want your people to live or to be perceived. This is a top-down kind of a thing. But in a free society, quote unquote, like Nigeria, that we don't, the government does not really intrude too much into this kind of a thing.
But they
But
should.
again,
I don't like the way you're
I, I,
looking at this.
I
I
agree
don't
that
think it's.
it
I don't
should.
like. See,
No, I agree that.
even
Hold on a second. I agree they should, but um, until we get to that point, the reason why, not because the Chinese are so great, is because they realize and they recognize certain deficiencies or opportunities, and that's why they structure the society that way. Keep
They
in
have
mind, if you've been
self-respect.
to China, I mean, if you've been to Shanghai, for example, in China, it's like you're living in another Western city. Everything about it is Western. So it's not always, but overarchingly in China, they have a standard policy for a lot of things, and that's why they're so hard on dissenters when it comes to certain things. But we can't, they can't have, nothing can be so perfect. But what we should be talking about right now is to, for Nigeria, for example, to have a national one voice on certain things that
well.
they can.
Let me add. Let me say something. Let me tell you something. So if you have a culture and everything you do, you believe in your culture, and and you're not, because if you speak English because it's not really your first language, that means that you don't have anything particular to yourself. It's more like you want to be like somebody else. The Chinese doesn't, the Indians doesn't, the Japanese doesn't, the Koreans doesn't. They have their own thing, and they can take from other people, just like European, like Italian, the English, all of them, Germans. They can take from some other from other culture, but they still stick to their own. Ours, we don't have that. Like we learn in somebody else's language, so we're slave to another language. It's like we don't have something genuine to ourselves. So I
That's
don't
part of
want us
it.
to be looking at it like, no, to be honest, we don't have anything genuine to ourselves. What do we
What we
really
have,
have?
we don't cherish it. The things we have, we
No,
do
you
not
can't.
cherish them at
I
all.
mean, like,
We want to destroy it.
the way you're saying it, it's like you're blaming us. Like like the bag, the foundation is not there, so you can't really blame anyone.
The
Like
foundation
here,
is there.
we
Oh.
sit here, we start speaking English. Imagine that we're actually speaking in our traditional language.
Is
Don't
anybody
you think that
forcing you
would
to
make
do that?
sense? Because
So
Presentation
I
make
mean,
now.
so Walmart should be, for example, so Walmart should be an expert in Hausa, Igbo, and Yoruba, and Efik, and all those languages. So forget about that. See, sometimes
Okay, forget.
we have to. No, see, this is the problem with black people and this kind of thinking. By the way, see, we have to use to our advantage what we have at our disposal. What is the big deal? See, nobody's choking me to speak English, but if that been the case, I mean, it's a non-issue as
it's
far
a
as I'm
big deal,
concerned.
man. I don't like the
It's,
way you're looking at it.
Um,
It's not about
we
speaking
how
English.
black
I
men.
don't
What do
like the
you
way
mean
you're looking
black
at it, Nader,
men? How
because
black men is looking at? I don't like how black men think. What do you mean, man? What do you mean? We don't have anything to
well,
ourselves.
I mean
We
that
don't
number
have
one. You
nothing to
okay?
ourselves, and
Listen.
we have to be proud
You
of what
make
we
it
have.
sound like only black people in this all in the beginning of the world were only people conquered. Many people see but for example, when even the Jews, for example, when they went to Eastern Europe, they came up with a language called Yiddish. Yiddish is no Hebrew. It has no connection. Maybe some few words here and there, but it's a totally different language. And it's a Jewish people living in Eastern Europe, from Russia to Romania and all those places, and Poland. We always make a big deal out of it. And guess what? They wrote books in Yiddish. They became doctors and they became everything in speaking Yiddish. That's not even the original language. My point here is that
Wait,
instead of
I'm
complaining
not
about
sure
complaining,
what you're saying is correct.
well, just
I
Google it.
don't have a fact to that.
Well, Google it. Yiddish is a language, and it's not origin to the Jewish people. It's an Eastern European language that the Jewish people came up with in Europe. That's forget about that. But the point here is that use what you have. Okay, if English is such a problem in Nigeria, why don't they revert back to their national one other language, one local language that fits them? But if instead of complaining about it, we should make the best use of what we have. Other cultures do the same thing. We can't be so fixated about speaking English. Therefore, we're not useful to the rest of the world, or we're so confused. That's not the case. That's the way you think about it.
Wait, that's not the case. So, what have you, as a black man, what have we actually accomplished in this world? Give me one or two that we actually
Why
accomplished.
would you
That
say that? So you're saying that okay, let's say it's we have completed nothing or very
no, no,
little.
no.
Does
Don't
that
say.
mean
Don't
are
give
you
me a
saying that we should
hypothetical.
throw away our
Just say
language?
one thing that we
Hold on,
actually like.
hold on.
I
Are you
mean,
saying that because of that we should throw away our language, throw away our culture, throw away
well,
our
that's
indigenous
the
religion,
other
throw
guy.
away
That's what
everything?
the other guy is saying. Not me.
Is that why would you bring that up if that's not what you're saying?
No, no, no. I'm saying that what have we accomplished? Because the other guy, Prince, is saying that we just because the Jewish created a new language and they still able to be successful in the world. How come we can kind of like take that route as well? But
We
what I'm
we
saying
we
is this:
created language, our own language. We created our own culture, our
yeah,
own religion, our own way of life. What
yeah,
about
we
that?
do. We have that. But
Uh-huh.
what I'm saying, yeah, we have that. I'm not like disagreeing. I'm not saying we should take what we already have and trade away. I'm not saying that. But I'm just like saying to what he's saying that why don't we just why do we complain? Well, why don't we just go ahead with what we have? Which is cool, but we have something. Why do we want to create something even though
No,
we already have something
no, it
going
doesn't
on
have to.
because of
That's
it?
my point. You don't have to. I'll just give an example of the Jewish people in Eastern Europe. We don't have to. We have plenty of languages that we can even that we even understand all of them. My point here is that if it's such a problem, why don't you choose one of the languages, or make up something that let it be official language than complaining about the
We
English
can't do
language or
that.
French?
See, you can't do that. Okay,
Why?
why don't let me ask you, why don't UK, United Kingdom, just created one language? You know, like they have about six country, different ethnicity in that little thing in that United Kingdom. Why don't they just decide that we just have one language? No, the thing is they respect and the thing that actually set you aside in the world is your culture and your language, which is your culture, your language, your tradition. That's what sets you apart. If you're losing that, no, everybody would think you want to be like them, and
I
they will
can
be quick to remind you that
I
you're
can
not
guarantee
them. You are
95%
not
or
them.
more 95% or more Nigerians are still speaking that traditional language, that their local languages. I
I
don't know
know,
what the
but what
problem
have
is.
we done with it?
So we should blame the white man,
Your
or what does
schools,
it matter?
your school does not even recognize it. In your country,
And
you
whose
don't
problem
recognize
is
it as a
that? Whose problem
language,
is that? Whose
official
problem is that?
language.
Whose
It's
problem is
us.
that?
It's our
Okay,
problem.
that's what I'm saying. Everything points back to us. If
Yeah.
you don't like the language, get rid of the language. If you want to,
Why would we get rid of our culture? What are you talking about?
no,
Why would we get rid of what made us
English
us?
language. I'm not talking about getting rid of our culture. Because you sound like you're
But your
complaining a
language is
lot.
your culture though. Your language is your what made your culture what your culture is. The way you speak. Because that's what makes you who you are. We can't throw that away.
Okay, I don't disagree with you. I agree with you. So, but you seem to have a problem that we speak English also, whereas
I do. I would
okay,
see.
and
Here's what I would have preferred in Nigeria. Here's what I would prefer. Like, we have three major language. It means that if you go to school, if you're from Southwest, it means that you have to learn that Yoruba. They will use it to teach and everything, and you have to do the two other language. You have to know. You have to take Igbo course. You have to take Hausa course. So by the time you get to your university, you're already fluent in those two other language. I would prefer
hey,
that.
let
So
me ask
that
you
means
a quick
if you
question.
go to the north, you are
What
able to
what do
speak
you think? What do you
Hausa.
think the
If you go
language?
to the
Hold on,
southeast, you are able to speak Igbo. I would prefer that.
I got you. What
And
do you think
that
the
way we
language?
understand every one another. That I don't have to speak English if I go to somebody else. If I go
I
to
get it.
Hausa,
What is the language of Mexico or Ecuador or
but you have to remember that Mexico, United States, they're all conquered land. The native people to those land, they're few now. They're few. The Indian Americans, they're few. They already conquered them. So whatever their
so
language is doesn't matter no more. They
my
already
point is
the
that
European
from
own.
Brazil,
Listen. The European, see, America that you're looking at today is European. Canada is European.
I'm not going to that history. My point
Mexico
is
is
that
European as
there are
well.
many
They already conquered
language.
Australia is European. They're all
Yes,
English people.
that's what happens when you conquered. When you conquer
Yeah,
people,
but
that's
we're
what
not
happened.
conquered yet. I mean,
Okay.
they colonized us. They slave us
Nigeria
and
or African
colonized us.
countries are not the only countries in the world that speak other languages. Like Spanish is not a Mexican language.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, they already conquered the Mexican
Portuguese is not
people.
Brazilian language because there are indigenous there.
Exactly.
Okay.
I know. That's what I'm saying to you. They just conquered this land. Do we want to be like, see, do we want to be like them? Is that what you're saying? We want to be a conquered land?
No, I'm just giving an example of
But we
other
don't
places
have to
around the.
follow that example. I don't want to be
Okay,
like those
see
countries.
now. So okay. The point here is that who's stopping us from being whatever we want to be? That's the question. Who's stopping us?
Us, because they already, like, see, colonization already ruined our brain. First of all, like me and you are talking now, because listen, me and you are talking like this because we don't live in Nigeria. So let's say I grew up in Nigeria, my mentality to the conversation we're having now will be totally different. They're calling for military in Nigeria. Some people even they're calling that they want the white people to come back and rule them. Like, can you imagine how like people think? So if me and you still live in that country, we will be speaking totally different from the way we're talking now. So that's why it's so tough to conversate with people like for people. It's not their fault. Like, a lot of people don't know history. Like we don't learn it. Like, imagine Niger, they're still doing coups that we know what would end up with it. It's just we're going in circle. We're just going round. They're using you against one another, and you don't know. How do you conversate with those type of people? You can't. They won't understand. Even our people, we are so inferior to these people. Like, if you see the way they treated them, if you're there, you'll be like, what? But if I grew up there, I would do the same thing. It's colonization. Your brain is already like, that's how the world should work. You don't know better. That's the
Hey,
thing.
before the apartheid was over, before Mandela took over, would you accept that South Africa was a Western country?
It's still Western. See, every big company in Africa is owned by white person. The South Africans, the
That's
little
not
part
true.
which the Netherlands,
Oh,
they are not
hold on. Did you say in Africa or in South Africa?
in Africa. MTN is not owned by you. That's one of the biggest companies in Nigeria. It's not owned. It's owned by South Africa,
All
but
right.
who owns it?
Which part of Europe does Dangote come from?
Okay, see, wait. Oh, you're talking. I'm not. I'm talking about the biggest company. I'm not talking about a person being a billionaire.
The
And
biggest company,
even
the biggest company in Africa is owned by Dangote.
he's not Dangote.
That's not
You
MTN
true.
is
you
One
you
man.
bigger
you,
than
you,
That's not
you
Dangote,
must
true.
man.
you must be
MTN is
joking.
bigger than it.
It's in South Africa, and
Yes.
MTN might be the biggest or some other company.
The biggest company, the MTN is bigger than the Dangote group.
Yes.
You
Yeah.
must be joking.
Well,
Oh,
maybe the new
One man.
Dewale, do you
I
agree with that?
think
I did. What did you say?
MTN might
Oh,
be
yo,
maybe
No. I was. I hear you,
what
but on
what
this side, was kind of cracked. I don't know. It might be my network. I don't
what,
know.
what one
No,
man MTN
we're debating the
rank
biggest company in Africa.
The biggest
is
what?
ranked among the top
Company.
10. Look,
Yeah, but it's not
if
the big.
South
Yeah, Dangote is not the biggest, man.
In terms of production or
South
what
Africa,
kind of
No,
look,
in
one
terms of net worth.
so I don't know.
Wait, we can Google.
the
Can you
South
Google
African
that now?
company.
So what I'm not sure of.
Look, one man, the first three or first five
These days everybody's self-creating
biggest
itself.
companies in Africa are in South Africa.
Thank you, sir.
Dangote
Thank
is among
you.
the first 10.
You're
Yes,
right.
Dangote is
Thank
one of
you.
the first 10.
Thank you,
The
man.
first five,
What does that got to
first
do
five is in South Africa.
with economy? What does that?
You know,
I mean,
No,
so
what is the?
I was just making a point that a lot of the companies in Africa, they're not owned by us. The biggest one, they're not owned by us. Like they're owned by a foreigner. Like Netherlands, for example, they colonized South Africa and they try to take the land, which I think they still own part of it. So majority of companies in Africa is owned by foreigners. And not even that. If you look at majority of so if you go to Guinea, I think, or is it Angola? So Angola was colonized by Germany, I believe. One particular section of that area, if you look at it, it looks like a foreign land. Just like if you look at Ikoyi as well, if you go there, some part of it, they look like a foreign land. That's because those majority of those foreign people, they live there and they make it like it's like wherever they stay. Like if you look at all the military base of the United States, they look like a mini US. If you go there, like you can go on YouTube now, you will see like they will show you like all their military base. They all look like a mini United States.
Yeah, have you been to Chinatown lately?
I
Which
know
of the
Chinatown. I
Chinatown?
mean, we have it all over. Yeah, and they look like China, right?
There you go. All right, so
No,
big
no,
deal.
no, no, no. But that's not the point. The point that I'm making is
One man before you
like
go.
there's a lot of like infrastructure. I mean, the way you would say it is better than they live
I want
like they
to.
live in United States, while the other people.
Oriola, yeah, land that point. Let's Dewale come in, but land that point. Yeah.
Yeah, it can come in. I was just making a point that we just have to do better. It's
I
up to us.
okay. I was. Is Baba Jalekoko still online?
Yes.
Mo Wambi.
Oh, okay. So I listened to you earlier. I listened to you earlier when you were talking about the Daily Alako's submission or opinion during his screening at the National Assembly, and when he says that he will abide with whatever National Assembly propose as regards to regulation of social media. I think what we are doing is sometimes we leave the issue and we're looking at the abstract or things that are not necessarily relevant. Freedom of speech guarantee people. As a matter of fact, he also said during the
You want to defend him because he's from Ekiti,
no.
like you, right?
Let me. No, it's not just from Ekiti. Hold on, Babajane Koko. I'm so proud of this man. Himself and my mother are from the same hometown. Okay, possibly from the same family. I'm not so sure about that. But I know him. I know his younger brother. In his family, they've always been a first class. His younger brother took first class, I think, from University of Ife. And they're very brilliant. And he didn't even go. He only went to grad school in Ado Ekiti. Most of his life has been spent in Lagos. But he's used to, you know, home. But the bottom line is that he said, and I quote, that freedom of speech is not absolute. Yes, it is guaranteed, because it's enshrined in our constitution, but it's not absolute. What does it mean by that? When you have statement that is enough to engulf a nation, that is enough to set the nation on fire, or directly attack people by defaming their character, their personality. Now that is not freedom of speech. So there's a limitation. Now it's not. It goes beyond electioneering. It goes beyond just for the political reason or purpose. If you go online, I'm glad Babajide Koko, you don't operate in that space. You will change your tone if you are operating from a Twitter space or from every other platform that is open, not just to obedience. It cut across all parties, not just Labour Party or anywhere, even the APC. I mean, we all saw the European report when it referenced what is it called? What is his name? Small lawyer. Please, somebody reminds me.
Falana.
No, the biggest loudmouth in Buhari's administration. Our lawyer.
Festus Keyamo.
Festus Keyamo.
Okay.
No, Festus Keyamo and the FFK. You know, they themselves were, peddlers of fake news. And these are the things we talked about. To the point that DSS had to invite FFK for questioning. These are the things we're talking about. And it goes beyond just election. Babajide Koko, I want you to, you live in America. Thank God. In 2015 and 16 electioneering period, what happens in America is happening in Nigeria now. And it's dividing us, and people don't seem to be paying attention to it. Till today, America is fully divided simply because the role social media played during the 2015 and 16 election. And I will give you an example. Before then, the Republican Party, especially the Trump movement, utilized that space. And what did they do? They went to Facebook, bought advertorial that specifically targeted certain set of people.
I don't know, not true.
I know you are going to
Wait,
object.
can we not go into this space?
Wait,
Can you just stick to Nigeria?
I know.
Please?
See, these
Please
Trump
stick to
disciples. They
Nigeria,
won't let
'cause I
me
have
be.
a
They won't
point
let
to
me
make.
land my point. I know they will object. Shani, I know that for a fact. Once I make reference to Trump, now voila, the man is going to jail. Anyway, so that about that. But what they did wasn't wrong. They bought that space and paid for the advertorial to the point that every time you open Facebook, it's either you see a picture of a monster in person of Hillary Clinton. I'm not lying. These are facts. There was no law that says they can't do that, and that alone convicts facts. At the point that a particular individual had to travel to Washington simply because of what was written that certain restaurant in Washington had there was sodomy or some sort of devilish stuff going on in the restaurant, and he carried weapon to go and kill in that restaurant. Anyway, but what I'm trying to say is that during that time, fake news was rife everywhere, anywhere you go. And it was one of those mechanisms employed by Trump machinery to win the elections. But what am I saying is that aftermath of that, the effect of what they did, to these days, America is still, found themselves in that quagmire because it divided the country completely, divided opinion.
Baba, America has always been like this.
Oh no, but
I don't think
it wasn't this
Can we just
pronounced.
stick to
But
Nigeria?
but
It
the
has
funniest
always been
thing,
like this.
I'm
He's
making
I hope
my
one
point.
man is gonna have
Let him
land
rebuttal.
Let him land now.
I'm making my point.
Let
I'm
him
making my
land.
point, guys. You may not like what I'm saying.
Well, it
but
can't
let me-
line with fake news. You got to challenge what it's saying. It can't line with fake
Let
news.
him land. Then we can
Let him land, then you push back at
challenge
him.
me.
Yeah. Go on, there.
After that, election was over. Donald Trump became the president. Okay, I'm making American as a reference for us to be able to understand the impact this social media is
Are you
playing.
hold on, Dewale? Are you making America as a reference, Or are you
Yes,
making
because it happens there.
or hold on? Are you making America as a reference, or are you making America great again?
American has always been great. Not one individual is going to make it
You
great.
didn't get my little joke. Or
I
other
got
carry
it.
on.
I got it.
Okay.
Yeah, I think
Okay.
Prince Daddy is gonna agree with that. Anyway, so
Is
2018
Prince Daddy
Congress,
Maga? Is he
of course,
Maga?
he is him and
Oh
Baba T
God.
and Baba Jale Koko. They are all magas. Anyway, in 2018
How
they
did that
invited
happen? But
because of
carry
the
on.
conservative nature of Nigerians.
But
So
Prince Daddy, oh anyway, he's a Bible man, so
you
I
see,
guess he'll be yeah.
they thrive in rumors and conspiracy. I don't. If I don't know something, I don't know it. If I don't know it, I will be open and I will embrace it. However, 2018, the Congress invited all these social media CEOs, including Google CEOs, and invited them. I could remember very, very well. Senator Durbin asked Mark Zuckerberg and said, "Would you be willing to share your own private information about what you did last night and put it on the Facebook?" You could see the reaction on Mark Zuckerberg's face. And they asked them because they also understood that this thing is like a walking a tightrope. So how can we guarantee that freedom of speech is not going to put people in trouble? And what happens during the election is not going to repeat itself because we could see the effect of all this. Now, part of what Congress did is to ensure that freedom of speech is not absolute. You can be sued, you can be liable for one defamation. There was a story about a couple that is the lady was instigating the guy to commit a suicide. All this was played out on the social
Yeah, I
media.
think I read that. I think I read
And
that
guess what? The
somewhere. Yeah.
guy died. Guess what? The lady was sued. The lady was prosecuted because she used social media platform. So what we are saying is that it's not even about regulation. If you put any defamatory statement, I'm glad that the celebrities are exploiting this opportunity because I've seen some one or two suit being filed against some individuals in Nigeria for the last 1 or 2 years, especially those who go out there and especially those modern PR called vlogger or bloggers. They go out there and malign and put rubbish out there against celebrities, knowing that they want to exploit them. And guess what? These people are taking up their destiny in their hand by suing them. And some of them going back to beg because it's what they've been doing. What we are saying is this: you can make speech, you can say anything, you can criticize the government. It is your right to criticize your government if they are not doing the right thing. But when you are putting incendiary statement online to the point that it could harm others or set the country aflame, then you should be liable. You should be liable for what happens after that. But when in the disguise, in the name of free speech, and you are hiding behind that one finger, that is what I'm against. And he said, it's not about saying you cannot use social media. Even when the federal government did that, they had no option. What they did in America? Twitter started fact checking people because you're not going to be posting fake information. That was what led to Trump leaving Twitter space and forming his own truth social media platform because most of what he was promoting have been debunked. And people go there and lie and say things and put things out there. If, as a matter of fact, there was a lot of things that we will share at the end of the day, we will come back and say, no, this information are wrong, they will disappear because they've been fact checked. Now, the social media owners, we can call them because they're operating in our space. And should be part of the regulations and say, what can you do for us? You own this platform. We can't tell you what to do about it. However, how can you help us to help us strengthen our existence, our coexistence, and our democracy? So if we can do that, that is part of regulations. You tell them because they're operating in your space, not necessarily the end user. The end user will abide by whatever regulations or policies the company push out. Every now and then, don't we update all the apps that we use? Because law changes
And that is the angle I want us to see it from. Not necessarily saying we are being gagged, we are being caged, you must not say nothing, you must not criticize. No, because people cannot just be going out there. If the likes of FF can be summoned for questioning, I don't think any other smaller person in Nigeria cannot be called. And what do we have now? If you operate on the Twitter space, you will see that space is rife of misinformation, and people take it and run with it, because now Instagram is for people showing off their wealth, their ostentatious lifestyle. Facebook is almost as dead as anything, but people still go there and post stuff, especially maybe among those. And even the WhatsApp that we use, oh my goodness, somebody actually make reference in my homeowner associations. Man, if you see what people are posting, the way they come out against each other, sometimes this thing is dangerous. The owners of it can help us, or we can tighten. If you're going to be operating on that space, then you need to help us, because we are dividing every day, and these platforms is hiding it. Before, people get information maybe after a week, but now information is in your hand, on your phone. One man, Nigerian authority can switch off the network and say nobody, just like they did with Twitter, right? But the operator of the platform can help us. What they did in America, they can replicate that here.
Okay, just like how Oshomole lied against Autumn, he was sued for $1 billion and a
There you
public
go.
apology.
There you go.
Apology. That
He should
Oshomole was
have,
the national
he should
APC
have
national.
taken it further. He should have
No, he
taken
went. He took everything from Oshomole. That time Oshomole was APC national chairman. Oshomole had to come out from Vanguard and Punch to make public an apology and beg to take the case from court.
That would
Set out
have
of
been
court.
even nipped in the bud if they had fact checked him on that platform. But at the end of the day, they leave it open. After all, it's Africa anyway. Who cares about them? Nobody cares about Africa. That's why we're taking our own destiny in our hand. Nobody cares about it. Anything goes. What is it called? This Uber of a thing came to Nigeria, came to Africa, and they're doing what they like. Nobody cares. Thank God that the local companies are coming up and challenging them, because you're not going to come here and start, enslaving our people. So those are the regulations we needed. Not about gauging people and telling that they can't say their mind, but the people will toe the line. If you put stuff out, see, if you go on the YouTube now and type some stuff, people are bypassing it by using some codes and all that, but they still catch up. And those are the things that we want the operators to help us put in place by regulating it. Not ignorant people in the village will type stuff, but once they know that it can be deleted, or they know that it will be regulated because it's not going to be out there, or those people who posting other people's picture, naked picture. One man, were you the one that make reference to about the young Nigerian artist or something like that? So those are the things we talk about. They are operators, because our data are not. We don't even know where it's heading to, who has our data, because they're collecting data from every single users. Those are the regulations we're talking about.
I've pretty much given up on trying to protect my data. Anytime you go on any website, you have to click on something to agree to something, and you just know that they are harvesting your data.
Straight up.
They are just,
and it's easy, woman, to go to any of these data companies that mine data and say, you know what, we want this demographic to be targeted, and boom, they send it to them, and before you know it, it's spread. There's no law that says that
there's nowhere you go to on the internet that they don't want to embed cookies on your
something is going to be on your electronics
yes.
that you use one way or the other. So those are the way the regulation should come. Anybody can post whatever they want to say, but knowing that you'll be liable for what you say. At the same time, the owners of those spaces, too, the owner of the platform, can also help us, not just to be exploiting and trying to get our money, but by making sure that what is being posted out there reflected the kind of value that we are projecting. Not just somebody just post something there and everybody just take it. No.
Mr. Adawale, I think you're missing the point completely. I think we as Nigerians, as parents, we missed the point completely, which is why our children are so wayward than what we have ever seen before nowadays. You see your kids watching all these sort of looking up to all these musicians, or a lot of them who are cultists, a lot of them who mess up our women, a lot of them who are into all sorts of internet fraud, all these activities. And not only are these people being promoted, even the same government is giving them award, including even this BB Niger we were talking about earlier. Wike gave the guy that, what's his name, white fraud money. He gave him an award, gave him national honor, gave Burna Boy honor, and the parents are just blind.
But sir,
they think that because the children are going to church that they're not being corrupted at school.
Yeah, you can come in, but you know all those white money, e-money, Ukubi Kobana, and you know all of that space. I just now discovered it.
Brother.
You know, it went past me for a long time.
But they have done a lot of damages.
You know,
my
e-money,
brother.
X-money,
My brother,
red money, blue money. I mean, what's going on?
I don't know the kind of phone service you are using or the internet provider that you are using. On my phone, I can filter what I wanted to be received or watched in my home, in my house. My children are on my family plan. I can filter what they can have access to.
Don't your children know who Cardi B is?
See, they may know who Cardi B is, but on that, see, they have access to cell phone. See, these are the regulations being put in place by the authority in this country. Our countries can do that as well. On your television, you have what do you call it? The PG regulations and where you can turn off. On your Netflix, there's a certain what do you call it?
Parental settings.
Yes, settings. Thank you. All those things are being backed by the law of the land. That's why you are having them, and all that. You can filter even my cable provider. I can filter what is being shown. Not that doesn't mean that they won't have access to it outside, but in the house, that is what they are going to be watching because they are limited to what they can watch. See, if we have a law that put those things in place, the DSTV of Nigeria will not be showing. As a matter of fact, for those who will have access to it, you have to have your age confirmed. So parents also will come in and start using it. That, to me, that is the kind of regulation we should have.
But that's not. But you see, most of our Nigerian people now who are giving their children phones, they don't even know how to give the phones they are giving to their children. They don't even know how to use it.
That's the thing, you know. The children know the technology better than you, so it's an exercise in futility.
Let me chime in a little bit. I understand all Adewale is saying, and you make a very great point, a valid point too. Censorship, there are some certain pages of content they're supposed to be censored. If I don't know, I believe we that are speaking right now, we watch NTA in the 70s and 80s. There's no way you're watching NTAs in the 70s and 80s and seeing people kissing. It's been censored automatically before you get to that page, that space. To be censored, you won't see that space. And
do you know right now in Nollywood movies they have started kissing in Nollywood movies?
They've started. That was long ago. They started. They've always done that.
They even haven't said we are talking about kissing.
But this regulation we have to be very careful because it has a longer history since 2015. Now, yes, it's like a Boko Haram or ESN. When it started, people will support it, but at the end of the day, it will grow, become a monster that will swallow everybody. But having said that, we have to understand this democracy. Democracy, everybody has the freedom of speech. Same with the internet. You know, right now they are passing internet in some countries as a right. Do you know that?
Yes, you know they are saying the United Nations wants to insert it as a human right.
A right, yeah, it's a human right. So when you say you want to regulate it, you have to be very careful that you are stopping people freedom of speech.
That's
they
not
are right.
That's not
true.
right.
Hold on. Hold on. Now let me just hold on. Now we're talking. I'm just citing my own view. Now, based on the constitution we are operating in Nigeria, it makes it very dicey and delicate for us because we are present federalism, which is democracy, which everybody has the freedom to express his way, which seems fit him. So if that social media is the place he can express his way and you want to regulate it, you are stepping on his fundamental rights. Now, Do I support fake news? No. It has caused harm for both sides, and both people, the past and present government, have benefited from it. What I believe we should do, the government should do, which is government responsibility, like the Western countries, they should set up a department that fact check these people. People that they have to have a department that censor this, that watch all this.
You're looking at the West. Forget about the West.
Are
Look
you
at the
saying?
East.
Hold on.
Hold
Are
on.
you saying the government should have editorial rights? So what?
No, not just
Well,
right. Just like no. Hold on.
one
Let me
second.
just land the
Wait,
point
can
before
I
I miss it.
ask
Sorry.
you guys a
Hold
question?
on now, please.
I
Let me.
want to, man.
Hold on. Sorry. Just like let me reference Benny. We were saying in UK when they send a new picture, you got somebody. Unfortunately, it was downloaded. They're supposed to have a department that go after you. Like in Japan here, you cannot send spam mail. You cannot send spam mail. Send it, there will be a police knock at your door. So we're supposed to have a department that fact check all those things. And when they start sending bullying people on cyber on the internet, carrying fake news, there's supposed to be a department like yes, I would knock at your door and
No,
pick you for
brother,
questioning.
those
But
things
the
are
social
lower
media
ranked
are
things.
already doing that though, so I don't understand
You
what's your
you
point.
cannot be looking
And
to the West.
Yeah. Hold on, Oga Cyrus. I think Prince wanted to come in. Prince.
I have a question before him though.
Yeah, go ahead.
Go ahead, Oriola.
Yes, I was gonna ask one World Peace. Okay, World Peace. Do we have a regulation for the health sector in Nigeria? Yes or no?
Yes, we do.
Okay, do we have a regulation for the electricity in Nigeria?
Yes, we do.
Do we have majority all the sectors in Nigeria? We have a regulation, even the telecommunication, every single, even school education. We do have a regulation, right?
Yes, we do.
So what's wrong with having a regulation? I mean, law have to be created first, and under the law, they will have a regulation, a guideline. So what's wrong with that? Because I don't understand your point. I don't see
My point
anything
is,
wrong with it. This
the
is
last time I
not
checked.
about the people. This is
Okay,
about
I think his
everyone.
point is the abuse of power. I think that's what he's trying to go to, and
yeah.
Well, there can be abuse of power. Even law is already there. The law
Ariola,
guides the regulation.
well, you can make. See, I'm for some kind of
law
regulation.
can be draconian. But,
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
yeah, but we can oppose it. That's why we have senators. We are talking as if we don't have people that work for us. We all voted for a senator to go House of Rep or House of whatever.
I didn't understand that language, but maybe meant something.
Anyway, say I wish I had the opportunity to line by line trying to rebuttal what Adele was saying. You know, it's kind of almost too late now. It's full of trying to launder this liberal propaganda all the time on Woman's platform. And Woman, I don't know why you support him that much. Every time I try to come in on him, you always protecting him.
You know why? Because Dewale has been there for a while and he's not yet had the chance to speak. But so that I wanted him to have the fullness of his
I know,
but
not today.
What was the highlight of what he said? You mean I'm always protecting him? But well, you know, Dewale now is
but you have to give it to Dewale now. He's a very patient man.
Is a
you have to give it to Dewale. Yeah, he's a prince that's very patient on this platform.
Yes. What stuck out when he was speaking that you especially picked?
No, you started out with the what happened in the election in America, how there's so much maybe propaganda from the conservative.
My guy.
Conservative or the MAGA side. See, what is saying actually, because there's nothing said that I'm not privy to or not exposed to. But the question is, everything that is said, are they correct? The answer is no, because he presented a logical.
You can't let it go, huh? You can't let that go, huh?
Because he presented a logical and commonsensical argument doesn't mean it's true. Absolutely not true. Are there elements of truth to what he said? Yes. But who's spinning the news? Who's producing the news? Is it CNN, MSNBC, and all these liberal outlets? No. That's not true. They spun the news left and right, and the way they presented the news finally to malign the MAGA is not true. Trump did not divide America. America has always been divided on left and right. We know that. So because they're trying to whip up this sentiments, anti-MAGA, anti-America sentiments. That's why we have all this information out there. We know it's
Yes,
not true.
sir.
The people that pay attention know it's not true. See, he can't say he knows more than I do because me too, I'm in the system. So he knows what he knows. I know what I know. Okay, so
President, can I ask you a question? Can I ask you a question?
yeah, go ahead.
Just like I generally said that after that Trump issue, there were top executives that were called in for to the Senate for scrutiny. After that scrutiny, did American government pass a law to censor the internet system in America?
No, they did not. Why? Because they have
So
powerful lobbyists, and the problem is that I think I do also I can't remember the name of the form. Is it 1020 or whatever the form is? See, there's a provision in this whole thing with this social media platforms whereby they're not held liable for what other people post on their platform. They have that immunity, so they operate freely. But guess see the bias though. But at the same time, even though they cannot be sued for what other people post on the platform, they have the right to censor what censor views that they don't like. You see, it's like a double whammy, so to speak. And what I do today in Americans space now, there's this new term. I guess it's new. It's called malinformation, not misinformation. It's just malinformation. What is malinformation? Well, malinformation doesn't mean that what you post is not true, but nonetheless, if what you posted it's offenses certain people or institution, that information can be malinformation and be taken down. And who's the arbiter for such information being taken down? Well, the people in charge, the liberal views, or whatever platform that you go to. So it's a murky thing that we're dealing with here. But trying to paint, see, I don't come on your platform trying to paint one side as bad or MAGA is good, the other side is bad. No, no, no. But we have to have a balanced view of all these things because each source of information, I'm privy to that also. But it doesn't mean that everything says about Trump, MAGA, or the conservative view is right. It's not right. It's not right. But let's just go with the Nigerian space. It's listen. We're not. It's not what we do very well. Anyways, see, and by the way, censoring that is going on is being done mostly by private companies, Facebook, Twitter, all these are private companies. The government itself very rarely uh, stop people from posting or going against their view. Hardly do they do that because they don't really have the platform. The FCC has, of course, has jurisdiction over all this platform and the network, the traditional media. But at the same time, people are still able to do what they want to do. So right now in America and the rest of the world, it's a battle between ideology, which one prevails based on the person in charge. And did I like it? Of course, we have to have some kind of not censorship, right? I think the way to go about it is having an institution to. I don't even like that word fact check because it's so murky. What fact check what?
Social
But
media is already doing that, man. You don't need all of that. Just put some. I don't. You just have to let the providers, the social media
no,
companies
social.
know what you
Okay,
want.
social media already doing that. Okay, that is fine. But on Facebook, okay, it's okay to show a picture of a 16-year-old or 13-year-old trying to cut off their penis or excavate their vagina because it's okay with Facebook. Yeah,
Wait,
they can let that they can let such things go because it's not against their values. So don't say social media is
yeah,
censoring that.
but
What are they
that's what.
censoring?
Wait, listen. That's why I said that they just have to regulate, so they will guide the social media. So the social media has their own guideline. So now the country will tell if the country have the regulation in place, which is the guideline, then the social media have to follow the country guideline. So it just the reason why this become a problem is the fact that when social media come in place, the countries, so if we use US for example, they're not familiar with on social media, so it's just a new technology, so the technology regulate themselves. But now that they now see that they're becoming a problem to to the society, so now the country can now have their own guideline that the company have to follow, meaning this type of behavior it's not acceptable, then the company will know that under our own guideline, we have to put this in place and we have to follow the rule of law, like according to the country. Just like, India has the same problem where they had to put their rules in place for Twitter to follow. So that's why I'm saying that we're looking at the regulation in form of, it's going to affect the users. No, not just the user. This is for everyone, including the provider as well. So I don't see anything wrong with it because
Well,
to be
yeah, well,
honest,
I agree, but right now, no, even in the U.S., but the Nigerian government is backward when it comes to these things of
don't
regulation
say
or
that,
this.
man. You don't think they're intelligent people there?
Well,
I
it's not about
believe that.
let's say it's not about intelligence. It's about having institution and policy in place. That's when I said they're backward.
Yeah.
They're not that good at it. What you said right now, of course, in Europe, Twitter can run rampant. They have restriction on them what
Yeah,
they
that's a
allow.
regulation in place. Yeah.
Exactly. So
So what's wrong with us having that?
there's nothing wrong with us having it. I
Exactly.
mean,
So why are people crying? Why are they mad that
Yeah, can I chip in? Sorry, a little bit. Ariella, I guess you're the one speaking there, right?
Yes.
Prince Daddy is strategizing. Yeah, you keep saying what's wrong with the.
Your network is cracking a work piece.
Oh, really? Can you hear me now?
Mm-hmm. It's like a
Is it better?
I thought you disappeared because our prince was engaging you earlier and you didn't respond. Yeah.
I went to turn off my sprinklers.
Okay.
All
All right.
right. You're a king gardener. Yeah.
Man, the sun here in Texas is hell.
No,
Because
you got
the last time you came, you were mowing your lawn, and now you are.
Dewale, you don't have
I
sun. You don't have sun. You don't
You
have sun.
you know what I do for my garden, Dewale.
What you say you don't have?
I put in Texas. Can you imagine? You don't have sun in Texas.
You don't. I said yesterday, day first today, my phone was switching on my car. 41 degrees Celsius in Japan. With all my AC, my phone was tripping off.
Okay.
It's mad here. Hot and humid.
You know what I did with
you guys use Celsius, right?
Yeah, it's Celsius, yeah. Celsius 0C, that degree. 41 degree. No, we use degree. 41 degree we had in Japan. And humid.
You know what I did with my garden, Dewale? I put artificial grass, so I don't have to.
Lazy people.
But why don't you do that? Just put artificial grass.
The thing is, where I live, you are mandated to follow the guidelines. If you do something, America is a strange land. This land is full of 419. See, you buy your own property, and they tell you this is what you should do. You can't go beyond this. You have to get approval. However, you are the one paying for your own house. So I don't know how they do things here. It's
What piece? The temperature is the same. So your 41 is actually 105 here. So it's 105
which
degrees.
is like a regular number here in Texas.
Yeah,
And
so it's regular. So even Texas is way harder than the Japanese.
Is it humid over there?
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Even high humidity, man.
Oh yeah. What are you talking?
That your body is sticky.
Arizona is even more hotter than Texas, and we've been recording in 3 digits for the past hour. See, this month alone, what piece? For the first time this month alone, in my household, we spend 1,300 kilowatts. This is the first time I've ever spent such. And you know what they do here in Texas?
Wow, your electricity bill will be crazy.
Is that for the AC?
As I was talking to you guys, I was paying my light bill, which is $338.
Wow, that's old.
For how long?
How big is your house,
for a
man?
month?
What?
How big
is that for a month?
Yeah, that was for a month.
Yeah, it's very close to our area as well.
The funniest thing is that the kind of thermostat that I use, they can turn it off and turn it on from their own end if they choose to. They will send you email and say, look, we're going to regulate temperature today. So when you guys go to work, guess what they do? If you have people at home, you set your temperature to 75. Guess what they will do? They will turn it to 78 for you remotely, because you can control it anyway.
Wait, that's good though. Maybe that's why your bill is not even like crazy. Because if
They
you have
did
to
it.
just live it by yourself, you will be paying more money than what you're paying. Because
They
if you
did
live it
it.
at
Yeah,
75, it means that.
I have teenagers at home, and they are not
Oh,
at school right now. So that's
but
one
you
concern.
actually
They are
pay
going to
less if
school
you leave
early.
your
You,
stuff running.
it's illegal to switch off a essential utility in this country like water or gas. Yeah.
yes. You're right.
Look, my
The
brother,
law, yeah.
So
they will
you actually
leave
pay
you. You
less.
never left you. They will leave you this time. They will turn it off. If I 80-something years old
See,
woman during the winter break, they turn off the energy. The woman was freezing to death.
Oh wait,
Good.
but you know, like the reason why that happened is the fact that you guys are standalone. You people that live in Texas, like you don't get electricity from other states,
My
so you
brother,
have to manage what you
that
have.
that 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 case is even a different. I don't know how.
Yeah, you have to manage what you have now. You remember, like
You
us, we are
know,
connected to.
our actually was exposed in 2020.
Yes,
Is it 21 or 20? Yeah, 21.
yeah,
Where for the first time in the history of Texas, there
the
was
light
snow
was off.
for 3-4 days, man. And my wife was pregnant, and it was a
Yeah, that's
very
the reason
chaos.
why they had to manage it.
Everything in Texas is crazy. I know that for a fact. So it get hot here. What please? It really
but you know
like hell.
you know if you leave your system on like air conditioner on running, you pay cheaper than you turn it off and turn it on.
That's not
I
true.
know. To some extent, you can't
That's
even
not
turn it off.
true, man.
No, it's
That's
true.
not true.
It's true. It's true.
You can't
No,
even
it's
turn it off.
not.
You can't turn it off. If
See,
you
No,
for
don't
the
it's
turn
past
it
one
off,
not.
week, for the past 1 week now, my conditioner is not turned off. All of it is running. The 2 rooms,
Yeah,
all the air conditioner is running.
wait. When nobody's in the house, you try to turn it off.
My wife
Like
will not
every
allow me
time
to
you're
turn it
not in
off.
the
We are
house,
coming
turn it
back
off.
from we are coming back from hair fire, as in going outside, going to the park, bring the kids come back. We are hot, so you can't wait for this air conditioner to start getting cold now. So we leave it on, but put it on a minimum. We leave it on, put it on a minimum, go out. Then we
Right.
come back, the room is chill.
No, I was just saying that you're saying that if you leave it on, then you're not paying
No,
more
no.
for your.
Actually, we got it out from the energy company. They told us like, if we leave our energy on running, you pay cheaper than turn it on all the time.
Well,
Just
we
like car,
left ours on. We left
just
ours
like
on,
car.
and we're paying crazy money.
Sorry, like car. You spend more gasoline turning your car off and on than just running your car engine.
No, that's
You know
not
that?
true. That's not true. You only
Okay.
when you accelerate, that's when your gas run. Like majority of the time when you accelerate, that's when you
no,
use your
it's been
gas.
known. I realize it's been known that if you leave your thermostat at a certain number, you tend to gain more because it will be self-regulated. There won't be up and down. But when you are turning
Thank
it
you.
off and off, that energy
Off.
that it would take to start itself before
Start
it
the
started
car.
getting cool, it's gonna take much. That's why they say you should leave it at that number. If
I
you want to leave
don't.
it,
I see.
it is. It is. So
I
periodically
don't.
they send
I
emails
don't
to
believe that.
the users. The only thing I pay
Because the
is
the
gas,
way
and that's
temperature
it.
works, is this. So if outside is hot, your inside will want to regulate itself with the outside temperature, meaning it has to make it normal. Where when you look at your thermostat, if you put it to 70, for example, and it's very hot outside, it will try to regulate to that temperature that you put it. And sometimes, if you look at it, would even be higher just because outside is very hot. And when you're in the cold season, it's the same as well. When it's very cold outside and you want to warm your house, you would regulate it to the extent that we want to make sure that your house is very warm and not too
Warmer,
cold outside.
warmer.
I'm here.
Okay, so they allow you guys to have artificial grass in your on
Man,
your
you trying
property.
to talk over me.
They
That's
don't.
not cool.
Nobody has oversight over your property in this country. You know, they say an Englishman's home is his
So there's no
castle.
like associations of the homeowners or something like that.
No, nothing like that. Oh.
Jesus
Okay,
Christ!
let me tell you one funny thing about Japan. You know, you cannot just own your parking for free. Your own house, your car parking, your park lots. I mean, your car lots.
No, it depends now. If it's a flat, then maybe. But if it's if it's a duplex, then or a or a
Safe
standalone
house.
house.
Yeah, safe house. The flat. Yes, that right. Open the flat, but a safe house in Japan, your house, the location of your house, the police determine the kind of car you can park in your lot, and they'll got to give you approval to have your car lot. If not, you can't park a car. My neighbor have a very small car.
Do you not have a parking in front of the house as part of, because if I take my camera out now, you see my front and back is you can park on your own property without
No,
anybody telling you.
I understand. You can have, if you build a house with a parking lot, yes, you build it, but you cannot park your car there until you got approval. If the city does not approve it for you, you cannot park your car there.
Right. I think it's like that everywhere. You have to get approval.
On your own drive,
Yeah, on your
you
own
can't.
drive. Yes. And some cities, in some areas, there are certain kind of cars and meters they allow.
In your own
Like
house.
Yeah,
Japan.
it's like that
Yes,
everywhere, I believe.
Is
It's
it
like
in
like
that
your
that
own
in
house.
everywhere.
Europe or Asia
Man, yeah,
or
in
where?
Japan, I'm telling you. Japan,
No,
I'm
no,
telling you.
it's like that here as well. You have to get approval for anything you do to your house.
To
It's
park on
not.
your drive,
Yeah,
you have to get approval.
you get
Yeah,
approval. I reset
yeah.
my
Now,
car.
If
hold on, wait a
even
minute. Hold on, like you live in America, right?
uh-huh.
So which state do you live at?
Don't want to disclose it.
Got you.
What do you mean you don't want to?
Is
Is
it
that
hold on,
because
you don't hold on,
somebody
hold on,
knock on
Close
your
for
door?
Ledu.
hold on,
What are you talking about?
you don't have to
We
disclose.
will come and
Is it
knock
in
on your
this
door,
is
or
it in the
what's going
south
on?
or the
You don't
You
want to
think we
disclose
don't
anything.
know? You think we
Yes,
don't know
yes.
the state you are?
Man, look how
wait
that
now.
they try to
Wait
get
now.
them.
Are you in the south or in the east or in the
No,
west?
I'm in the northeast, man. I'm in New York.
Northeast. Okay, cool. So but
Ah,
in New York is different from
I'm
every other
upstate.
state.
I'm upstate.
Okay, is it okay, cool.
that you
Because the
have to
reason
take approval before you park your car in front of your house. What are you talking?
No,
Yeah, that
no.
was
That's not what he said.
yeah.
So, for example, if you have a house and you try to create a parking garage for your house, or you want to make any changes to your house, you have to get approval to do
Oh
that.
no, that one is different
it's
now.
a standard.
Yeah, that's
I
what
was
he
thinking that
said.
parking in
That
Yeah.
front
one
of
is
your house, you have to take permission.
No. That's not what Pete said. He said creating a parking for myself, then I have to get approval.
But
You
the
have to get
property is for
approval, and then and some areas in some local, like regions, ward, like county. Some county, some in Japan have mountainous areas. Some houses have little parking. Some areas don't have space. So they want to tell you the kind of car, the centimeters you can buy, so you can fit your parking. You can't just go and buy a big car and bring it. You disturb your neighbor. Some people, my neighbor have a very small car. Me, I have a family car. My neighbor have a very small Lexus because of his house. That was approved for him.
Hey, would you say Japan is a free society?
Huh?
So would you say Japan is a free society?
It's a free society. They are making it. I mean, how will I say? I don't use the word regulate, but they are trying to make
No,
provision
no,
for
no.
everybody.
I totally I agree with you. I mean, I've been there. It's I mean,
Yeah,
they follow the rule of law there, and
yeah.
sometimes it looks kind of restrictive, but it's not really restrictive.
but President, can
No,
any
they are trying to.
can
They, they don't have a lot of land, so they try to make provision for everybody.
well President,
So
can any country ever be
Wait,
like
you mean
America?
with that everybody wants to
Can any
live in the
country do what?
city?
Ever be like America, the best country in the entire world?
No,
Of
no,
course
be
not.
like
No, of
America.
course
No,
not.
come on,
the
man. That's
land,
just
The
the
being
best
land of
easy.
freedom.
the land of the
Actually
Yeah,
free.
Land
but
of freedom.
America,
Oh,
The land of the
yeah,
free.
America is
The
Actually,
land
actually
of the brave.
hold
The
on.
land
The
of the
land of
Everybody,
the
free.
great.
everybody hold the land of freedom.
Yes,
And
now.
the home of the
When
braves.
you can't make amendments to your home
Look,
without approval. You can't
listen,
mow your own lawn without
listen.
supervision.
No, no,
You
no.
can't park
It's
in
no,
your
it's
no, no,
drive.
no. Do you know the
Eh,
reason why
the land of
that
freedom.
is? Oh,
You
one man.
one
Do you know
man.
the reason why that is?
You
Do you
know,
know the
It
reason why
sounds
you
like
have
a
to get
police
approval?
state. It sounds like a police state.
I
Wait,
haven't
wait. Let
it,
me tell you why you have to make approval before you make any changes. Just so you know, like if you buy a house or you build your own house, they know exactly what you have. So if you make changes, so let's say you have a basement and you want to
Mhm.
turn it into like rooms and living room, it means that that space is being used. Then you have to pay more tax for that
correct.
space.
So
and
when you make
also for
changes,
safety,
it's for
reason. Safety
exactly.
is big.
And another thing is that it would is either it added to the value of the property, the
Exactly.
Correct.
value,
Thank
or
you.
devalued it.
Thank
You know,
you. It's just like they
So
have
me
to
now,
know what's going on. And
the
like me now.
so they have to determine the assessed value of the home as you improve, make
yeah,
I
home
that's
give
one
him.
of
improvement.
it. That's
It
one
is
I
of
an,
give
it.
him.
Taxes on the property
I
tax is
find
another
America
one.
just overregulated, you know. I find
It's
them.
See,
not
no, see,
overregulated,
one
man.
man. Let me tell you something. If you live in the
Are
cities,
you listening to one
I
if
can
you
be
live in
overregulated one man when you have guns.
one
We
man,
have left.
one man. See,
It's the
can
most
never live in.
free
I
country
can
though,
No,
correct.
compared
it's
I
to
not.
can
It's
never
not
England.
as.
live in Europe.
I'll tell you, the freest country is the United Kingdom.
No,
No
that's a
lie.
lie.
See, let me
the
tell you.
most racist country in the world?
I can never live in.
I don't think so. I don't think
I
so.
can't live
That's
in
a lie.
Europe.
Well, every black people in there. Why did they ship them all the way to Ireland and other countries? I mean,
Another story.
America didn't do
When
that.
did that
They
Another
still
happen?
live
story.
all
Another
the
When did
story.
that?
wicked free
One
people,
man.
but they still leave
One,
them in their country.
one man.
But European
They
didn't do
said
that. France, Britain, Germany, you guys ship them away,
one
and now
man.
you're coming back home
Adewale,
again.
I don't know. I don't know
a
where you
lot
got
of
that from.
people,
No,
a
no,
lot
you
of
can
people
read your
want to leave
history, one man. Read your
Britain to
history.
come to
And come.
America.
Go to
Oh yeah.
library.
I've
I
never
can
people.
help you. Just go to
Only a few people
library.
want to leave America and go to for where go to
You
A
Europe
know,
to
lot
do
of
what?
people want to leave Britain to come to America.
for the money, nothing else. Not for the
What is
money.
it?
No.
What does
See,
that? I mean,
one
I
man.
mean, they just want to
One
come here
man.
now.
Do you want me to do the video of my neighborhood? I live in a suburb. You want me to do the video of my neighborhood?
Yes, do that. You are the third person now. So Hassan
Look,
is doing a
I
video of
I would
Maiduguri,
I would
and
rather do it during the day so
yeah.
you can see the kind of neighborhood I'm talking about. It's
Yeah,
a middle
well,
class neighborhood,
you mean like
but
the everything is big in Texas, but
I,
compare when you compare it to like other
and
northeasterns,
then even in the
like
north, they still northwest or whatever you want to say. It's still relatively.
But Adiola, you said you are living in upstate New York. Upstate New
yeah,
York
but
is
that's not east
state.
though. That's
Yeah,
not
but
eastern.
compared to
Eh?
Europe,
That's
compared to
not
Europe,
eastern. Not
That's what
eastern.
I'm saying. You live in upstate New York. It's a very good area too. What I tell you, it's not like New York now. What are you
I
talking
know.
about?
I'm just saying,
Uh-huh.
price wise, the South they get it cheap than us.
You
You're
know
right.
what I don't like
and they have the
about America.
finest.
What I don't like about America is the uniformity of their
Yeah,
homes and their
everything
lives.
everywhere look the same, Abby.
It's just
That is not true.
it's just so
Yes,
bland, you
everywhere
know.
look the
That
same.
No
You can get
character.
lost.
No, and you don't see people walking
Yeah,
on the
but
street.
England is
No.
like that too,
If
though.
you go to
England is like
California,
that.
you will see
Everywhere
like
in England look alike to me.
Yeah, but
Like I almost get lost.
England has character because it's an old
Please,
country.
one
An
man,
old
please.
country.
even their road it makes me mad. Like I
Yeah,
see those
it's so
tiny tires.
small.
Like who drive on this small road? It's exactly the same way Nigeria inherited and have all this small narrow road path. If you see the American
And
road,
right hand vehicle. I
who
be
still
kidding
does
people.
that in the 21st century? Who does that?
Right hand.
And they have this
That
flash
means
Everything
you
is
guys
so
should.
small in that place.
That
Everything is
means you
so
guys should not
small.
come to Japan. No. You guys should not come to Japan. You're talking
Japan is
about we
Japan is I,
worst, worst.
you know the
Japan
funny
is
thing
Everything is
is
worst.
so
if you ever
small.
live in the southern part of America, you wouldn't want to live anywhere again because
Ah
everywhere
man,
will be
you
like
guys
you
have
are
it
choked.
big over there. You have it big.
I got the
Everything
one.
in Texas is
I think
big,
you
right?
see your house. You see that your house is
Mm.
5 apartments in Japan.
Hey,
5. Your
God,
house is 5 apartments. They build houses
golly.
together. They build houses, not just only house, skyscraper together.
My
One,
first
your
The worst place is Hong Kong. The worst place is Hong Kong. They live in broom cupboards in Hong Kong.
What piece? Where
eh?
in Japan do you live? What states in Japan do you live?
I live in Kanagawa, Yokohama, Kawasaki precisely.
Okay,
I live close to Toshiba.
where is that like a city?
Yeah,
Yeah, baby. Well, that's
Yokohama.
why. Why don't you live in town? If you live in town, I
No,
think there will
no,
be
I
small
cannot
space.
live. Since I've been in Japan and I've been in this city, I've not changed city.
Yeah,
I
so
just like the
that's because
city.
you live in a city. City is always like crowded, like everything is
But
always.
Japan don't have, even the countryside, we don't have road. Do you know how many lane for express?
How far is that from? How far is that from Narita?
Narita is far from me. From me, my house to Narita is 3 hours drive. That is a different city. That's a different state. 3 states. From my state, to Narita is 3.
Nagoya is where I have my yard, my boat yard. Nagoya is 4 hours drive for
Nigeria
me.
is a beautiful city. It's a
Huh?
beautiful
Yeah, Nagoya is beautiful, but Toyota have own almost half of Nagoya. Toyota have a city in Nagoya.
Yes.
What
A
is it
city
about
or
Europe with
factory.
old houses? You have molds on those buildings. Everywhere looks so dirty and brownish. And I'm like,
I
what
think
is?
everybody should just come to Finland. Come
Can't
and
they
enjoy it.
Can't they power wash those
Where again?
buildings?
Who?
But you know,
Come to
I
Finland.
don't know. Is that Remy speaking?
Who?
Japan
Yes.
built. Do you know Japan actually built Finland in the 18th century?
Oh God.
I don't know about
For real?
that.
No. Let me tell you.
Adewale.
Let me tell you this. Let me tell you
Yes,
the
sir.
history. Let me tell you the
America
history.
sọ̀rọ̀ Finland náà tún
One
sọ̀rọ̀
voice,
Japan
one
náà.
voice.
Hold on. Let me tell you. Let me tell you a little bit about the history. Finland used to be controlled by.
Ibi tá a ti ń
Hold on.
sọ̀rọ̀ ibi tá America ti ń sọ̀rọ̀ Finland náà
Let
dúró.
me ask you. Let me ask you
Small
about
yansh
that.
dey shake o. Small
Let
yansh
me
dey
let me
shake o.
let me answer about
Small
Jaliko.
yansh dey shake o.
Let me answer about Jaliko. Tell
Finland
your
small yansh
is
dey
that not
shake.
America?
Small yansh.
Very
Finland
dirty.
tó ju local government mi lọ. Àwọn náà dún. Small yansh
But
Finland dey shake o.
it's
Small
more
yansh Finland dey
Baba
shake o.
Jaliko.
Small yansh dey shake o.
It's more organized, more cleaner. You live with nature.
Ojuka, Penny.
Everything is
Everybody
is
pays
Àní
tax.
kò ju kántì mi lọ. Àní kò ju kántì mi lọ.
Ajanle Koko, they get as much as 6 weeks of sunshine in Finland. 6 weeks.
Oh wow.
Really?
No.
That's their
Kí ni
summer.
Rẹ̀mí
6
ṣe ń bẹ̀
weeks.
yẹn pàápàá? Kí ni Rẹ̀mí ṣe ń bẹ̀? Small yansh. Kí ni Rẹ̀mí wá
Finland.
bẹ̀? 6 weeks.
Finland used to be under Russia control. And after the war between Japan and Russia in, I think, the late
I know
18.
this too, Baba.
Okay. That place, Finland, used to be Japanese. They used to
It's
fish
under
whales there.
Russia and also under Sweden. So
Yeah. So when Japan, hold on. When Japan defeated Russia, Japan collected all those territory: Guam, Finland, Hawaii. It took so many territory. It's America after that 1940 war, Second World War. That when they took Finland back from Japan. Japan used to control.
America is big and messy.
Let me ask you a question.
What are you talking about? Messi? How?
I will tell you why. How? When you go to most of your city, you can see it's not clean. It's not organized.
That's not true, man.
That is
You're
true.
watching
That
too
is
much
true.
YouTube. You watch too much
here.
YouTube.
You come here and see orderliness.
You watch too much
You
YouTube.
come here
Hey,
You miss more.
see-
You want me to watch more? Yes.
Remy, how many cities do you think they have in America? How many cities do you think have in America?
No, we don't have film here.
Thank you, Foodie Daddy, for that question.
We don't have homeless people here. We don't have.
See, look.
What?
Finland.
Hold on, everyone. Hold on, everyone. You know that all of the statistics over the years, the best standards of living is always in those Scandinavian countries, and they have this happiness index. They are the most contented in life.
But what's their population? What's their population? That's what you have to look.
One man and a dog. One man and a dog.
What's their population?
Yeah, it's
not
one
like
man
that
and a
many.
dog now. 1 man and a dog.
5.5 million people.
5.5 million people.
Compared to almost 400 million people.
That's
compared to 400 million people.
I know
it's
that.
Not even bigger than New York. It's not bigger than New York City.
Hey, that's like East Texas, right? 5.5 million people. East Texas, right?
Even the pure Finnish, the pure Finnish people, the pure Finnish people, the pure Finnish people is not up to 2 million. The Aboriginals never up to 2 million.
What's surprising most is that the kind of building that
you
they
are
have.
wrong.
All
Immigrant and everybody are just 500,000 people. The rest are Finnish or Finnish Swedish. So
No, that's what I'm trying to say. Yes, Finland is considered of different part of different their neighbors, Sweden and all that. The Finnish in themselves is not up to 2 million. The others are Swedish Finnish, and which other Russian?
Norway. No. Russia is not calculated.
And also, I think those Scandinavian countries, they are one of the, if not the most undiluted genetically. You know,
they don't want foreign people there now.
Yeah, they all look and all the women look the same.
They don't want
Scandinavia.
People.
They are blonde, they are tall, you know.
In terms of physical, in terms of maybe being blonde, everybody is blonde here.
Yes.
In fact, you can't see
Yeah,
when you see
blonde.
anybody with dark
And they're genetically blonde, though, not from dying
genetically
here.
blonde. Everybody,
Remy,
whether
question.
male or female, is blonde.
Wait.
Yeah, I sometimes I wonder that why God is so wonderful. Everybody here, whether you are male or female, you are blonde and.
Everybody,
Remy, do
everybody in
they allow
Nigeria
people
too.
to
They're all
date
black, right?
outside their race? Do they allow people to date outside their race? Do you date?
Yes, of course. I've seen so many colored children here. They are dating black. They like those kind
How
of colored
many? Wait, just
How
because you've
many?
seen them doesn't mean like it's
How many?
something that
I'm
is
sorry, I can't
majority.
give you the statistics on
No,
the answer.
Finnish people they are open. Oh, they are open for real. They after they drink
Very,
that
very
vodka.
open. Very, very
Yeah,
open.
after they drink that vodka,
They're
they're
even
ready to go
shy.
down with.
They're even shy
Yeah.
people. They don't really
Wait. Dating is different from getting married to them with kids.
Can you give me?
They can date when they're younger, but doesn't mean they want to settle with them as a life partner.
Let me
They are
respond.
quite liberal. They are quite liberal anyway in
Let me
Scandinavia.
respond to that. Here, the people here, they don't really care too much about marry you. They can just have a relationship with you and get a child, and everybody go their own way. Even within their own people, the Finnish male also try to marry outside the Finnish enclave because the Finnish woman seek for perfection.
But what race? Do they want to just have kids with other Europeans, or they want to date outside the white race?
They do date outside European or outside whatever they want.
So
They promote individualism.
That's not true. I don't believe that.
No, let me respond to you clearly so that you can also hear me out a little bit. They promote individualism and they promote having kids out of wedlock. Here, just like any other Western country, marriage is not a big deal here. You can get married today and divorce tomorrow. And they also have kids with. I've seen a lot of people are married to different national immigrants, and they do have children. But in overall, an average Finn does not even want to get married, whether male or female. So that is why their population continues to decrease, and that's why they need people all over the world. So dating other national apart from they do date and they do marry them, but maybe the marriage does not last long or whatever. That is another that's another thing entirely. But telling me they do the act of the European and whatever they do. They are.
The most white people are from Finland. They are even whiter than the Swedes.
Yes.
Yeah, they're white like snow.
They are so
yeah, but you just said that they don't get sunshine. They only have 6 weeks sunshine. Of course, they'll be white.
Hold on, Oriola, for him. Yeah.
6 weeks of sun. So in summer now, we can see a lot of girls in bikini or whatever, suntan in front of the park or in your yard or something like that, because their skin is very pale, so they want you to turn brown. So everybody just goes suntanning, and they like traveling or something like that. They are so whitish that. And now this is the big country. You see a lot of white people from Russia, from Sweden, from Norway. All of them, they are just there from other parts of Europe. And
of course, now
why Finland are happy people is that Finland people just live a kind of they don't care about too much materialistic life. They are not like Western Europe. They just want to live that simple life, and in vacation they will go to their summer cottage in summer.
Which is usually somewhere in the snow or something. They like cold. They like cold, don't they? They like cold.
They do say summer.
He didn't say winter. He said summer vacation.
We are going to by October now. We are going to be in winter already, and we are going to stay there for at least, I'm telling you, for 7 solid months.
Wow, you only have 6 weeks of sun.
Always cold.
Yes. That's crazy.
It's cold. It's cold.
That's when I fear. That's when I fear Europe. I think 2009 I went to Europe. Early October, it was already snowing in Germany.
Yes.
I was like, are you crazy?
Germany is about 3 months of snow in a year. But when you come to the Scandinavia, in some parts here, they do have like up to 8 months of snow.
Yeah.
And
when I went to
in the winter, like anything from November, December, from November to around April, there will be a lot of snow. In fact, there will be some days that the snow will be up to more than 50 centimeters above.
Wait, how many months is your winter? How many months is your
6 weeks.
No, winter, not summer.
Oh, so winter.
7 months. Average.
How
7
many
months?
months?
7 months. 7
Wow,
months.
that's crazy.
And Oriola, when they're talking about winter, you are talking about 3 layers of clothing minimum.
Yes.
It's like that over here, though. It's like that here too.
You will wear boots. In fact,
yes, it's like that here.
Inside, and you will have about 2 or 3 layers of clothing.
I mean, go to Alaska.
Pray for global warming there. Pray for global warming there.
The country really enjoyed. The country really enjoyed all the Scandinavia.
Hold on, Bopis.
But the surprise of it is that inside your apartment, they have this heater, which is gas or electricity control, regulate your room. Once you open your door downstairs, then the heat just comes to you. So inside, wherever you go, is quite warm, that you don't need to wear a lot of clothes inside. You can even wear your t-shirt and your short inside your apartment, which is quite nice.
So you don't have a central heat?
No. Maybe if you go to the shopping mall, they do have some central heat, but in your apartment, they have the heater in your room, and we don't need to pay for heater separately. We pay heater with the rent and with electricity, which is quite affordable. So in winter, you don't feel that it's winter inside your apartment because it's quite warm. No, this is not England. That heater, they don't have money. I'm sorry, woman.
Well. It's like that over here
in America that you guys should be talking about. Oh, heating system is so expensive. Blah, blah, blah. No. Here we live a very happy life here, to be frank. So,
it's one of the richest countries in the world.
Yeah, I think so, because we are into technology. They are into technology.
Yeah.
You have oil there as well. You have oil.
Profession, everything.
Yeah, there's one time. Just one time.
Society is also good. You can't believe that. If you are like you don't want to work, like if you are going to work and you say, oh, it's like this work is eating to me, I want to take like 1 week off. They will give you that 1 week off to go and cool off.
Then you can do that anywhere. You can do that anywhere.
They call it. What type of system do you know what they call it? They call it
socialist.
Yeah, it's
welfareism, isn't it? It's welfareism.
Yeah, it sounds like it's socialism. Yes,
they
like
collect
that.
a lot of money. I can see, you cannot believe it, that if you have a kid here, you or your wife can stay at home for 1 year.
It's socialist.
And they will pay you money for that. And your child, you pay child support.
It's definitely socialist.
For 3 years, it's a lot of money, and then they will continue to pay the money, child support. Child support for up.
You know what?
Education.
You see that hypocrisy.
Hold on.
It's not socialist.
You see the hypocrisy.
What is it? Is it capitalist?
You see the hypocrisy.
It's socialist. It sounds like socialism.
You see the hypocrisy from Remy now.
I know.
He's enjoying socialism. But when I'm preaching for Nigeria, Ajale Koko is a socialist. Ajale Koko is a well, but that is what is enjoying in Finland. Don't go. He's enjoying socialism. He's enjoying welfareism. He doesn't want Nigeria to enjoy that. You see?
These people, one thing I like here is about the educational system. They don't have private school. They are public schools.
It's one of the. They have one of the best school systems in the world.
From kindergarten to university. So you can see they are.
Yeah, you're right. You're right.
If you are in the kindergarten in the afternoon, they will take the children to work. The pace they take the way they teach them. It's not like in Nigeria, cram them up. The philosophy here is that shared work. Let's work together as a team most times.
It's like that here in America too. We know.
So, the way they teach them, and they also make sure that the children can speak like 2 or 3 languages.
Yeah.
Swedish or any language you want to pick up, and they just build up as you continue to grow in grade. Then they build up that thing. Not like in Nigeria, we just cram everybody like, you are in Palmyra, you must do 6 or 7 work or like.
Finland is one of the most sexually liberal countries on the planet. They just
why must your mind go that section?
That's anytime I think about Finland, that's what I always think of.
That's what
They're
you
one of
think
the most
about.
sexually liberal.
If that is the case, I totally agree with woman, because in the shopping mall one day, not every day, I see a lot of men, they dress like women with high heel and everything, paint their face and walk around. Even I don't know. I was shocked.
Remy,
So many of these are so many people doing like this every day, and I was like,
Remy,
yeah.
how's your porno industry?
Porno is zero here.
Really? And
Yeah.
I mean, one man just said they're one of the.
So what I mean by porno, because I never indulge in that one, and I don't know really about that one. Maybe you
Yeah,
can share if you know
if they
the
have
information.
sexual free nation, I'm definitely sure the porno industry will be very big.
But I don't agree
the
with
women
you,
change
because
partners.
here I don't
They
see a
change
lot of
partners easily and quickly.
I
Yeah.
don't see a lot
Right.
of
Yeah.
neon.
So
I don't see a
definitely
lot
they
of
will have a
neon
big one.
light, or I don't see a lot of neon lights or this small pub where you can do that. But what you can do, maybe if you go to bar or whatever, maybe you can pick girls easily there. But seeing that this is just virtually for this kind of service, I never see something like that. Maybe there's some kind of outside.
Well,
Hey, Remy.
you're
So,
an old man.
Remy,
Maybe
what
that's
would
why you don't know.
what would you
Young people will
recommend
know.
about Finland to Nigeria or Africa? What is good about Finland that you would recommend?
First, I would
Education
recommend
system,
that,
man.
but I would recommend that teamwork. But unfortunately, we are not, because of ethnicity in Nigeria and the way Nigeria is set up. I don't know whether that one can work. Shared value. Let's share things together. Let's work together as a team. It doesn't matter which state you come from. If we can pull ourselves together like that, with the resources and both human and natural resources that Nigeria have, I think the sky will be the limit. Because when you work as a team, then you have a uniformity in purpose and aim, which is going to be in the long run a very good advantage to Nigeria.
The Prime Minister,
makes the dream works.
Remy, the Prime Minister rides around on a bicycle, doesn't he?
No. We ride like American left.
No. The Prime Minister or your president, or is the Prime Minister is it a Westminster style system governance that you have?
I think it's like similar to England. We have a Prime Minister and we have a ceremonial president.
Does he ride around on a bicycle?
No. Before we used to have a woman, but now we have a coalition government. She doesn't ride around a bicycle, but averagely, that is why they say life is very sweet in Finland. You cannot believe that in the afternoon you see a lot of people riding bicycle around. People want to ride bicycle to work. Some people want to take the public.
One man, ṣé pé ọ̀kadà tó ní prime minister àwọn tó ń gùn.
No,
yes,
but that's Netherlands.
That's level of security now. That's level of security.
Very funny. Let me tell you something that's very funny. You know that when they have their election like some few months ago, and because they have a representative government whereby the House of Rep will choose their prime minister or something like that, you cannot believe that the candidates themselves, they are outside. They will call you, canvassing vote. It's not like in Nigeria, you have a big podium. No, you have to go outside in your locality and talk to people, give them your pamphlet or your leaflet, and then you talk to them that vote for me. I am contesting for this particular post.
Well, door-to-door canvassing for vote. They do that here too. It's part of politics. They play.
But what I'm trying to say that we don't have that big platform. Like a lot of people will come together and you'll be talking to them.
Okay.
Yeah, but it's a small nation now. You guys are very small.
Okay, so Remy, what wouldn't you recommend about Finland? What wouldn't you recommend?
There's so many things I would recommend about Finland.
No, you would not. You would not recommend. Yeah.
Oh, I would not recommend because they are too withdrawn people. What I mean by withdrawn is that they don't talk to you until they are a little bit tipsy. So you can say, so this society here is, they promote individualism, so it will be very difficult for you to learn their language for two people.
Remy,
So you
I
are
was
just,
watching the video. I was seeing a lot of keke now. You guys ride keke.
I know the right keke as a support or whatever.
I've been watching the video.
I'm
Video
not,
right now.
I'm not,
In fact, this one is like almost a mile full of keke. I think it's rental.
But that's to show a rich society now. That's to
it's a
show
rich
a rich
society. Come
society.
and see people right
Any society without bicycle is a poor society. Just like
do you
coins.
think,
Yes, now.
do
Any
you think you
society
can write
without
keke in
any
America?
economy without coins will only super bills is
Here,
a inflation economy.
you ride your bicycle, you ride whatever you want to ride. In America, it's not safe. Here is extremely safe. When I go,
Wait. We ride bicycle.
hey,
What
come
do
on,
you mean? We
you are
ride
just showing
bicycle
the
for
good.
fun, and if you go into the city, you
Why
pay.
do you
You
guys
can
think
ride
that
bicycle
America is
around
like
the
a
city.
zoo or
What do you
something?
mean? Everybody have bicycle. I even have
Look.
like 3 bicycles.
Are you sure it's safe?
I have a bike too in my house.
Yeah, I
Are
have.
you sure it's safe all over America that just some neighbor you guys cannot
No,
go?
it's safe.
I see we carry machine
Wait,
gun.
you listen to too much media, man. You listen
I'm
to
living
too
in
much
Helsinki.
media.
Adewale have
bike for decoration. One at a time, gentlemen. Yeah, carry on.
No, this is not decoration.
I have a bike, and I ride bike. My daughter have a bike as well, and we ride it over the around
Can
the
you ride it
neighborhood.
to some neighborhood in your city?
Yes, we can, man.
Are you sure those neighborhood that is not
all right, let me give you an example. Let me explain
very
something to you.
nice. See nature.
One voice.
About
Yeah.
nothing.
All right,
Yeah.
so let me explain something to you. So
Okay.
the problem that people usually have is more like if you go to a neighborhood that you're not familiar with, so people are not familiar to seeing you. So I'll give you an example. The neighborhood, the town that I live in, once you move into that town, you're included in the newspaper, meaning people that actually read newspaper, they know that there's new people in that town. So my town has about 30 to 40,000 people. So meaning whatever when you come into a neighborhood, they know that you're there wherever you are. So the problem that usually you will see in the news is more like when people are not familiar with the people in their neighborhood, and they might think that you're a bad person. So that's the problem, especially when they see a dark skinned person, and they're not familiar with that person, so they would think that's it. I'm not saying that there's no racism, but I'm just saying that when people are not familiar with you, and those people, they are afraid of dark skinned people, so they would think it's something else. So it's not like your neighbor is bad. It's more like if that neighborhood is not familiar with you, and they might do something crazy. So I think that the media is taking it like out of they just take it out of proportion. Like a lot of things that you will see in the news where they'll say they shoot someone, that's the fact that those people are not that doesn't make it right. But it's more like
no matter how you spin it today, everybody knows
I'm
that
not spinning it.
No matter how you say it, okay, let me put it that way.
In Nigeria, it's even like that now. Everybody in your neighborhood know you. So
let Remy come in here.
Everybody knows that in America you have a gun control problem, and you have a lot of problem with drugs issue and
criminality.
And
wait, that's
we all
not
know
true.
Listen, every evil of the world lives in
America.
You listen to media too much.
Every evil in the world lives in America. That's true.
England has issue with knives.
America
England
is a
has
good
issue
country.
with knives.
Listen,
Talk about
it.
that.
It doesn't. It
talk
doesn't.
about that.
It doesn't.
Themselves. Talk about that.
It doesn't. That's not
yes,
true.
they do. Yes, they do. That's true.
All right. Okay. Maybe you know better than me, but okay.
I have cousins over there. I've been there a couple of times. You guys you have issues with drugs. A lot of young people, they sell drugs. Yes, they sell drugs.
England has issues with drugs.
Your young people, they sell drugs. A lot
that?
Of the black kids that were incarcerated is because of drugs, just like America. I know that for sure. So
you don't know that for sure. That's
true. A lot of them that are incarcerated, that's because of drugs, and it's like that everywhere.
I feel like the media
No,
painted
America
something
is
crazy
way,
to
way,
people.
way ahead of
Remy,
everybody.
let me ask you a question about actually two questions really. Are they from the Viking stock? The people from Iceland, are they from the Viking stock?
Yes, they are from the Viking stock. People from Iceland.
Oh, okay, so they're a bit like the Danish as well. Are they? Do they have bloodlines with the Danish and do they have bloodlines?
You mean Icelander or the Finnish or which one?
The Finnish, the Icelandic, and the Danes.
I'm not dipping into their history like that. But when you talk about Finland, then they have a bloodline with the Swedish.
With the Swedish, yeah, you can see. So is that what they look like typically? That image on the screen.
Yeah, I will tell you that 99% of them look like this.
Yes, both male and female. Yes.
Yes.
99%. Wait, have you been to the south of America? They look like this as well.
No,
especially the Midwest.
These are natural blondes, though. This is not from a
those white people look like this.
There's some that are even more blonder than this. I don't know how to say it.
Yes, they look like this.
More whitish like than this.
Yes.
This one they already like do some little makeup. If you see them in reality, you'll be surprised. That,
yes, I'm telling you. If you don't live in like urban city, you live in the main rural America, they look like that.
But it's a nice country. It's a nice country though. Finland. I've been to Estonia. I love Estonia. That place was nice.
Is, you can just take a 2 hours boat ride.
Yeah, it was good. It was good. I went to a club there called Eskimo. It was like snow. The club is cold as crazy.
They have some hotel here whereby that you cannot believe that some hotel that outside the hotel they have a simple like a pond or swimming pool. You can just go inside. Minus 25 degrees.
Hold on, Remy. Do you have this culture, like this sort of thing on the screen now?
Yes.
And then, yeah, hold on. And then, you know, the lakes are usually frozen. They have this culture there, and then they'll punch through the frozen lake. Then they'll get naked, go and jump inside it, and then run into a cabin and go and drink a vodka.
Yes, the university I went, and we went on an excursion one day, and we were lodged in an hotel, and my Finnish classmates, and there is a small lake, and they start jumping into the lake, and the weather that day was
naked,
naked, and they said we should join. I said, me that my swimming ability is 0. And you want me to jump into a lake full of ice? And they jumped naked. We are just recording photos, our videos. And after that, they went to their sauna. And the sauna is very hot inside. And they said this is the part of their culture. And the sauna is
Remy, they are quite liberal with nudity there. It doesn't take them much to get their clothes off. They like to walk around naked.
For both male and female, they don't really care too much about that. And they can do that in front of anybody. So it's a free society if you look at it that way. But somehow there are also some part of Finnish people that are very conservative. Sometimes they don't like to show their body. You know, they have their own tradition too. But that's not what they're going to do. If they see you in nudity, they just walk past and just everybody move on like nothing happened. But when you go to their sauna, which is everywhere in the hotel and in their home, like this one. I've done this one several times. I think it's quite good. You'll be sweating and all your problem or your stress will go away. It's quite nice. Yeah, it's quite nice. It's really good, really. That sauna is good.
But when is the best time to visit?
If you want to visit, I will advise you to visit maybe, if you don't like cold, maybe June would be the best time. June is not very hot and it's not cold at all. If you want a better weather, maybe you can visit this time like August. It's a little bit rain, but at least
when is your summertime? When is your summertime?
Summer is maybe late June to July, maybe 6 to 7 weeks. Yeah, it's sunny and but a little bit humid in summer, and then the sun does not go down to 12 midnight. Actually, just you know, in England,
12 midnight, the sun is still up.
Yeah, I'm telling you. In fact, we only have like 2 hours from 12 o'clock to 2 a.m. It's dark, and by
England used to be like that in the 60s.
Yeah.
I don't know if you've
It's
been in England in
it's
60s or
something
70s.
with nature. And when you go in the woods, sometimes you can see deer, you can see everywhere here we see rabbit. You cannot kill reindeer. You drive on the highway, you see some reindeer, and you cannot kill them. If you kill them, you're in deep trouble. They will eat
Yeah,
the
just
food
like here,
everywhere.
you can't just
So
kill
you live with
animal.
nature. There's a rabbit everywhere. I've seen fox before, and fox also come into the city. They also have wolves in the interland if you are living, and you can't kill them. So they live
Do you
with
have
nature,
turkeys?
and everywhere.
Remy, is that where you have that northern light something that's called Aurora, Aurora something or the other? You know that
Yeah, I live in a city. I school in a city before I moved to Helsinki, a city called Kajani, and I've seen the northern light coming in the winter. I think
what's it called? What's it called? What's it called? It's called Aurora something.
What did you say?
It's called Aurora something, isn't it? The northern light.
I don't know the actual name in Finnish, but the northern I can see that day, and it's look very bright or something like that. They show us blah blah blah. But as an African man, sometimes they are interested in money than this blah 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 blah.
Have you ever run into Simon Nipa on your travels in that country? Have you run into Simon Nipa?
Come on, one man. No, if you want to see the Santa or something like that, then there is a city they call Lapland. It's the northernmost part of Finland. You can go there in winter. It's a very beautiful time that time.
No, he's talking about Samoyepa, the airport, the Brazilian.
Samoyepa is living about 40 or 50 minutes away from here. He's living in a city called Lati, which is a very cool. I think it's a coastal city, if I'm right. So, yeah. So he's living around that place.
So, what is the biggest company in there? I know Nokia is one of them. So, what's the biggest company apart from Nokia?
I do. Nokia is the biggest here, and they have other companies. But I cannot pinpoint off my head. But they are into hospitality industry, and all Europe have different.
They
brands.
have very big
I don't
they have
know.
very
I don't know
Bitcoin
the
farm.
biggest.
They have very Bitcoin farm in Finland. Yeah, this farm Finland has one of the biggest Bitcoin farm. What I mean farm, the processor,
They do.
Their
yeah,
technology is
you
quite.
need code to calm down those farms. Those Bitcoin. I forgot the name. Those Bitcoin
Yeah, I
processor.
know. Yeah, I know what you
Yeah,
mean.
the biggest is in Finland.
Actually,
Yeah.
their greatest strength is in technology.
Yes,
So if you
you're
are
right,
into
100%.
IT,
I think pharmacy as
telecommunication
well,
equipment, software
pharmaceutical.
solutions, services like that.
Wait, don't they have one of the biggest pharmaceutical? I think they do.
No. I don't think so. Compared to Germany or something like that, I think it's
No, Germany, US. Yeah, the US have the biggest
what you
pharmaceutical,
say?
man.
Yes, India is better than you guys now. So
No, that's manufacturer. We're talking about intellectual property when it comes to research and
okay.
development. That's
Okay.
US now.
No. They are not so
What
big like
India
that.
does is just manufacture. They just put manufacture together. That's not intellectual. That's not like
I
research and
understand you.
development. We're
But
talking about research and
who are
development.
those one behind the intellectual in America? Are they not the same Indian people again?
No, oh my God. They not
yes.
just because you work for they work for those companies, they're not the owner.
Come
So
on,
that's
before you
different.
know it, they will drag their people back soon. So you will see things are
Retract
changing all
what?
over the
What
world.
do you mean? They didn't create these things.
I
Man.
understand you, but don't worry.
Okay. During COVID, tell me who has the company that created the vaccine? Where are they from?
I don't
The
know, but
biggest company,
I
the biggest
was in
Created
company.
in the
China that
United
time,
States.
and
It
Yeah,
China
wasn't
the
created.
biggest one is
also
the
have a
US,
company that
man. What are
produce
you
their own
talking
vaccine.
about?
All right, Remy, what's racism like there? What's racism like there?
Big one.
I will be frank with you. Racism is all-time low here. People cannot race against you in public. And you know what? And if you are looking for a job, they can also not race against you. They will rather send you an email that unfortunately we cannot consider
It's
you
like
now.
that everywhere.
So here, outside, people cannot race against you. I've never seen it. It never occurred to me. And everything people is quite withdrawn. It will not do something to make you feel bad. Even if it does not like you, He won't do that. But maybe if they are drunk or tipsy in the midnight, they can exhibit such a behavior. But generally in public in daytime, nobody will do like that to you. No, not at all.
What's the biggest crime in what's the most common crime in Finland?
That's a very good question from you. I would say in most Finnish city, the crime is all-time low. What you can just see sometimes is that maybe some people, maybe they will just find a way to open your car, drive your car around, do whatever they want to do and leave it. There's no crime
They
here.
call that joyriding here. They call it joyriding.
There's no crime here. I'm telling you, you will see a girl about 2 or 3 a.m. walking around. You will see small kids, teenage kids, like 14 to 18 years old, riding bike around at 2 a.m., 3 a.m. Nobody can touch you. Nobody can do nothing to you. I've never seen. I'm telling you, this is not making my. I think Finland is one of the safest countries in the world to live.
What's the ghetto like there? What's the ghetto
There is no ghetto here. Forget it. No ghetto. There's no ghetto here. No ghetto here. Don't even mention the word G or H. No ghetto here.
What's the food like?
Why would you expect Finland to have ghetto? 5 million population, rich country. Why would you have ghetto?
Everybody have a home to sleep.
Everybody have a home. They are rich. Japan don't have. Japan 450 million don't have beggars.
And they don't have black.
You can have Prince Dati and the rest and Babati. They are the ones that have a lot of ghetto there. And Babajan Lekoko.
No, the whole of America is the ghetto.
America is the ghetto. Japan 150 million. No beggar. No beggar in Japan. You won't see homeless or beggar in Japan. Not talk about Finland that is.
They're hiding there.
No, Japan. Who wants to beg? When there's a job everywhere, there's fact for you to work. In fact, they want you to quit your job and come to factory.
Can I ask a question from Remy?
Yeah, you can ask me question. No problem.
Okay. Do you still enjoy petroleum?
You see, Ashawo did there, Remy. Sorry.
Hold on. Let Ajale Koko ask. Then answer Dewale's question after. Yeah.
Do you still enjoy petroleum subsidy there, Remy?
There's nothing like, I do enjoy, they do have petroleum subsidy here. It's a capital market. The prices are quite different every day. You can get it at like yesterday I bought gas, I got it at 1.94 euro per liter. And on weekends, sometimes it can go as high or as low, depending on the market forces. That is what we have here.
So what was your question, Dewale?
I would know the idea.
I don't know. Maybe if I go to bar and I'm not the I'm not the bar guy, but if you are looking for a shower on the road or something like that, you cannot see them lining up like the line up in the street of New York.
Any country there's no Ashewo, forget it. They are lying. They are hiding something somewhere.
They may be Ashewo now, but maybe you have to contact them online and they'll come to your home. But you cannot see them lining up on the street.
That's a hookup. That's an upgrade. You're talking about real Ashewo.
There's no Ashewo lining up in the streets here. I'm telling you. You can't line up
that
in the
country.
street.
If you look deeper, there's something they're hiding there.
This place, this is a lake you are showing now, and this is real. All these things about Finland, it's real.
Adewale, you mean it's not a normal place to live in, right?
No, I will put it this way, and I will be truthful. I will be truthful with you. If you want the American vibe, if you want the Nigerian vibe, if you want people get together, let's have fun, blah 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 blah. Of course, this is not a
you can't tell me you guys don't have Ashewo there. No,
I don't send. Now, wow, I did not send Ashewo on the street here. Maybe they are in the pub or bar. I don't know. So if you want the usual big city life and something like that, but here you say, here people. Okay, I will put it this way: if you have lived in Nigeria and you have lived in quarters or quiet area in Nigeria, then this is Finland, like where the rich people used to live in Nigeria. If you have lived in Ibadan before and you have lived, Jericho quarters or this police, something quarters where the rich people are living in Ibadan, very quiet, and the road are well tarred, then this is all of Finland. That is Finland.
Who is the richest man in Finland?
We don't.
And
They don't.
Remy, let me ask this question.
They spread the wealth among the people. Like for example, if you come here, the more you live here, the more you have benefit of life. If you come here as new as a student within 1 year, you can get a car on lease. And if you continue to live here, if you want to drive a Tesla, you just pay how much every month. You just like any other European or American. So the more you live, the more you have more benefit. But this system support family. If you have children here or something like that, then they support you more. It's a very good country.
And land that being in prison there is like living in a 5-star hotel.
What's happening?
Living where? What did you say, Babajali Koko? Again?
I said being in prison there is like living in 5-star hotel.
Yes, all this Scandinavia or Nordic country, when you go to prison, sometimes they just house you in your house with a TV and satellite, and have a good bedroom. They have some people cleaning for you. It's so cool.
They have people cleaning for you in prison.
Yes.
One man.
They don't make them work like that.
One man. Before you go ahead, let me ask Dewale a question. Dewale, do you know that street in Houston called Bisonet?
To pretend, but it's
because it was asking for I want to share. I know where it spends his weekend. I want to confirm. Okay, go ahead.
How come you know is a wider question? How come you know?
I was doing
for research purposes.
I don't know.
Wait, where can we find them in Boston?
Look at this guy. As if you don't know. As if you don't know. Pretend
I think the reason why there's not a lot of Ashewo or whatever here, I will tell you the reason. First, if you are a graduate of vocational college and you do not find a job, the government give you unemployment benefit until you find something. And if you don't find for 4 or 5 years, the government continue to give you money. If you're a bachelor degree holder and you don't find job, government continue to give you unemployment support until you find a job or they find job for you. So
socialism at its biggest.
As you read more, maybe a PhD holder, even if you are doing PhD here, I think they give people like for €2,000 every month for support. So you can see the system is so geared towards spreading the wealth, but unfortunately, remember, Finland is one of the most expensive countries in the world, and the tax you are paying is a lot. You pay for this unemployment support.
What percentage tax do you pay?
For now, my pass is 11%. But if I make above some threshold, then I will pay about 35%.
That's low now.
Yeah, that's almost like US now. What are you talking about?
Some threshold I declare to the tax authority, they will
11% for base tax. That's low, man.
Yes.
The way they calculate it here is that you have to declare your income to them, what you anticipate to make in a year. So you declare to them, and then the tax office will now calculate. So it's most time between 9% to about 13 or 14%, depends on your income you declare. So far you make above that threshold, some people will have 28%, some will have 35%, some will have 37%.
So wait, they will tax the base that if you make more. They only tax more for the extra you make, not the whole thing.
Yeah, of course, not the whole thing.
So it's still low. That's a good.
But you should remember that the more you start making more than what you declare, the more you also. I don't know how they do it. The more they cut
no. There's a point. If the base is
you are right. You are right. You are right about that. You are right about that.
The extra you make, the extra you are making is the one that they tax at 5%.
Yeah, exactly. Above the threshold for your year. About the threshold for a year.
In America, you only get that if you own a business or you're like LLC, whatever. You get that low tax.
But at the same time, you can also claim some tax refund at the end of the year, especially if you use your vehicle for your business, or if you also anything. If you have a registered company, which is quite easy for you to register here.
One man, let's move to Finland, though.
No, we don't want
Remy. It's very similar to US now. We don't want Americans.
Remy.
The tax.
Remy.
I'm listening, Simba.
The diet is
as a black man. in Finland, can you marry a Finnish woman?
A Finnish?
Yes.
Yes, we talked
Yes,
about that already.
absolutely yes, absolutely yes. They are married. They love blood. They love colored children. So you are hot cake.
They like my dingo.
No. Hold on.
No, listen
Adewale
carefully.
Bedno,
I
there.
said, listen carefully to
Hold
me.
on, Rennie.
I
Hold
said
on, Rennie.
they love
Hold
colored
on.
children.
Yes, that is that statement that you made that I wanted to hold. You know, there's this culture that are all these white Asian women, they mainly go for all these black guys because they want those mixed race kids. That seems to be a price.
No, because of the Medingo.
Yeah,
Because
no, that's the way thing to,
they know that they got
one
today.
man is right. One man is right about it. When you talk about here in Finland, they love these colored children, and
they
sometimes
love them.
You will see a lot of why finish with colored children, and then
Wait,
you not
you mean the confused children, right? The confused one, right?
Oh no, you can't say that. That's not
So what I'm
politically
trying to
correct.
say is that some of them,
That's
some
what
of
it
them,
is.
That's
some of them,
that's racist,
because both sides don't really accept them. We have to say the truth. Like they won't accept. They won't be comfortable being with their other. Like let's say you're black and white. They're not comfortable being at the white side because they're
yeah,
looking at them
especially
like, oh, you're black.
if they
And when they
are
come
raised,
to black side, they think that
if they are
maybe
raised
they're
by
not black
single
enough and
Finnish
stuff.
parents, that one can come into light. What you are saying now, but I've seen a lot of couple. I always see them because I live in the capital city. I've seen a lot of black guys pulling their children or walking their children, and you see their Finnish wife beside them. Sometimes you see the mother alone with the kids. But what I know is that some Finnish women, they like colored children. They don't necessarily have to marry a black man, so they can just have a baby for you, maybe
Out
marry
of
you.
wedlock, right?
So
So
definitely
they
there's
don't care.
Ashawo
Yeah,
there.
you know, in Europe, you can have one man, you can have children out of wedlock. You just marriage is nothing. So it does not mean you have
Oh,
to
so they
put.
are more liberal then.
Wait, is
Oh,
that
Yeah, they are
good?
more liberal. They
Is
are
so there
more
will
that
be
liberal.
more
good?
baby
Is
daddy
that
and
good?
baby mama there.
I
You
don't
know,
know about baby.
they are
Forget baby
rated.
baba. They are not going to do it like that. But they are more.
Remy, the Finnish are rated the happiest people in the world.
That one, I will tell you something. That is a very good marketing thing from Finland that the whole world fall for. Because living here, I've seen a lot. Even one of my classmates committed suicide about 2 years ago, and I don't know why. A lot of people commit suicide. That one, to me, I think is a lie. But
Yeah,
when
but
you look
that's
at,
abnormal.
yeah,
Wait, they
let me
call
finish.
that.
But when you
Wait,
now
Remy.
compare to the rest of the world, and when you live here, you can say, okay, they are happy. But telling everybody that they are happiest people in the world, I don't really subscribe to that. It's a good marketing stunt and it works. That is fine. So,
But Remy, I don't know if they've asked you this question. As a Nigerian, you grew up in Nigeria before you traveled to
yes,
Finland.
exactly.
So the social life there, in your own standard, not in their own standard as the indigenous there. How do you see it?
Yeah, when you compare that,
Someone say lagbo.
I think I've said something like that before. I said if you want the Nigerian vibe, the lagbo, the Kawambe every time like
Wait,
England.
what's lagbo?
Are you not a Nigerian? Where were you born?
Wait, you mean Owambe?
Something like that. It's part of Owambe. So if you have
What's
all of
lagbo?
God, but one man should tell you that. So,
it's the same thing. It's the same thing. It's the same thing. It's like Owambe. It's the same thing. It's just another name for Owambe.
So definitely there'll be Ashawo there.
The Nigerian social life.
Adewale, why you? Kí ló ṣe láàárọ̀ ìgbà? Ṣé ipò ti mú ògùrọ̀ yẹn? Àbó ti mú ògùrọ̀ tó máa ń mu ni?
It make life go round.
Dewale, I was going to ask you earlier, but you left. Money show man not be so net, sir.
First street when I first got to.
I think Adewale is lying. All men that
I'm
this
a married
way,
man.
they are not doing nothing to 50%.
That's what makes life goes round,
Well,
my brother.
Remy
Just
knows
You don't
that,
have those people.
that
There will be
lingo.
depression in
Yes,
the
people
land.
that talk a lot, they not.
Yeah.
Please let Remy answer that question, please.
Simba, if you want the Nigerian vibe, the Owambe, you are not going to find it here. I told you before that these people are they promote individualism, and they don't really like partying. I will tell you the shocker of my life. I was invited to a party, and they said, coming to this party, I think this is normal. In Finland, if you're invited to party, you have to bring your food and your drinks along. The party is just for you just to socialize, not for
they
you
do
to have
that everywhere. You have to pay
drink
for your
or
own
free
food.
food.
They do that in
But in
UK
Nigeria,
too.
in Nigeria, we don't have that. Anybody invite you to party in Nigeria, they'll provide you food and drink. And not everybody will give them money back. But here, the shocker of my life is that we drove there, we bought drinks, and when we get there, in fact, the party is not even up to 1 hour. The celebrant, the birthday girl, just said that the party is over, everybody go away. Yes, so you can see.
Yeah, but Remy,
that
in
kind
Nigeria,
of what I want to say is that we came here to celebrate with you, and we have not even we started just enjoying the party, and you are angry, and they said, "Oh, everybody pack yourself and go away," and everybody go away. And since that time, if they invite me to party, finish, I never go again. I won't go because I think that gets too rude and whatever. The life is totally different from Africa, to be frank.
They are very rude over there anyway.
Yeah, and if you don't
no,
have
they
this
just say it how it
mind,
is, Nina. They say it how it is. They
Remy, what
don't
is
keep stuff inside.
Remy? What? How can you describe the immigrant population in
Okay. I will
Finland?
divide them into three strata. The first ones are the asylum seeker, and they pull a lot of people from East Africa, especially from Eritrea, Somalia, and Sudan, and the rest. And there's a lot of people from Asia also. I mean, what do you call it? Southeast Asia, from Afghanistan, Bangladesh, all of this kind of, they are here.
Nepal, and all those.
Yes. So what they do to them that when they come in here, oh wow, this country is good. You can come with their family. What they do is that to integrate them to the society, they give them an apartment, like 1 or 2 or 3 bedroom, depending on how big the size of the family. And they make sure that they went to learn Finnish for 6 months, and they continue to give them money. So after that, then they send. Of course, their children will go to school automatically. It's free, so that one is no big deal about that one. So their children go to school. So for their parents, if they have a kind of qualification, they can also sit for exam to further their education. And some of their wife, they will send them to learn Finnish language for 1 or 2 years, and after that they can also further their education, which is free. So whatever way you like it, they make sure that they integrate into the society. Yes, within 1 or 2 years, they're already integrating into the society for their children, for the parents, and everybody. And that is those ones. The second set of people are those of us that we came here for education. So when you came here for education, you get your social security and everything from where you are coming from. So they already give you the power to work, to live, and also study here. And when you finish your first part of education, if it's bachelor degree, if you want to continue to your master or PhD, then it's free. So then it's free. And the other ones are those professionals that because they look for people all over the world, just like any other European country. They look for people. I've seen a lot of Nigerians from Poland, maybe from Czech. They came here through the work route. And after you work with that conditioner,
sorry, Remy. What's the Nigerian strength there? Is it? Do you have a good quantity of Nigerians, or
we
is
do?
It just
Nigeria is number 3, if I guess, on number of immigrants. And fortunately for Nigeria here, more than 80% of Nigeria here, we came here through education. So people are well behaved, because when you are educated to some certain level, you cannot be doing all those trash that always happen to Nigerians other climb. So you wouldn't want to lose your opportunity, because you have opportunity to bring your wife if you're already married in Nigeria later as a student. So you have opportunity to bring your wife and your children. So far you have the conditional financial proof. So why do you have to commit crime? It's irrelevant. So,
who visits Finland the most in terms of tourism? Is it the Brits?
No, the people that I think finish here are the Russian, because they have they still love the Russian, because they still consider, because when Russia colonized them, they believe that Russia treated them fairly, much better than Sweden. So the Russians are welcome here. So as this war is raging on, I've seen a lot of Ukrainians and I've seen a lot of Russians. And those Ukrainians that came here, they gave them visa immediately, and they also put them into work. So that is the beauty here. So so they left, and they also give them.
Who do they hate? Who do the Finns hate? Who do they hate?
I think they dislike Swedish.
Yes, I thought so.
They dislike Swedish a lot, but at the same time,
is it inferiority complex?
I think it's because the Swedish colonized them and they treated them brutally during that time, and they still have that thing in their mind that they don't treat them very well. And there's this rivalry between them too, between Finnish and Swedish, that we are better than you or we are better than you. And the irony part of it is that in some part of Finland, they also speak Swedish. And here in the big city, the capital city here, the road signs are both in Finnish and Swedish. And Swedish is also a recognized language. If you can speak Swedish here, it's also a pathway for you to get their citizenship.
They drink a lot there, don't they? Even more than the Germans in some instances.
Yes. This,
So,
when you see,
I think it's the weather that was responsible for that.
They drink a lot, and that one is one of
before you answer that
I've
question.
never seen a woman. I'm telling you the truth. A woman that will get drunk and will sleep on the road. The police will come and drag them, pull her up, and take her to her home or take her to a special home. Here, they can drink the hell. And the tax on alcohol is quite heavy here. But these people will go to Estonia to buy a lot of drink in bulk. So they drink a lot. The culture here, if you don't compare with a Finn or a Russian when you talk about drinking vodka, any kind of drink. Every night we see a lot of people get drunk. They drink a lot.
Remy, which of the country in that region will you consider the best? Is it Finland? Is it Denmark? Is it Norway?
If I want to tell you the best, Norway is the best. Norway is the best. Norway is super rich or richer than the rest of them because they have oil and
they have oil.
And the society, but it's extremely cold, just like here. Education, so there, even if they give you admission, it's free. It's totally free. Finland used to be free, but they start collecting money like 5 or 6 years ago. So, but overall, people already rated Norway is the best one out of the rest.
Yeah, yes,
you're
right.
I used to hear Denmark.
Norway is the
best.
Denmark is beautiful, it's good, but their immigration law is a little bit strict. Sorry about that.
Hey, Remy,
you see all of you listening to Remy. If you people had voted for Shure, he would have turned.
Come on, Baba, don't go there at all.
It will have turned
Sorry, excuse me. You cannot provide. Excuse me. We are 200 million people. You can't have the same. Come on now. You can't.
Who told you you have all the takes to how to do what they are doing for them?
Because Remy, hold on. First of all, you must be productive. Half of the country is not even productive to even know.
You say half, Babati.
Remy is living in socialist country, but
I'm not living in socialist country.
When I'm proposing better life for Nigeria, it's a socialist.
I am not living in a socialist country. To me, I am not living in a socialist country.
It's a welfareist country.
It's the welfare, the one you have in mind is totally different from what we have here. The one you are talking about is totally different from what we have here. For example, immigrant, you have to work, and when you work, they are also trying to change their law. They are talking about hand benefit for them to give you some certain benefit. I will tell you the truth. I don't really like collecting any benefit because there's nothing that is free in this world. I've seen some Nigeria, they collected a lot of benefit during the COVID problem. And now they ask them to pay the money back because they are working now and they're making more money. So they ask them to pay back. So remember, it's not all that, it's El Dorado, then everything is free. No, it's not that.
So the COVID relief that was given to you guys in form of...
I did not receive any COVID. I'm just giving an example. During the COVID period, they did not give them money like that. You have to ask for it by yourself. Not that the government will say, okay, come and take everybody.
And then you have to pay it back.
This particular guy, I don't know his case. He asked for support for like 1.5 years during that time. Then he now started making more money. Remember, I told you, maybe this one will suit you, Baba John Lekoko, as a welfare society. If you make more money, then because government want to spread the wealth, because here you cannot see a big difference between the rich and the poor. So you can be an average person.
Yeah,
and
that's socialist now.
So what they do, that's why I said Baba Jeleko will be happy. So if you make above some threshold of your salary, they consider you as a little bit high above a middle income earner. Then they will tell you that you have to pay a little money for your children in the kindergarten or in the high school or wherever. That if you not make more than substantial, they will also call you back. Okay, this man is making a lot of money now. Then we give a lot of child support. Come and pay some percentage back. I think that's what happened to that guy, and it happened to some other people like that. So that is why here, the society is so beautiful. You also see a lot of people that they are not working; they just stay at home collecting unemployment support. So that means you that are working, you are paying for a lot of people that stay at home. You can't believe it. People in the afternoon, they will stay in front of a hotel or wherever, drinking their beer or whatever. And some people don't do nothing.
But still, they don't have problem with obesity over there.
Because they walk around.
Overall, they don't have a big problem, but some percentage of them, I would say roughly about 2 to 2.5% of the population are also obesity, because I've seen a lot of, especially female. I'm sorry about this. I'm not discriminating. Oh my God, it's extremely large, even more than large. It's so obesity.
With big EKBs, right?
With everything, Baba.
You mean fat?
So
now who get Ikebe? Come carry Ikebe.
Sometimes I just look at how can human being like this, like times 6 or times 7 of myself. Oh my God! And I've seen the picture of
Remy, how famous is Mika Häkkinen over there? How famous is Mika Häkkinen?
What do you mean? What's that?
Do you know Mika Häkkinen, the Formula One driver?
Oh, I'm sorry, I don't know.
He's from Finland, isn't he? Motor racing is the #1 sport, is it not? Or is it ice hockey?
No. Motor racing is not their #1 sport. So they prefer anything with ice skating, ice hockey, or anything that has to do with snow. That is their sport. Motor racing cannot be their #1 sport. Maybe the guy just happened
No, they have a lot of famous Formula One drivers for such a tiny little country.
Which one? One man, this one that you mentioned. I don't, because I follow Formula One a lot. I don't know. I mean,
yes, he's retired. It's from the era of Michael Schumacher. But the one you would know is Bottas. He's from there as well.
Yes. Bottas. Bottas that was racing for Mercedes. Was racing for Mercedes before. I think he has left Mercedes.
Maybe he has, but for here they have a lot of indoor sport arena where people can do any form of ice sport or something like that.
Do you know how to ski, Remy?
I want to learn, but
what do you mean? How long have you lived there?
I'm just new, just under 2 years now.
And you don't know how to ski?
No, I don't. I'm not interested. But
it's tough. It's not that easy. It's like ice skating.
But one thing I would say is that in
do you know how to skate? Do you know how to skate? Ice skate. Wow.
I tried.
I'm a local Nigeria. I love football. I love that kind of Nigerian stuff. I'm not saying that I'm open to maybe skiing. I don't even like skating because I've seen so many people break their leg or break their.
Yes, it's dangerous. It is very dangerous. Very dangerous sport.
In winter, I've seen a lot of Finnish guys. They will be using it's a kind of motorbike to speed around on the lake or on the snow covered, because most places are covered in white in winter. You can't believe that. Everybody, this.
They have the best Christmas there, don't they? In Finland?
For immigrant, maybe we get together. But for people who are interested, you can go to the Lapland to enjoy. I told you there's a big city here. They call it Lapland. It's the topmost northern.
Are they religious? Are they religious?
Forget it. What is religion? Forget. They have churches, but they are not the type that will go to church or whatever. They are not like Nigeria. No, they are secular. They are free-minded.
They don't have any reason to be religious.
Yeah, just
They
like
are very
Americans,
comfortable.
they're not
They are very
religious.
comfortable.
Yeah, no. Of course, they are. If you don't have a government giving you money, if you are old, they have a special home for you, for their old people to stay.
I think it's poverty that makes people very religious.
Yeah,
Simba,
Yes, 100%. You're right.
Simba, do you know why?
Simba,
Because you can't go to
100%.
you can't go to Orioke in the snow now.
Look at that.
They don't even go to church.
I will tell you the truth. I think most churches here, who are the people that go there? Is it not the immigrants? How many Finnish will you see there? Most churches are just the immigrants. When they come here, they are
Even while they are still in Finland, they still have this poverty mentality. They are still not sure of their future. Even when they have everything in abundance in Finland, they still have that mentality at the back of their mind.
No, you can't blame them because they were brought up that way. And if you know, in Nigerian culture, it's like you have to go to mosque on Friday. There are mosques here also. And I've seen some of these people like from Afghanistan, they also go to mosque, and the Christian will go to church on Sunday. And you know, Nigerian religion, they will think, on Sunday or Saturday or whatever, I have to go to church. It's the way they were brought up. But you cannot say it's only because of poverty. I think it's also the culture and tradition of the people have to also take into consideration.
It's poverty.
Do the police there carry guns?
They do carry guns, but they have nothing to do every time. So what do they do? The police here, this is the best job in Finland you can do because no crime. I've never seen a police saying, okay, I'm robbery or something like that. They don't have. So when the police stop it, what do? They just, when they tail you at the back, they just put in your registration number and all your record will come out. They already know you before they even come to you. You understand my meaning? Mere putting your registration number of your car. If it's your car, then they will know where you work, what you do, everything you do, and they already know. And what did they ask for? You just blow their whistle, whether you are drunk or you are not drunk. And if one of your tail light or headlamp is not working, they will just ask, you go and fix it, it's over. Sometimes they are also very lenient. When I was new, I was driving I was driving in a slope, and I was driving on like 60 kilometers. I just like overtake every car like on that brake like that. The police follow me. And when they asked me where I said I did not see the kilometer sign there. And they just said, okay, just go away, but they don't drive away that. And I went away. They didn't even find me, didn't do nothing. They are very friendly.
Do you have to change your car tires during winter?
We have to do that. We have a winter tire and of course the summer tire. So in winter, I will change it to the spike one. So
is it by law? Do you have to do it by law?
There are two things here. You have to change it to winter tire, and you have to all year round. You have to put it's in headlamp or whatever. You have to put it on because you here in Finland in December it gets dark at 2 p.m. So the weather is quite funny. So at 2 p.m. is extremely dark. So you have to put your headlamp on every time. So the first time I experienced that, it was oh my god! I just wake up, go to school, have 1 or 2 classes, and by 2 p.m. in the afternoon, it's already pitch dark. I mean, extremely dark. And we experienced that weather for 6 weeks. So if you are also coming
Did they do any agriculture there?
They do.
Considering this weather that you are talking about.
Not a lot, but they do plant potato. They are because this is their food. And I think one man will know the European.
Yeah, potato and boiled sausage. That's what they eat.
Yes, and bread. And the bread here is blank bread. I'm talking about bread that is so hard and it's also bland, not tasteful at all, not like Nigeria babagigi or something like that. So when I came here, I was like, I can't eat this kind of bread. But
what sort of animals do they have?
You mean as a pet or as
pet and the wild?
Here, I did the Finnish people love dogs, and some of them also like cats. That is what they have mostly as pet. And you can see a dog as big as I and as tall or whatever. But in terms of animals, they have the reindeer, they have the deer, they have the rabbit, They have fox, they have wolves, and they have bear. They have all of these kind of animals here.
But they don't behave like they were like domestic this thing that I'm talking about. Like maybe they have a cow, sheep, and all those things that they raise.
I went to a small town one day and I see they have a little ranch there for cow, but you cannot be seeing their cow roaming about the street. The weather is so cold because that means they spend more money. Actually, most of the things we consume here are imported to this place, even including meat.
Remy, they send Christmas trees to England every year. Can you tell us why? Can you tell us why? Yeah,
I will tell you why. Finland is covered, as you can see from the picture you have shown, is covered with trees. That is one of their source of income. They plant trees all year round, and this is where they have a lot of Christmas tree, and they sell wood to the rest of the world. They are one of the country. There is no empty space here. They just a fallow land. Every land here is trees, and they have a different kind of trees, and they do export it to different parts of the world. It gives them a lot of income, but I can't tell you exactly the percentage of how much they hand from that one. So that's the reason. Everywhere is covered.
I know they send a Christmas tree to London. I think it's related to the Second World War. I think every single year they send a Christmas tree to London.
What are they doing? Is that paying homage to the Queen or what?
Yeah, something along those lines, but I couldn't tell you the fullness of it. If anybody knows, tell us in the comment section. But have you made friends with the Finn?
Yes, of course. I have a friend who was my supervisor while I was working in one city, and he told me the political structure of their country, and he was complaining about the government, the previous government, bitterly, that just like Nigeria will complain that everything that is going on is just in Helsinki, and they are in the up north there. She's not doing good things for them. So he used to complain and tell me the political structure. And then I also have a friend who happened to be a nurse, and that one told me that, look, everything here is not so free as I thought. So you have to be careful. Ask questions very well. Make clarity. Here in Finland, everything you do, put it into writing. Like you write an email, they like documenting everything so that it's not just word of mouth or something like that. Because there was a time I have a little problem with my thumb, and I was like going to the hospital, and they now said, I called the hospital and they told me, do you want a doctor to talk to you on phone? I said, I don't understand. How can a doctor talk to me on phone without seeing my hand? They said, it's okay in Finland. We want a doctor. I said, I reject it. I said, no, I want to go to the hospital.
That's the system here as well.
Yeah, so I rejected. I said, I want to. I went to the hospital, having it in my mind because I've already paid for the insurance that it's going to be free. But when they bring a bill at about 20 days or 25 days later, and they call it doctor's fee, which is it's not so big, but I have to pay the money. So here is that you have to pay for doctor fee or nurse fee, but medicine and operation is free if you pay the insurance. Of course, you have to pay the insurance because every year they will send you a bill for you to pay your insurance, and you are entitled to health if you go to hospital. Then
have you ever dated one of them?
No, not really. I'm not like Adewale. Sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry, Adewale.
Remy, just for field report now, so you can give us feedback. Like, go and sample and just come back to us and tell us how the experience.
Okay, I will try.
Remy, we want a colored baby like you, the one that you are talking about, so that I can play for Nigeria. You like soccer now. So we need a Finnish Nigeria that will come and play for Super Eagles.
I love them too. But,
so we want to see one coca.
I love them too, but unfortunately, this kind of I've had some rapport with some of them before, and I see their mindset is just European. It's not the African way. But here, the beauty of it here is that is different from America or Canada or maybe in UK. The kids there are well behaved, and they take their education seriously. Because if you go to school, the school will give them breakfast and lunch, and they give them good food.
So you don't think American kids are well behaved?
Even you don't think American kids are well behaved.
No,
Everybody
they
on this
are well
planet
behaved.
is
What do you mean they're well
ill-mannered brats,
behaved?
you know.
Let's say the truth.
American kids are giving breakfast and lunch in school as well.
One man, how are you UK people any better? Are UK people still well behaved?
Some are. The African ones are.
Always stabbing each other with all this knife and stabbing each other.
So that is the beauty. You can never see a teenager here carrying knife or want to. There's no gang here. I'm telling you the truth. At 2 a.m. you see
I don't believe that.
Playing around, nothing's going to happen to him. The kids are well behaved, and there's room for everybody. If you don't want to go to university, you go to vocational college. You learn your skills there. You are getting almost the same thing as a medical doctor. The difference is just little. So they bridge the gap a lot.
Are they still obsessed with that electronic music? You know that went out with
the 80s. Of course, they're still obsessed. That is the Europeans like that kind of.
And then the flashing lights.
I saw some still playing in front of our hotel just yesterday afternoon until the rain kicked them out and they have to go inside. So they still like it. They love it, and you can see a lot of EPs with a lot, just like any European country, with like pierced nose, 10 or 6 earrings in both. Everywhere is rings, okay, and colored hairstyle. And
do they all speak English?
Majority of them can speak English, but
understandable English.
They can communicate with you very well, but they will pretend. They will speak Finnish to you. Immediately you say, "Oh, sorry, you cannot speak Finnish." They will switch to English with you, and they will speak even the older one, and they will speak good English with you. They can speak very. Finnish people are very highly educated society, and they understand way of life.
What is an average family like there? Average family.
What do you mean? You mean the age circle or what?
Size.
If I must tell you the truth, I don't think maybe 5. The highest.
Really?
Yes. Most of them don't have children. Most don't have kids.
I would have thought it was 3, or mom and dad and child.
No. If they want to have a family, they have 2 or 3 children. So, but majority now, they are not having kids. And there's so many of them are single, male or female. So what you see here in Finland, I'll tell you, most of their male are now marrying from Asia or Africa. Especially from Asia, from Philippines.
They love black women, don't they?
Philippines, some of them like, but they don't love Nigerian women. Maybe
Why? What is the reason for that?
They like the Ethiopians and
Kenyans. They love Kenyans
and Ugandians, and those ones are more good shit. Let's be frank with us. Nigerian women have big tummy, and those Ethiopians.
Wait, Ethiopia, they're more beautiful. That's why
they are more
they're
beautiful.
very fine.
No, I don't want to agree with you. I think it's because those people are the people that are the population of immigrants that dominate black colored people there.
No, Ajale Coco, they travel to Africa to go and get these women.
Ajale Coco, I will tell you why the Finnish men are doing like that. The Finnish women are perfectionists. They don't like being controlled. But when you bring a woman,
But that's the Western women, though.
When you bring a woman from East Africa, they tend, or maybe from Philippines, they tend to be a little bit submissive to their husband, which the Western woman will not, and which Nigerian woman will pretend in the first instant, will pretend submitting to you, and after some time, then you will see her real true color. But for most of the Filipinos, Vietnamese, and the rest, they can take care of home, they can cook, they can take care of children, and they are also good at bed. So Finnish men prefer them than maybe West African women.
Baba Ajale Coco doesn't want to agree that we have problem. That's why he's saying that.
No, I'm not saying Nigerian women are not beautiful.
No.
I'm comparing to Eritrea or Ethiopian. No, don't say it. Nigerian cannot compete with those people. Those people.
No, Nigerians are not. The Eritreans and the Ethiopians, they have the best looking women.
Oh my God.
They are more beautiful. They are pretty, man. They are more beautiful and they are calmer than our women.
the only Nigerian that can compete with them, maybe the one from the north. Those
yes,
the Fulanis, the Fulanis.
Another thing I also
or
want to
maybe
talk
on those
about
states.
Yeah, the
is I don't know whether it's because of
Fulani.
religion, they are not promiscuous also. Even when they get married, as beautiful as they are not promiscuous. They are not sleeping around or doing
That
like
You,
one
that.
I'm not
you,
sure.
you.
And no,
No, yes, even the Indians
that's true.
too. Indians too.
That's true. That's true. But I can guarantee that a West African woman not married, single, and finding herself in a freedom society like this, she will do whatever she wants. I know. I've seen a lot of Nigerian couple that they brought a lot of women from Nigeria, just like sad story. And when they came here, what happened? They will leave their husband because they already have education, they are independent minded, they can get the same amount of money like men. Then who the hell is the husband?
Let me even bust your bubble. You know the Indians, they pay to get husband.
Yes.
And even here, you see them, they are the ones sponsoring their husband. And you will never see an Indian that will divorce. Very
Yes.
rarely. They don't get divorced, even when they invested.
Wait, they're
They,
matchmaking them. They matchmake them.
It's the Hindu religion now.
Yeah. Their
It's
culture
their
they
is
don't
Hindu
give
religion.
reason. Those are the things that we have to correct.
Wait,
It's a very bad habit that we have
wait.
to. It's not good
Let
for
me
us.
ask.
Do
Let me
you
ask a
follow your
quick
own
question.
culture? Do you practice your culture?
Exactly, Baba Aja.
You don't
Yeah,
practice your culture anymore. Those
yeah.
Hindus,
Isn't that
those Indian practices their culture. That's
culture,
why they
right?
don't. Yeah, that's why they don't divorce
Wait, let me ask
because
you
they don't
this.
follow your church. They don't follow your mosque. They do their Hindu religion, and that religion, compel them to be faithful in their marriage life.
But
Wait, can
the
I
Christian
ask?
culture,
Can I?
excuse me, sorry. The Christian culture and the Islamic culture, which one promoted divorce? Well, if you want to link it to religion, because you are the one that started it now, which one of the religion actually encourages divorce?
No, none
It's
of them.
easy to
None of
divorce
them.
in
None
Islam
of them.
now. I
None
divorce you,
of
I
them.
divorce you. If you say 4 times, then you're done.
None of them.
But if we want to compare that, one man,
No,
even
hold
we
on.
have less divorce among Muslims than Christians.
Who told you that?
Hold on.
Yeah, because
You
you get
don't.
married
None of
for
the
wives.
two religions, either Christianity or Islam, encourages. None of them encourages. What do you call it? Divorce. But
Divorce, yes.
you never want to practice your culture, even the religion. You don't practice it thoroughly well. You want to follow
Right.
white man way of life.
Right.
So that is the problem.
Yes, you're right. So let me ask you a question. So isn't the same way the Indian practice, like when they want to marry, like they matchmake, if you look into Yoruba history, isn't that our history? Like people actually being matchmake, like you will go to someone's parents and those parents will talk on your behalf and you will now be joined together. That's our culture, right?
Oh yes.
Yeah, so it's similar. Even though we're not living on the same continent, we still practice very similar culture.
Mm-hmm.
But they keep theirs, but ours is not kept.
Oh no, we have followed the Western European style of, European way of life, and we thought that is the best. We have done away with our own culture, and that is what put on in very serious, difficult relationship with each other.
Right. So basically, we're confused.
We are confused people. We don't even know what we are doing. It's just like somebody that is just walking. He doesn't know where he's going, but he's just keep going, just
Floating. We are just floating. The breeze
just
can
floating. Just like that.
can take us anywhere.
Yes. So that is unfortunate, but that is who we are now. And the worst part of it is that we brag with it. We think that we are doing the best thing. We think that this is modern life.
Exactly. Even in Nigeria, I see people bragging about it that my child cannot speak Yoruba, cannot speak Igbo. all those things that are not actually working for, those are the things that we brag with. People now celebrate, on social media that they are single. No, I don't need a man in my life. I don't need a woman in my life, and all those things.
Yeah, they do.
And those are the things. Those are the things that the younger generation are watching, and they are following suit.
They are following suit, and our school system too doesn't teach the children our culture, the tradition, and everything. I mean, we have failed as people. Let's forget.
The teacher themselves, did they even know the culture? Did they even know those things that you're talking about?
We are.
And then there's a parental failure, because even in Nigeria now, by 6 months you have a working parent. You're already out of your house. They will take you to one what is it called now? A crèche, where they will be daycare ahead. And then that is you get nothing from your parent as a form of value. Nothing. Everything is about school.
The future is not looking good. 20, 30 years from now, kids will be blaming their parents. That's what I see. They will be like cursing out their parents what they do to them.
But a lot of things, even the poverty in the land too, and the economic situation that is so bad, he has I mean, he has put a lot of people into poverty, and poverty, oh Lord, poverty is bad. It just turn people to animal. People won't be able to think well. They won't be able to act well. They won't be able.
Baba Jare Koko, even in that poverty, the poverty did not just start today. But you remember, even when we are growing up, no, let me tell you this.
What's up now?
We still, I know it's what's up. I want you to just listen to me. But you are a Yoruba man, and Yoruba even take dignity even in poverty. Do you understand what I'm saying? But now, because of the mixture, the kind of mentality, the Western mentality that we have now, is actually the major problem now. Even the poor doesn't want to behave like the poor. And that is what is making the situation worse. I remember when we were in primary school, you hardly see a teacher that will have a car. Probably maybe they have bicycle, they have a motorcycle. And everybody is contented.
And
but these days, and they're happy. But these days, you see a security man or a cleaner that will be hiring somebody who's a millionaire want to also ride a Benz. You understand? And that is what I'm speaking to. Those days, people might not even buy a clothes in a year, but they are still contented. But that contentment is no longer there. That is a problem. And that is what is making the whole situation to look, everybody want to be like, everybody want to be, we are talking about the finance, we are talking about, but in Nigeria now, everybody, even the poor, they are hiring the rich.
What's wrong with that? What's wrong with that?
No, Simba, the problem has to do with the society.
No, there's nothing wrong, but you have to work for it. One man, in the olden days, even if you are rich, people will not look at you. They say that they will say, okay, they have to work for their own. But these days, people can go and worship the rich, irrespective of the source of their richness. They don't mind. That is the problem.
That's the effect of social media too. The negativity of the social media, where people flaunt their wealth anyhow. So when you do that, and a lot of these are young folk follow them on Instagram, on Facebook, and whatever you can say, what do you expect?
A máa ń sọ nígbà yẹn wá ní tọ́ba rẹni tó lówó tó bá mọ source ní ẹ̀ wá the whole kids, the whole children in the community, they say, ẹ má rìn súnmọ́ o, don't get closer to that man because we don't know the source of his wealth. But that is not the case now.
Don't you think that young people, so if you're like 20 years or 20 or 30s, they want to have what 50-year-old people have. They didn't realize that those 50, 40-something-year-old people, they had to work for years before they reach that place. So they want to be like them, but they're 20. And when you're like in your 20s or your early 30s, you haven't worked that much.
I don't agree with that, Oriola. You know what I think? I think there's a new wave of wealth that is wrapped around the young space. so we're talking about cryptocurrency, we're talking about online millionaires, we're talking about new wave of and this
how
money,
many? What's the population? Well, how many? How many people are actually having that money? How many young people are actually having that capability to actually attain that type of money? They're not much if you look at it.
Thank you. I support you, Oriala, on that. I started.
Yeah, we're not much.
Are just on Yahoo Plus and the rest rituals.
No, that's a different space. But I was just countering what Oriola is saying that
how many percentage of those people that make money on Bitcoin? Can you tell us?
How many? They're not
how
much.
How many are? If it's so easy, then everybody.
We have like 3 billion people in the world, though. Remember?
Yeah, but what I'm
contest alone, how many Nigerians are really becoming millionaire from? Are they up to 1% or 0.5% of the total population?
No, they're not even zero. They're like 0.
I'm not sure that anybody can give that statistic, but what I was trying to counter was what you said, that they look at people in their 50s thereabout and they don't want to do the work. But what I'm saying is, well, not necessarily, because what I'm saying is that the people that they are looking at are people that have succeeded within their demographic space, which is that online cryptocurrency, non-fungible tokens, that sort of space. So that's where their aspiration is, and not to the other people.
Well, if I have to tell you, the people that are successful with the crypto, that actually invest in maybe like Bitcoin or Dojo or Litecoin, they're not so many. It looks like they're huge population, but they're not very.
I'm not saying there are many. I'm saying that that's the narrative that the young people are pursuing. That's the narrative that they are pursuing.
Yeah, you're right. That can be true, but I think that they also look at it's more like if you go to a party and you see like those big madams and they carry like Gucci bag, Dion. That's what I think. Like people see them.
No, they
like,
look at the Instagram girl that is not that much older than them, and that's what they aspire to.
Don't use girls as an example, because those Instagram girls, they're being funded by the super rich guys. They call them sugar daddies. That's who's funding them. You can majority of them, they're funded by men. They go on vacations. They take all. They just don't.
Most of these things, they are just confusing them, because most of them are even fake. They are fake.
You're right. A lot of people don't even. They will take pictures on what is it? The private planes that they didn't even purchase. Somebody else did purchase it for them. So social media make everything looks real. Everybody is always happy on social media, but that's not really like the real life, because no one is always happy 24/7. There's something not real about that.
All right. Let me play you this clip as we're about to start to round up. And I don't know who wants to pick it up. Maybe either Babati or Dewale if it's there. But before I play you the clip, that's the leaked memo that David Udein put out, saying that the Nigerian army were amassing at the borders of Sokoto to invade Niger Republic. And then this is the piece that the defense headquarters put out to tell us that they have not received any orders for military intervention. So those two spaces set the backdrop for this clip that somebody sent in. So this clip somebody sent in. So apparently, those are troops of Nigerians amassing for the launch at Niger Republic. Babati or Dewale.
I think we need to start asking some questions here. Like, is David the clown? Is he truly independent? At some point, is he truly an independent journalist? Who is giving? Somebody has to be funding him or backing him up. I mean, if you have sources around the place to the detriment of your country, clearly, even if it's true that they are preparing for this, I'm not a journalist, but I have friends that are journalists, and they oftentimes tell me that they only report near about one third of what they actually know. Because sometimes you have to protect the people, you have to protect information that you don't deem fit for public consumption. But for you to just put everything out there, now, if it's whatever is revealing, if it's about internal politics, one man, in my opinion, it's fair game. But if it has to do with anything on a different sort that affects international relations, as a trained journalist, I don't think that should be for public consumption. So I think he's taking this too far. I've seen some videos. Somebody was, I think on Twitter, was had this video that had a lot of views, close to 1 million, showing how allegedly the military forces of Niger and Burkina Faso and Mali are coming together in their thousands, and it had all these war planes. Turns out it's the video of when America was leaving Afghanistan, and it had this voiceover on it, and people are like, yes, and just leave them alone, blah blah blah, and close to 1 million views online on Twitter. So I don't know what his end game is. I thought it was just going to limit this to the elections, but leaking military information, if true, by the way, if true, is a crime. This is treason, clearly. And let nobody compare this to Edward Snowden. This is not an Edward Snowden issue. You cannot, as a journalist, leak military secrets at this time to the world. It is quite unfortunate. I don't know what his end game is. That is why I asked: is he truly an independent journalist, or is he being funded by some people that we don't know about? That's the question to really ask, in my opinion, because that guy, anytime I see his face with his Otuluti, even the way even the way he presents himself does not use any form of like journalistic. I don't see integrity there, in my opinion.
Professionalism.
Yeah, you don't see it does not use any form of professionalism at all. Though Luti, though the way he even behaves, act online, I'm like, is this guy really even a credible source?
What's wrong with ear piercing?
It looks like it's from the other side, isn't it? The other, if you know what the other side,
yeah, like some kind of street dude that just happens to be educated some way, somewhere.
So are you saying you've never seen...
Is the youth and Zebra Babatin at the moment?
Exactly. So a lot of professional people pierce their hair now.
No.
Okay.
If you consider the conservative nature of Nigerians, yes, people do have their hair pierced, but Babatin, continue. I don't want to.
Not to, but to cap it up, I don't think the military is telling the truth yet. I think they're lying. I think they have something prepared just in case option A does not go through. Like I said, diplomatic means first to resolve this issue. Then, if you cannot get your way through that, then you can consider a joint military invasion of the Republic. I mean, ECOWAS. They have to then move in and solve that situation, because if you wait too long, it's going to be your turn. If Russia is really involved, if it's just organic and if the people truly taking over their country, then we are okay. But if have form of external, intervention behind the scenes, like Russia and other countries, then the time is going to reach Nigeria. So we need to be proactive, but at the same time, diplomatic means needs to be the first option. But to put this out there to me, one man, is really disheartening and disappointing. This is war against a different country. If you truly love your country, which it clearly doesn't, and it's from Lagos, right? It's from Badagry, I believe.
That's what they say.
Yeah, maybe he has something against the Yoruba side of Badagry. They've talked about being marginalized in Lagos, so maybe that's what's going on with Tinubu, because this appears to be personal to me. You know, it's something else is going on. Is in play
Wait,
here.
is
Yeah.
Udain a Yoruba name? I thought
It
it's
is
Igbo.
a good now.
Badagry.
It's Badagry.
Oh, okay.
It's in the gun. It's in the gun. So they kind of like Yoruba, kind of, you know, so kind of Yoruba. But that is what I was just gonna. Let me just leave it at that. That for now, man.
Yeah, does it surprise you? And you can pick it up, Dewale. Does it surprise you the amount of Yoruba people that are actually wailing against the Tinubu administration?
No, because we are fair-minded people. We can criticize you. I mean, we can pick a side, but we can still be objective when there's a need to for that. We don't go extreme. I don't see Yoruba nature to, you know, be blended to the truth. We will speak like how Yoruba culture they said you're crying home and maybe you fought somebody. The first thing they're going to ask you is what did you do, right? They want both sides of the story, but they also want to see how culpable you are. So I think we are very fair-minded. We're not perfect, but I think that's just our nature to critique when it's needed, but also support when it's needed as well. But you don't go extreme and just hate because you want to hate or just love extreme without being objective. I think just the Yoruba nature of the way we reason.
You wouldn't see this in other cultures. I wouldn't. People like Obasanjo, Dele Farotimi, Akin Oshitokun. Now this character, even though it's not fully Yoruba because it's from Badagry, but you wouldn't see this in the East.
Who says who? It's anywhere any tribe, you always find different character. I mean, there are some Igbos that supported Tinubu as well, but they're just not emotionally attached, just like these folks are doing. It seems their conviction is more or less.
How many Igbos have you seen coming out boldly and criticizing Obi the way these guys are criticizing
You
Tinubu?
and I are online. Some people are not online, and they just cry about their business and their daily lives without.
No, you can see you can see what man is asking you. These people are coming with full force. No, they don't even mind the consequence. They are fully yes.
Imagine.
All those things. And one man, this thing didn't start today. It has started right from the time of Awolowo.
Simba,
you understand?
Do you even know
Yes.
that I supported Obi to win the election? Do you know that?
We are not talking about people like you now. How many times have you come?
Wait now. The main reason why I wanted him to win the election is simply because, at least for the first time in the history of this country, let's have at least one Shukudi or one Chukwuemeka or someone in the presidency, at least just for identity's sake, nothing more. Because I know nobody is coming to solve any problem. Everybody will just, play their own part, play their own role, and exit the stage. But where I lost it was when I started seeing the dangerous way people are going about it. They are so emotionally attached to the point that they would need mental health evaluations. I mean, you can imagine them attacking a person in the likes of Wole Soyinka, going after him hard, online. They don't even care about the age of this man or any reputation of this man. So that was where I started. You know what? Don't know. Sometimes you defend people. Sometimes, I mean, we have obedience on this platform that are reasonable, that not as arguing blindly or supporting somebody blindly. When they do something wrong, they say it. But they also
You
know
have
that they are
seen one. I have not seen one. I have not seen one. It's you that have seen one obedient. I have not seen one of them
Ekene is one of them.
That you can. Ekene, which Ekene are you talking about?
Ekene is
Continue what you are saying.
Anyway, but the
Which
thing is that
open-minded are you talking about?
the likes of Udein, just like Babati said, I think that guy is still full of, the youthful exuberance, the youth's lifestyle
Do
kind of
you
a
think
thing.
it's consumed by the attention that is getting, and
Of
this is what you
course,
hear?
there are some people that so much they loved it when people pay attention to. They go online to check how many people likes what they posted and all that. There's some people like that, but you see, at the young age of your life, I learned that he lost his marriage crashed.
due to his lifestyle because his wife left him. And this is a guy that was born into affluence. He wasn't poor. His family wasn't poor. But the thing is that you started your career in journalism by by making yourself an enemy of the state. That is a number one things you don't do. It's considered heresy. Yes, you may want to be against the government. Of course, most of the journalists in Nigeria will want to do something that will make them stand out. But you don't declare yourself enemy of the state for day one. Right now, I don't see how this guy is going to come back to that country called Nigeria in the next 20, 30 years.
He's gone. I think they've given him Ghanaian citizenship.
They see him as a small fish to fry. So why wasting their energy? Who is he? But he consistently feeding people with things that are not true. And his followers continues to follow him blindly. I went to this page.
Diwali, sorry to cut you short, Diwali. Do you know Ned Media? Do you know Ned Media?
Yes, I'm aware of them.
Ned Media, because I used to follow him. He had about 7,000 subs. He used to cover Eco Atlantic, all those Nigerian projects. This is nice. It will get like maybe 400 views. After Obi, he's been covering Obi. The guy has over 100k subs now. All his videos, 80k, 90k. So the guy they made him a superstar now.
Mm-hmm.
I think he's also making money from it. Also.
That's my point. So
that's money.
One man, of course, he has to lead. He has to sustain himself. One man,
I saw him taking photographs with Wadamaya. You know that little Ghanaian boy that hops around. Yes, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Everybody wants to write this.
So everybody wants to associate with Wadamaya now. Wadamaya has almost 1.3 million followers on his YouTube channel.
So it's a cloud chaser.
Yeah, subscribers.
Yeah,
exactly.
Wadamaya is totally different from him. He's just
Wadamaya is not a journalist. It's just promoting.
What I'm saying is that the allure of the attention. He wants to be. He wants to be a celebrity. Yeah.
It's like what is this guy's name? Dele Momodu. We are involved.
Do you think Dele Momodu will go back to Tinubu and beg as usual?
Of course.
That is possible. That is absolutely possible. We all, if I know. Hey, Simba, God forgive you. But you know one thing, Woman, I went to that gossip page, to that Instagram page to go and check. It seems there has been that particular post has been deleted because I can't find it on that page.
You mean this one?
Yes.
Yeah.
I went there. I searched. I just subscribed to that chat. To the.
So let me clarify. Now. So is that leak? Was it from a credible source or was it just fake? Was it fake news or was it from a credible source? Even
if Babati, even if you look at the video, if you want to analyze the video that Woman just showed now, it's a fake video.
Yes.
So it's not. I know, but so it's not true. This is.
How can somebody show that kind of?
No.
How can this one represent preparation for war? This one that maybe they are just waiting for protesters or something like that.
Sokoto is green like that. I don't think Sokoto is green like that.
No. Listen, Army wants to invade a different country, and this is what they are putting on. This come on now. This is not.
It's just like people who are waiting for protesters or they are guiding protestants.
Come on, how can you invade the country with come on? That's not
with
pick up.
Was that Dane that posted that propaganda?
No, somebody. One of our guys just sent it.
A random video.
Yeah, but you see, earlier I was trying to ascertain if their particular leak was actually confidential, secret, or top secret. There's some things that just like Babati. There's some things that once you are Agbawo, you are not supposed to know. Abibeko. So it's for the for the initiated, right? So if you so if you know, number one, you are now the enemy of the state. It's as simple as that. There's no one nuance.
And I also think the Nigerian military, they should verify. I mean, they should check their word very well now, because bringing in a lot of new recruits, and some of these guys, they are very excited with their phone.
They are pro IPOB in that army. They are pro IPOB in that army.
On TikTok, of course,
This guy is not today. What about Vin? Vin Max, that guy Vin. The guy hate Nigeria. He's anti-Nigeria. Well, he was in the Nigerian army.
And has so much belief. They have so much belief in that V. They will come here and be peddling lies to us and we say things that are not. He was in the military, and just because he was a former military man, we believe everything that he says.
Is it a Ghanaian military or Nigerian military? Because I don't.
He's a Nigerian military. I think he has one of his parents as a Ghanaian. I think his mother is a Ghanaian, and he's presently living in Ghana.
The guy is a very pro Biafran, and he was in the Nigerian army. I'm like, now it makes sense when they.
I don't think he peddles lies, so Vin. It doesn't strike me as somebody who peddles lies.
If it does not peddle lies, then he had a little bit to sweeten it.
Anybody can stop. I don't think it's even active anymore. I don't think it's an.
He's no longer in the military. He's presently living in Ghana. Maybe he's a retired low-cadre army officer that is presently living in Ghana.
You know,
and it's not, to me, I can't consider him as a Nigerian any longer. He's not in Nigeria, but he has this affiliation for Biafra, and that's why he talks the way he talks.
That is his right to,
that is right. But I think if you have a lot of people from
let me tell you this, maybe if we don't know. You know, when Agi Rosie took over in 1866, then that was the same time they had the coup.
Sorry, Simba. Mike, check your Instagram. I sent you a DM. Yeah.
Earlier, or just now.
Okay, that was the same time they had a coup in Ghana also when they dethroned Nkrumah. The General Kotoka and Agi Rosie, they were classmates in Britain as a military officer. So when the Biafra war broke out, because Agi Rosie is from the Igbo enclave, so they had a lot of sympathy from Ghanaian military ruler then. And if you remember that Aburi Accord, Aburi is in Ghana. And that was at the same time when they sent a lot of Nigerians away from Ghana. And that time, it was predominantly, majority of people that were in Ghana, Nigerians that were in Ghana at that time were predominantly Yorubas. And between 1960, yes, even including my father was there then. So they sent them between 1967 and 1969. 1969 was the peak. In fact, my elder brother was actually 8-day-old when they asked them to leave Ghana there. And my father left majority of his property, couldn't even retrieve any of them. So what I'm saying is that the people that actually replaced, if you go to Ghana now, you see a lot of Igbos that the one Nigerians are predominantly in Ghana now. So, and that is why you see people like Bain that are very comfortable staying in Ghana and all those things. Go and verify what I'm saying. That is the truth. So, when some people talk, we know where they are coming from.
All right. I want to play. I want to play you another clip. And then maybe Dewale can pick this one.
Okay. One man. Okay, you are talking about Kimi Raikkonen.
No. I was actually talking about Mika Häkkinen, but Kimi Raikkonen, he's also from Finland.
I know Kimi now. Kimi raced recently. I think he's still racing, if I'm not mistaken.
I think he retired last year. Did he not?
Last year. Okay.
It's not in this. Nobody's watching this year anyway. It's just that stupid boy.
Even me, I'm losing passion for that. Formula One. I don't know why.
I stopped watching it, especially after what they did to Lewis Hamilton last year. when they changed the rules in the middle of a race in order to give that boy the championship, I just thought, no, that's too much.
And to me, I see it as a form of racism also.
It is nice racism. You know, is it not, Babasi?
Yeah, come on, the man has won too much with his Benz. Enough.
You know, he was going to become the greatest ever if he had won last year.
So
and they couldn't imagine that. They couldn't abide.
What happened to this guy that used to run before? Henry Schumacher, right? That was the German
Michael Schumacher.
Michael Schumacher. Did he retire or something?
You know, he had a skin
accident. Very severe, yes, very serious accident.
He has been in a vegetative state for 7 years. He's living on a machine
because he was very dominant, like Schumacher all the time. Like, who is this guy? I think he had like a brother or something like that. That also
no, Schumacher and Alonso were the predominantly guys. They were the one leading then before Lewis Hamilton came. Then there was this German guy also that raced with Hamilton in Benz. That retired 2 years or 3 years ago.
Oh yes, they cheated the Hamilton out of championship for him as well. Yes,
how do you change the rules during the? Don't they have like bylaws for the sports?
Yes,
in the middle of the competition.
You know, it was the last race of the season. And the difference between Hamilton and Vettel, and it was like about just a few points. So whoever won that race will take the championship. So there was an accident, and they said the cars will have to stay in the order that they were for the final lap of that race. So that was the rule. And then so they were moving all the debris from the track, and they were going around slowly. So when they then came to the formation lap to kick off the race, they suddenly changed the rules. So this guy, that Vettel, he was about 5 cars behind Hamilton, and Hamilton was at the front. But because the rules were as they were, Hamilton did not change his tires. Rosberg, yeah, that's the name of the German guy that used to be. So Hamilton did not change his tires. But now, when they had cleared the debris and they wanted to do the formation lap to kick off the race, they suddenly changed the rules that no, cars can now go to their original position. So this guy now went from about 7th to right next to Hamilton, whose tires were dead, and they could have changed that. Anyway, they cheated him. It was quite awful what they did. The whole world was angered.
The white man, when they want to do their job, they will just do it with closed eyes. That's all. And they will hide under one stupid law or something like that. At the end of the day, start quoting you law. That's how they cheat here. Not in Nigeria that we usually do. They will do Jojoro and they will hide it under one law. They are very formal of it also here in Kenya. And they'll just bring out section blah 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 blah.
But, sorry, the guy that you said they did this for, what country is he from?
He's a German.
No, it's Scandinavian, I think. It's not German. It's not.
Hamilton is
Vettel
is not German.
But Hamilton
is Dutch. I think he's German.
No, he's Dutch.
Hamilton is British, right?
Dutch, okay.
Yeah, Hamilton is English, yes.
Okay, but who runs the sport? Like the governing body? Are they mostly like what is the? Are they mostly? Do you have influence?
I think they're mostly European.
Oh, not like English dominated like officiating.
No.
I
think maybe Germany we have more people there than the rest.
But the guy writes a German car now. Is Benz now? Is it not?
Yeah, but sometimes there is also this.
Yeah, but it's black. It's black. It's
around the rest.
Okay.
There is big rivalry behind them too.
All right, gentlemen. Let me bail out. I think I've put in a shift. But then I'm bailing now, but the session can still carry on. Mike takes charge, so brace yourself. Takes no prisoner, Mike. But before I bail out, Ayo with the super chat, of course. Prince Daddy, he dipped in there as he always does. His own making commentaries via that. Liz, she came in calling me a hawk. And then just as I'm about to depart, Thomas Adedeji, he says, greeting to you guys, one man, well done. So thank you, one and all. So indicate that you are ready, Mike, and then I'll bail out.
Before you go, why don't you have an intro video for Mike? Does he have any intro? What is his own intro song?
Do I look like somebody that needs an intro video?
Look, that is his intro music. Look at that.
Bàbá tí wọ́n bá dá máìkì lò ẹni tá ń gbìjà tó tún wá ń sọ̀sọ̀ fún sọlẹ̀ ni.
Actually, let me play you this clip on my way out. This is a clip that somebody sent in. This is an interception of yet another oil vessel that is stealing oil from Nigeria. So we're now seeing this coming out just on a weekly basis. And we never saw one instance under the Buhari administration. So I'll play this clip, and then, of course, I'll bail out under the clip.
The captain make a the captain be at some now two, now one they drop. Now one, and I make us say that they drop the anchor. If you carry this to the scaler, I'm not going to pay your money finish. This scale go bust. This scale go bust. This scale go reach ending, go still extend. Why you waiting that place? Just what? How do I get good? Also, I condemn my own go sell people book scrap. Hey, be my coming to come shine in the glory land.
They're really black, David.
Yes, about the vessel. Yes. These are the products. As you can see, this is a different model.
No, I'll tell you.
Transport 2.
1, 2, 3, I'll tell you.
Are you seeing it? Look at it.
No, me they won't get sample.
Wow. Wow. Hello, Mike.
Oh, one man left already.
Okay, oh my God, this country, God really bless Nigeria. Look at this kind of theft. Has been going on for years and years and years and years and years.
You mean decades?
Yeah, I mean that, sorry. It's unbelievable. Look how many ships we go to that region every day carrying like that. Look at that, every ship on that shallow water, for God's sake. Look at, that's millions of dollars there. They have bleeded that country.
You know, Nigeria is not a system that's well understood by everyone, even people at the top. They can't tell me that they understand every facet of the system. You understand? Or they it's just you become president and then they just tell you, okay, this ministry has this, that ministry has this, and you put someone as a minister. You really don't know how.
Yeah,
you know, the like loopholes and everything. You can't really see it.
Just like this popular Yoruba movie that they say, you know, Belowo wow, that
Oleku.
I don't know. You know, Belowo.
That let me show you more that was.
If not because of Tompolo and what do you call it? That guy that's very large. The other guy of Tompolo. Because they knew that the Navy and Nigerian military are conniving with these people to steal the crude. If not for the local people, we wouldn't have been seeing this kind of stuff.
Remy, do you know how many hours it will take to fill this vessel?
I don't even know. And how did they get
it? So it's not something that we just come and take and go.
No, did they tap it from the pipeline that is taking the crude, or how do they get it, sir?
Even to fix those lines that they will go and bust, fix their own, and just be taking whatever they want to take. It takes days, and it's not something that unskilled people can do.
No,
So they have to do it in collaboration with the security agents. It's not something that you can do, come and do.
Are they not the
Let
same
me
white
tell you, the Nigerian Navy, they pay money to get posted to Niger Delta. But they know where that is where they are going to get money.
cash cow for them also?
Exactly. That's what is happening. And it has been there for decades. It's not something that just started now. But it's only that it's getting worse.
The real spate of 2 weeks, they already cash like 3 or 4 massive ship like that. Massive. 2 or 3.
But what is the consequence? What is the consequence?
They are burning them. Why
it's not burning. What are the culprits? That is if you don't get the culprits and deal with them, then people will still continue doing it. Let me tell you one, Remy. I think around 2008, 2009, I used to have a friend, a journalist. And then this guy is from the Niger Delta. Then around 2011, 2012, I went to Warri in a private hospital to go and do locum when I was on leave. Then this guy came and brought his daughter to me to see in the clinic. Immediately I saw this guy, I said, what are you doing? I knew quite well for he's from Delta State. Hey, he just he said, doctor, what are you doing? This is my domain and whatever. After exchanging greetings. And I asked him, I said, have you relocated? He said, no. The guy told me now that, this guy was I don't want to give the details, because if I give the details, people will know him. He was a journalist, high there. He stopped journalism and he went into bunkering. Do you understand what I'm saying? For a professional to leave his professional work and just say, and he told me that was where the money is. Then I'm talking about what happened about almost 13, 14 years ago.
So that means those ones that are taking our tanker to neighboring countries, setting our petrol is a child play to these people now. It's just a child play. I mean, it's
just a child play. Let me tell you that there are levels. There are levels of this stealing. Levels, not a.
God really knows that. You cannot. How come that huge amount of crude? Do you know how many byproducts they can get from that kind of ship? So that's where, do you know what?
That is the one that has been done by the locals, Remy. Even the multinationals that are exploring this oil, they are not also being sincere to us.
They are clearly not declaring, they are clearly not declaring the real amount that they are.
Exactly. Even the multinational, they are doing their own.
So
they are part of the house, don't you know?
It's a joint effort among even the community themselves. They have their own share too. Their obas, even their
them for that
everybody, even the Tonkpolo and the Kubo too. They know they've been part of that system before.
Maybe they are tired now.
My cousin was an engineer to one of the company working in the Niger Delta, and he was the one in charge of the community projects for the company. They were laying pipeline through the communities there. And this, my cousin told me that whenever they want to pass construct the pipeline through the community, they go and negotiate with the community, ask them what they want. Like, okay, do you want water? Do you want school? Do you want this? He said most of the community, what they will ask for is cash, or they should build town halls for them so that they can go there and just be flexing and be enjoying themselves. That none of them will ask for something productive that can even liberate their people. They won't ask for schools, they won't ask for hospitals, they won't ask for roads. But these are the same people that will come online and saying that they are marginalized, that they don't have infrastructures. And so that sometimes when I see people talking, I get frustrated because even Nigerians don't even know what they wanted. You understand? At the same time, you want cash, and at the same time, you also be crying that you don't have good hospitals, you don't have good schools and all those things.
They will never have, because let me tell you the truth. Nigeria will produce big men that flounder, that show off the wealth. and Nigerian followership, they like to worship them also. Nigeria is that some people just worship this rich men, or they don't even question where they get the money from. Just like what you just said now. Look at, I always ask myself, how come South is not El Dorado of Nigeria? Forget even they get derivation money. The whole state of South should be very good. All their roads should be, everything should be okay there. But look at that Delta state, for God's sake. Look at even Edo. Even I also add our Ondo to it. Ondo is also getting money from oil also. So you can see the community, they will partake in it, they will support it at the detriment of their own community. And they will not come and
but
say,
the money is not even getting to the people. Let's even say, okay, we don't think the federal government is giving us enough. Okay, community, this is your own share, which I think they should be allowed to even refine oil, even in a small scale by themselves. Anyways, they should be given license to do what they are doing. It's just illegal. But even their big boys, the money is not even getting back down to the regular folks.
No, what you are saying, let me tell you, Babati, is not true. Even if they give the money is getting to them, the question is also be asking is that what did they do with the money that gets to them? I'm telling you this now. I'm telling you, that is what I gave you a practical example now. They asked the community, we want to give you this. This is our project that we have for your community. But instead of them to say, this is build school for us, or give us a hospital, or give us, they say bring the cash.
Yes.
And share. Let me tell you, and one thing that Nigerians don't understand is that if you say, okay, you have 1 million for, let's say, a community of, let's say, 100 people. Okay, this is 1 million naira. That 1 million naira is that Nigeria of today can seek a borehole that the whole community can enjoy. But ask them whether they want a borehole or they want the cash. They will tell you that they should bring the cash.
Do you know,
Simba, and at night they will go to Ishewu market.
Do you know of all the states in that region, the one that I cannot believe they are as poor as they are is Bayelsa State. With the kind of money that
Bayelsa State, let me tell you, Babati, if they are sharing the money every month, if a Bayelsa can be getting 1 million naira every month if they share the money allocation.
Look at they don't have that much local government and they don't have that much population. So
I think the whole of Bayelsa, they are no more than 1.5 million.
And they are getting pretty much the most money, Abi, or close to the most money.
Exactly.
Where is the money going?
And then they had this dummy here, Jonathan. They was a president for nearly 6 years. Didn't do nothing for that region at all. It's still backward there. I don't get it. Bayelsa is supposed to be to be an El Dorado there. Small population, a lot of water, and still nothing to be. Oh my God! I don't understand these people. And let me tell you, let's be objective here. In the next 10 years, nobody need oil again. It's that electric vehicle. So what else? When you have your golden chicken giving you the golden head, you do not make use of it. In the next, like Europe, I hear now today, everywhere you can see electric charging pole. They are going electric. China is already going electric. Nigeria is about to go to CNG gas. And today, NNPC signed an agreement with yesterday.
Let me even bust your bubble, Mike. Remy. The country that you least expected to go electric, Saudi Arabia. When you get to their airport, they even have electric vehicle assembly in Saudi Arabia as I'm talking to you now. If you get to their airport, you will not see most of all the buses that they use in their airport are electric vehicles, electric buses.
The advantage Nigeria have is to continue to invest more on our gas because people will need gas. But this petrol, as it's going now, more than 40% of vehicle driven here is going electric.
I think it can be a blessing, Remy. It can be a blessing in the guys for us. It might make us to look inward to other alternatives.
We should look inward. Forget this oil because it's too volatile.
And it is the oil that is causing majority of the problem now, and that's why some people, a group of people, can be misbehaving, thinking that they can hold the whole country to ransom.
No, forget that one. Nothing they can do. Because at the end of the day, everybody is settling down, life continuing in Nigeria. So the issue that we are talking about this bunkering is still too much. How can you be? That's a huge vessel there. And
the one they show us about maybe a month ago, That one, it was burnt. It was not burnt by the Nigerian government, though. It was burnt by the people that want to do cover up.
Ah. So I was like, how come what about the crude inside?
No, they bought it to conceal some information. So that yes.
One VIP, very popular in Nigeria.
Exactly. That was what happened. It was not burnt by Nigerian security agent. It was burnt by the people that wanted to actually conceal information.
So Simba, you know the problem we have in Nigeria. Who to trust? And average Nigeria is very deceitful. If you put people that are even have a conscience, by the time they get there, they will poison them. If they don't,
let me help you. No, let me ask you this.
Will not call me and blame Dangote for not hiring Nigerians for his refinery.
I can't blame you.
No, Remy, in every society, there are very, very few human beings that have that character of just being decent. You understand? That decency. Now, what we don't do is we don't go out to go fish out those kind of people and put them in those positions, those critical positions where we don't need someone to be corrupt. That's one thing we don't do. Like Babati live in America now. If you go to banks or those places where they need someone to handle money, you always know the kind of people they have there. Usually that very humble, that nerd, that person that that's just because they make sure they look for those kind of characters. They know the kind of character they have to put in where and where. And if they are looking for crooked-minded people and all those things, they know where to hire them and put them. But in our society, we don't do that. We don't understand that people have different characters. We just say, okay, this guy is my guy. This guy is mine. Can you give this guy a job? We just hire them.
So Mike, when we are growing up, I used to see people work in the bank. I dreamt that I want to be a banker at that time. Because you see, these people are honest people. But look at people working back in Nigeria today. They are even 419. They are even the one that will connive with the people outside to steal money from your account. I have an experience like almost last year. Although one of my accounts in GTB, there's a little money there. Do you know they wire it out? So they just clear it out. And when I went to the bank, the bank said they knew who. I called them when the fraud was being perpetrated. I called them, they did not pick the call. I called them more than 20 times, did not pick the call. I sent email. But when I went to Nigeria, I went to the bank and they first sent me an email. They say, they know the person that took the money and they know where the person put the money into. I said, then do your work as a bank. I said, no, you have to come. I said, I'm not in Nigeria. Okay, if you're not, you are the one that have to lodge that complaint. I said, can my people lodge that complaint? They say, no, you are the one. When I went to Nigeria, I went to the bank, complained to them, and they started begging me. I said, when you know where the money is, why can't you, with that bank, block that account? You didn't do nothing. So the problem is that at the end of the day, I thank God it's not in millions. So I have to just let them, I don't touch that bank again. And it's GTB. I will never do business with them in my life again. Because so when you see even, and the banker themselves, in fact, they don't even know what to do. They were just pushing around that day. Let's call our boss in Abuja. Let's call our boss in Lagos. It's just rubbish. You know the person. Why can't you use police and arrest that person? Because you can say his name, you can say everything, but you don't do nothing.
Remy, let me give you an example. Because
to cut long story short, and I went to Central Bank. They said I should went to Central Bank. I went to Central Bank in Ibadan. I went there. I wrote a letter, blah, blah, blah. Let me see the organ there. They refuse. They said I should just drop the letter. They will take it up. I should not worry. Till today, nothing is done.
So one of the first thing you see when you get into a country, that's the airport, right? Where the most what do you call it? Pathetic people should be working, that love the country. That is where they should be, right? Where they love the country, they understand that first impression is everything. But what do you find in your own airport? Some of the most unpatriotic group of people that will rob you blind on the spot. So you come to a country, you land.
And that's the point I'm making. Like people that have no business working in airport, they are hired to work in airports. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, like think about it. If I'm coming to your country, you like, what do you mean though? I must impress this person that maybe they're white or they are Asian. You must give them like, okay,
You supposed a place like airport, Mamati, you have to hire people that have smiling faces.
I love the
You
country.
have
Yeah,
to exactly. Like the nature of this place is a place where this is what we're trying to aim. When people come in, they want to get. I want them to have a good impression of our country. So first of all, you have to give them outfits, good uniform, where they look very decent, very nice. They
smile,
put on
being
nice, and then the people you want to hire, I want to make sure they have smiling faces, so that way. When visitors enter your country, they don't see rugged faces, people that look scary. There's factors like that, but we don't. What people that hire people don't think like that. The way they hire somebody just say, I want this is my friend, this is
Mike,
my daughter needs job, or my
oh,
son needs
Mike,
job. Give him a job, and they'll just
Mike,
hire.
when was the last time the custom officer smiled at you at the airport here in America? When
In
was the last
America?
time?
No.
Yeah,
Are you
when was
saying
the last time they were
this
smiling at you?
the custom officer? What do you mean? You don't even deal with custom officer. You don't even really deal with anybody in American airport except the people that are searching.
Let me ask you. In America,
Everything is automatic. You deal with the airline counter, and whoever is there,
You
they
deal
smile,
with
they greet
custom
you.
if you have to declare some
Wait now,
stuff and all
hold on.
that, and immigration you are still going to pass through.
I know. They
smile at you when
in
you
America, even if they will say, if you're American, they will say, okay, welcome back home. Welcome to
This is
America.
the
And they will be
culture.
nice
You
to you
don't have to
now.
hire a smiley face.
For Nigeria, you just like, what do you have for me?
Because
Like,
we have that beggy culture. Like, if you like,
Exactly. You don't hire people like that. They don't
Let
give people like
me
that.
let me even share my experience when I this about 4 days ago. No, I made my booking with Ethiopia Airline online. Then I pay for extra luggage. So when I got to the airport, I showed them my itinerary. And the guy, the Nigerians are the one working for the Ethiopia Airline in Lagos. And he said he couldn't find my extra luggage booking online, that I should go to their office upstairs. I went upstairs, I met another Nigerian, and he searched, he said he couldn't find it. So I said, what is the solution now? He said, hey, go and pay for another one now. And this is about 350,000 extra. I said, what do you mean? He said, I cannot help you. That's the next thing to do. If you want to go with your load, if you don't want to go with your load, then you go with the normal luggage, 23 kg times 2. I said, are you kidding me? Now, thank God, there was this Ethiopian who actually is the manager in the airport. So I just stumbled on the guy and I spoke with the guy, and the guy said, no problem. That I will send a message that I should just give him 10 minutes. You see the way this Ethiopian guy attended to me very calmly, warmly. But the Nigerians, they don't care about you. They want you to pass through that stress. They were already angry. You know why? You know their anger? Because I pay online. Because what they wanted for me to do is to come to the airport with that extra luggage. They will now be the one that will determine how much I'm going to pay. They will collect the cash. Look at the way they will just smuggle those luggage in for me. But they were already angry that they are not getting the money from me. And that's why they are doing that to me. You can see our mentality.
Okay. Look at your embassies in any country you are right now across the world. Everybody here has had an experience with your embassy. Am I lying? Everybody on this platform right now.
No, if I told you what my experience with Nigerian consulates in Saudi Arabia, it was a very terrible one.
That's my point.
Hold on. Sorry, Simba. Hold on for Baba.
My point is that there are, like Mike was saying earlier, there are places in your society that you have to be very. You must put people that have love of country there, that have that kind of personality type, that understand, that are well trained, customer service, because it reflects on your country. You go online and you hear even people that are white that come to America and Nigeria, you will still beg for money. Like, okay, let's even let me even give you a pass that okay, I'm Nigeria, you're Nigeria, we are okay, let me give you money. But somebody that is foreign in your country, you treat them the same way. It reflects badly on your country because they will report this thing. They factor all these things in when they want to invest in your country. The way you treat people, everything matters. So, like Mike was saying, some areas in your community, you must put people that love Nigeria there on purpose. You must vet them. Immigration, custom service, banking, even government, your senators. Look at what happened during this guy that owned this airplane, whatever, Virgin Branson. What's his name again? Richard Branson. Why didn't he come to Nigeria? Because of your Nigerian senators. They want to bribe. Those kind of jobs should not be for people that don't love their country. If you should not be there. So, Mike, I don't know what to do.
I think the whole system, there's no sense of purpose. It's just the whole system just create like, okay, everybody come and get on the ride and enjoy the ride, get what you can get out of it. That's what it's all about. There's no sense of purpose. Like, okay, we're trying to create a society where we want things to be in order, this way, that way. Okay, how can things things will be evolving, improving way of things are being done, or how everyone everyone in society will feel better or have better experience. That's not a purpose, man. It's just, okay, system is there, get a job, and let's just.
She want the job training. Like, how
they don't do it.
No, Babati.
Yeah.
The issue, you can see the comment one person is putting that people should be paid well because human being will find a way. And that is the excuse that we normally give in Nigeria. We rationalize every evils that we are doing to ourselves. Let me tell you one thing. If you go to Addis Ababa, go to Egypt, I think then yes, those are the two countries that at least in Africa that have had the experience that I've passed through so many times. You will not see them behaving the way Nigerians are behaving in our own airport. And if you go and check how much they pay in Egypt and Ethiopia. It's far less than what the Nigerians get.
Even in America,
you understand? But you can see somebody rationalizing that because of poor pay. These people, their remuneration is far poorer than our own remuneration. It's just our attitude.
Even here in America, where they are paying minimum wage, where you can't survive on, you still know that you have to be professional doing your job. Even though you know what they are paying you is very little, you still have to be professional. You still have to have good attitude. It's never an excuse what they are paying you. You have to do your job diligently. You have to be professional. There's no reason giving attitude and being. If you don't want a job, quick, we'll find a job somewhere else. If they're not paying you with one more pay, then request for a higher raise or higher pay. But there's no reason why you have to be nasty and be, just doing the wrong thing. Because why? Because they're not paying you well. It doesn't make sense.
In fact, Mike, the corruption in Nigeria. In fact, I passed through one immigration officer. I gave him my passport just to scan. And by the time the guy just saw me, he was already greeting. By the time they start exchanging greeting with you, you know where they are going. I was just looking at the guy, I didn't respond. Then my wife just called me that I forgot my cardigan. So I just took excuse from the guy that I just want to run back and collect my cardigan. By the time I came, and the guy was asking me that I should give him money, that was what I promised. I said, promise you what? And the guy was angry, as if it was his right that I should give him money. I said, over what? You are doing your work. Why should I give you money? And he was angry. How can you be angry because of corruption? And he sees it as if it's his right. And that is the level that we have in that country.
These kind of things are very easy to fix. Like in America, for example, there are places you go where you have to do, when you have an experience, you have to do a survey. They will ask you, how was your service? You understand? How was your experience? And you have to fill it out, or a place to put a complaint or something like that. And that's one easy way to fix it. Like all these places, these agencies or airport, whatever, whoever is going to attend to you, you can please fill a complaint or just give a survey, or see the name. The people have to wear a name tag. Whoever attended to you, how was the person? What's the name of the person? If you put all these things in place, all these things will reduce. Trust me. Like
I
corruption,
agree with you. I agree with you. I agree with you totally.
because you
I
know
think
that
there
whatever
is
you
no
do,
monitoring. There's
exactly
no
monitoring.
monitoring at all.
There's
Yeah,
no
there's no
monitoring.
monitoring.
Just you
let me
just
give
throw
you
people
this
there
example.
to and do
Let me
whatever you want.
Mike. My last trip to Nigeria. You know how once you leave customs now, before you leave the airport, they want to check your carry-on again for all these ridiculous reasons. The boy in front of me, before they even said anything to him, the man already put his hand in pocket, give them something. Like he knew what to expect. Maybe
That's what I do now.
so.
That's what I do.
When it came to my turn, I say, "Oga, how far now?" I said nothing. He said, "I said, no, even get shame. Look at the guy where even there in front of you, know, even they do something. You know, I said, what's it concern me?"
Imagine that.
Like I'm like,
they are already making you to feel bad
like
that
I'm
you
the
are not a
one
nice
I'm
man.
Am I you? Because I'm like, listen, for him to have done that, that means the guy has been told what you guys do, so he came prepared. That is
Did you
on you.
guys watch our Sleep TV yesterday when Rufai and Rotus were arguing?
It was a terrible one, no. It was a terrible one, no. That
Which channel?
Rufai, that guy.
Which channel?
Arise now, arise.
You like Rotus and Rufai.
It was in the news, so even the news carried the news.
And I used to know Rotus personally. The guy went to school together. The guy went to your age.
That Rufai guy.
The guy love football die, man. But the guy can't play for Steve.
Mike. that yesterday one, the guy went too far. That was it. Because that was just
Who went too far? Is it Ruto or Rufai?
No, Rufai went too far. That was just because the guy said to you, he said, listen, you said the labor should
increase wage. They said they should increase wage, and they want to increase school fees. You said they should not increase school fees.
He said, okay, so at what rate do you want them to buy the gas? He could not answer. So why are you not complaining? And you are involved in you run the refineries as a union. So why are you not complaining of subsidy, whatever? But this is my issue with Rufai, though. It's very condescending. You can't tell your co-host that you should start speaking all this American English and come to real life because it's not in the streets. That is very rude now.
He was talking to Rudolph's like
that guy is an
that's the way he talks to you now. Like
the guy very rude, man.
I'm abroad now.
It's beyond
all
being
this all this foreign things.
I mean, see, he sounded as if he know more. This guy knows what he's talking about. If they appoint somebody to be a correspondent on a certain topic, that means he must have done his research. He's not going to come online and just start, spewing nonsense. But here you are, arguing with him. If you are going to disagree with him, disagree, but don't make him sound as if he doesn't know what he's doing.
Rogers is a very smart guy and very humble guy.
That's what he does every day to the guy. It's like he has a beef. He has a beef with that guy.
Man. The guy was telling him the reality, but you are quoting. How many?
You should know. Adewale, you should know that the guy,
I think he has a very
whatever criticism that he has is not a constructive one. You always want to criticize anything. If Tinubu drink water, I will say he didn't drink it well.
No, Simba, you're missing the point. If you didn't that story yesterday, because I was working, but I was watching, I was at home. When that guy had enough, because that guy was very upset when he pushed back at Rufai had to call for help from Abati. Abati, can you help me with this guy? Like the guy was like, enough. I'm done with this guy today. I am done. The guy was just pissed off. Like, you know how that thing has been building up for a while.
The guy is not sharing. He's not speaking to what they like. Do you understand what I'm saying?
It seems like those obedience, man. It's kind of like obedience.
Exactly.
You see, where you apply all this neo-colonialism school of thought and all that, you're looking at the peculiarity of the environment that you're operating. You can't be living in the past. You have to live in the present. So most of the time when Rotus is making a submission or analysis, it usually sounds as if it's on the side of pro-government, kind of.
Exactly.
But doesn't want that at all. They want applying all those, those theories that is not obtainable because we have. It's to me, it's very, very draining.
It's bad. It's bad. Every day is bad. You can't be that.
There's no professionalism in it at all.
But how is he still on TV? I don't understand why they still have him.
They are not. It's not journalists. It's just like you and I. We are a pundit. We can analyze our opinions.
That's my point. If I bring you on a platform and you're the expert, I will let you speak first. Then I will chime in my own opinion. That's the way it works.
When you are now making it that your opinion is more superior than the person you invited, you bring somebody to make them feed little, so that you can tell them, see, they don't know what they are doing, but you know answer to every goddamn thing that is being said on the show. Isn't you see? MKO said, "Acknowledge the former." Nobody knows it all, but when you claim you know it all, then people should be scared of you because you don't know jack. You don't.
I verified the from within.
Why? I have a question. Why all these Yoruba journalists or activists, why are they also pandering to this obedience and the hyper space? I don't know. It's like there's so much pandering.
Let me help you. It's very easy.
Money.
You are the public spotlight. You need traffic. You need viewership. What is driving that viewership right now? The obedient space. So you move towards that space. That's what they're doing.
You know what I'm even reading?
Babati. Yeah.
On the Twitter right now, it says Fashola is writing judgment for the head of the presidential election tribunal. I'm reading on the Twitter that Fashola, they said the alleged purport of Fashola writing Pep's judgment for Samani and other is shameful and condemned, coming from Peter Obi grassroots mobilization. Isn't that repulsive?
No, Radewale, they're already preparing the ground for chaos. That's what they are doing. So that whatever judgment that comes out of this election petition is not going to be acceptable to them. They know that they don't have the case, but they're already preparing the mind of the populace that by the time they give the judgment, they will say they are biased. That's what they are doing. They are already preparing the ground. They know what they are doing.
Some of them want chaos. They want violence. Especially those ones in the diaspora. They want that place to burn down,
They are calling for coup. Like
we're calling for coup.
Babati, Mike, let me tell you, I had discussion with two guys there from the South yesterday in my place of work. And they were angry with NLC for calling off their protest and the strike. I said, why are you angry? They said when they knew that they were not going to go on strike, why did they actually mooted the idea before? I said, did you want that country to burn down?
Of course not.
And that's what they wanted.
That's what
they want. They want chaos, they want everything, and that is the kind of politics that we practice in Nigeria. When you have somebody at the end of a affair that you don't like, you don't pray for that person to succeed. You want everything to go down the drain.
This winning this election, the kind of bitterness that is in the heart of many of them, it's like that's the last.
And I wonder what anybody would benefit if Tinubu did not succeed.
Actually, Simba, what is transparent is that even if Tinubu did not win, it is Atiku that is going to win. Obi will not
win. Rather have Atiku.
No, Remy, what I'm even talking about, whoever wins, we should pray, because if any of them succeed, it's for the betterment of all Nigerians.
But they don't know that.
They don't know that exactly.
People that open their mouth and swear for the country every time. I mean, what do you?
The stolen mandate. Which mandate was stolen? Where was it? Yes. Where was it stolen?
So the question they must ask themselves is this: the same election, the same day, produce winners, people that have never dreamed of winning from Labour Party. They have how many senators out of rep? They even won one state now. Is this not enough? Still, they lost this election. You did not come second. You came third. Distance of 2 million. You are now looking for frivolities.
You are talking 2 million. Distance of almost 3 million.
Almost 3. Who will turn that down? He won Atiku by almost 1 million.
You know even how many states election will take you to get 3 million votes? It will take you like almost 11 to 12 states.
You know what, Simba? The judgment will favor Tinubu, and anybody that are going to create problem, they will deal with that person massively, because they are also taking their time. You think APC, they don't know what they are doing. Once they have that election, let anybody, even the same court,
they need that court judgment. Okay, once that is done, then anybody that is doing anyhow will see anyhow. That is just the
of course, because they are giving them a lot of room already. Do you think they are also the? You can't fight with the government, the ruling party. No, who are you? For who? They are just tolerating you. Okay, after the appeal, the what do you call it? The verdict is okay with Tinubu. Let's say it's going to be drying himself. Then you will know that Tinubu is also not a small person. He is just playing. And I know what it is. A list.
You know, they believe Tinubu is a farmer, so he's a coward. He can't do.
So you can see that nobody. Sorry, Mike. It's very difficult to lie to a president like this. A president you talk to and you go and meet the people himself. Look at how he called the labor people. How can you lie? He's talking to the labor directly by himself. So this is the president you cannot go in front. He knows more about financial or economy more than you, or even the same thing like an expert. So you cannot just go to him like the way they dribble Buhari, like maybe they do whatever they want. Do you think anybody will just go in front of him and talk rubbish? He's politically savvy, so you cannot just go there and be talking rubbish in front of him. Look at all the ministerial candidates. Look at their CV. Come on, man. Nigerians are well endowed in everything. Just look at that.
Tinubu no do well for Southwest. So why now only one person for a particular day? Shasheni.
Yeah, sure. We academic.
It's not right.
Should be professor of religious study, history, and all those things. That's what they study. That's what they study.
Philosophy.
Garden and counseling, sociology.
I mean, a state that gives him 200,000 votes. That's not nice. One person.
Board appointment. So Fayemi probably will be given an ambassadorial position.
No, Fayemi should go and rest. What has he done? That guy is a failure.
Do you know what's funny? Do you know what's funny? I had some online on Twitter. You know, they gave Southeast 5. Like just 5. I say, what more do you want?
What do they want?
If it wasn't a constitution that allows they are forcing to
they said Northwest at 10, Northeast at 9 or something like that.
South 8, North Central 8, and Southeast 5. That is enough. Why?
That's a lot, man.
Northwest have even Northeast also have 8. So Northeast, Southwest have 9. What do you want?
Ogun 3. That was right. That was a good one.
Because we are more professional.
You can't compare yourself with Ogun. How can you compare Ekiti with Ogun? Ogun are producing some of the most. So the land of all the brightest Nigerians.
Thank you, Mike.
How many Lagos and Ogun are the real brain of Yoruba? You don't do
all these Abarabo people. It's like, you know what, we're just going to dash them because as if they are not non-existent. Oh, yeah, Dele, come over. I mean, Dele is already in charge. So, I mean, it's not fair now.
Oh, they promote him to be a minister now. Are you not happy with that?
That guy is even more than minister. That guy is the brain of that administration. He's just too smart. And I'm proud of him.
But it's going to be Minister of Information. And they give a jury, media, and publicity, which is okay. So, I don't see why you guys...
His job is going to be beyond information. That guy is just
maybe information and orientation.
They should. No, you know, they used to have if you want to, there is a super minister or super commissioner that they will say special duty. You know, with that special duty, you are like all rounder.
No, I think they're trying to separate finance into 3.
His first degree was into political science. His first degree was in political science. Then he went back and did journalism and public administration and all those stuff. He has master's degrees anyway and other professional courses and all that. But his first degree was in political science. You know what is funny is that he went to Ekiti State to contest for governorship, and Ekiti people are very wicked people, man. They
And you are
showed
what
him.
about Femi Falana also?
Femi Falana is very Ekiti.
They show that, and they show
He
they
did
don't
get
care.
100,000 votes.
Godly, these guys are mean. They don't care whether you are known or popular in the country. Even after they will show you. They're good. I mean, the light of Falana contesting for governorship, they took the Alake's money. In fact, it was even internal party issue. He had to run to Lagos because he was like, no, this is too much. Everything that he knows was out of the window. Yeah, I was think for you should have to join. He was to Lagos boy. Yeah? No, take him out. He took his money.
Well, Adewale, sorry to interject. That one of Falana is very fun. He cannot even garner 100,000 votes. Even 50,000.
What about what is his name? Ganifa Wemi?
Oh yes. No, Gani does not compete for governorship in Ekiti now. It's only Femi Falana.
No, Gani is from Ondo State now. He contested for presidency.
They did not even vote for him.
Falana contested for governorship in
governor
Ekiti.
Now. He almost won. He came second, right?
Who came second?
Falana.
Over Gini.
Yeah, he came second now. Yeah, he came second. Yeah.
No, I don't think he came second.
No,
he second.
Behind. Yes, he was. Go on, look at it.
National Conscious Party.
Yes, he came second.
No, from where? In Ondo State, I think it was Labour Party by Mimiko or so.
No. Yes. I'm saying in Ekiti when he ran against. Was he fight against fight? Yeah, it was close now. Seriously, yeah, go look at it.
Like which party?
Like was very close. No.
It was PDP and APC. For Ekiti State. You see, Ekiti State, they will give you straight. They don't know how to hide. We don't hide. They will tell you straight up. That's one thing about they showed him. Can be a lawyer, they don't care.
If Ekiti people can
I think one man wants to play a clip for us to watch. I'm not sure what he's sending me a message that wants to play a clip. I'm not sure what clip he wants to play.
The Ruto showdown. Go ahead.
One man play whatever clip he wants to play. Yeah.
I just thought that was remarkable. And then Labour, look, finally, the demands that they're putting forward, I feel that there's a lot of cognitive dissonance where you're trying to hold two opposing views at once. Labour's demands for refineries to be fixed, it's going to take forever to fix them. Also, you cannot have, before I was talking about modular refineries in the private sector, you cannot have profitable modular refineries in a downstream sector that is regulated. Have you noticed that on the Global Business Report, we had a CEO of a modular refinery. You've had one. Newsday has had one. All of a sudden, once fuel subsidies were removed, all of a sudden, all the players in the modular refineries are coming out to talk because their profit margins are increased. So you cannot ask for refineries to be fixed and also have fuel subsidies in place. It can't work. Doctor was talking about the fact that they want teachers to be paid more. Well, hello, the public schools are supposed to be revenue-generating assets, and fees have gone up. You cannot complain about fees going up, which is supposed to be able to improve the remuneration of teachers, and also want government to continue to keep fees down and subsidize education. So the FAC allocation that we just got, which, by the way, is as a result of the liberalization of the foreign exchange, brought in 1.9 trillion, is where you're going to get money to pay more teachers. So Labour needs to be very realistic about the demands that they're making and how they can be implemented.
So much to talk about.
Plenty.
From Fitch rating in the United States to all the other issues. But we understand that Niyo Oyelowo, our rice correspondent, is on the ground in Victoria Island. Okay, it's not available now.
Yeah, we'll get, yeah.
Okay, when it's available, let us know, and then we'll try to take a look at the situation in Lagos. Who wants to respond to Rotus first?
No, so I'm going to respond to you first.
Oh,
this is the argument of the Labour.
Yeah.
Prior to this time, the problem about subsidy has always been the transparency, and I think people get the conversation wrong. The transparency with the subsidy removal process itself and what happened. The lack of transparency, even on the part of the petroleum, the NNPC, as regards that regime and what went on. the fact that they've been saying modular refineries, we have, they've been talking about turnaround maintenance of the refineries all this while, and they keep giving deadlines, and we don't get modular turnaround, turnaround of modular refineries. The argument is, if you have your stock and refineries produce locally, you'll be able to eliminate some costs. Not that fuel price will go back to 185, don't get me wrong. But you'll be able to eliminate some costs like the landing costs and all of that. And also, do you know there are some provisions in the laws that says that to be able to guarantee energy security locally, there are some provisions that say you can also sell to the refineries in Naira as against the international price of dollars, so that they are able to produce to guarantee energy security within.
At what exchange rate?
If at the local as a Naira.
I know, but what exchange rate is in dollars? Crude is priced in dollars.
Yes.
What exchange rate in Naira?
So if that comes into play,
Rufai, what exchange rate?
Now,
Don't dodge.
Rotus, please.
What exchange rate in Naira?
Rotus,
Rufai is doing it again.
I'm not happy.
He's making a point, and he
no, I'm not happy about your conduct. Let me finish.
What exchange rate in Naira?
Let me finish now.
Just say the exchange rate.
You are ambushing me. Let me finish. Just wait.
All right.
And I must confess to you, I don't like your conduct in this.
Because I put you on the spot. You try to escape these things.
Listen to me. If you're taking all the time, Rotus, you're taking all the time.
He explained the exchange rate.
Wait.
It's not realistic. That's why he's making that point.
The rate. Dr. Abati, I think you should warn
the rates.
The rate is in the Naira equivalent to the dollar.
But what rate?
Let me make my point.
Which you didn't support.
Wait,
please.
Dr. Abati, wouldn't let me make
interruptions.
My point. Okay. Let me make my point. At the Naira equivalent to the dollar. And once your production increases, I'm going back to using your words. You are the one that talk about market forces. And please let me make my explanation to the end. Don't interrupt me.
Okay.
If you interrupt me, I will stop. Once market forces increasing and we have a lot of production, then I think we can get a stability as regards prices. That's always the argument that Labour is making as regards fixing the refineries. And this argument is coherent enough. Because if you look at what the government has expended as regards cost on these refineries all these years, it has been as a case of corruption that has not made us go to the end of all of this. I get your point of view, classical economist in thinking and all of that. But the truth is, when it comes to practical realities of the Nigerian economy, there are some things that does not hold water. And that's why we are pushing. And I'll take you back to the 80s when we had refineries working and producing. We're subjected also to these international conditions. But at least because we're producing within, there was still some leverage as regards pricing. That's the conversation the Labour is having here. And you have not tried it out. We have not even fixed refineries and we have ample production locally before we say it's not going to work. These are international rates at which it's been sold. But if you provide in Naira, people can provide and they can produce. I'm not saying the cost will go back marginally to what it used to be before, but at least you're going to have a cost that is not too subjected to the international winds and campuses. And that's what we're saying.
What's the cost?
Pure and simple.
What's the cost?
The cost will be dependent on the local production.
You can't say
Can we make
That's
progress?
what we're saying.
Ayo,
No, nobody can say the cost.
Please, let's make progress.
Then Labour has no point to make. If the cost is not, the marginal cost is not
argument is not by shouting.
Can we make progress?
Sorry about that.
Those are saying.
Yeah, sure. Still need to
Is Niger already now? Okay.
Rufai is an idiot. I said the guy is a fool.
Oh, they will fire Rugis after this one.
Like, you don't know the land, you don't know the cost. What are you arguing about? I don't get this. See what I'm saying? Once it gets in trouble, it costs for help.
Rufus and obedient now.
Yeah, you just call it.
That's how they talk. They just talk. They talk like they know what they are saying.
You know, it's very easy to say you are speaking for the masses. Because it's very easy to whip out
they know
that
the masses don't understand grammar. So
they say I'm the one supporting the masses, the poor are suffering. You know, that one is very easy to hear. You understand?
You know, it's very rude to call someone that is a classical. That means that it's just textbook.
Yeah,
you know, insulting the guy now. That's an insult.
As a matter of fact, what he's arguing about is about the refinery, and he knows that the Labour doesn't have any case there. When you are selling crude when you are going to sell crude, I mean, to the are they going to be giving it at the naira, dollar equivalent?
Naira equivalent of the dollar.
Rate, or how are they going to do in such a way that it will still impact? But Rufai is arguing about the landing costs, all those levies that will be, be on top of that. That's going to make it.
It's the cost of freight.
But to some extent, I don't think that's going to be, because that means
we've analyzed it at Adewale. It's going to be very marginal, just something like 20 naira, 30 naira. That's just the difference. It's not significant.
No. And he's saying that,
and that is what they are peddling. That is what they are peddling to the ears of Nigerian citizens. The labor are not being sincere. They will say fix the refinery, as if by the time they fix the refinery. No, what they are making Nigerians to believe is that since you are the one producing the crude, as if we can be giving them free. No, that you can give them free to refine and be selling just like that to Nigeria. And I told them, I said, come, the exploration also come with a cost. And this thing is not being done by Nigerian industry. Even if it's a Nigerian industry, they have to make profit also. You can't run business as if we just run it for the welfareism of the people. Nigerian crude is one of the costliest to produce because of the terrain. Let me tell you, in Saudi Arabia, it takes $2 to produce 1 barrel of crude. But in Nigeria, it takes almost $20.
Yeah.
Do you understand what I'm saying? So if the cost of production is not taken into consideration, and Nigeria, what they are making Nigerians to believe is that since we are the one producing this thing, it's as if it is free. It's like water that you are just giving out to people and say, take. And that is what the labor is peddling to the ears of Nigerians. That, okay, since because I don't understand this argument that fix the refinery. I see when you fix the refinery, you can be buying at 100 naira.
This is not going to happen.
This is not going to happen. So they are the one that are not being transparent. They are the one not telling the Nigerians the truth.
Simba,
and that is it.
Somebody argued with me online. It would be that we should be buying it at 80 naira.
Imagine.
I'm not kidding you. That once they fix what they're supposed to do, it should be buying it at 80 naira. I say, how can you sell below the cost of production? Who does that? You have to make money first before you sell. Now this is not free stuff. Now you must factor in, like you said. Sorry, Mohammed, go ahead. Is he here to say something? Is Mohammed there? Go ahead, man.
Yeah, I'm there. How are you guys?
Very good.
Yeah, sorry. It is my son actually that was trying to say something. If you want me to talk about something, I can. Otherwise, we can go on.
No, go ahead. Let me
Yeah.
my time. Go
So sorry. What are you guys talking about? Before I keep in, I just joined now. Yeah. So I had a talk about the cost of
Good night,
petrol,
everybody.
right?
I need to go to bed. Nice talking to you guys.
Yeah. So they're talking about the strike by NLC.
Yes.
Yeah. So to me, I just think that these strikes will happen, and I just think that Tinubu will find a way to settle this guy. And but now that this subsidy has been removed, I just don't see how it's going to be put back in place. So maybe they will just do this is what that's their job for labor, to protest and everything. But at the end of the day, I don't think, maybe if the best they can do is to get some cushioning effects that are for the people, and then of course that will be it. I don't think any government is going to bring back subsidies. So that's what I have to say about that. Yeah.
And we're also talking about this argument between Ruto and Rufai. I don't know if you listened to the clip that we just played just now.
Rufai and who?
And Ruto.
Oh, Rufai, the Arise guy?
Yes, the Arise guy, yes. Did you hear about it? The argument they had yesterday. We just played the clip just now. I don't know whether you watched it or not.
No. I just joined exactly, but you can just tell me roughly about it because I can guess. If it is
Mohammed,
reply, I can guess what it will be about.
Mohammed, talk
Yeah.
to us about the goings on in Niger Republic. So, you are up to speed. So now, as early as yesterday, Tinubu sent in he sent out a series of delegations. He sent Abdusalami Abubakar and the Sultan of Sokoto to Niger Republic to go and get the guns of those rascals. And then he sent Babagana Kingibe and a couple of other delegations to Algeria and Libya to try and block them off from the northern space. And then there's also the rumors that they are starting to amass troops in Sokoto so that if all diplomacy fails, they'll just launch at them immediately and strike them out fairly quickly. So what's your taking on that space, the goings on in Niger Republic, the first big test of Tinubu on the international stage?
Yes, the first big test because he committed himself to kinetic action from the beginning. And of course, when I say he, it's the ECOWAS, but ECOWAS is Nigeria. Basically, everyone knows that. So to me, I see both sides of the argument. I see those people that are calling for restraint and caution. I understand that. And I also understand those people that are saying we should go out. To me, if I think diplomacy under the gun of heavy barrel is the best way to go. Like if they are amassing troops, the Nigerians, the regime there knows that when they don't take diplomacy seriously, that something serious will happen to them. I think that's the best way to go. Although I hope that the diplomacy is what is going to win the day for us, because there will be negative consequences of Nigeria if there were to be war. Because although there's a disparity in the you cannot compare the Nigerian army with the Nigerian army, but that does not mean that it's going to be a smooth victory for us. It's tempting to think that way, but the Americans thought that with Iraq, they thought that with Afghanistan. I mean, you cannot compare. The difference between American army and the Afghan army, the Taliban army, is more than the difference between the Nigerian army and the Nigerian army, with all their technology, with all their manpower. But you see, after 20 years, they lost the war. The United States lost the war. So I would not have committed myself like Tinubu did, but now that he has done, I don't think we have any choice but to proceed. But I think, but the diplomacy should be aggressively pursued, and some kind of a safe-facing mechanism should be given to the regime there, so that it's not going to be total humiliation for them, because usually that's what Scotland's diplomacy, like if you don't give the other guy chance to save face, like you just tell them, okay, in 10 days you have to come down, and then in 10 days they will come down. Usually that does not happen. People don't do it. Sorry, my son is kind of talking. Yeah, but I agree. It's the first big test. Actually, I'm apprehensive about this because it's very tempting for us to think like it's going to be easy. But as we know, I know that the Wagner people, they want to support them. You know, this Kenny Prigozhin, and Russia also probably surreptitiously is also kind of going to be in support. And then those countries near us that also had military coups, probably they will want to support them. Not that I'm afraid of the army, not that we're not going to defeat them. What I'm more worried about is like incursions into the border and just carrying out terroristic kind of attacks on Nigerian citizens. That's what I'm worried about. Yeah.
Mohammed, I don't think it will be a wise decision for Tinubu, being the ECOWAS chairman, to take the responsibility on himself alone. I think even if they want to do such a thing, it should be a joint effort by the ECOWAS and not the sole responsibility of Nigeria. We also have our home security situation, internal security situation that we're dealing with. And knowing fully well that we don't even have enough resources presently. Because we remember what happened during the ECOMOG, that Nigeria took a lot of responsibility, and we know the consequence on our economy. So now, then looking at even the decision not to even supply electricity to Niger, knowing fully well that we had an agreement with Niger not to dam the river Niger, and we know the lot of benefits that we are getting from this. So looking at the consequence of all these action, me, I would think that Tinubu should just tread softly and should not take a unilateral decision or put the whole responsibility of Nigerian government to go and fight the junta in the Niger Republic.
Yes, Simba, I have to say that I agree with you. But the reason why we say Tinubu is not that he's the only, Nigeria is the only country, but I mean, the NATO is the United States for the most part, even though there are big countries like France, Canada, and Germany, big armies like Turkey, they're all in NATO. But when you say NATO, you're basically talking about the United States. Nothing happens without their consent. I hope you understand why we say Tinubu, or even if he doesn't want to, he has to, because the other countries are looking up to Nigeria. Nigeria is the most significant country in that space. That's about whether or not Tinubu should, take a soft line. I mean, he has no choice. If the ECOWAS wants a soft line, then Tinubu will take soft line. If they want to be aggressive, Tinubu has to be aggressive. But I agree with the rest of what you said regarding the consequences to Nigeria. Like I said, I would not have committed to military action in the beginning like he did. But now that he has done it, I don't think we should walk back from that. But, when you threaten somebody with a threat, and if the threat is tangible and the person is a believable threat, and then you pursue diplomacy and give him some off-ramp, I think it's possible that that person can change their course. But I don't say that that's an easy thing. I understand what you said, and I agree with it. Like we have our problems of our own. We have a lot of issues. Even our soldiers, we don't have enough even to secure our country, but we have to now commit to also securing other people's countries. Like understand all that, but there are certain responsibilities that come with. Basically, if we want, we usually say that Nigeria is the giant of Africa. But those kind of titles are earned with your conduct abroad, mostly your military conduct abroad. See, Netherlands has a lot of economic power and everything, but nobody sees them as world power. Military is what gives you power. I mean, United States, it's solely because of the Pentagon that they have power. Yes, of course, they have soft power, but it's backed by this huge army. That's why they have some influence in the world. What I would say is that I just hope and pray that the Tinubu is smart enough to give the junta an off-ramp, not just threat. Abdusalami Abubakar and Sultan of Sokoto, I hope they succeed in making these guys change their course. That's what I would say about that.
Don't you think that these guys are being motivated by the external forces, especially Russia, as people are insinuated?
It could be. You see, Russia. I mean, Russia is a country that I know very well. I speak their language, by the way, fluently. But it's a very strange kind of country. Like, see, Russia now, because they are kind of pariah right now. Like everyone has nothing to do. Almost every country doesn't like them. So almost anybody that reaches out to them, North Korea or whatever, even the worst countries in the world, they will just try to take advantage. And for Wagner, they want to, after the mutiny that they did in Russia, they want to kind of everyone was unsure about what is the direction of Wagner, so they want to insert themselves in this Niger space, and the government will of course accept them with open arms. So they just want to keep their international relevance. So that's why they. But if Russia is heavily involved, I'm not sure that they will be involved that way, because I'm not sure that the government will commit to publicly supporting Niger coup, because they state officially that they pursue the policy of non-intervention in other people's countries. But behind the scenes, they might be helping. Especially if the Nigerians reach out to them, especially through Wagner. All these things bother me, actually. All these things bother me. That's why I don't want it to come to war, actually. I don't want it to come to war. I hope that the diplomacy works. I just hope. Even if we're going to use our military on them, I think it should be like the military action that the US took in Syria under Trump. Like somebody did something that you don't want, you just go in and just give them 2-3 slaps and come out. That kind of military action, not a war in the sense of we have to overthrow the regime and then install a civilian government. That route we should absolutely not take, because we would never, like I said, the disparity between Afghanistan and the US is huge, but they could not do it. They could not do that kind of, or you go in and, take out the army. I mean, when the US went into Afghanistan, the Taliban collapsed in weeks, like few days. But after 20 years, the US is living within 24 hours.
They came back.
Within 24 hours, they are back. So that kind of approach is the one that we should absolutely not take. We could go like
even that approach, Mohammed. Even that approach that the US did in Syria did not work out, because you can see Syria today; they are still in war.
No. I said the one that specifically Trump. There was a time that Bashar al-Assad was accused of using chemical weapon, and you remember when there was this talk of Ivanka came and convinced Trump. Then he just like went with their air power, like just bombed them for like a couple of hours and then went out. Just like a punishment kind of military action, not the one that you commit soldiers and army like for a long time, not that kind of one.
Mohammed, what did you suspect? Yeah. Look at what is happening presently in Sudan.
Yeah.
Chad is not stable.
Yeah.
Libya is there. Niger now. Burkina Faso. Look at that axis now. Aren't you suspecting something in Africa, especially Africa sub-Sahara?
Yeah, it's very suspicious. I don't know what this wave of military dictatorships. I cannot really pin down what's the reason for this resurgence of military coups. Although I have to say that I'm not afraid that will happen in Nigeria. I'm not too sure that it will happen. But also one thing that makes me reserve, like why I'm not too into this military. Like two other countries that are bothering us did that. Of course, we didn't take any military action, but now with Mali, we will want to take military action. So it just seems that it's not a policy of
with Niger, because we didn't take any action against Burkina Faso. We didn't take any action against Mali.
Against Mali, and then now with Niger. But Niger is closer to home. Maybe that's why it feels more. We feel it more. But
that is why I'm thinking that is actually looking like a Tinubu action and not ECOWAS. Because if it's ECOWAS, so what is the difference between what happened in Niger and what happened in Burkina Faso and Mali? The ECOWAS was not taking any action. What is now influencing their action in Niger now?
Honestly, like you're right about that. Maybe we're more, we feel it more because it's closer to home. Maybe that's why the instigation probably. But again, I don't think, maybe even the ECOWAS wants to take a stronger line on that. That's why also Tinubu has to take a strong kind of line. But you asked something, whether or not foreign powers are pushing this. It's very likely. These Europeans and Americans now, they are very wary of going into people's countries.
Exactly, because the US has a base in Niger, France has a base in Niger, and they can't claim ignorance of this coup. They cannot say they don't have an intelligence of what is going to happen. So to me, I feel that maybe they will benefit more under this military junta than the previous civilian administration. That was why they have been silent about it. They are not taking making any decisive action.
They are not
To
taking
me,
any
I'm
public.
suspecting.
Yeah.
Exactly.
That's true. That's true. That's true. I mean, with this
So,
thing
and that is more reason that Tinubu, and if Tinubu is not careful, they might actually use it as a means of destabilizing Nigeria more, because we have what we are dealing with already. So you should be very careful the way I'm thinking about it.
This that's why I said really, yeah, I would not have committed, like I would not have taken tough the way that Tinubu has. But now that he has done it, I mean, we cannot. I hope you understand. We cannot walk back from it. Let's just try to mitigate as much as possible the damage that we don't want to happen. Like the diplomacy that's going on, I just hope to God that it yields something. Like even if any kind of concession or anything that Tinubu can and the ECOWAS can use to save face, I think I will take, because this military thing, even with the things that you even mentioned now, I just think that like the France, like they have a base there. Why can't they just take them out? Like, if they really didn't want the junta there. But although I mean the US has a history, like they don't. It's not really the dictatorship or the democracy that bothers them. They don't believe in it that much. Once the dictatorship is subservient to them, they will prefer that, of course, to the most beautiful democracy in the world. So probably, I think you're right. Maybe they stand to benefit more from this, or maybe they're playing a bigger game. Maybe they want Nigeria to go in and use the instability in Nigeria to do something. But I really don't know. This is a very difficult. It's a very difficult decision, really.
Mohammed, in my own opinion, sorry to interject, I think the end game here is that the Nigerian coupists, they will probably submit a 1-year transition, in which probably this guy will contest, the leader of the will contest, and he would have agreed to all this Western power, especially France, and that's what's going to happen. This one is just because ECOWAS already said that military intervention is the last resort. That means after this expiration of 7 days, they are not going to go there and use military force. They are still going to be continuing to dialogue. And at the end of the day, the guy might agree on transition. And if he plays his game very well to kowtow to the West, if he did not, they will put him out. That is what
can they also can they find a way to? I think one of the concern is that if they agree to any form of transition, they want to ensure that anybody running for office is not a Western puppet.
No, that is not going to happen, Robert. Forget it.
No. I think they need that guy that you will not like kind of. Go ahead, Mohammed. Sorry.
He has to be puppet to Russia or France or America.
At this point, I don't think we should care about who is a puppet to whom. Really, we don't have that luxury. Once we can get ourselves out of this issue of war.
I'm saying from the angle of the people in charge now. Remember, one of the reasons why the people are hailing this move is because they believe that the former president was a puppet to the West. So if you now say, okay, let's dialogue and bring back democracy, clearly they will not bring back the old guy. He's already gone. So then you need a new person. One of the ways is to guarantee that person will not be a puppet of the West, to reassure the people that the fight they are having right now is worth it. At least the illusion of that.
I understand what you're saying now. I understand what you're saying.
Is pro Niger over pro French in their own country.
Yes, and then the military can go back and say, yes, we averted this.
That would make more sense.
Yeah, this could work. This could work, and then you can make them to commit to an election within 5 months or something, so that I think there are ways that they can save face, and also we can go and say that we stopped the coup and this and that. Everyone can win, but if the influence and if the hand of some of these Western countries, if it is true that they have this kind of ulterior motives there, then that will make it more difficult. But we can like make them to commit to 3 months, like in 3 months election, or even the military head of the military, if you want, he can contest like Sisi did. Like he can contest on the election if the people want him, and then in a democratic fashion, he can come back. and like you said, the other guy, they of course they have to release the other previous president, but then maybe they give them another democratic civilian candidate that they don't think that is a puppet to the West. Yeah, there was. We have to
Mohammed,
save face, and they have to save face.
can I also ask you about that? You know, the issue with the CFA, where they feel like the currency is under the control of France. Do you think that that also comes for debate? Is that part of the concession that the West has to make for them to go away?
I don't think this is a concession that is going to be easy to secure. You know, if you think about it now, the West, they have not involved themselves that much. So it's not really from the West that. So if Tinubu is sending Sultan of Sokoto and other people to go and negotiate with them, and if they give them the condition that the safer and this and that, I mean, how would Tinubu secure that exactly from France? I don't think this is a concession.
Mohammed, why is it that Nigerians, only Nigerians that is being sent? If it is a joint decision by the ECOWAS, why not some other people from other countries to make it look like an ECOWAS decision and not Nigerian decision?
You don't have any. There are no credible names out there. Nigeria is like the big brother here now. You remember?
We're big brothers there, man, to be honest.
Hold on.
Just like calling ourselves big brother. Like I think we are.
No, hold on. Let me explain why. Earlier on, you will see that the North has this historical ties to Niger Republic, and also from the cultural angle, the head of what's his name of Sokoto, Sultan also has some links to Niger. So those two are more credible because they have those close links to those people. So you use that the angle they are coming from. So you can see people, but the initial contact will be those two. Go ahead, Mama. Sorry.
Yeah, I think if Buhari had gone, it would, because Buhari's father actually is from Niger.
So why didn't he show up? Why didn't he go?
Buhari's father is from Niger, and his mother is from Borno. Is Kanuri like us. So Buhari actually is really half Fulani in that sense. He doesn't even, they can use that to get something. But I don't think Buhari is a good negotiator. So better Abdul Salam Abubakar, I think. Anyway, I just hope that something gets out of that. It's the diplomacy that we have to, make work under the threat of violence. But we should try to. We should at least, first of course, if you want to negotiate with people, the first thing is to know what they really want. For example, with the Russia thing now, they say that they don't want NATO or something. If you want really to give them something that to stop the war, you have to start from there. Probably a commitment that Ukraine will not join NATO or something like that, or something of that sort, something softer than that. So for us also, I think we have to, if their concern was that the previous president was a puppet, then you can commit to election within a couple of months, where you convince the other guy not to go on the ballot. And I think that can be something that both of us can call it a win. But I just hope that it never comes to this military action.
Mohammed, what we used to hear, especially when there's a military takeover, what you are speaking to now is supposed to be one of those things that is supposed to even be part of their inaugural speech. That this is the reason why we took over, and we want to restore democracy within so time. But it was not there. They didn't make mention of anything of such.
Oh man. Yeah, this
because we have seen it on several occasions when a military take over, they will say that within 1 year or so, or 2 years, we are going to hand over to a democratically elected president. But this one, they are not.
It's very obvious. All this coup is about money.
Very obvious.
Exactly.
They want to come in, take power, and be in control of the money and reach
I think the game plan of the guy is that take power, and then after 1 or 2 years, turn himself to a president or even a life president, and then kowtow to French, take all the uranium you want again, and it's over.
So is he going to go back to the same people that he was?
He's going to go back to the same people at the end of the day. That's what is going to happen. Okay, now look at it very well now. They start giving them sanctions. They cannot have access to their assets anywhere in the world. I don't even know how many assets they do have. I'm talking financially.
All their money in France is will be frozen.
They cannot give you anything. Is it not going to bend down? What is it going to do? Is people will revolt against him. If you cannot pay salary, you cannot do this. And everything comes from France. Have you ever been to any francophone country? You will see that most of their products is from France. Clothing, food, everything is imported in.
Medicine, everything. Even their doctors, mostly they are French people.
So clearly, they have no leverage. They have no leverage for the long haul. Then
they don't have no leverage. That is why at the end of the day, what is going to happen is that it's going to accept and probably say 1 year transition, so that probably if they give him a soft landing, he might contest and he will be their president in the next 1 year. And the same thing goes on again. Only countries are
Remy,
yeah.
And Remy, even if that were true, we shouldn't care too much about that. If the guy that took over the country militarily now, if he wants to contest and be president, for us, all our thoughts should be how we extricate ourselves from this military commitment. That's it. Because if we say we're going to solve their problems, we don't want this guy to come back, the military and this and that.
So we're going to entangle
ourselves in a major way. Yeah.
Mohammed, the reason why we are involved is very simple.
Yeah.
Give and take. Before you know it, there can be a counter coup, and there'll be a big crisis in that Niger report, because not all those people in the military support this guy. Before you know it, there'll be a big crisis, and then what will happen to Nigeria? A huge refugee inflow to all of those countries. So that is what's going to happen. Because if the colonial masters are not supporting them, they will institute a crisis in the country. And who will bear the grunt? Nigeria, of course, at the end of the day.
Of course, that's true. No, what I'm saying is that even like some of these other issues that have been mentioned, although there are problems, we don't like them, for our purposes now, we shouldn't care too much about them. For example, the role of the CFA with France, or whether or not this military guy will come back in a democratic fashion or something. Like all these things are secondary to our concerns. Like most of the presidents that are our neighbors, it's not that we like them or how they emerge, but we have to just try to extricate ourselves from this situation first. And any concession we get that we can go and call it a win and they can save face with, I think we should take it. If you say that something like another democratic election, which includes maybe this military guy also contesting, if the people vote for him in a democratic fashion, we shouldn't care about his return or not. Like we should just care that there's no crisis there, some kind of peace is restored, and then we go out and our military focus on solving our problems. If we can get that, I think we should be.
But Mohammed, the problem with that is that anybody that can in any African country will just come out tomorrow and plan a coup and know that exactly that is what's going to happen. Negotiate with me, I rule for 1 year, and I'll become president. And that will become the order of the day. So there are implications. So when you look at it from left and right, there are implications. Yeah. If you allow this to slide, another person will come. And who told you that it cannot happen in your country too? A coup can also happen in Nigeria the way it all goes now. And we have been enjoying this democracy for a long time. We don't want our neighbors, our neighboring country, to be ruled by military. It's not good for us. We have been there before.
We have a neighbor already. A Chad is being ruled by military, and nothing has happened for years.
But
the argument would be more powerful if it was.
It's not a president that's ruling them that you already turned yourself to a president. It's no more under military anymore.
No, it's still military. Is it a president? It's not a president.
I don't know about that one, to be frank, but the Niger have an expanse of land with Nigeria. I think the problem why Nigerian coming here is that I think the French, they did not know about this coup, or America, because if they know that something like this is going to happen and the coup seek their support, I think Nigeria will just fold their hands. But now, Niger, if we are not careful, Niger is going to be an Ukraine, a battleground between American and also Russia. And if
that happens, that pulls you in regardless of what you want anyway. At that point, if that happens, then you are forced to engage.
Yes, that's what I'm trying to say. Because the people will be forced to fly to Nigeria. So
24 million people, by the way.
24 million.
24
million
million.
people.
No. 24 million people.
Let's say 25% of them from that 24, and then to pour into KB, Sokoto, Katsina, and also Kano. What are we talking here? And we are.
Then that's where we have humanitarian crisis already. We have humanitarian crisis in those places already.
We are not in a situation,
and put our hands, do nothing. No, we are
what
Nigerian government is doing is good. It's a carrot and stick. Now we are negotiating. We are sending our important VIP there to negotiate with the leader. But if we continue to say no, this is what I want, we have the military might, because as a country, if you are too scared or you don't want to take the bull by the horn most time, then how can you develop? How can we?
But I mean, you are missing the bigger point here also. Once you go into Niger, you must go to Burkina Faso as well. You can't.
Of course,
you can't stop at Niger. You must also go to the next place. You must go to
Let's take them out.
And Mali too. You must go. You must go all the way. If you're gonna go in, you must go all the way.
If it's possible, why not? If it's possible, why not? But now we don't have Mali and Burkina Faso. They are still a little bit far away from Nigeria. But the one in our doorstep is Niger. Let's assume there is a coup in the Republic of Benin, which is very close to Lagos, and then there's a big crisis in Benin. What do you think will happen to other states? Simba, tell me. And Lagos State and Ogun State.
But coup is not crisis, man, Remy. Why do you keep calling
what I'm trying
coup
to say is that if there's somebody planning a coup and there's counter coup and there's a big crisis, and when the crisis is over to civil war, which is always happening in Africa.
I think if you ask my opinion, Remy, what I would they should just leave this guy alone and let them run their country they want to run.
Yeah, just leave them alone, because you create problem for yourself. A long-term problem. Because first of all, the action you make, there may not be a reaction right now, but years down the line, there will be a reaction. So you don't want to create this. And Nigeria will go down in history as a country that invaded another country. You don't want to create all those things for yourself.
I understand you quite. We are not.
There's nothing you are getting from this country. There's no interest there or whatsoever.
Look at the kind of people the Nigerian president is sending to them: Sultan, Abdul Salam, and he's also meeting other Chadian or other leaders to go and talk to them. That is negotiation. We are doing the right thing. Because if
why is he even doing all those things, sir? What is he doing?
Remy, what should be the scope of this negotiation? Do you think that if, for example, they offer the military junta now, they say that they will commit to election within 5 months, okay?
That will be fine. That's what we want.
That's what I'm saying.
Even 1 year is still okay.
Even 1 year, that's what I'm saying. We should focus on just getting something.
As you know, one thing, the interest is, let me tell you something. I was reading a report on YouTube or wherever. There is already the Wagner group. That Wagner, that private contractor fighting war all over the world. They're already in Niger already. That means there's Russian influence there. And if there's Russian influence, take it to the bank. This guy will not accept whatever they throw at him because he thinks he has another superpower behind him. And if Russia is behind him, 70%, China is also behind him. So you can see.
Let Mohammed respond. I think he wants to drop a point.
So this point of Russia getting involved, China getting involved, I don't think Niger is that important a country to them that they will turn into battleground like they did Ukraine. This is just my opinion. If it was that important to them, it's very unlikely that the French and the US, with all their intelligence, that they had no clue about this coup.
Yeah.
Did you know that they knew exactly when Putin will invade, like a month before the invasion? Even the Ukrainian president, Zelensky, did not believe that they would be invaded. Anthony Blinken came to the UN. He was saying that this is what Putin is going to do. This is what he's planning. He's going to use this pretext, and he will say this, he will say that. And at that time, Sergei Lavrov was just lying to all the people, like saying that they don't have any such plans and this and that. 1 month later, it happened exactly as Blinken said. I remember watching this a month before. So it's not that it's harder to it's harder to get intelligence on
Mohammed.
What I'm saying is, these Westerners, it's very likely that they know this, but probably they see their best interest as, not intervening, probably. And I just don't think that they will turn. It's possible that Russia might help, but I don't think that they are going to turn Niger into a battleground between Russia and the West, and probably China is joining. No, I just don't think that scenario would happen. What I'm saying is what you
Let
just
him land.
mentioned, the reasons that you gave, Remy, the reasons that you gave now, the reasons that you gave now is all the more reason why we should get any kind of deal, any kind of thing, as long as we can, because our president has already committed to military action.